Chapter 1. The Continent of Eight Desolations. In one of the three forbidden zones, the abyssal cave of bones, the sky was shrouded in dark clouds, and thunder roared ominously. Atop a crumbling peak within the abyssal cave of bones stood a bloodied and blind figure. I have spent a century attaining the status of a sage, and a millennium to become an emperor, yet I find myself today cornered by you, the children of fortune. How utterly laughable, truly laughable. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Wang Chen, with a frenzied expression, stood atop the mountain, facing the multitude of fortunate ones surrounding him, letting out a mournful laugh. The howling winds at the peak rustled his tattered, blood-soaked robe, rendering his figure a pitiful sight. Had I known it would come to this, why did I not act sooner? You have succumbed to darkness, yet you still possess the heavenly Tao Pearl, a weapon of mass destruction. You must be eradicated from the crowd. A figure clad in white with piercing eyes pointed a sword-like finger at Wang Chen, reciting incantations. Such a self-righteous demeanor is truly repugnant. Even in death, you shall not have the last laugh. Wang Chen's eyes were blind, blood flowing incessantly with these words. His aura surged once more, and his skin began to tear apart rapidly. In his right hand, a golden pearl was crushed with all his might, unleashing a torrent of chaotic energy. Not good. He has just survived the tribulation combined with the self-detonation of the heavenly Tao Pearl. His power is formidable. Run. The fortunate ones present were struck with terror, frantically employing every means of escape. As he felt his body swelling and ready to burst, Wang Chen raised his head, gazing blindly at the heavens, filled with resentment. Jiang Lingxian, if there is a next life, I shall undoubtedly shatter the master-disciple bond and relentlessly punish you, the indirect cause of my demise. Boom! With a resounding explosion that shook the continent of eight desolations, Wang Chen's furious cry was gradually engulfed by the rising flames. A millennium prior on the continent of eight desolations. In the dead of night, within the vast realm of the Taishu immortal sect located in the imperial wasteland, Wang Chen awoke in a cold sweat, suddenly coming to, his eyes barely opening a slit. What in the world is happening? Lying on the bed, his vision blurred, he felt the warmth of the blankets, soft and comforting. No, this cannot be right. Shouldn't I be dead? Panic surged within Wang Chen to grasp the truth. He needed to fully open his eyes. Yet despite his utmost effort, he could only vaguely discern the surroundings, unable to open them completely. At this moment, he felt as if he were being pressed down by a ghost. He was conscious and could faintly see, yet remained immobile. Ding, 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 crackle, crackle. Suddenly, a series of stuttering sounds and erratic electrical noises echoed in his mind. The system? Wang Chen, feeling utterly weak, was filled with joy. He realized his salvation had arrived. Ha ha ha. Host, please wait a moment. Crackle, crackle. The system is just rebooted. Crackle, crackle. As the system's voice faded, its cold yet emotive mechanical tone gradually returned to normal. Host. We have actually been reborn. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the resounding voice echoing in his mind, involuntarily closing his left eye as his head buzzed. Zun. Zaidu? In his excitement, Wang Chen slightly mispronounced the words in his mind. Did he truly shout before his death and somehow achieve rebirth? Upon verification, although the circumstances remained unclear, it was undoubtedly confirmed it had indeed been reborn. Ha ha! The emotional tone of the system's voice indicated that it was likely even more exhilarated than Wang Chen at that moment. After all, it had accompanied Wang Chen through a life of hardship, ultimately facing a demise alongside him against those favored by destiny. Now, having been reborn, it signified that in this life they possessed the means of a prophet. How could they not be ecstatic? Quick, tell me, what period have I been reborn into? It surely could not be the day when he was just 19, arriving in this realm to be taken as a disciple by Jiang Lingxian. Could it? Yet, what concerned Wang Chen most was the exact time of his rebirth that in fact, for a fleeting moment, he even forgot the warm, soft, and fragrant sensation of his current body in slumber. This, if the system had a human form, it would undoubtedly be nervously biting its fingers, wearing an awkward expression. What is this? Hurry up and tell me. I know it can't be. It can't be, right? Wang Chen sensed something was amiss, yet he continued to cry out for an answer, feeling utterly helpless. Host, perhaps you should first consider who is tightly embracing your form beside you. Upon hearing the system's weak voice, Wang Chen paused, feeling the softness and warmth of a body that seemed to have been enchanted. However, he resolutely summoned his strength. Damn, no cultivation. Wang Chen cursed inwardly, but he still mustered the willpower to turn his head slightly. Finally, in his hazy vision, he saw it. He finally saw it. Jiang Lingxian, at that moment, had her exquisitely beautiful and ethereal face gently pressed against his. Moreover, judging by her demeanor, she seemed to relish the warmth shared between them, slightly tilting her head in comfort. As he squinted through his blurred vision and beheld her enchanting face once more, Wang Chen was momentarily entranced and astonished. For the one who held him so tightly was none other than his former master. In his past life, she would become the renowned Ice-Heart Empress a millennium later. Why do people refer to her as the Ice-Heart Empress? Because her heart is as frigid as ice, impervious to melting. Even Wang Chen, her sole disciple, would nearly succumb to the chill of her gaze upon contact. Returning to the present, as Wang Chen gradually regained his senses, a surge of astonishment welled up within him. Wasn't she the one who despised men the most? Even the slightest touch from his sole disciple would provoke a frosty glare from him. Yet now, he finds himself drugged and unconscious, her slender arms enveloping his form, her delicate face pressed closely against his. What is the meaning of the long legs draped over him belonging to the future Ice Empress, Jiang Lingxian, beneath the folds of her blanket? Wang Chen's heart is a tempest of shock and involuntary recollections of his past life, where he distinctly remembers Jiang Lingxian being nothing like this. But for him in this moment, these thoughts are not the crux of the matter. The true question is why. Oh, why must this be so? I refuse to take her as my master. It is precisely because of this alluring femme fatale that he harbored numerous grievances against the children of fate in his previous life. Ultimately, despite being invincible in the same realm, he was besieged and slain by thousands of these fated beings. Though part of the blame lies with his own arrogance, the root cause remains with Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen now feels a desperate urge to scream, yet it seems he's been ensnared by some intoxicating potion. His body is limp, and even the act of shouting eludes him. Were it not for his rebirth, breaking through the drug's effects and the chill within him with the willpower of his past existence, he would likely be sleeping as soundly as the dead, oblivious even to Jiang Lingxian's playful manipulations. Wait a moment. Something is amiss. Could it be that the reason for my exceptional sleep quality during my time at the Taishu Xian sect was? Wang Chen appears to have stumbled upon a monumental secret and hastily relays this thought to the system within his mind. However, dear system, have you been by my side all this time and remained unaware? Or do you simply refuse to enlighten me? I truly did not heed this. When I sleep, you slumber alongside me. Yet when I asked you to upgrade, you refused, claiming that the all-day online feature was of no use. Wang Chen, perhaps it is indeed his own folly, having been too frugal to upgrade the system for the sake of conserving source points. Nevertheless, do you not recall that you are the Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body, a limited edition physique of the system? What of it? Is this her justification for nightly tormenting me? How am I, a young man of virtue, supposed to endure this? The torment is one thing, but she embraces me every night. Yet when I expressed my feelings for her in my previous life, I was met with nothing but a cold rejection, bound by our master-disciple relationship system. Is it not possible that Jiang Lingxian, being the 9 Yin cold divine body, has mistaken your Chaos 9 Yang divine body for the unparalleled furnace body of the 9 Yang? The Chaos 9 Yang divine body encompasses all the attributes of the 9 Yang divine body, yet infused with the essence of chaos, making it strong era truly limited edition physique of the system. And perhaps she requires the 9 Yang divine body to suppress the cold Yin energy within her. That why this future empress, destined to become an unparalleled figure a millennium hence, is now willing to accept you as her disciple in the mountains? Cursed be it! Why is your analysis so astute that I find myself momentarily at a loss for words? After listening, Wang Chen gritted his teeth, yearning to raise his fist and pound the bed, but as he lifted his hand, he remembered that he had been enchanted and drugged. Amidst the subtle rustling, while Wang Chen was communicating with the system, Jiang Lingxian, who was nestled beside him, seemed to be disturbed by the faintest of sounds. So sensitive to her surroundings? Wang Chen was taken aback, hastily closing his drowsy eyes that had barely opened a sliver, striving to regain his composure. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, with her dreamy eyes, first glanced at the small incense burner on the distant table, emitting a captivating fragrance. Finally, her beautiful gaze slowly shifted to the perspiring Wang Chen. Are you sweating from the heat? As Wang Chen listened to her soft and melodious murmur, tinged with drowsiness yet coolly pleasant to the ear, a wave of anger surged within him. What do you mean, are you sweating from the heat? I just died once, for goodness sake. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian had no inkling that Wang Chen had cursed her 100 times over in his heart, calling her a wretched woman. Though they were master and disciple in their past life, their interactions felt akin to those of familiar strangers. Thus, when Wang Chen scolded her, his so-called cheap master, it bore no psychological burden. After all, it seemed he had often berated her silently in his previous life as well. However, unbeknownst to Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian gazed at him with tender affection, her eyes reflecting an emotion that was not easily discernible. The emotions within her gaze appeared to blend concern with joy and even a hint of relief. In the end, Jiang Lingxian gently retrieved a piece of clean, delicately scented white cloth from her storage ring. With her slender, fair hand, she softly began to wipe the beads of sweat from Wang Chen's forehead. Her movements were exceedingly cautious, as if she feared that Wang Chen might suddenly vanish before her eyes. Even Wang Chen, with his eyes closed, could sense Jiang Lingxian's apprehensive demeanor, as if she were terrified of waking him. Jiang Lingxian's gentle actions, as she wiped the sweat from his forehead, inexplicably reminded Wang Chen of the times in his past life when she had never left his side, caring for him during his injuries. Host, at this moment, you should quickly open your eyes and see if you can startle her. No, system. You fool. Do you not see how I am not dying as quickly as in my past life? If she were to discover that I am awake during this most private and secretive moment, would she not imprison me? Wang Chen was unaware of how many times Jiang Lingxian had utilized the suppressed dark powers in the dead of night in their previous life. But he was certain that the current him was no longer the person who bore any semblance of goodwill towards Jiang Lingxian from their past. If he were to open his eyes now, she might very well gouge them out or sever his tongue to prevent him from speaking recklessly. Nonetheless, Wang Chen was now nearly certain that it was indeed the first day since he had joined the Taishu Shinzo. This meant that today marked the very first night Jiang Lingxian had secretly held him close under the cover of darkness. Wang Chen, in both lives, had never anticipated that the seemingly aloof Jiang Lingxian would embrace him so intimately at night, although it is said to suppress the cold energy. Within her, the atmosphere between the two at night is undeniably intimate. Today marks the first moment of closeness between the host and the future empress, a memory to cherish, indeed. According to the timeline of Blue Star, the current date should be February 2nd, 2222. Foolishness. However, one must inquire, shouldn't the cultivation of a furnace body follow a different path? After cursing the system under his breath, Wang Chen posed the question that lingered in his mind. Why is it that she merely holds me now? Ahem, dear system, do not misunderstand, I'm not that sort of person, merely curious. Wang Chen savored the delicate fragrance emanating from Jiang Lingxian beside him, as she gently wiped the sweat from his brow. Logically, cultivating with you, a furnace body, would indeed yield better results. Yet, perhaps she does not comprehend such matters, nor does she desire it. It seems that merely being close is the extent of her tolerance. Reflecting on his past life, even a subtle embrace during moments of clarity was met with her icy disdain for an extended period. The rustling sound interrupted his thoughts as Jiang Lingxian, who had been wiping away his sweat, nestled closer once more. Goodness. Enough of this focus on restraint. As Wang Chen felt her warmth pressing against him, especially the soft sensation on his arm, accompanied by a fragrant scent, his heart fluttered. In his previous life, after becoming her disciple, he had never known such comforts late at night. In his recollections, Jiang Lingxian was always a figure of frosty demeanor, utterly impenetrable, so much so that upon his rebirth, he had resolved not to take her as a mentor. He intended to bide his time until he amassed enough strength to confront her, the one indirectly responsible for his demise in the past. Yet, amidst the fluttering of his heart, Wang Chen found himself contemplating how to escape the next day. Forget it, tomorrow's concerns can wait. For now, let me savor this beautiful moment. One must admit, Jiang Lingxian's delicate form exudes a captivating scent, a subtle fragrance that calms Wang Chen's senses. Having been rendered drowsy by the intoxicating aroma, Wang Chen succumbed to a tranquil slumber in the warmth of her embrace. Little did he know that mere minutes later, as he drifted deeper into sleep, Jiang Lingxian pressed herself closer to his sturdy frame, enveloping him tightly. Her exquisitely beautiful face nestled against his chest, tears glistening in her eyes. Disciple, in this lifetime, I shall ensure that all those who harbor enmity towards you are vanquished. As she spoke, tears brimming in her red-rimmed eyes, she gazed intently at Wang Chen's face. At last, Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her delicate profile against Wang Chen's chest. Listening to the rhythmic beating of his heart as he slumbered, her slender arms encircled his waist, tightening ever so slightly, as if to draw him closer. In that pitch-black darkness, her heart-wrenching little figure appeared genuinely fearful of losing Wang Chen once more. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, under the influence of the intoxicating fragrance, was blissfully unaware, sleeping like a log. Disciple, after your departure, Master truly misses you. This time, I shall not allow you to leave my side again, I promise. Jiang Lingxian's slender arms clung tightly around Wang Chen's waist, as if she wished to merge the sleeping figure into her very being. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt that only by fully experiencing Wang Chen's warmth could she find a modicum of solace. Alas, you are merely a stranger to her at this juncture. Jiang Lingxian's exquisite visage gently rested against Wang Chen's chest, and the tears she had been holding back finally cascaded down her cheeks. In this lifetime, Wang Chen, alongside the blue shirt he donned upon his arrival, bore a deep imprint of a single droplet. The following dawn, Wang Chen abruptly awakened, his eyes flinging open as he sat up, repeatedly confirming his resurrection before feeling at ease. At that moment, he noticed that the person who had been by his side the previous night had long since departed. Even the lingering sensation of weakness in his body and the cool, ethereal fragrance that had enveloped him in the blankets were completely gone. It was as if everything from the night before had been merely a dream, yet he was certain he was not dreaming. Based on the memories of his past life, Wang Chen vaguely outlined the present map of the Taishu immortal sect. Once he devised an escape route, he prepared to rise from his bed and stealthily make his way out of the sect. However, just as he turned over, a chilling voice from the system in his mind suddenly rang out. Ding! It has been detected that one of the crucial reasons for the host's demise in the previous life was the future empress, Jiang Lingxian. Ding! Task: resolve the issue at its root. The host is required to proceed immediately to eliminate Jiang Lingxian. Reward: 1 emperor pill. Startled, Wang Chen, who was sitting on the edge of the bed preparing to get up, pondered. According to my memories, Jiang Lingxian is currently a formidable figure in the realm of cultivation, perhaps even a sacred soul level expert. And here I am, devoid of any cultivation, utterly vulnerable to her whims. How can I possibly accomplish such a task? Ding! Insufficient strength detected. Task has been replaced. Ding! New task: captivate Jiang Lingxian, become her partner, and prevent a repeat of my previous solitary demise at the hands of adversaries. Reward: upon reaching the celestial sovereign realm, an instantaneous breakthrough of 10 levels. Goodness, this dog system seems rather understanding. At that moment, Wang Chen, sitting on the edge of the bed gazing at his shoes, hesitated as he contemplated the new task. In truth, he had harbored feelings for his seemingly aloof master in his past life and had even embarked on a series of pursuits. Yet, her cold yet exquisitely beautiful visage always left him entranced, although she occasionally blushed in response to his coarse remarks, making her utterly adorable. The ultimate outcome was Wang Chen would find himself confined, subjected to a severe punishment as she mercilessly struck him with a willow branch, even through his clothing, while admonishing him about the impossibility of their relationship as master and disciple. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian extinguished Wang Chen's aspirations of becoming her husband, delivering countless lashes that ultimately crushed his heart's desire. Indeed, even under such circumstances, Wang Chen pursued her fervently, enduring thousands of beatings before his heart succumbed to despair. Yet, inexplicably, the buried feelings within him began to ignite once more. Wang Chen understood the arduous nature of ascending to a higher realm after reaching the celestial venerable stage, a feat as daunting as scaling the heavens. According to the task at hand, if he could win over Jiang Lingxian, it would allow him to leap from the celestial venerable realm directly into the emperor realm. He recalled in his previous life, he had cultivated to the sacred soul realm within 3 centuries. However, it took him over 700 years to reach the pinnacle of the 9th layer of the celestial venerable realm and break through to the emperor realm. The realms consisted of body refinement, spirit establishment, yuan return, pill C, spirit king, spirit emperor, sacred soul, celestial venerable, and emperor. System: please open the attribute panel. Wang Chen. Constitution: chaotic 9 yang divine body. Realm: mortal realm. Martial art: chaotic 9 yang divine technique. Storage space: none. Origin points: 0. Comprehensive evaluation: human machine. System: do you recommend that I stay? Wang Chen gazed at his attribute panel, and in comparison to his previous life, it was akin to the stark contrast between excrement and a lion. He could not help but inquire. He had initially intended to depart, yet was abruptly halted by the system's mission. It was suggested that, given his disposition, he would likely pursue those who had once conspired against him in his former life. Thus, it would be more prudent to directly secure the formidable, powerful, and influential future empress, Jiang Lingxian. Hiss! Wang Chen inhaled sharply. as his hesitant defenses gradually succumbed to a multitude of cracks. Do not deny it. Can you truly claim to have forgotten the countless times you shamelessly pursued Jiang Lingxian in your past life? Can you assert that upon encountering your master, you could remain unmoved, devoid of any fluttering emotions? Now that you have been reborn, this presents a splendid opportunity. If you can win her heart, you shall possess her completely. At that moment, united in the realm of celestial beings, you too will stand unrivaled, dominating the vast expanse of the 8 desolations. Moreover, reflecting on the interactions between the dog-like host in her previous life and Jiang Lingxian, it is evident that you are the soul man with whom she has shared intimate moments, the one who embraces her nightly. With the relentless persuasion of the system, Wang Chen's inner fortifications began to shatter, culminating in a decisive moment. Very well, let us proceed. Wang Chen was a man of few words, and after contemplating the pros and cons, he decisively made his choice with a firm clap of his hands. Having been the disciple of Jiang Lingxian, an icy figure with whom he had spent over a millennium in his past life, Wang Chen possessed a profound understanding of her character. In essence, it could be succinctly expressed. Apart from her dedication to cultivation and fundamental knowledge, she was utterly naive when it came to matters of the heart. Moreover, to speak candidly, Jiang Lingxian had experienced a profound lack of affection throughout her upbringing, devoid of both paternal and maternal love. The specifics of her background remained a mystery to Wang Chen. He only knew that any inadvertent mention of this sensitive topic would cause her demeanor to shift dramatically, as if she were on the verge of an explosion of emotions. It is said that individuals who have been deprived of love in their formative years often grapple with a significant sense of insecurity when they fall in love. There may even exist some peculiar traits associated with this phenomenon, but their validity remains uncertain. Yet, whether true or false, what did it matter? In his previous life, he failed to win Jiang Lingxian's heart, a misstep that led to enmity with thousands of fortunate individuals, resulting in a clandestine alliance formed against him that culminated in his demise. If in this new life he were to repeat the same mistake and allow his status as her disciple to incite further conflict with these fortunate souls, then what purpose would his rebirth serve? Wang Chen, upon reaching this realization, sprang from his bed with fervor, clenched his fist high above his head, and proclaimed with righteous indignation, "Therefore, this time I shall undoubtedly seize Jiang." Creak. Wang Chen raised his fist and called out, but before he could finish, the door swung open, freezing him in place. Standing at the entrance, with a frown of curiosity, was Jiang Lingxian, holding a robe and shoes from the Taishu immortal sect. It's just Jiang, he thought. Well, I meant to take some ginger, to brew ginger tea, as I seem to have caught a slight chill recently. Wang Chen awkwardly lowered his raised fist, wrapping his arms around himself as he rubbed them, as though he truly felt a chill. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows at his words, casting a peculiar glance at Wang Chen, yet she held no suspicions. Could it be that last night, in my embrace, I had held him too tightly, inadvertently allowing the frigid energy of my 9 cold divine body to infiltrate his own? Could this have rendered him physically weakened, causing him to catch a chill? However, based on my memories from a past life, his superior 9 yang divine body should not be so susceptible. Moreover, I had not, as in my previous life, absorbed his 9 yang power to suppress my own cold energy. Jiang Lingxian found herself thoroughly perplexed, but fortunately, at that moment, Wang Chen spoke again. "Sister Fairy, is this outfit meant for me?" At this moment, Wang Chen approached with a hint of reluctance, rubbing his arms, and cautiously inquired about her expression. Wang Chen vaguely recalled that upon his arrival in this new realm, the first words he uttered upon seeing Jiang Lingxian were "Fairy Sister." After all, Jiang Lingxian was indeed as beautiful as a celestial being, leaving him in awe during his initial moments of transition. Even now, the sight of Jiang Lingxian's flawless and enchanting visage stirred emotions within his heart. And he must remember to address her as master in the future. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows as she entered the room, gently placing her robe and shoes upon the table, and responded with a soft voice. She preferred Wang Chen to call her master, irrespective of the past or the present. "Oh, Fairy Sister, I presume I can wear these garments and shoes?" Wang Chen deliberately acted in this manner to prevent the emotional turmoil that had plagued their previous existence when he was incessantly addressed as master. The term master must not be invoked at present, or at least not frequently. However, should Jiang Lingxian develop affections for him in the future, they might gradually experiment with the term to gauge the situation. The clothing and shoes are intended for. It was mentioned that she would eventually call him master. Jiang Lingxian initially failed to grasp the implication, but upon realizing it, she furrowed her brows and coldly reiterated her reminder. Very well. Wang Chen did not repeatedly push his luck. He simply agreed at first, intending to retract his promise when the time was right. Subsequently, he approached Jiang Lingxian, standing beside her as he began to shed the garments he had worn in the Blue Star. The rustling sound prompted Jiang Lingxian to glance back, and as she lowered her gaze, her eyes fell upon an eye-catching pair of floral shorts. Stammering in surprise, she quickly turned away, shutting her eyes, her ears flushing a deep crimson in an instant. Whether in her past life or the present, she had never witnessed Wang Chen display such audacity before her. Now, with his arrival, he had presented her with a striking visual impact, even through the vibrant fabric of the shorts. For the first time in millennia, across both her previous and current existence, she beheld Wang Chen in such a state of undress before her. What had become of the fairy sister? Wang Chen felt rather indifferent as he changed into the robe he had just picked up from the table. In fact, there was a hint of intentionality behind his actions, a desire to exact a small measure of revenge on Jiang Lingxian. Although his intention was to retaliate against her past self, the present incarnation was not significantly different, as they were, after all, the same person. Observing Jiang Lingxian's mortified and indignant profile, her ears flushed crimson. Wang Chen found his thoughts slightly adrift. Were it the woman from his previous life, she would likely have merely regarded him with a cold, scrutinizing gaze, her expression betraying no hint of emotion. Indeed, it seems that the feelings forged in the early stages of acquaintance are the most genuine. How can you so casually change your attire before my very eyes? Jiang Lingxian, with her back turned to Wang Chen, struggled to suppress her embarrassment, yet her voice carried an undertone of both indignation and shyness. It's quite all right. You need not apologize to me. If you wish to look, then look, hee. Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian, revealing his charming visage as their eyes met, and he spoke with fervent confidence. You are truly incomprehensible, utterly shameless. Were it not for your exceptional talent, I would undoubtedly cast you down the mountain. Upon hearing Wang Chen's audacious declaration, Jiang Lingxian's resolve hardened, her delicate fists concealed beneath the sleeves of her white dress clenched tightly. Yet, it was evident that her bravado was merely for show. If Wang Chen were to truly vanish, she would be driven to madness. I apologize, she conceded. I shall be more mindful the next time I change in your presence. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen lowered his head and hurriedly began to apologize, genuinely fearing he might have overstepped and be cast down the mountain. Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by the scene, felt a flicker of regret, questioning whether her words had been too harsh. However, a sudden realization struck her. He still desired another chance. With this thought, Jiang Lingxian's expression shifted, her delicate brows furrowed, 3 parts shyness mingling with 7 parts indignation, as she coldly fixed her gaze upon Wang Chen. Very well, then, there shall be no next time. Wang Chen felt a surge of unease as he fixated on her, hastily speaking up while simultaneously whispering to himself, perhaps next time. Alas, since she was already attired, he urged, come with me. Only then did Jiang Lingxian shift her gaze, which was imbued with a frosty elegance and a hint of languor, and coldly replied, where to? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen, although fully aware of their destination, feigned confusion and inquired. At this moment, it was evident that Jiang Lingxian was leading him to the place where one awakens their innate abilities. It was also at this very location that he encountered the first child of fortune, Qin Yafan. Awakening the constitution, Jiang Lingxian offered no further elaboration, merely responding in a frosty tone before she began to stride outward. Along the way, Wang Chen, seemingly intentionally, gently tugged at the sleeve of Jiang Lingxian's white gown as they walked past the scrutinizing gazes of the disciples from the Tai Su immortal sect. Jiang Lingxian noticed the tug on her sleeve and lightly pulled it back, wishing to maintain the appropriate distance between them. Whether in her past life or the present, she had grown accustomed to keeping a subtle distance from her disciple. Thus, her action seemed quite normal to Wang Chen, given that she had behaved this way for a millennium in her previous life. Nevertheless, Wang Chen remained undeterred and cautiously grasped her sleeve once more. Jiang Lingxian felt a slight furrowing of her brow, though she silently withdrew her hand again. After several exchanges of this nature, she finally turned her delicate face towards Wang Chen, her expression cold and piercing. You, fairy sister, I suffer from a touch of social anxiety. Before Jiang Lingxian could finish her sentence, Wang Chen lifted his eyes, his handsome visage embodying a pitiful plea as he gazed at her. Jiang Lingxian found herself unable to withstand Wang Chen's woeful expression. Her icy reprimand suddenly caught in her throat. What do you mean? With her brow furrowed, she regarded Wang Chen's pitiable demeanor, and her previously frigid tone softened slightly. It's just, Why do they keep staring at me? I'm a bit frightened. After Wang Chen spoke, he cautiously observed Jiang Lingshan's reaction, eager to discern her next move. It was undoubtedly false to claim fear in his past life. He had faced thousands of celestial sovereigns, dozens of half-step emperors, and 2 emperors without a hint of trepidation. How could he possibly be intimidated by this? There is no need to pay it any mind. Oh. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's expression dimmed slightly. He nonchalantly uttered an "oh," lowering his head in a somewhat despondent manner as he followed along. Indeed, this cold and unyielding woman remained unchanged. Wang Chen distinctly recalled that in his previous life, the situation had been similar at this very moment. However, unlike in his past existence, he now bore the weight of a millennium's worth of experience. And he felt a tinge of trepidation under the scrutinizing gazes surrounding him. After all, as he traversed this path towards the military tomb, he found himself the subject of scrutiny from no fewer than 500 disciples of the Taisu sect, all of whom were cultivators. He reminisced about the events of yore. Wang Chen could not help but feel a pang of sadness mixed with an inexplicable urge to laugh, for he realized how somewhat foolish he had been in the past. Sigh. At that moment, he suddenly heard a soft sigh from Jiang Lingshan. As he looked up in confusion, he was met with the sight of the ethereal Jiang Lingshan, resembling a celestial being, gently extending the sleeve of her white dress towards him. Subsequently, she maintained a frosty gaze, her long, exquisite eyelashes quivering slightly, yet she remained silent. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen gradually broke into a cheerful smile, for it seemed that the fish had taken the bait. Yet, his heart unwittingly felt considerably warmer. Wang Chen grasped the pristine, delicately fragrant sleeve of Jiang Lingshan, lifting his chin and standing tall as he began to walk. In that moment, all traces of his previous social anxiety vanished. As if he had suddenly found a pillar of support, striding forward with an air of confidence that disregarded all else. Is this newfound courage truly so effortless? Jiang Lingshan inquired softly, observing Wang Chen, who clung to her sleeve and appeared transformed as he walked beside her. With the celestial being, Ziki, safeguarding me. I am certainly fearless, he replied. As Wang Chen spoke, he gently swayed his head, responding to Jiang Lingshan in a melodic tone. Jiang Lingshan was momentarily taken aback by this scene, her cool, beautiful eyes slightly dazed as they fixed upon Wang Chen, as if she were recalling something. What was the matter? Wang Chen was somewhat bewildered by Jiang Lingshan's gaze. He furrowed his brow and tilted his head in confusion, inquiring with a glance. I have already stated that you should address me as master. Should you refer to me otherwise again, I shall invoke the regulations of our master-disciple relationship. Jiang Lingshan, regaining her composure, suppressed the memories and emotions of her past life as she walked, once more correcting Wang Chen's form of address. Meanwhile, an inexplicable sense of unease and bewilderment stirred within her. She could not fathom why this incarnation of Wang Chen chose not to call her master anymore. Could it be that her reincarnation had somehow altered his disposition in this life? Oh, well, Wang Chen remained, as ever, agreeable to Jiang Lingshan, intending to continue calling her fairy sister the next time. He sought to subtly and imperceptibly distort the image he had long held as her disciple in her heart. Approaching their destination, Jiang Lingshan gently tugged at the tightly grasped sleeve and lifted her lovely eyes to signal Wang Chen. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The heavenly forbidden divine body. The awakening steel burst forth with a flash of golden light, and from the steel emerged a resonant voice. Below the awakening steel, a frenzied youth watched in astonishment at his hands and body. I've succeeded. Ha! I have become an immortal, he exclaimed. I shall ascend to the 9th heaven and create chaos. The youth stood on the platform, gazing skyward, his eyes brimming with murderous intent as he shouted wildly. It was absurd for one with a broken Tao body, cursed by 9 chains of heavenly law, to rejoice so excessively. Get lost. Hurry down. Don't disrupt those waiting behind. Stop your nonsensical celebration. Yet, before the ecstatic youth could utter another joyous word, an elder on the platform kicked him off. Observing this, Jiang Lingshan, maintaining her composure, led Wang Chen towards the elder on the platform, her white dress billowing gracefully in the wind. Such a beautiful sight was undeniably captivating, causing those behind who wished to ascend the platform to pause momentarily, allowing the saintess of the Taishu immortal sect, Jiang Lingshan, to take precedence. She led Wang Chen ahead. However, it was but a fleeting moment before the crowd's gaze shifted to the strikingly handsome Wang Chen behind Jiang Lingshan. Who was this man? They wondered, astonished that he could hold the sleeve of the saintess. Countless eyes scrutinized Wang Chen, filled with envy, jealousy, and hostility, particularly among the male disciples. After all, During sect competitions and various special occasions, they had all pursued Jiang Lingxian, though their gifts were often returned before they even had the chance to see her. This did not prevent their animosity towards Wang Chen. While at this moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian appeared quite well matched in appearance, the disciples of Taishu, unfamiliar with Wang Chen's identity, were naturally resentful, particularly the male disciples who bore the most hostility. Wang Chen once again felt the gaze of his disciples, and surprisingly, he was not taken aback. A faint smile played at the corners of his lips. Qin Yefan, as long as I have even a single opportunity to eliminate you, you shall surely meet your demise in this lifetime. Wang Chen subtly shifted his gaze, imbued with a murderous intent, gradually locking eyes with a man in the audience whose gaze was tinged with jealousy. In a past life, at this moment by the awakening steel, Qin Yefan had yet to become his adversary. The enmity would arise the day after the awakening of their constitution. During the time when the disciples of Tai Su ventured to the armory to select their respective weapons, it was then that Qin Yefan, consumed by jealousy of him as the disciple of the holy maiden Jiang Ling, provocatively spoke out while choosing his weapon in the armory. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen reacted swiftly, launching himself into the air and delivering a resounding slap that left Qin Yefan's face askew. The two then engaged in a frenzied battle within the confines of the tomb. At that time, Wang Chen had only recently traversed into this realm, having trained for no more than 2 days. Fortunately, the energy from the awakening tablet and the presence of the system allowed him to hold his ground, resulting in a stalemate as both sustained grievous wounds. Meanwhile, Qin Yefan, observing from below, furrowed his brow and met Wang Chen's gaze with an unyielding intensity. The seemingly indifferent gaze of Wang Chen, laced with a subtle yet palpable intent to kill, compelled most disciples to instinctively lower their heads. After all, the countless lives he had taken in his past life were not without consequence. The ordinary individual could easily be intimidated by the deliberate aura of menace that emanated from his eyes. As he locked eyes with Qin Yefan, Wang Chen revealed a mocking smile, inciting a surge of anger that turned Qin's face a shade of green. However, after Jiang Lingxian guided Wang Chen to stand before the elder, she discreetly drew him behind her with the hem of her sleeve, maintaining an air of silence. Upon witnessing her unexpected actions, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback and could only obediently avert his gaze, refraining from provoking Qin Yefan any further. Nevertheless, he could not shake the feeling that this incarnation of Jiang Lingxian, although still frosty and aloof, emanated an indescribable warmth and enigmatic tenderness that seemed to soften her icy demeanor. Was this merely an illusion, or had last night's intimacy transformed her in some way? What purpose did the saintess serve in this place? As Wang Chen pondered these questions, the elderly figure across from him had already begun to greet Jiang Lingxian with utmost respect. Having awakened your physique, I kindly request Elder Zhang to assign someone to guide us to a solitary monument for further awakening. Jiang Lingxian's voice, though cool and distant, possessed an alluring quality that compelled one to desire to hear more. No need. I shall awaken right here. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen hurriedly called out to Jiang Lingxian and Elder Zhang. He recalled that in his previous life, the awakening monument had revealed him to be the nine-yang divine body, yet the crucial word chaos had not appeared. Jiang Lingxian required his nine-yang divine body to suppress the chilling forces within her. Thus, she would undoubtedly be reluctant to part with him. Therefore, Wang Chen's current objective was to instill in Jiang Lingxian a sense of urgency, as if he could be taken away by another woman at any moment. A strategist must immerse themselves in the game. He was wagering on Lingxian. Should he triumph, the bed would serve as the arena, with him atop and her beneath, a desire for transcendence that bordered on madness. Conversely, should he lose, it could lead to his retreat, a retreat that might last a lifetime. No. At that moment, upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her icy, melodious voice rising to hail them. If Wang Chen underwent this awakening, numerous elder women would undoubtedly vie for him. Moreover, should the news of the nine-yang divine body leak, various sects outside the Tai Su immortal sect would come to poach him. Yet, Wang Chen remained impervious to her concerns, dismissing her pleas. With a swift motion, he released Jiang Lingxian's white sleeve and dashed toward the awakening monument, pressing his hand upon it. Jiang Lingxian, not holding his hand, momentarily failed to react and pull him back. In an instant, before the multitude of disciples gathered below, the awakening monument erupted in a dazzling display of light. The next moment, a resounding voice emanated from within the monument, accompanied by an intensely radiant red light that shot skyward. Nine-yang divine body. As the voice resonated, Wang Chen felt several streams of energy surging into his body from the awakening monument. He did not resist, for this was a natural process. These energies were the nurturing response from the awakening monument following the awakening of his physique. This was also the crucial factor that had allowed him to contend against Qin Yefan, who was at the third level of the spirit-building realm, resulting in both sustaining significant injuries. In that very instant, as these energies flooded into him, Wang Chen sensed his realm begin to soar at an astonishing rate, from the first layer of body refinement to the fifth, culminating at the pinnacle of the ninth layer of body refinement. His realm ascended from 0 to the peak of the ninth layer, before finally coming to a halt. Wang Chen felt an overwhelming surge of boundless strength coursing through his body, a sensation of transcendence that was exhilarating to the point of almost soaring into the sky. It was akin to the experience of a fitness enthusiast who has just completed an intense workout, veins prominently bulging, acutely aware of the potent force residing within. Upon achieving his objective, Wang Chen slowly retracted his hand, feigning a semblance of guilt as he turned to gaze once more at Jiang Lingxian. However, at that moment, the atmosphere was already rife with a cacophony of voices, as countless female elders surged towards them from a distance. Without exception, all eyes were fixed on Wang Chen, eager for him to accept them as his mentors. "Follow me." Jiang Lingxian's expression was cold and somber, her heart overwhelmed with an intense sense of impending danger as she beheld the approaching female elders. Hey. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt his form suddenly lift, and then everything around him fell into a serene silence. The two quickly returned to the room where their initial intimacy had blossomed. At this moment, Wang Chen stood with his head bowed to one side, while Jiang Lingxian stood before him, gazing at him with a cold stare. That familiar sensation from a previous life surged back within him. Were it not for his masculinity, he might have been struck by a chill. However, it had been a long time since he had experienced such an intense feeling of being scrutinized to the point of near paralysis, and now, inexplicably, he felt a sense of reassurance. Wang Chen stood by, seemingly hesitant to speak, yet his mind was a cacophony of murmurs. Why must one act impulsively? Jiang Lingxian exuded an aura of chilling coldness. Her voice, frigid to the core, resonated with an overwhelming sense of indignation. I had no inkling that I possessed such a constitution. Wang Chen lowered his head, his voice scarcely audible, akin to the faint buzz of a mosquito. He appeared to be deeply intimidated by Jiang Lingxian's furious demeanor. My master has clearly stated that it is forbidden. Why then do you insist on reaching out to touch the awakening steel? The emergence of a supreme physique such as the nine-yang divine body is fraught with innumerable troubles. Jiang Lingxian's icy expression bore down on Wang Chen. Her words articulated with a chilling, albeit irate, precision. Wang Chen feigned a look of fear, slightly raising his head and taking a small step back, displaying an expression of trepidation towards her. Upon noticing Wang Chen's desire to distance himself, Jiang Lingxian felt a surge of irritation. In her anger, she took another step forward, closing the gap between them. Wang Chen feigned fear once more, retreating incessantly. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian became increasingly infuriated and relentlessly advanced towards him. Ultimately, she cornered Wang Chen against the wall of the room, leaving him with no avenue for escape. Wang Chen could no longer endure the situation. He feigned a determined expression, gritting his teeth as he began to demonstrate his tea artistry. If the fairy sister found it troublesome, she could simply hand him over to another master for guidance. Sparing herself the burden, Wang Chen presented a facade of concern for her, yet it was merely a tactical retreat, catching Jiang Lingxian completely off guard. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, her indignation and icy demeanor momentarily faltering, evaporating into thin air. As she gazed at Wang Chen, cornered against the wall, her eyes unknowingly reddened, and her heart ached painfully. Perhaps sensing the sting in her nose, Jiang Lingxian swiftly turned her back, refusing to look at Wang Chen any longer. At the moment she heard Wang Chen express a desire to seek mentorship from another, her tears nearly escaped her control. Such a thing was intolerable, absolutely unacceptable. With her back to Wang Chen, her figure trembled subtly, and without uttering a word, she turned and departed. As Jiang Lingxian exited, the door slammed shut, leaving a bewildered Wang Chen in the room. Had she truly just cried? Wang Chen stood in a daze against the corner, pondering whether a single night of intimacy could have already stirred feelings within her heart. Yet, that seemed improbable, given his current thoughts. The present Jiang Lingxian ought to be cold and unyielding, delivering a scathing reprimand, only to ultimately keep him by her side. However, If it were the Jiang Lingxian from his previous life who heard of his desire to take another as his master, there was a chance she might lose her composure. Surely, she could not have also been reborn? That seemed unlikely. When I was besieged in the abyss of demons, she was still in seclusion. So she should still be alive. Wang Chen stood in place, utterly perplexed, as an increasing itch atop his head suggested the onset of cerebral growth. Dear little host. The system in his mind mused, it seems your beloved fairy sister was on the verge of tears just now. Could it be that the allure of a canine host is so profound? Has a single night of embrace instilled within her an indelible affection? The system, deep in contemplation, appeared to rest its right hand, marked with a check, against its chin, lost in thought. Wang Chen also felt a sense of perplexity at this moment. Jiang Lingxian should not be behaving in such a manner. Nevertheless, it is of little consequence. Let her reflect on why her disciple would seek to take another as a mentor. Wang Chen had no intention of engaging in internal strife. He approached the bedside and seated himself with a decisive motion, unleashing 2 bursts of flame from his hands. However, these flames were not ordinary. They were chaotic in hue. A swirling interplay of black and white, infused with an ethereal essence that hinted at the power to influence the void itself. Whoosh! Wang Chen clasped his hands, concealing the chaotic flames that seemed capable of scorching through the very fabric of the void, and revealed a smile. In this new life, he resolutely refused to believe that his fate would mirror that of his past existence, where he was ultimately besieged and slain following the tribulation of the emperor. At this moment, the Xian Guang treasure pagoda, the blood dragon tree, the heavenly Dao pearl, and numerous other treasures had yet to emerge, their whereabouts shrouded in mystery. Wang Chen pondered the treasures he had acquired in his previous life, as well as the myriad opportunities seized by the favored children of destiny. Rest assured, my host, I have meticulously recorded the 10 most formidable treasures. By expending source points, you can pinpoint their locations. The system, observing Wang Chen's contemplative demeanor, seemed to perceive his thoughts and offered a timely reminder. Ah, splendid. In this life, we shall join forces to seize every opportunity that comes our way. By the way, the disciples awakening their physiques tomorrow must also venture to the armory. We shall conveniently snatch away Qin Yafan's fortune there. Wang Chen, having completed his calculations in his mind, then waved his hand to unveil the attributes panel of the system. Wang Chen, Constitution, Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm, Peak of the 9th layer of body refinement. Technique, Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space, none. Origin points, 0. Comprehensive evaluation, a humanoid at the peak of the 9th layer of body refinement. System, is there any means to prevent being enchanted? Otherwise, I fear I shall once again be at the mercy of Jiang Lingxian tonight. As Wang Chen spoke, he opened the system shop, and instantly, 9 golden cards floated before him. The mechanism of the system mall is rather peculiar. It refreshes 9 golden cards daily for the host to unveil, with a variety of items appearing at random. I could stealthily pilfer the essence of the Dao to forge golden cards to place in the mall for you to uncover, but it would require a substantial amount of essence points. Can we arrange for credit? Are you pondering whether Jiang Lingxian consumes excrement? Well, is that something one can even articulate? Oh, system, could you hold back a moment and squeeze out some essence points? I promise to return double the amount later. What do you think? Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, the system fell into silence, seemingly hesitating on how to extract some essence points. Wang Chen observed that there was no response for quite some time, so he decided to peruse the 9 golden cards within the system's marketplace. The first item, Crow's Flight Technique, priced at 100 source points. The second item, Panga's Essence, priced at an astronomical 999, 999, 999. The third item, Wooden Carved Clay Horse, priced at, damn. Once again, it is that foolish Panga's Essence. Good grief, it has followed me for 2 lifetimes. Upon seeing the image of the product, the primordial blood of Pangu, Wang Chen could not restrain himself from unleashing a torrent of invective. After incessantly refreshing the page until only 2 items remained, he had already relinquished any hope. He raised his hand to click on the 8th golden card, which playfully swayed before suddenly flipping over. The 8th item, Fragrant Incense to Smoke, Poisonous Elixir to Consume, priced at 1,000 source points. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the product's blatant name, furrowing his brow as he clicked on the description below. Product, fragrant smoke to inhale, poisonous pill to consume. Description, a disposable item. It renders one impervious to all fragrances and toxins for a duration of 12 hours. However, once the effect dissipates, the poison will immediately take effect. It is indeed disposable. and the fact that it triggers instant toxicity once the effect fades explains its remarkably low price. Wang Chen glanced at the words disposable items, then contemplated the effects of 12 hours. After a moment of reflection, he implored the system, "Please, come forth quickly. Is it possible to extract a few source points for my use? I beg you." Wang Chen pondered for a moment, ultimately deciding to indulge the system with his charming demeanor, gritting his teeth to make the purchase. Based on the experiences of the previous night, he was confident that the alluring fragrance concocted by Jiang Lingxian posed no danger, thus there was no cause for concern. Although he would only have a single night to relish the tantalizing intimacy it promised, his desire to buy it remained fervent. Worst case, he could simply pilfer additional weapons from the armory the next day to convert into source points to repay the system. Well, fine. But you must return 3,000 source points to me. After some persistent coaxing from Wang Chen, the system eventually acquiesced. Following the system's agreement, Wang Chen's source points increased by 1,000, and the system silently withdrew. 3,000 source points are but a trifling matter. I shall retrieve ample weapons from the armory tomorrow. Wang Chen, having obtained 1,000 source points, purchased the 8th item, murmuring to himself that he would repay the system threefold. Once everything was settled, he cast a sweeping glance around his surroundings. The space was quite simple yet immaculate. Furnished with a table, 3 chairs, a large bed, and bedding, all constructed of wood. It felt like a remarkably familiar environment, upon reflection. It had been nearly 9 centuries since he last returned to this room. Sitting cross-legged on the bed, Wang Chen surveyed the well-known surroundings, allowing a wave of nostalgia to wash over him. He then settled into a meditative state, activating the Chaos 9 Yang divine art. At the stage of body refinement, one could only attach spiritual energy to oneself, unable to project it outward, which essentially meant the absence of long-range attacks. Wang Chen now intends to break through to the spirit-building realm, capable of projecting spiritual energy before the night descends, relying on the chaotic 9 Yang divine art. System, remember to wake me when evening arrives. I shall feign slumber. Heh. The host's antics are truly perverse. Deceiving the innocent future empress, Jiang Lingxian, is one thing, but aspiring to become a mentor to a rebellious disciple is quite another. The system, grasping Wang Chen's intent, could not help but respond with a cold, mechanical tone laced with sarcasm. Wang Chen appeared to reminisce about the previous night, smiling softly without offering a response, soon enveloping himself in a state of cultivation. He continued his practice until the evening, around the hour of you, which is approximately 5 o'clock. Crack! A crisp sound erupted from within Wang Chen, and the surrounding spiritual energy began to converge frantically. He had entered the spirit establishment realm. The barrier of this realm was shattered. A light sheen of sweat appeared on Wang Chen's forehead, yet his spirit felt invigorated and refreshed. He kept his eyes closed, immersing himself in the depths of his cultivation, striving to enhance his strength as much as possible. This was essential to confront Qin Yefan, the progeny of fortune at the 3rd tier of the spirit establishment, who sought to seize his opportunity within the Tomb of Warriors. After an extended period of cultivation, reaching the hour of the pig, around 10 p.m., Wang Chen's aura had ascended to the pinnacle of the 1st tier of the spirit establishment realm. This was the remarkable prowess of the Chaos 9 Sun divine body, which allowed him to break through 9 tiers in merely half a day. Moreover, with the accompanying cultivation technique, the Chaos 9 Sun scripture, progressing below the Spirit King realm became effortlessly achievable. The alarm bells chimed incessantly, disturbing the tranquility as if to announce, "Attention, time to wake up." Wang Chen was startled by the sudden voice resonating in his mind and promptly opened his eyes. "Is this how you want me to call you? And yet you scold me, foul host." All right, it is my fault. Wang Chen, resigned to his fate, gazed into the pitch-black surroundings and quietly laid down upon the bed. He delved into the system's storage space, where he beheld a golden card inscribed with 10 characters. A smile blossoming upon his face akin to that of a child savoring candy. Use. Ding. The enchanting fragrance was successfully activated as if smoked, while the toxic elixir was consumed like confectionery, and the effects commenced. Yet, there was naught to be felt. Wang Chen lay upon his bed, languidly gazing at the ceiling, quietly awaiting the arrival of the one who occupied his thoughts. Unbeknownst to him, the unassuming incense burner upon the table had begun to emit an ethereal, scentless fragrance. Oh. Yes, system, please mask my cultivation to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm. Post the awakening stone's energy infusion. It would be rather peculiar if I were to ascend to the pinnacle of the first layer of the spirit establishment realm in a single day before receiving any techniques from Jiang Lingxian. All right. The realm masking feature has been activated. Current debt stands at 4,000 source points. As the system's words resonated, Wang Chen's cultivation aura was suppressed to the 9th layer of the body refinement realm, while in reality, he remained at the spirit establishment realm. Thus, Wang Chen engaged in banter with the system, and after approximately half an hour, sounds began to emerge from outside. Soft footsteps echoed at the door, a sound that Wang Chen could discern clearly with his acute hearing. He swiftly turned his body, facing away from the entrance, and closed his eyes, anxiously awaiting the arrival of the visitor. Master, I'm here. Your beloved little mentor has arrived. He. The system's excitement reverberated within his mind, as if it were on the verge of bursting with laughter. Do not call out. I am not deaf, the system taunted, reveling in the whimsical tension of their late-night rendezvous. Just call, ha ha ha. Wang Chen could not contain his frustration and began to silently curse the system within his mind, until the footsteps behind him suddenly halted at the bedside. In a fleeting moment, he felt a warm and delicate figure gently settle onto the bed, embracing him from behind. The person behind him seemed to harbor lingering doubts, as a subtle, tender chill of spiritual energy coursed into his body, causing him to relax involuntarily. Goodness, while one can easily evade an overt attack, a concealed strike is far more challenging to defend against. Jiang Lingxian has resorted to such tactics again. How can I possibly escape this? Wang Chen could only perceive his body gradually succumbing to weakness, ultimately becoming feeble and pliable, yielding to Jiang Lingxian's manipulation. After completing these procedures, the individual behind him gently turned Wang Chen over, their movements executed with utmost caution. Wang Chen dared not open his eyes, feeling Jiang Lingxian's gentle embrace gradually enveloping him in warmth. His arms were tenderly positioned around her slender waist, softly cradling her delicate form. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian's arms tightened, as if she feared Wang Chen might slip away from her grasp. Hey, not so tight. It's a bit constricting. Oh no, I'm being smothered. Please ease up. I can hardly breathe. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian restrained her tightening hold, granting the feigning asleep Wang Chen a moment to catch his breath. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's long eyelashes fluttered, her crystalline gaze fixed upon the slumbering Wang Chen, and her lips pressed together. She began to sob softly. Disciple. Master did not intend for this during the day. I was merely afraid that others would take you away from me. I am truly sorry. Please do not consider taking another as your teacher, will you? Her voice bore an exquisite fragility, contrasting starkly with the icy demeanor she had displayed earlier. Disciple. It has been so difficult for Master to see you again. I beseech you, do not leave me once more. As she spoke, she buried her face into Wang Chen's chest, tears cascading down her cheeks as she recalled the words he had spoken earlier. As Wang Chen felt his chest gradually dampened by tears, an overwhelming shock surged within him. In his previous life, at this very moment, Jiang Lingxian would never have wept in his embrace. What on earth was happening? The familiar address of Master echoed in his mind, prompting a conjecture. Could it be that Jiang Lingxian had indeed undergone a similar reincarnation as he had? Moreover, it seemed her rebirth occurred much earlier than his own. No, that couldn't be right. He needed to listen more closely, for the likelihood of both of them being reborn was exceedingly slim. Wang Chen allowed Jiang Lingxian to warmly embrace him, quietly closing his eyes and feigning sleep as he awaited her subsequent words. Disciple, Master truly fears. Fears deeply that you wish to seek another teacher, she lamented, her tone growing increasingly choked and somber. The once clear timbre of her voice became muffled and indistinct, exuding a heart-wrenching vulnerability. As Wang Chen listened, his heart began to melt. This was the first time in a millennium that he had witnessed Jiang Lingxian in such a state. I'm so sorry, truly sorry. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian unexpectedly began to apologize, leaving Wang Chen, who was pretending to be asleep, utterly bewildered. However, as she continued to speak, he gradually began to comprehend her words. Though he was primarily left in a state of profound shock, in his previous life, he had been besieged and slain in the demonic abyss, while his master remained in seclusion. Woa. Master truly did not know that I was about to face the Emperor's tribulation. I'm so sorry, my disciple. I apologize. Jiang Lingxian seemed to be expressing the grievances Wang Chen had endured earlier that day, ordinarily reticent. She found herself speaking more freely under the veil of night. She feared to voice these thoughts while Wang Chen was awake, apprehensive of startling him. as he had only recently come to know her in this lifetime. Yet, Jiang Lingxian had forgotten that even in her past life, after each of Wang Chen's heartfelt confessions, she would only dare to embrace him in the stillness of night, sharing sentiments that remained unspoken in the light of day. She resembled a self-restrained individual plagued by insecurity, finding it difficult to allow anyone into her shadowy emotional realm. No. Is it possible that she has truly been reincarnated? In that moment, as Wang Chen absorbed the sound of Jiang Lingxian's tears and her words, he stood in stunned disbelief regarding her revelations. He couldn't help but recall that in her previous life, she indeed had been unaware of his impending emperor-level tribulation, confident in his ability to endure the trial. He had refrained from informing her, choosing instead to enter the forbidden zone alone to confront the tribulation. And indeed, he had successfully weathered the emperor's tribulation, prepared to depart. Little did he anticipate, however, that he had yet to face an even more formidable trial, the Thousand Souls tribulation, a fate far greater than the emperor's. Wang Chen never anticipated that a multitude of vengeful children of fate would suddenly emerge, laying ambush to encircle and slay him. From the perspective of those children of fate, it strangely resembled a collective effort to vanquish a formidable antagonist. Although that motley crew had been vanquished by his master, the reality remained that his disciple, in a previous life, could no longer be found, no matter how fervently he searched. Jiang Lingxian's once melodious voice now trembled with a despondent quaver, imbued with an overwhelming sense of helplessness and vulnerability. After uttering those words, Jiang Lingxian held Wang Chen for an extended period, her soft, labored breaths betraying her turmoil. Yet, despite her tight embrace, thoughts of Wang Chen's words from earlier that day gnawed at her heart, intensifying her anguish. She was engulfed by an overwhelming fear of losing him once more, terrified that someone else might claim him. Her deepest desire was to keep Wang Chen by her side forever, preventing anyone from taking him away. Yet, Jiang Lingxian constantly admonished herself against such a twisted notion. Recognizing the selfishness of her thoughts and the potential to frighten her disciple, possibly resulting in the opposite of her intentions. Regardless of their past or present, she could only voice her buried sentiments when he was ensconced in slumber. The taboo of a master-disciple relationship weighed heavily on her, particularly given her profound concerns about it. At the core of her apprehension lay a childhood devoid of love. The traumatic experiences with her once beloved parents instilled a deep-seated fear of intimacy. The closer someone was, the more she feared being hurt. Jiang Lingxian dreaded the dissolution of their master-disciple bond, for transforming Wang Chen into a husband would leave her feeling profoundly insecure. The existing relationship offered her a modicum of safety, as she believed he would not abandon her. Thus, in Wang Chen's recollections of her during his moments of clarity, she had always appeared cold and unapproachable, indifferent to his advances. This semblance of a master-disciple relationship, which provided her with a fragile sense of safety, unknowingly persisted for millennia. It was not until Wang Chen's demise, when fury propelled her to slay 8 realms with her sword, that she ultimately chose to end her own life in a tragic act of devotion. Oh, host of chaos! What would happen if you were to suddenly awaken and acknowledge your own reincarnation at this moment? As Wang Chen grappled with the tumult stirred by Jiang Lingxian, the voice of the system echoed in astonishment. Based on my comprehensive understanding of her, both physically and psychologically, she might be filled with uncontainable joy, or perhaps overwhelmed with disbelief, questioning whether this was merely an illusion. However, it is certain that our relationship would gradually revert to the familiar dynamics of our past lives. Thus, the cycle would repeat. She would perpetually refuse to cross boundaries under the guise of her master, rendering your mission eternally unattainable. It was evident that her childhood traumas had shaped her fears, not of breaking our master-disciple bond, but of the possibility that once I became her partner and claimed her wholly, I might one day betray her trust. Wang Chen possessed an intimate understanding of Jiang Lingxian, and with a sense of melancholy, he replied to the system without the slightest hesitation. He could confidently assert that, apart from Jiang Lingxian herself, no one else, having lingered by her side for a millennium, could comprehend her essence as profoundly as he did. In his previous life, he had harbored no desire to maintain a mentor-student relationship with Jiang Lingxian, and in this incarnation, he was even more resolute in avoiding the repetition of past mistakes. Approximately a century into his apprenticeship, he had developed an intense affection for her, pursuing her for a total of 9 centuries, remaining unwed, and showing no interest in any other woman. Yet, in the end, his feelings failed to penetrate her heart. She consistently rebuffed him with an icy demeanor, maintaining a distance under the guise of their teacher-student bond. In Wang Chen's heart lingered a vague melancholy, as he savored the delicate fragrance of the person nestled within his embrace and the soft murmurings that escaped her lips, his thoughts a tangled web. Disciple, do not depart from your master, do not leave, do not. Jiang Lingxian gradually seemed to weep herself into exhaustion, instinctively burying her face in the warmth of Wang Chen's neck and drifting into slumber. Upon sensing the stillness of the person beside him, Wang Chen cautiously opened his eyes. Taking a careful glance, once he confirmed that the other had succumbed to slumber, he swiftly unveiled his profound and spirited gaze, fixating intently on Jiang Lingxian. Subsequently, Wang Chen felt the gentle yet pervasive chill of spiritual energy enveloping him, which rendered his entire being languid, prompting the eruption of chaotic flames from within. Indeed, it could dissolve. It seemed that Jiang Lingxian, fearing to inflict harm upon him, refrained from allowing too much of the chilling spiritual energy to penetrate his being. Wang Chen felt the gradual restoration of sensation and control over his body, a flicker of joy illuminating his expression as he fervently melted away the cold energy within. Ultimately, he regained complete mastery over his physical form. Wang Chen then directed his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian's exquisite visage, feeling an inexplicable thrill coursing through him, igniting a wave of excitement. This was the first time in his 2 lifetimes that he could quietly admire Jiang Lingxian from such a close distance. Within an almost tangible reach, Wang Chen felt the warmth of Jiang Lingxian as she buried her head into the crook of his neck, their postures reflecting an intimate embrace. Ultimately, he could not resist the urge to extend his hand and gently caress her delicate and beautiful face. Jiang Lingxian appeared genuinely exhausted from tears, or perhaps her heart was wounded by Wang Chen during the day. Now, nestled in his warm embrace, she slept deeply, unresponsive to her surroundings. Noticing her stillness, Wang Chen carefully wrapped his hand, which had been pinned beneath her slender frame, around her, gradually pulling her closer. Subsequently, he leaned down slightly, his handsome visage hovering near her pale brow, where he placed a soft, tender kiss. Master, in this lifetime, I wish not to remain your disciple. After all, in my previous life, I vowed before my demise that if I were to be reborn, I would resolutely spur you on. With a voice tinged with a magnetic softness, Wang Chen gently whispered those 2 sentences into Jiang Lingxian's ear. He then reclined once more, and the 2 resumed their previous positions. That night, in a rare moment of deep slumber, Jiang Lingxian found herself dreaming again. In the depths of an inky void, her past life's Wang Chen suddenly appeared before her, enveloping her in a tight embrace. He even kissed her forehead in the dream, yet she found herself immobile, her eyes wide open, helplessly watching. Just before Wang Chen's form began to dissolve, he imparted 2 sentences to her. Master, I no longer wish to remain your disciple. After all, I swore before my death that in the next life, I would be relentless in urging you on. In that dream, upon hearing Wang Chen's first sentence, Jiang Lingxian's immediate reaction was to reflect on their master-disciple relationship and the shadows lurking in her heart, instinctively wanting to reject him as she had in her previous life. However, upon hearing his second sentence, a pang of anguish gripped her heart as she suddenly realized this was but a dream. As her awareness dawned, Wang Chen's figure swiftly began to fade, her consciousness returning, and the dream rapidly crumbled around her. No, don't. Just before dawn. Jiang Lingxian abruptly awoke in Wang Chen's embrace, tears glistening at the corners of her eyes, her heart in disarray. Had this fellow been plagued by a nightmare? With his eyes closed, Wang Chen was startled awake by the sudden arrival of Jiang Lingxian, though he managed to suppress the instinctive urge to flinch. Do not leave, master. Please. In the fleeting moment of her awakening, Jiang Lingxian caught sight of Wang Chen, and her initial panic began to dissipate, replaced by a semblance of calm. Yet, she clung to him tightly, her lips moving in a fervent chant, as if she could not bear the thought of being apart from him. As the morning light filtered through the window, Jiang Lingxian, still feeling vulnerable, held onto Wang Chen for nearly half an hour. Ultimately, with great reluctance, she gently released her embrace. In Wang Chen's perception, the person beside him stirred softly, then began to erase any remnants of their shared moment. The door creaked open, then shut with a final protest as Jiang Lingxian departed. After a brief interval, Wang Chen could no longer resist the urge to sit up. Finding himself on the edge of the bed, struggling to regain his composure, he had no intention of revealing to Jiang Lingxian that he too had been reborn. He would contemplate whether to share such a truth only after they had become partners on their journey. He was resolute in his belief that, having lived 2 lives, he understood Jiang Lingxian completely. He had even caught a fleeting glimpse of her true form, one of the 4 great divine beasts, the most formidable of them all. Wang Chen recollected that in his previous life, in an earnest attempt to understand her comprehensively. He was discovered and subsequently subjected to a punishment of being suspended upside down from the dragon tree, enduring a staggering 4,900 lashes. That instance marked the most severe reprimand administered by Jiang Lingxian, with the willow whip striking so fiercely that sparks flew, nearly sending Wang Chen to meet the king of hell. Yet, he harbored no regrets afterward, for in that fleeting glance, he felt as though he had been resurrected from the dead in his past existence. Thus, in this lifetime, should she continue to rebuff him, Wang Chen contemplated the drastic measure of finding a block of tofu to end his own life. Given that Jiang Lingxian too had been reborn, it implied that she would be more amenable to his advances. He chuckled to himself. Ding ding ding. Host, as I was perusing the records of my previous life, a particular incident suddenly came to mind. It seems that today, an auspicious opportunity will be seized beneath the tree by another child of destiny. Hurry. Let us swiftly claim that opportunity for ourselves to pave the way for this life. What? Why didn't you mention this earlier? Time is of the essence. Let us hasten. With great urgency, Wang Chen hastily threw aside the covers and leaped out of bed, swiftly donning the pair of shoes gifted to him by Jiang Lingxian the previous day. The realm of cultivation is replete with countless prodigies, and opportunities abound, rendering it impossible for Wang Chen to remember the locations of all these chances. Thus, the system's accessible recollections constitute a pivotal element in the treasure-seeking endeavor. In the future, with the aid of a treasure-hunting companion and the system's precise guidance, it will undoubtedly become much easier to seize those opportunities. For now, while Jiang Lingxian has yet to arrive to escort him to the armory, Wang Chen possesses a fleeting moment to delve into the excavation. As the source points for navigation are not yet activated, I can only provide a rough location, which seems to be a grove of peach blossoms. A grove of peach blossoms? Upon stepping outside, Wang Chen was suddenly greeted by the sound of the system, and gradually, a particular location began to materialize in his mind, the Taishu Peach Blossom Grove of the Taishu Immortal Sect. This was a place he had frequented in his previous life, one he knew all too well. After inadvertently gifting Jiang Lingxian a blooming peach blossom, Wang Chen noticed her fondness for the delicate pink flowers. Consequently, he often ventured to gather them for her, hoping to win her favor. Wang Chen's mind began to instinctively chart a course, his prowess at the pinnacle of the first layer of the spirit-building realm allowing him to move with such swiftness that it became a blur. Ignoring the scrutinizing gazes of the surrounding disciples, Wang Chen raced towards the picturesque peach blossom grove that resided in his heart. However, he was acutely aware that his name had undoubtedly spread throughout the Taishu Immortal Sect by now. In his past life, the existence of the nine-yang divine body had remained a closely guarded secret, but as a disciple of Jiang Ling, rumors had circulated widely. Now, not only was he the nine-yang divine body, but he also stood as Jiang Ling's openly recognized apprentice. Shortly after his fervent dash, Wang Chen executed a sudden stop, his heels firmly planted against the ground, carving a deep furrow in the mud strewn with blossoming peach flowers. We have arrived. Wang Chen's gaze was drawn to the expansive sight of blooming peach trees, a scene of unparalleled beauty. At this moment, the peach blossom grove flourished year-round, thanks to the meticulous cultivation of the esteemed sect. Among the vibrant blossoms, a few female disciples were busy gathering peach flowers to prepare for the brewing of peach blossom wine. There were also several male disciples, idly wandering to find solace. And one man appeared to be searching for something. Yu Qing. Wang Chen recognized him at a glance, an overwhelming murderous intent gleaming in his eyes, as if ready to erupt at any moment. The disciples in the peach blossom grove, sensitive to the aura around them, were taken aback and turned their gaze toward Wang Chen, as did Yu Qing. Yet, in their eyes, Wang Chen had already averted his gaze, cautiously plucking a beautiful peach blossom. Once those disciples withdrew their peculiar stares at the exiting figure of the Jiuyang divine body, Wang Chen shifted his focus again. He observed Yu Qing, who was steadily determining the position of the peach blossom tree ahead, casting him a discreet glance. At last, Yu Qing appeared to have pinpointed the location, breaking into a smile as he swiftly crouched down, preparing to dig. Such audacity! To attempt to uproot an entire peach blossom tree in broad daylight. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen hurriedly sprang forth, pointing at Yu Qing and shouting as if attempting to apprehend a thief. Yu Qing, taken aback, felt the intense gaze of the surrounding disciples and swiftly withdrew his hand, casting a cold stare at Wang Chen. Wang Chen has forgotten when in his past life he became embroiled in enmity with Yu Qing. Yet it appears there are two primary reasons for their feud. The first stems from jealousy. as Yu Qing believed Wang Chen was unworthy of being the disciple of the esteemed Taisu saintess, Jiang Ling. The second reason arose after Wang Chen had cultivated a modicum of power. He chose to suppress all those who coveted his stunning master, and Yu Qi was among them. In his previous life, Wang Chen, akin to a formidable antagonist, had struck Yu Qing down to the point where he could not even lift his head. During the cataclysmic battle that ultimately sought to eliminate him, Yu Qing was the one who brandished his sword and denounced Wang Chen with feigned righteousness. Wang Chen vividly remembers the faces of thousands of fated individuals, for in this lifetime, they all must perish. I did not. Yu Qing furrowed his brow, hastily explaining to the surrounding disciples, eager to prove his innocence against Wang Chen's accusations. What is that thing in your hand? Wang Chen pointed at the small shovel in his hand, gazing at him with an expression of condescension. You, a body of a furnace, are nothing more than a mere plaything for women. What relevance do my actions hold for you? Yu Qing seemed unable to endure it any longer, glaring at Wang Chen and mocking him for his physique. It was reminiscent of a similar scene from a past life, though in that previous existence. Yu Qing had taunted him while pushing his head, eventually leading to a brawl between the two. A body of a furnace. Even a furnace body is a top-tier physique, far superior to your pathetic existence that has made no progress in 3 years. Wang Chen revealed a mocking smile, casually surveying the ring adorning his finger with crossed arms. Damn it. Sooner or later, it would be snatched away and torn to shreds by his grandfather. You, seeking death. Yu Qing could not tolerate the insinuation regarding this matter, as it felt akin to a blatant declaration of his inadequacy. With a resounding thud, the peak of his cultivation at the 9th level of the body refinement realm erupted, causing the ground beneath his feet to sink. Wang Chen gazed at the rushing Yu Qing, a disdainful smile gracing his lips. With a flick of his right thumb against his middle finger, he unleashed a projectile. Whoosh! A small yet potent orb of black and white flames soared forth, striking Yu Qing squarely in the chest. Bang! The miniature chaotic flames erupted upon impact, unleashing a force so tremendous that it sent him hurtling several dozen meters away. A waste is indeed a waste. Wang Chen gradually approached, gazing down at the agonized Yu Qing writhing on the ground, and lifted his foot to crush his face. Wang Chen felt nothing but disdain for this once worthless individual, now a favored child of fortune whose cultivation had skyrocketed. Recalling the ambush from his previous life, where one of the two emperors involved was none other than Yu Qing, a fierce glint of murderous intent flickered in Wang Chen's eyes. This was one of the reasons Wang Chen harbored such deep-seated hatred towards him. You will die. You are destined to perish. Yu Qing, pinned to the ground, unable to rise, spat blood from the corner of his mouth and roared at Wang Chen. Do you believe I could crush your skull with a single step right now? Wang Chen's voice elongated gradually, instilling a profound sense of dread in Yu Qing. He indeed possessed the capability to eliminate Yu Qing, yet it was likely that his grandfather would intervene to thwart him, possibly even resulting in a counterattack. Upon hearing this, Yu Qing finally fell silent, embodying the remarkable restraint of a child of misfortune. Everyone witnessed it. He was the one who struck first. Should you dare to speak recklessly, I shall promptly inform my revered saintly mentor, and you shall find yourselves facing repercussions. Wang Chen crossed his arms, a charming smile gracing his handsome features as his piercing gaze swept over the gathered disciples. He delivered his threats with unashamed boldness, devoid of any hint of embarrassment. Noticing the disciples hastily averting their eyes, a satisfied expression emerged on Wang Chen's face. He then suddenly lifted his foot and brought it down forcefully upon Yu Qing's hand, which clutched a shovel. A sharp crack echoed through the air, followed by a scream of agony, and even the ring on Yu Qing's finger was smudged in the process. Subsequently, Wang Chen crouched down, attempting to remove the ring, only to find it stubbornly stuck in place. Did he truly believe I would be at a loss? Wang Chen, filled with rage, seized a nearby shovel and swung it down fiercely towards Yu Qing's outstretched finger. No! Yu Qing cried out in terror, and it seemed that the old fellow within the ring heard the call, as a layer of transparent spiritual energy erupted from his palm. Clang! The shovel collided with the ethereal energy, producing a sharp, resonant spark, and in an instant, Yu Qing's figure vanished from the spot. Damn! It truly was not so easy to kill. Wang Chen, filled with fury, cursed loudly before brandishing his shovel and advancing towards the peach tree that Yu Qing had intended to excavate. The earth flew in all directions with a series of muffled thuds, yet none of the disciples present in the peach blossom grove dared to reprimand Wang Chen's actions. Gradually, the grove was left with only Wang Chen, as the others fled in fear of incurring his wrath. Suddenly, with a resounding thud as the shovel struck something solid, Wang Chen's heart leapt with joy, prompting him to dig even more vigorously. Eventually, a small, square box, roughly the size of a palm, made its appearance. Wang Chen, filled with exhilaration, swiftly stored the item into his spatial storage, then turned back to compact the soil beneath the peach tree. His time was limited at this moment. Jiang Lingxian should have already arrived at the house in search of him. Thus, he needed to hasten his return, intending to examine the contents of the box later. Otherwise, that cold and indifferent individual might become irate upon witnessing his aimless wandering in this unfamiliar place. As Wang Chen was about to dash out of the peach blossom forest, a wave of urgency surged within him, yet suddenly, an idea struck him. Of course, he would bring her a few blossoms of the peach flowers that she cherished in their past life. He could not help but wonder if she still held the same affection for peach blossoms in this lifetime. Alas, it mattered not. Having them was better than not having them at all. Wang Chen swiftly returned to the peach blossom grove, meticulously searching for the most exquisite blooms that caught his eye. This one shall do. At this moment, Wang Chen seemed to be transported back to a previous life, searching for the blooming peach blossoms atop the high branches, gently plucking them once more for his beloved. The dog host truly is meticulous in thought. Given her own experience of rebirth, she would undoubtedly be rendered speechless upon beholding these exquisite blossoms. Heh. Wang Chen meticulously plucked the peach blossoms before embarking on a frenzied return, disregarding the petals cascading above him. However, before he could step inside, he was met with the sight of Jiang Lingxian, her exquisite visage adorned with an icy demeanor, striding purposefully towards the exit. At this moment, the enchanting countenance of Jiang Lingxian bore no resemblance to the tender, pitiful expression from the previous night. Instead, she had reverted to the captivating yet frigid appearance reminiscent of the ice empress from Wang Chen's past life, exuding an allure that was simultaneously mesmerizing and aloof. The contrast between Jiang Lingxian by day and Jiang Lingxian by night was strikingly profound. Upon catching sight of the enchanting figure in the distance, Wang Chen hastened his pace, eagerly dashing towards Jiang Lingxian with his hands clasped behind his back. "Sister Fairy, I was just on my way to find you, hee." Wang Chen, adorned with several peach blossom petals atop his head, rushed towards Jiang Lingxian, revealing a charming smile as their eyes met, sparkling with brilliance. Jiang Lingxian, who had been pacing with an air of urgency, finally halted upon seeing Wang Chen. The heart that had been anxiously suspended in her chest finally eased its tension, allowing her to exhale softly in relief. She had been intending to seek out each female elder within the sect one after another, yet unexpectedly, Wang Chen had appeared on his own. However, as she gazed at him, her expression grew increasingly frigid, causing even Wang Chen to feel a prickling unease under her piercing stare. "Where have you been?" Jiang Lingxian's voice was icy, laced with an unmistakable undercurrent of vexation. Indeed, she was angered, and it seemed to be even more profound than she had anticipated. Wang Chen was taken aback, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's cold and unapproachable countenance, and inwardly murmured to himself. Wang Chen hurriedly feigned a look of fear after being scolded, his hands clenched tightly behind his back, stammering, "What are you hiding behind you?" Jiang Lingxian also noticed, her delicate brows knitting together, her voice icy and chilling to the core as she questioned him once more. I. Wang Chen quietly and silently caressed the peach blossoms, his head lowered in a hesitant silence. At this moment, he truly embodied the essence of a green tea character, exuding an intoxicating fragrance that enveloped the senses. I shall say this only once, President. Jiang Lingxian felt a surge of unease within her, particularly fearful that what Wang Chen held was a bribe from a female elder within the sect attempting to undermine her. She also noticed the scattered peach petals atop Wang Chen's head. Yet, at this juncture, how could Wang Chen possibly find his way to the peach blossom grove? It was likely that someone had guided him there. Wang Chen trembled slightly at the reprimand, and this time it was not feigned, but rather an instinctive reaction cultivated from his past life. Wang Chen's expression bore an air of innocence as he finally extended his tightly clenched hands. Yet they remained stubbornly closed. "Open them." Jiang Lingxian's gaze bore down on Wang Chen, her aura of the sacred soul realm unconsciously beginning to manifest. Even the ground around them gradually formed a thin layer of ice, causing Wang Chen to shiver involuntarily. Just as Jiang Lingxian's energy seemed on the brink of spiraling out of control, Wang Chen reluctantly began to unfurl his palms. Upon seeing the peach blossoms nestled within his hands, Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, her presence seemingly suspended in time. The blossoms, once resplendent, appeared disheveled, as though they had been scolded by their beloved. This chaotic image struck at Jiang Lingxian's heart with relentless force, Memories of their past life together flooded her mind. Master, do you think this peach blossom is beautiful? It's for you, he. The first memory unfolded. Jiang Lingxian sat in a pristine, stark chamber, engrossed in ancient texts. Suddenly, a noise at the door caught her attention. Wang Chen, with his back turned, stealthily pushed open the door with his shoulder. He then approached her, a glint of mischief in his eyes, presenting the peach blossom with a beaming smile. Master, aren't you the one who loves peach blossoms the most? Please don't be angry. The second memory revealed itself beneath the towering dragon-shaped tree in a courtyard. Jiang Lingxian, seemingly irritated by Wang Chen, sat in silence, her exquisite countenance cold and unyielding. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, having produced several peach blossoms from who knows where, cautiously observed her expressions. Finally, he tentatively placed the vibrant blossoms in her palm, fearful of inciting her wrath again. Master, I truly adore you. Why don't we sever our master-disciple relationship and become partners instead? What do you think? The final memory showcased Wang Chen transforming the entire room into a breathtaking spectacle of blooming pink peach blossoms. He held a grand bouquet in his hands, playfully blinking as he confessed his feelings to Jiang Lingyan. Countless other memories flickered through her mind until Wang Chen's faint voice brought her back to the present. While I was familiarizing myself with the sex terrain earlier, I stumbled upon a peach blossom grove. I thought to pick a few of the most beautiful ones to present to you, fairy sister. I never anticipated you would be so upset. I'm sorry, Wang Chen. After stammering his words, lowered his head in silence, no longer daring to meet the enchanting gaze of Jiang Lingxian. The atmosphere remained still for over 10 seconds before Jiang Lingxian gradually began to move. She did not accept the few peach blossoms in Wang Chen's palm, which were as battered as her own heart, slightly crumbling. Instead, she forcefully restrained her trembling hands hidden beneath the sleeves of her white dress and finally spoke in a cold, detached tone. I will take you to the warrior's tomb. Her voice, though icy, carried an almost imperceptible tremor. After uttering these words, she quickly set off. Host, you are quite remarkable. Every step is meticulously crafted. I truly adore it. Wow. Go away. Wang Chen muttered a curse in response to the voice echoing in his mind, then silently followed Jiang Lingxian's lead. The two walked in silence, the atmosphere seemingly normal yet undeniably filled with an unsettling strangeness. At this moment, Wang Chen tightly clutched several slightly fractured peach blossoms in his palm, unwilling to casually discard them upon the ground. After all, these flowers represented his genuine feelings. Even if Jiang Lingxian rejected them, they deserved not to be carelessly thrown away. The Tai Su Xian sect was immensely vast, with various branch halls lining the roads like a swarm of bees scattered throughout the area. Wang Chen's dwelling was a private sanctuary belonging to Jiang Lingxian, nestled deep within the sect. Now, Jiang Lingxian led Wang Chen outside, weaving through throngs of passing disciples towards the sect's armory. Along the way, Wang Chen could feel an array of gazes upon him, yet he had long grown accustomed to such attention. After all, in his previous life, standing beside the enigmatic holy maiden Jiang Lingxian invariably drew countless eyes. Soon, the two arrived at the bustling entrance of the armory within the Tai Su Xian sect. The armory was a massive mountain located at the back of the sect, accessible through a cave entrance. From the outside, the path leading into the armory appeared entirely shrouded in darkness. At the moment Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen arrived, the gazes of hundreds of disciples from both the inner and outer sects converged upon them. Was this truly the disciple of the Holy Maiden, the one who awakened the 9-yang divine body just yesterday? It seems so, came the murmurs. A cacophony of indistinct voices erupted, mingling into an unintelligible din. Jiang Lingxian paid no mind to the discussions of the Tai Su disciples, deliberately slowing her pace to allow Wang Chen to keep up. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was gradually walking alongside him, and felt an inexplicable warmth blossoming within his heart. He could not discern whether it was merely an illusion, but he had an uncanny sense that Jiang Lingxian's sleeve was subtly inching closer to him, as if to convey, if you are as fearful of social anxiety as yesterday, then take hold. Regardless of her intentions, Wang Chen found himself reaching out and gently tugging at the sleeve of her white dress. It was evident that Jiang Lingxian momentarily paused in her stride, her cold eyes casting a fleeting glance at Wang Chen beside her. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen cautiously exchanged a glance with him, then surveyed the crowd surrounding them. Jiang Lingxian's profound gaze flickered slightly, yet she remained silent, allowing Wang Chen to grip the sleeve of her white gown. Alas, the reincarnated Jiang Lingxian is far gentler than the version I encountered in my previous life. Wang Chen felt an inner delight, as the faint aroma emanating from Jiang Lingxian enveloped him, both pleasant and soothing to the spirit. Holy maiden, might you relinquish him to me? I find myself in dire need of such a disciple. However, rest assured, I am prepared to offer you 1,000,000 top-grade spirit stones and a breaking respect pill, and I pledge to treat him as tenderly as I would my own kin. Just as Jiang Lingxian was about to lead Wang Chen towards the entrance of the armament tomb, a figure clad in purple, an inner sect elder, suddenly materialized. Upon hearing the elder's words, Jiang Lingxian's heart quivered slightly, her expression growing increasingly frigid. Leave, Jiang Lingxian commanded with formidable authority, casting a cold glance at the elder who obstructed their path. In Wang Chen's recollection, Jiang Lingxian's current realm ought to lie between the first and sixth layers of the Saint Soul realm. Meanwhile, the elders of the inner sect ranged from the first layer of the Saint Soul realm to the sixth layer of the Celestial Sovereign realm. Beyond the sixth layer, one ascends to the seventh layer of the Celestial Sovereign realm, and further still, to the two venerable ancestors of the ninth layer. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Lingxian exhibited no fear. Her gaze, chillingly resolute, remained fixed upon the elder. The elder's countenance darkened upon hearing her words, yet she dared not utter a sound, turning instead to depart. This deference was due to the fact that Jiang Lingxian's master was one of the two venerable ancestors of the Tai Su Immortal sect, a peak ninth layer celestial sovereign. The scene of Jiang Lingxian fiercely defending Wang Chen did not escape the notice of the other inner and outer sect elders, who were brimming with ambition. In that instant, they suppressed their impulses, planning to approach the Tai Su sect master later to petition for Wang Chen. After all, who would not desire a disciple with the nine-yang divine body? Even the male elders yearned to take him under their wing. After successfully repelling the inner sect elder, Jiang Lingxian cast a cold glance at Wang Chen, either intentionally or unintentionally. This made Wang Chen feel somewhat uneasy, as this was a tactic he had devised to instill a sense of urgency within her. However, the outcome seemed to have succeeded remarkably well with the reincarnated Jiang Lingxian. When the two arrived at the entrance of the armament tomb, they instinctively halted and gazed at one another. Just as Wang Chen anticipated that, like in their previous life, Jiang Lingxian would permit him to enter, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. I shall accompany you inside. I need to retrieve something from within the armament tomb. You mean to fetch an egg? This fellow must have recalled the fierce battle he had with Qin Yafan within the tomb, which had left him grievously injured. Wang Chen cast a somewhat skeptical glance at Jiang Lingxian, causing her to feel an involuntary sense of guilt and a desire to avert her gaze. For indeed, she was as Wang Chen had feared, apprehensive that this disciple might be unearthed from the soldier's grave, just as in her previous life. Is it true? If so, does that mean I can spend the entire day with my fairy sister? How delightful! Wang Chen displayed a somewhat youthful and innocent demeanor, joyfully raising his right hand, which clutched a peach blossom petal. Do not refer to me in such a manner. I have already instructed you to call me master. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of frustration, mingled with an inexplicable heartache. She longed to hear Wang Chen call her master once more. Since we are to enter, these peach blossoms are unnecessary. You may offer them to me, and I shall dispose of them afterward. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian suddenly noticed the peach blossoms still cradled in Wang Chen's palm, and with a voice that was both cool and natural, she extended her hand. Are you truly going to discard it? Very well, since the petal is somewhat crumpled, it is only natural to part with it. Wang Chen opened his right palm, revealing the peach blossoms within. A look of profound disappointment reflected in his eyes. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing this scene, slightly parted her lips, yet ultimately chose silence, refraining from uttering a word. As Wang Chen placed the blossoms gently into her fair hand, Jiang Lingxian silently withdrew her palm. Unbeknownst to anyone, the moment Jiang Lingxian clenched the blossoms and retracted her hand, they vanished. Proceed, and upon entering the armory, select the weapon that best suits you. Jiang Lingxian instructed after retracting her hand, leading Wang Chen forth into the depths of the armory. The disciples entering the armory around them instinctively parted to create a path. Respectfully addressing her as the saintess, Jiang Lingxian paid them no heed, guiding Wang Chen, who clutched her sleeve, into the dimly lit armory. As they ventured into the heart of the Tai Su's rear mountains, the surroundings gradually succumbed to darkness, and the number of people dwindled. Ahead lay a pitch-black tunnel carved through the mountain, where the crowd had significantly thinned, and visibility was enveloped in obscurity. At this moment, with his cultivation at the spirit-building realm, Wang Chen could effortlessly navigate through ordinary darkness. However, within the tunnel, he inadvertently stumbled, his left foot catching on his right. causing him to lurch forward towards Jiang Lingxian. Hey, hey, hey. As Wang Chen was thrown towards Jiang Lingxian, he hastily released the white sleeves of her dress and reached out with his left hand to grasp her delicate right hand. Jiang Lingxian was equally taken aback by Wang Chen's sudden move. In the darkness, she instinctively reached out to steady him. Their hands met perfectly, neither awkward nor misaligned. Wang Chen's left hand firmly grasped Jiang Lingxian's right hand. The soft, cool sensation emanating from her touch was exquisite. Jiang Lingxian, being of the nine cold divine body, often suffered from coldness and was particularly sensitive to temperature. Now, as Wang Chen, the embodiment of the chaotic nine-yang divine body, enveloped her delicate hand with his broad and warm palm, she unmistakably felt a wave of discomfort wash over her. After adjusting Wang Chen's position, she instinctively attempted to retract her hand swiftly. However, Wang Chen would not grant her such a wish. He quickly entwined their fingers, applying a firm grip. The man he was now was far from the naive soul who had just traversed into this world, blindly obeying his master, Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, she could even sense the flustered desperation within Wang Chen, gripping her hand tightly in the darkness, feeling utterly helpless. Let go. Jiang Lingxian, slightly flustered by the warmth of his grasp, uttered a soft protest in the desolate tunnel. Even in her past life, she had rarely experienced such a tight hold from Wang Chen, leaving her feeling quite unaccustomed. Thus, Wang Chen recognized that he needed to help her acclimate to this newfound closeness. Sister Fairy, I fear the dark. Wang Chen recalled that in his previous life, before reaching the spirit-building realm, the darkness appeared as an indistinct, murky expanse. At this moment, in order to render his act convincingly, he presented a visage of panic within the shadows, tightly gripping Jiang Lingxian. Fortunately, he had previously instructed the system to mask his aura, returning it to the ninth layer of the body refinement realm. Thus Jiang Lingxian would likely harbor no suspicions. I am your master. You must not act this way. Release me for now, and I shall lead you forth, she declared. Jiang Lingxian paused at his words, biting her lip in hesitation, yet ultimately, she instinctively sought to withdraw her hand. With her cultivation, she could undoubtedly see clearly in the darkness, but she remained unaccustomed to holding hands with Wang Chen. See, system? I have not confessed to my reincarnation, have I? Even now, she still refers to me by the title of master. Upon hearing the host's words, the system nodded vigorously, exclaiming, absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Wang Chen wore a look of panic, yet deep within, he felt a tinge of bitterness. But what of the master and disciple? In this lifetime, he was determined to defy the master and become the rebel disciple. Celestial sister, I truly fear the darkness. With my current cultivation, I can only see vague shapes in the shadows. Wang Chen recalled that in his previous life, he indeed harbored a fear of darkness, a fact that Jiang Lingxian was well aware of. Undeterred, she continued to speak. I understand your fear, but please release your grip first. I shall utilize my spiritual power to guide us together. Very well, he acquiesced. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen realized that Jiang Lingxian was resolute in her refusal, and he could only, in the shadows, gradually release his grip with a hint of despondency. Little brother, since she is unwilling, let your sister take your hand. We are not in need of hers. Unexpectedly, at that moment, the strongest ally within the dark passage, a female elder from the inner sect, emerged, extending her palm. In an instant, Wang Chen's hand, which he had intended to withdraw, suddenly felt firmly grasped once more, encircled by 5 fingers. Wang Chen was startled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden grip, his palm aching painfully as he nearly cried out, Leave. He is my disciple. Jiang Lingxian locked eyes with the smiling inner sect elder across from her in the darkness, resembling a fierce guardian protecting its territory. Oh? Yet your actions suggest you are unwilling to concede to even his modest requests. Besides, has he not always referred to you as Sister Fairy? When did he become your disciple? The inner sect elder had originally accompanied her own cherished disciple to select weapons, only to stumble upon this scene. It was a golden opportunity to usurp a rival. If she could secure the Jiaoyang divine body, she would undoubtedly break through to the celestial sovereign realm. Jiang Lingxian met the elder's violet gaze in the pitch black, feeling suffocated by the weight of her words. In this lifetime, it seemed as if the elder's remarks struck deep chords within her. Yet Jiang Lingxian could only feign calmness. Her icy stare fixed on the elder, an aura of chill permeating the dark corridor. The surrounding disciples, witnessing the tense standoff, hastily fled the scene, the first among them darting towards the weapon tomb as if their lives depended on it. In but a fleeting moment, only Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and the inner sect elder remained in the dark passage. Little brother, how about you come with sister? By joining my faction, I can offer you the finest cultivation resources. Moreover, I might even consider indulging your more extravagant requests. The elder's violet eyes turned towards Wang Chen, her voice laced with a subtle allure and temptation. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as though her heart had leaped into her throat, her grip on Wang Chen trembling slightly. Their fingers intertwined ever tighter, as if fearing that any moment of distraction might result in Wang Chen being whisked away. Oh, it hurts, it hurts. Wang Chen, upon receiving such a grip, could no longer withstand the pain emanating from the hand, letting out a cry of anguish. It was truly the case that this individual was squeezing with excessive force. One must remember that Jiang Lingxian is currently at the sacred soul realm. Wang Chen felt as if his palm were on the verge of being crushed. Jiang Lingxian, realizing her indiscretion, panicked momentarily and hastily relaxed her grip. However, this time she did not withdraw her hand. Instead, she intertwined her fingers tightly with Wang Chen's and led him towards the end of the soldier's tomb. Yet, Wang Chen could distinctly sense that Jiang Lingxian's trembling hand was filled with apprehension, fearing that he might acquiesce to the elder woman's request. Little brother, I look forward to our next meeting. Do remember to contemplate whether to grant my wish. The inner gate elder called out playfully from behind, her tone laced with a charming laughter, satisfied with the effect she had achieved. Wang Chen was forcibly led away by Jiang Lingxian. Not daring to glance back at the words of the elder female disciple, he realized that with each step Jiang Lingxian took, a layer of thin ice formed beneath her feet, clearly nearing the brink of losing control. In fact, Jiang Lingxian was unwilling to listen to Wang Chen's response to the elder, resolutely dragging him along without regard for anything else. Wang Chen remained silent, his fingers interlocked with Jiang Lingxian's as they ventured into the depths of the armory. Feeling the comforting warmth of his hand, Jiang Lingxian's almost uncontrollable emotions gradually began to subside. Upon exiting the dark passage, they were finally greeted by light, revealing an array of exquisite weapons before their eyes. 18 distinct types of weaponry, each with unique and bizarre shapes, were embedded in the walls, seemingly awaiting their master's retrieval. The expanse within the mountain of the armory was vast, at least several times larger than a standard football field, with an overwhelming assortment of weaponry that dazzled the senses. Sister Fairy, are you upset? Wang Chen gazed with a pair of innocent eyes, seemingly detached from the situation, and cautiously inquired in a soft voice. No. Jiang Lingxian's emotions were never one to be openly displayed on her face. However, after spending considerable time together, Wang Chen was able to perceive her feelings instantly. Wang Chen was acutely aware of this fact, and thus he was utterly convinced that Jiang Lingxian must be angry. Is that true? Indeed. However, Jiang Lingxian's response was quite the opposite. Despite her visibly tense grip on Wang Chen's hand, she stubbornly refused to admit it. Oh, do you think I should acquiesce to her? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen slightly lowered his head and let out a soft "oh," then, teetering on the brink of recklessness, hesitantly spoke. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing these words, appeared momentarily taken aback, her beautiful eyes coldly fixing their gaze upon Wang Chen. In that instant, Wang Chen seemed to perceive a subtle tremor in Jiang Lingxian's form, as if she could no longer endure the situation. Wait here for me. I shall retrieve something and return to find you. Do not wander off, she instructed in a frigid tone, her restraint evident. Without allowing Wang Chen a moment to respond, Jiang Lingxian released her firm grip on him and proceeded into the darkened passageway. Hey, Sister Fairy, isn't the item you seek within the armory? Wang Chen furrowed his brow and called out in confusion as he witnessed her unexpectedly stride back into the pitch-black passageway. Yet, the stunning silhouette of Jiang Lingxian, adorned in a flowing white gown, offered no reply and gradually faded into the darkness. TSK, TSK, TSK. It seems she is off to confront that inner sect matriarch. By the way, dear host, Jiang Lingxian is no longer at the sacred soul realm. She has ascended to the celestial sovereign realm. However, it appears she has been concealing her true cultivation level, as the fluctuations she has caused only reflect the sacred soul realm. Were it not for her recent surge of anger, which inadvertently revealed a trace of celestial sovereign energy, I would have remained oblivious to her true prowess. Wang Chen, upon hearing the system's words, stood in a daze, staring blankly at the departing figure of Jiang Lingxian. It struck him that Jiang Lingxian had indeed experienced her rebirth many years prior to him. Otherwise, there would be no way for her to ascend to the celestial lord realm at such a rapid pace. The swiftness with which Jiang Lingxian cultivated to this level was undoubtedly a result of her previous life's cultivation experience. This implies that she may have waited on that mountain, the one he traversed to arrive here, for countless years. Nevertheless, he resolved to seize Qin Yafan's fortune first. Pondering further would yield no benefit. Wang Chen shook off his chaotic thoughts, yet as he made his way to the location of Qin Yafan, he remained somewhat distracted. As for Jiang Lingxian's admonition to refrain from wandering about, Wang Chen had long since cast it aside. After all, if he lingered here, how could he confront that foolish Qin Yafan and seize his opportunities? Drawing upon his somewhat hazy recollections, along with the guidance of the system, he pressed on. Wang Chen swiftly arrived at the entrance of an independent chamber within the vast mountain armory. The Taishu armory was divided into a large public section and numerous smaller private chambers within, while the weapons in the public armory were often disordered and lacking in quality. The selection within the private chambers, though limited, boasted superior craftsmanship. Observing the various disciples entering and exiting the entrances of these private chambers, a smirk crept across Wang Chen's lips. He ultimately took a step towards the specific chamber indicated by the system in his mind, right before him. As Wang Chen traversed a narrow, 3-meter-long, dark passageway suitable for a single person, his vision soon expanded. Before him lay the interior of the private chamber, where 6 individuals were engaged in the selection of weapons. The weapons within this chamber possessed a degree of sentience, making it difficult for an ordinary person to extract them from the walls and claim them as their own. This was, in fact, the reason why many Taishu disciples opted for the haphazard assortment of weapons in the public armory. Upon entering the secret chamber of the minion's tomb, Wang Chen happened to catch sight of Qin Yafan in the distance, grasping the hilt of a sword and slowly drawing the weapon from the wall. Witnessing this scene, Wang Chen realized that he had arrived a tad earlier than intended in this lifetime. Wang Chen recalled that in his previous life, when he first entered this secret chamber of the minor soldier's tomb, Qin Yafan and his companions were just about to depart. It was evident that the opportunities of his past life had already been seized, and in this lifetime, Qin Yafan was likely in the midst of claiming them. The sudden arrival of Wang Chen naturally captivated the attention of the 6 individuals within the secret chamber, including Qin Yafan. At this moment, Qin Yafan seemed to have just awakened a remarkable physique, having become a disciple of a certain female elder in the inner sect. As Wang Chen feigned the selection of weaponry adorning the wall, he pondered the current state of Qin Yafan's fortune. At that moment, his hand inadvertently grasped the handle of a spear embedded in the wall, causing it to quiver slightly. Ah, a delightful surprise, indeed. Aha! Wang Chen felt the long spear, which had already loosened within the wall. With a fierce tug, he extracted it from its confinement. System. What is the grade of this spear? Ding. Yellow grade exquisite, silver long spear. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's attention was momentarily captivated by the white silver spear in his hand, causing him to forget about Qin Yafan for a fleeting moment. Fellow Taoist of the furnace, this long spear seems to be destined for me. Would you be so kind as to bestow it upon me? Wang Chen's attention was interrupted by the voice of an approaching individual, prompting him to lift his head and furrow his brow in inquiry. Upon realizing that the newcomer was not Qin Yafan, but rather a foolish young man, a wave of disappointment washed over Wang Chen. After all, when the individual had derisively called out fellow cultivator of the furnace, Wang Chen had felt an overwhelming urge to retaliate. Begone. Can you not extricate yourself? Or is it that you possess nothing worthy of insertion or extraction? Wang Chen displayed an expression of displeasure as he stowed his silver spear into his storage space, laced with a mocking sarcasm. The man's countenance darkened, for he had naturally discerned the underlying implications within Wang Chen's words. In that moment, the entire secret chamber, apart from the effortful Qin Yafan striving to retrieve his sword, became a stage for the remaining 4 to observe the unfolding drama. Suddenly, the entire secret chamber trembled, drawing the attention of Wang Chen and his companions towards a nearby location. Their eyes fell upon Qin Yafan, who was grasping a fractured sword radiating a faint golden light, his expression brimming with astonishment. This revelation elicited not only profound delight from Qin Yafan, but also from Wang Chen himself. After a brief moment of elation, Qin Yafan began to stride toward Wang Chen, his demeanor tinged with a hint of disdain. Here he comes, at last. As long as he provokes me, I shall seize the opportunity to claim what is rightfully mine without hesitation. Wang Chen felt a surge of delight within. With his millennia of combat experience from his previous life, he was confident that he could triumph even against opponents of higher realms within the spirit-building realm. Step aside. Why engage in reasoned discourse with someone who can only be a plaything for women? Qin Yefan declared, pushing aside the man standing before Wang Chen. Holding a pale golden broken sword, gazing at Wang Chen with an air of arrogance. Yesterday, you glared at me atop the awakening platform. Now, if you hand over the silver spear, we can consider this matter settled. Alternatively, if you facilitate a connection with your master, we can erase our grievances and perhaps even become good brothers. Upon finishing his words, Qin Yefan revealed a teasing smile, twirling the broken sword with a flourish, attempting to appear impressive. However, Wang Chen could no longer contain himself. A glint of murderous intent flashed in his eyes as the silver spear suddenly materialized in his grasp. Die! Wang Chen spoke not a word, his form leaping forth with great vigor, raising his spear with an earth-shattering momentum to deliver a fierce strike aimed at his adversary's head. His initial move was a lethal attack, showing no mercy whatsoever. Qin Yifan's eyes widened in terror as he hastily unleashed his cultivation at the third level of the Spirit Foundation realm, raising his broken sword in an attempt to block the incoming blow. Bang! The silver spear struck heavily against the broken sword, sparks erupting from the collision, and the immense force drove Qin Yifan's feet deep into the ground. Kuan technique. Iron Mountain leaning on the chest. Wang Chen suddenly relinquished his spear, taking a swift stance as if propelled by the winds themselves. He collided fiercely with Qin Yifan's chest. A resounding thud echoed through the air, and Qin Yifan felt as though his very eyes might leap from their sockets, while an agonizing pain radiated from his chest. In that instant, the broken sword slipped from his grasp, and he was sent hurtling towards the wall, his feet barely grazing the ground. Bang! Truly, the Child of Destiny lived up to his title. Despite the myriad weapons adorning the wall, he fortuitously struck a vacant space. Yet, this was more than enough to leave its mark on him. In the eyes of the remaining soldiers in the secret chamber, the wall bore the scars of their encounter, fissures spidering across its surface. This entire sequence transpired in less than 2 seconds, leaving Qin Yefan no time to react. Wang Chen picked up the fallen golden broken sword and the silver spear, yet his expression remained vigilant as he gazed at Qin Yefan. He understood that within that individual lay a terrifying remnant of a demon lord's soul, which had also served as Qin Yefan's guide in the earlier stages. However, the result of this parasitic relationship with the Child of Destiny was that the demon lord's soul had failed to seize control and, instead, had been devoured by him. As expected, the severely wounded Qin Yefan's expression gradually turned frenzied. Kill him. Let me take control of the body. I will assist you in slaying him. Qin Yefan looked at Wang Chen, this unscrupulous individual, his eyes revealing the murderous intent induced by the demon lord's remnant within him. Kill him for me. Qin Yefan clutched his chest, suddenly enraged, and shouted, unsure to whom he was speaking. After his outburst, he seemed transformed, his demeanor growing cold, and an eerie aura began to emanate from him. The remaining 5 individuals in the small soldier's tomb, witnessing this spectacle, had already been terrified into the corners. They wished to flee, but alas, Wang Chen's figure stood directly in the doorway of the passage, leaving them with no escape. Hurry and come help me. He has already gone mad. If we don't act soon, we shall all be slaughtered. Wang Chen shouted loudly at the 5 individuals cowering in the corner, emphasizing the importance of conserving energy for the impending confrontation. How should we engage? Our master is outside, and I am the only one here at the 2nd layer of the spirit building realm. He is at the 3rd layer. The young man, who had earlier scowled at Wang Chen, now huddled in fear with the other 4, terrified of being caught in the fray. Wang Chen beheld the remnant soul of the demon lord, which had possessed Qin Yefan, gripping the hilt of a long sword with fierce determination. Without regard for the sword's own will, it was forcefully drawn from the wall, and a flourish of the blade ensued. Do you wish for him to strike first? Or shall we take the initiative and subdue him together? Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen hastily shouted once more, and then feigned an intention to dash towards the position of the 5 individuals. The quintet, hidden in the shadows, exchanged startled glances before ultimately steeling themselves, closing their eyes and gritting their teeth as they retrieved their respective weapons. Let us unite our strength to subdue him. The young man, possessing the cultivation of the 2nd layer of the spirit-building realm, raised his broadsword and, with a rallying cry, directed his fervent spirit towards Qin Yefan. Upon witnessing the 5 individuals charging toward Qin Yefan, Wang Chen beamed with a silent smile, embodying a father's pride. He then sheathed his golden broken sword and silver spear, abruptly pivoting to dash frantically towards the exit. The opportunity had been seized, the significance of combat had diminished, and naturally, it was prudent to flee. Hold your ground for now. I shall summon reinforcements to rescue you. As Wang Chen sprinted towards the dark tunnel's exit, he called for reinforcements. His speed akin to that of lightning. In the blink of an eye, he burst forth from the cavern of the minions, leaving 6 bewildered figures, including Qin Yefan. In his wake, "You incompetent fool," came the furious shouts from inside the chamber. The sounds of battle erupted, accompanied by a cacophony of clashes and impacts, culminating in several objects crashing against the walls. After sending 5 foes flying, Qin Yefan's footfall caused the ground to tremble and buckle as he raced towards the abyssal tunnel's mouth. The 9-yang divine body. If I can absorb his soul, I shall undoubtedly regain a third of my power. At this moment, the malevolent spirit controlling Qin Yefan's form was filled with insatiable greed, nearly leaping upon Wang Chen to devour him whole. Wang Chen was no longer contending with Qin Yefan himself, but rather with the remnant soul of the demon lord who had perished eons ago. The sound of heavy footsteps echoed from within the minion chamber. Drawing closer to the exit, Wang Chen deftly sidestepped and concealed himself to the left of the tunnel's entrance. He then swiftly retrieved a silver spear from his storage space, his breath quickening as a wicked smile crept across his face. Wang Chen brandished his silver spear, poised and ready, continuously gathering strength. The mere thought of what he was about to do made him want to laugh. The sound of approaching footsteps echoed ominously, and with a beaming smile, Wang Chen sprang into action. "Ha! You fiend! Taste the might of my strike." Wang Chen concealed himself to the left of the cave's entrance. And the moment he beheld Qin Yefan emerge, he swiftly raised his silver spear and struck down with ferocity. Bang! A resounding and crisp sound echoed from Qin Yefan's head. Astonishingly, he managed to withstand the brutal blow. Wang Chen, bewildered, held the silver spear in his grasp, utterly astonished. Is this how it is meant to be? When one possesses another, must there also be an enhancement to resilience? It is no wonder that even the combined efforts of the 5 within the minion tomb could not withstand his onslaught. Crack, crack, crack. At that moment, Qin Yefan slowly twisted his slightly bent head, his greedy gaze fixed upon Wang Chen. The 9-yang divine body, cackled Qin Yefan. With that, he raised the superior yellow tier sword he had drawn from the minion tomb and fiercely lunged it toward Wang Chen. Begone, you perverse fiend. Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chen shuddered, using the body of his firearm to deflect the assault, swiftly retreating while uttering a curse. Subsequently, Wang Chen promptly stowed away his silver spear once more and began to call out to the disciples entering and exiting the vicinity. Help! Murder! Murder! As Wang Chen sprinted forward, he shouted fervently, dashing towards the public armory outside. In his hand, he relentlessly drew weapons from the walls, hurling them behind him to impede the relentless pursuit of Qin Yefan. While casting aside the weapons, Wang Chen also seized the opportunity to frantically stuff more armaments into his storage space. It is essential to recognize that these were all precious source points. At that moment, a golden broken sword within Wang Chen's storage space suddenly resonated, trembling with urgency. Release me. I shall come to your aid. Wang Chen was suddenly aware of an ancient voice resonating from the golden broken sword within his storage space, echoing in his mind. Sensing the approaching murderous intent from behind, he could no longer afford to hesitate and swiftly drew forth the golden sword. Clang! A resounding explosion of weaponry erupted behind him. Goodness! The invincible backlash! Wang Chen gazed ahead in astonishment, his right hand gripping the golden broken sword, steadfastly blocking the approaching longsword. The possessed Qin Yefan similarly stared in shock at the golden blade, clearly taken aback that this strike had been thwarted. Suddenly, Wang Chen felt his right hand, guided by the golden sword, surge forward with a powerful thrust. Wang Chen had no choice but to swiftly turn and keep pace with the rhythm of the golden broken sword in his grasp, continuously executing a series of unfamiliar sword techniques. Surrounding Wang Chen and Qin Yefan were numerous disciples, all spectators, engrossed in the unfolding drama, observing the intensity of the duel. None dared to intervene, fearful of becoming collateral damage. They were not particularly concerned about the potential for fatalities, as the elder guardians within the armory would likely intervene shortly. After all, if a life were lost, it would not be theirs to lament. In a mere span of 10 seconds, Wang Chen wielded the broken sword and exchanged over 100 strikes with Qin Yefan. As the radiance of the golden blade began to wane, Wang Chen sensed the force that had been guiding him gradually dissipate. Young lad, you carry on. I am weary and shall take a brief respite. Suddenly, the guiding force vanished entirely, disrupting Wang Chen's previously fluid rhythm of combat. In an instant, what had been a moment of slight advantage turned precarious, leading to an unforeseen spray of blood. Wang Chen felt a sharp pain in his right arm, which held the golden broken sword, causing it to slip from his grasp and fly away. Almost simultaneously, an intense chill enveloped the surroundings, causing the walls and floor to freeze rapidly. In an instant, Qin Yifan's figure was lifted into the air by an unseen force of cold, his face reddening as he dangled helplessly. The remnant soul of the demon lord sensed the impending danger and hastily relinquished control of the body back to Qin Yifan, retreating into his spirit. The blessings enjoyed by Fu Quan were a consequence of the suffering endured by Qin Yifan. Wang Chen felt an overwhelmingly familiar chill as he clutched his bleeding arm, and the anxiety that had gripped his heart finally subsided. Good heavens, an old sword is indeed untrustworthy. It simply falls asleep at the slightest provocation. Wang Chen, feeling the pain in his right arm, crouched down to retrieve the broken sword that had fallen to the ground, unable to suppress a curse. As he stored the dimly glowing golden fragment into his spatial pouch, he glanced down at his right arm, marred by a substantial gash. His heart seized with alarm upon noticing a dark mist incessantly seeping into his wound. Vile spirit, always scheming to invade my body, begone. Wang Chen disregarded the injury on his hand, swiftly enveloping his left hand in a layer of chaotic flames, and struck his right arm forcefully. Bang! Crack! Wang Chen's right arm was ravaged by the chaotic flames of black and white, and the encroaching black mist was ruthlessly evaporated in an instant. However, this act came at a grave cost. His right arm was fractured, and the sword wound that extended from his shoulder to the back of his hand was exacerbated. Hiss! Truly, this young man is terrifying. The surrounding disciples gasped in shock at Wang Chen's sudden display of such brutality towards himself. Whoosh! At that moment, Jiang Lingxin's figure abruptly appeared beside Wang Chen, her pupils narrowing in horror upon witnessing his grievous state. Sister Fairy, it hurts so much. Upon the sudden appearance of Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen's previously irritable demeanor transformed into one of palpable anguish. Having already lost significant blood, compounded by the recent blow he had endured, his face was devoid of color, pale and wan. Observing this, Jiang Lingxin's composure faltered, and she hastily retrieved various jade vials containing healing elixirs from her possession. Quick, open your mouth, she urged, pouring several pills into her palm, a hint of urgency breaking through her typically serene countenance. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen appeared to be enduring the agony of his arm injury, his expression a portrait of distress as he lifted his head and parted his lips. Ignoring all else, Jiang Lingxian cautiously cradled a few precious pills in her palm and gently offered them to Wang Chen's awaiting mouth. Wang Chen felt the cool touch of a hand covering his lips to administer the medicine and instinctively nibbled gently on Jiang Lingxian's delicate hand. Startled by the slight sensation of his bite, Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily. Once she confirmed that the elixir had been successfully placed in Wang Chen's mouth, she swiftly withdrew her hand as if it had been electrified, retreating it to her side. As several instantly dissolving pills entered his mouth, they transformed into a medicinal liquid that coursed through his body. Wang Chen suddenly felt a warm sensation enveloping his body, as the medicinal properties within him began to mend the wounds on his arm, staunching the flow of blood. Observing that Wang Chen had stabilized his condition, Jiang Lingxian shielded him behind her, her demeanor icy as she cast a cold glare at Qin Yifan, suspended in midair. Particularly striking were her beautiful yet chilling eyes, which momentarily captivated all those surrounding them. The saintess, he seemed to have met his demise. Yet amidst the onlookers, some cautiously pointed at Qin Yifan. Ensnared by an aura of frost, Jiang Lingxin's gaze remained as tranquil as water, though a profound and intense murderous intent gradually surged within her. Touch Wang Chen. Death. A surge of rage welled up within Jiang Lingxian as she fixed her frosty gaze upon Qin Yifan. The chilling energy binding him exploded with tremendous force. Crack. Bang. Suddenly, a protective jade pendant around Qin Yifan's neck shattered, barely preserving his life. Nevertheless, even so, under the wrath of Jiang Lingxian's icy fury, Qin Yifan's spine snapped violently into two segments. Whoosh! At that moment, a gust of wind swept through, dispersing the suffocating cold that almost obliterated Qin Yifan with a wave of purple energy. Saintess, he is my disciple. Why do you seek to harm him? A woman clad in red robes appeared abruptly, exuding an immensely powerful aura, her strikingly beautiful face radiating allure. The newcomer was none other than one of Qin Yifan's concubines from Wang Chen's past life, his female mentor. Upon seeing the newcomer, Jiang Lingxian's delicate brows furrowed slightly. Realizing that Qin Yifan had been effectively safeguarded, Tomorrow, I expect to see his right arm. Should I not, I shall personally take his life. Jiang Lingxian's brows knitted in cold contemplation as she fixed her gaze upon the woman in red, her voice frosty as she declared, "Let it be known today. My disciple has already faced punishment, nearly losing his life. Does the saintess truly wish to extend no leniency? You are unworthy." Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing those words, regarded the woman in red and Qin Yefan with serene composure, coolly uttering 3 words. Subsequently, she turned away from the woman's darkening expression and slowly shifted her gaze towards Wang Chen, concern evident in her eyes. Wang Chen had been thoroughly engrossed in the performance, but upon catching sight of Jiang Lingxian turning towards him, he hurriedly resumed a visage of anguish. The surrounding disciples of Tai Su exchanged glances, their expressions a mix of hesitation and curiosity. It was evident that Wang Chen had sustained grave injuries while alone. Yet he had maintained an outward calm, as if untouched by pain. However, upon seeing Jiang Lingxian, his demeanor instantaneously transformed into one of pale fragility, evoking a profound sense of sympathy. What incited both envy and resentment among the onlookers was Jiang Lingxian's immediate concern upon witnessing Wang Chen's suffering. "We must leave," she declared, finally setting aside her authoritative demeanor as she gently supported his left arm. In the astonished gaze of the crowd, a rift in the fabric of reality abruptly tore open before them. Wordlessly, Jiang Lingxian steadied Wang Chen and stepped into the void. Once their figures vanished, the fissure, wrought by a chilling force, gradually sealed itself. In a similar vein, the red-clad woman, fiercely protective of her disciple, swiftly gathered the severely wounded Qin Yefan and disappeared into the depths of the battlefield. The sight of a saintly figure mastering the art of spatial rending was nothing short of terrifying. As the disciples within the battlefield witnessed the conclusion of the spectacle, they began to engage in fervent discussions about their impressions. Alas, the disciple brought back by the saintess would undoubtedly stir unrest throughout the Tai Su Xian sect in the future. Indeed, deep within the confines of the Tai Su Xian sect, in the hallowed halls of the saintess, a sudden surge of spatial fluctuations erupted at the center of the sealed chamber, followed by the violent tearing of another rift. Emerging from the void, Wang Chen, now utterly depleted, leaned heavily against Jiang Lingxian's shoulder. Wang Chen gently closed his eyes, a sense of drowsiness enveloping him, genuine fatigue, rather than the impending finality of death. "Fairy sister, am I destined to perish?" As Wang Chen, in a drowsy haze, began to speak nonsensically in an attempt to amuse Jiang Lingxian, he noticed that she seemed rather unamused. Upon hearing the word death, her emotional response appeared to be quite intense. Jiang Lingxian quickened her pace, supporting Wang Chen as they navigated the rift in the void. Ultimately, she lifted him into her arms and hurriedly carried him out of the fracture, gently placing him onto the soft bed beside them. Wang Chen was startled by Jiang Lingxian's sudden embrace, causing a shiver to course through him, and his drowsiness vanished in an instant. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, he felt the fabric of his right arm being gently tugged. It hurt. The long sleeves of the Tai Su robe had become slightly entangled with the bloodied flesh of Wang Chen's injured arm, and as it was pulled away, it tore painfully. "Hold on, I shall tend to your wounds." Jiang Lingxian's expression revealed an unusual sense of urgency, as a gentle chill of spiritual ice energy emanated from her hands, pressing against the injury on his right arm. It's freezing." Wang Chen was struck by a sharp pain, and now he was met with an icy chill, causing his entire face to instantly flush a deep crimson, invigorated with vitality. "Jiang Lingyan, why does your method of healing resemble your previous life's lack of experience?" Wang Chen's heart surged with a tempest of fury, for in his previous life, it was also Jiang Lingxian who tended to his wounds in a similar manner. It is utterly amusing, isn't it? Do you not feel a sense of returning to your former existence, dear host? How utterly absurd, you insignificant host. I shall take it upon myself to revisit your past memories, and yet you dare to curse me. You deserve every ounce of pain that befalls you. Should I truly perish, you would surely find yourself in despair. Wang Chen gritted his teeth, enduring the gradually numbing pain in his right arm, as he indignantly retorted to the system in his mind. One matter is distinct from another. After all, this insignificant host cannot perish just yet, though it is indeed quite painful. Curse little demon system, always referring to me as insignificant. What a perverse entity you are. Go play somewhere else. Wang Chen ceased to heed the incessant barking of the system echoing in his mind. His pallid countenance turned towards the anxious yet focused visage of Jiang Lingxian beside him. As he beheld her familiar and enchanting beauty, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over him. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian remained oblivious to Wang Chen's gaze, entirely absorbed in administering treatment for his injuries. Your arm's bones are completely shattered. I must align them with the medicinal properties, which may cause some discomfort. Bear with it. Jiang Lingxian's cool voice articulated as she suddenly lifted her gaze, her exquisite eyes locking with Wang Chen's. Their profound stares momentarily froze, pupils subtly shifting as they gazed at each other, emotions swirling within their depths. Wang Chen could discern the persistent worry reflected in Jiang Lingxian's eyes, a palpable fear that something might befall him. However, as he continued to gaze, an unsettling realization dawned upon him. He perceived that Jiang Lingxian seemed to regard his present self as a reincarnation of his former existence. Indeed, he endeavored to suppress his emotions. Wang Chen could not help but avert his gaze first, tightly closing his eyes and turning his head away, extending his right arm to respond softly. However, Jiang Lingxian seemed oblivious, continuing to gaze intently at the side profile of Wang Chen, who had turned away. In their previous exchange of glances, she appeared to have glimpsed the familiar disciple from her past life. Disciple, Jiang Lingxian involuntarily called out, filled with an intense longing for Wang Chen to respond as he had in their former existence. Yet, Wang Chen dared not reply, keeping his eyes shut, feigning ignorance to both sight and sound. Sister Fairy, it hurts so much. Please hurry. Nevertheless, Wang Chen called out with a response that missed the mark, his numb and aching right hand feigning weakness by clenching into a fist. After his utterance, a silence enveloped the room for several seconds. All right. Jiang Lingxian's eyes, which had just flickered with a glimmer of hope, gradually dimmed once more as she lowered her graceful face. In the next moment, Wang Chen felt his entire right arm growing increasingly cold, as if all sensation had been stripped away. Suddenly, a peculiar sensation surged through him, akin to the fragments of bone shifting within, each piece reassembling itself. It felt as though he were undergoing surgery, half numb, a bizarre sensation of pain intertwined with numbness. A series of unsettling sounds echoed, the bones writhing within flesh and blood. Jiang Lingxian's hands were already stained with crimson, diligently rejoining the bones. During this process, Wang Chen, enveloped in pain and numbness, unknowingly drifted into slumber. As a night passed, when Wang Chen awoke once more, he shifted slightly, only to be met with a profound soreness throughout his body. It felt as though he had been used as a pillow for the entire night, leading to an uncomfortable sleeping position and leaving his muscles weak and achy the following day. How unreasonable of Jiang Lingxian to hold me so tightly while I was injured. Wang Chen gently twisted his neck, which felt as if it had been embraced throughout the night, silently complaining about Jiang Lingxian. Had he not been aware of Jiang Lingxian's nocturnal antics, he might have attributed his discomfort to the injury in his arm affecting his entire being. Upon contemplating his injury, Wang Chen paused momentarily before hastily glancing at his arm. Wang Chen lowered his gaze and beheld his entire right arm, which had already been enveloped in ethereal bandages. The warmth emanating from his arm provided a soothing sensation, alleviating much of the pain. Truly, a remarkable display of healing, Dr. Jiang. Wang Chen reclined upon the soft and fragrant bedding, lifting his right arm, which was wrapped in ethereal bandages, to examine it with a countenance of delight. Creak. At that moment, a crisp sound of the door opening resonated, followed closely by the hurried patter of footsteps. With his injury just healed, he was advised not to move his arm carelessly. Jiang Lingxian, with a bamboo lunch basket in her left hand, swiftly approached Wang Chen's side and gently placed his right arm back onto the bed. Oh, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's sudden action, and after regaining his composure, he uttered a bewildered "Oh, Sister Fairy, are you holding food in your hands?" At this moment, Wang Chen's gaze was captivated by the enticing aroma of the bamboo rice basket beside Jiang Lingxian, prompting his curious inquiry. Ah, you haven't yet reached the realm of returning to the origin, and thus cannot abstain from food. Hence, I prepared some dishes. What? You can cook? Upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen nearly leapt from the bed, his voice rising several octaves. Jiang Lingxian stood at the bedside, observing Wang Chen, who had suddenly sat up, and couldn't help but furrow her delicate brows. Is my ability to cook truly a source of such astonishment? With her brows knitted in contemplation, a peculiar expression flickered in her eyes as she appraised Wang Chen. And no, I am merely astonished that not only do you possess formidable skills, but you are also extraordinarily beautiful, and to top it all off, you can cook. Wang Chen hurriedly shook his head, attempting to clarify. Yet his face bore a cheerful smile while his heart brimmed with emotions of admiration. Ever since he became a disciple of the illustrious Jiang Lingxian in his previous life, He had taken it upon himself to prepare their meals during those days when sustenance was required. His culinary skills were such that even the ascetic Jiang Lingxian, who had long refrained from consuming food, had developed a habit of dining together with him. In his former existence, he had repeatedly requested Jiang Lingxian to prepare a meal for him, only to be met with her consistent reply, "I do not know how." After a brief moment of contemplation, Jiang Lingxian turned her enchanting gaze back to Wang Chen, who was eagerly watching her. "Let us eat," she said. This time, she did not assist Wang Chen in rising, for although his arm was injured, he was not entirely incapacitated. Wang Chen gazed at the retreating figure of Jiang Lingxian as she made her way towards the central table and chairs within the room. With a sense of resignation, he began to shift his body and rise from the bed. Alas, why did his back and waist feel so sore? It was as if he had spent the night enveloped in someone's embrace. After Wang Chen rose from the bed, a peculiar expression suddenly crossed his face, as if he were conversing with himself or perhaps deliberately feigning it. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing his words, paused momentarily while retrieving the dishes beside the table. However, she quickly masked her unease and resumed her actions, albeit with a hint of guilt as she offered a brief explanation. "It may be due to the injury on your arm. Do take care to avoid moving your right arm too much." Jiang Lingxian, feeling the bandages wrapped around Wang Chen's right arm, watched him intently as he gazed at the food, softly advising him. "Ah, so that is the case." Wang Chen stood opposite Jiang Lingxian, gazing at her, who dared not even meet his eyes. His heart was on the verge of erupting with laughter. When one feels guilty, they often pretend to be exceedingly busy, and Jiang Lingxian's current demeanor epitomized this sentiment. Wang Chen discovered that this intriguing object was indeed delightful to play with. Whether in his past life or the present, he relished teasing her in his leisure. However, the sole distinction lay in their relationship. In his previous life, their bond was considerably closer, and after teasing his master, Jiang Lingxian, he would often find himself pursued and chastised. Now, under the guise of unfamiliarity, he could engage in this playful banter openly, as Jiang Lingxian dared not retaliate, likely fearing that such actions might drive him away. Upon witnessing that Jiang Lingxian had already retrieved the plate laden with culinary delights, Wang Chen ceased his playful banter and settled himself down. "How fortunate I am, indeed, to partake in the exquisite dishes prepared by the enchanting sister of the celestial realm. Alas, I fear that after this meal, such an opportunity may never present itself again." Wang Chen sat upon a chair, gazing at the array of dishes, their colors vibrant and their delicate aromas wafting through the air, prompting him to speak. Why did he say such a thing? Jiang Lingxian, seated across from him, felt a sudden pang in her heart, her sensitive thoughts swiftly conjuring the image of Wang Chen's departing figure. After all, the celestial sister might not continue to prepare these meals for me in the future. Upon concluding his statement, Wang Chen raised his left hand and grasped the chopsticks that Jiang Lingxian had arranged on the table, deftly picking up a piece of cabbage and bringing it to his lips. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's anxious heart finally found solace, realizing the teasing tone behind Wang Chen's words. However, her relief was short-lived, as Wang Chen chewed on the cabbage for a moment before suddenly furrowing his brow, his expression becoming increasingly peculiar. Cough, cough. Wang Chen, unable to suppress himself, suddenly coughed twice and hastily placed his chopsticks down, covering his mouth. Jiang Lingxian, seated across from him, was momentarily taken aback by the scene, her expression betraying her concern. Had his injuries flared up again? As she rose to approach Wang Chen, he extended his hand to gently urge her to remain in her seat. The sounds of chewing echoed softly, punctuated by the sounds of crunching and swallowing. Wang Chen endured the bitter, brackish taste of the cabbage, forcing himself to chew a few times before taking a deep breath and swallowing. "No, it's nothing." He merely choked a little on the vegetable heart. Wang Chen did not speak the truth. Instead, he gently pressed his lips together as if savoring something utterly delightful. To his dismay, although the dish appeared visually appealing and emitted an enticing aroma, the taste was overwhelmingly salty. At that moment, Wang Chen finally believed the words of Jiang Lingxian from his past life, who repeatedly insisted that she truly lacked culinary skills. It was simply exquisite, dear fairy sister. "Do you take a taste?" Wang Chen's delight was evident as he beamed with a radiant smile, lifting the largest piece of cabbage from the plate and presenting it to Jiang Lingxian. "I shan't partake. If it pleases your palate, indulge yourself further. This is prepared solely for your enjoyment." Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her charming visage tilting slightly backward, seemingly reluctant to share the same pair of chopsticks with Wang Chen. However, this response was quite understandable, for their relationship had yet to reach the level of such intimate gestures. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen's expression momentarily stiffened, and he slightly lowered his head, as if feeling rejected, presenting a wounded demeanor. However, the cake is truly delectable. Dear fairy sister, would you kindly indulge in just a piece? Wang Chen's voice was somewhat muted as he slowly settled back into his seat, a bitter expression crossing his face as he placed the cabbage into his bowl. Jiang Lingxian fell silent upon hearing this, and an inexplicable stillness enveloped the room at that moment. It was not long before a pair of chopsticks gracefully extended towards Wang Chen's downcast eyes, gently extracting the cabbage from his bowl. Jiang Lingxian, being considerate of Wang Chen's emotions, chose not to take from the dish, but instead selected the cabbage he had already placed into his bowl. In that instant, the profound depths of Wang Chen's gaze seemed to illuminate with a spark, and he quickly lifted his head to look across the table. However, upon closer inspection, one could discern a mischievous undertone lingering in his smile. Jiang Lingxian ate with remarkable elegance, her left hand gently tucking a strand of hair behind her ear as she delicately brought the cabbage to her slightly parted lips. The next moment, her brows furrowed in dismay. Something was amiss. It was off by a significant margin. Yet, recalling Wang Chen's earlier enthusiastic declaration that it was delicious, she stubbornly chewed several more bites. Eventually, she lowered her exquisitely beautiful face, stifling her nausea as she discreetly spat the cabbage onto the table. You deceived me, Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, her delicate features contorting into a frown as she glared at Wang Chen, a mix of indignation and embarrassment coloring her voice. Especially with her face slightly scrunched up from the saltiness of the cabbage, she appeared exceedingly adorable, radiating an air of endearing grievance. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, momentarily taken aback by her appearance, but he quickly regained his composure. Sister Fairy, is this the dish you prepared? Did you not taste it for seasoning while cooking? Simply recklessly adding salt? Or did you take a bite of the vegetables, find them bland, and then add a spoonful of salt to the pot? Did you then sample another piece and, finding it still lacking, add yet another spoonful? And so the cycle continued until the vegetables in your hand were gone, and the ones in the pot were nearly burnt, prompting you to hastily serve them? Upon hearing these words, Jiang Lingxian's expression turned blank for a moment, and her delicate face flushed with a hint of embarrassment. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily at a loss for words, feeling so ashamed that she wished for a crevice in the ground to hide herself. As Wang Chen's remarks echoed in her mind, she recalled that she indeed seemed to have followed that very pattern while cooking, naturally not one for eloquence. She found herself at a loss for an explanation in front of Wang Chen. Now, reminded of her past folly, Jiang Lingxian began to silently lament her earlier lack of judgment. Well, let's try this meat instead. Surely, one cannot err twice in succession. Wang Chen lifted his chopsticks once more, delicately picking up another dish of meat and slowly bringing it to his lips. Outside the hall of the Celestial Maiden, a series of clattering sounds echoed as Jiang Lingxian unceremoniously dumped several plates of food into the clear water of the transformation pool before her. As they splashed into the water, they were swallowed and vanished without a trace. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the dishes sinking beneath the surface, her lips pursing in discontent, a flicker of self-reproach igniting within her. Her disciple in this lifetime had persistently refrained from addressing her as master, and now it was evident that his impression of her had further diminished. If this continued, would he truly consider seeking the tutelage of those inner-sect female elders instead? Standing alone outside the hall of the Celestial Maiden, Jiang Lingxian could not help but conjure an image of Wang Chen departing with one of those inner-sect elders. No, absolutely not. A surge of ire inexplicably welled within her composed demeanor, and upon realizing her thoughts, she was seized by alarm. Ever since her disciple perished in her previous life, and she chose to take her own life to be reborn, Jiang Lingxian had become increasingly sensitive to her emotions. She was certain that if her disciple were to abandon her again in this lifetime, she would undoubtedly descend into madness. Even if her disciple merely found solace in another woman's embrace rather than meeting a tragic fate, the outcome would be no different. She would still spiral into turmoil. The more she pondered, the more frantic her heartbeat became, prompting her to hurriedly sit cross-legged by the pool and commence her cultivation. Meanwhile, within the hall of the Celestial Maiden, Wang Chen was blissfully engrossed in organizing an array of weapons and resources within his storage space. At this moment, he remained blissfully unaware that his former life as Imperial Master harbored an insatiable possessiveness towards him in this new existence. Wang Chen, Constitution, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm, peak of the first layer of spirit building, disguised as the 9th layer of body refinement. Technique, Chaos 9 Yang Divine Formula. Storage space, 1 low-grade profound tier void severing sword, 1 blind box obtained from the Peach Blossom Forest, 1 high-grade yellow-tier silver spear, 12 low-grade yellow-tier weapons. Origin points, 7, 458. Overall evaluation, a human of the first layer of spirit building. Wang Chen scrutinized the system panel, his uninjured left hand forming a checkmark as he gently stroked his chin in contemplation. System, please calculate how many source points can be converted from the remaining resources, excluding the Taishu broken sword and the blind box. Ding. Calculation in progress. Calculation complete. A total of 11,458 source points can be converted. Host. Hurry and convert. You still owe me 4,000 source points. Do not rush me. Upon contemplating the repayment of 4,000 source points, Wang Chen felt a twinge of headache and a pang of regret. Turn, I shall repay you, O human-machine system. Nevertheless, Wang Chen proceeded to convert all those worthless weapons into source points, prioritizing the settlement of his debts to the system. After clearing his account, he gazed at the remaining 7,458 source points, pondering for a moment. System, could you perhaps include that golden card in the store? One that allows the use of fragrant smoke as if it were a cigarette and toxic pills as if they were candy? 10,000. What do you mean, 10,000? Source points. Well, as an upstanding gentleman, I shall not covet such dubious and unorthodox items. With a grand gesture, Wang Chen exuded an air of scholarly elegance. However, a sudden cry of pain escaped him. Ouch, ouch, ouch. The sound of creaking followed. I told you not to move your right arm. At that moment, the door swung open, revealing Jiang Lingxian, her demeanor cool yet tinged with a hint of concern. Furrowing her brow, she swiftly approached the bedside, gently supporting Wang Chen's injured right arm, which had been strained by his earlier flourish, her gaze icy and piercing. Wang Chen, acutely aware of Jiang Lingxian's concern for him, felt a sense of guilt and thus lowered his head in silence. Why was it that, despite the warmth he had felt in the morning, any movement now elicited pain? Yet, as he kept his head bowed, a flicker of confusion danced in his mind. Had the numbing effect of the anesthetic truly worn off? The cold energy within your arm has nearly dissipated. Naturally, you are now able to perceive the pain, Jiang Lingxian remarked, seemingly discerning Wang Chen's perplexity as she gently unwrapped the spiritual energy bandages. Could you, dear celestial sister, infuse me with a bit more of your energy? Please. A generous amount. Wang Chen raised his gaze to Jiang Lingxian and voiced his request, advocating for a philosophy of avoiding suffering whenever possible. If that is the case, your injuries will persist in their inability to heal. Do you wish to live perpetually burdened by these wounds? Jiang Lingxian cast a frosty glance at Wang Chen, yet her hands diligently continued to wrap fresh spiritual energy bandages around him. Oh, very well then, let it be. Hearing this, Wang Chen could only respond helplessly with a sigh, watching as Jiang Lingxian diligently reapplied the medicine and wrapped his bandage. In a moment, you should return to your own quarters to recuperate. For the next few days, try to avoid using your right arm. You will recover swiftly. Once Jiang Lingxian had tended to Wang Chen's wound, she finally stood up and collected the bloody bandages from the ground beside her. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen leaned back against the headboard of the bed, drawing the fragrant quilt beside him to cover his body. The delicate aroma of the quilt was immediately familiar to Wang Chen. It was the calming, ethereal fragrance that lingered when Jiang Lingxian had embraced him in slumber just a couple of days prior. This room is quite delightful. May I recuperate here? As Wang Chen noticed that Jiang Lingxian was about to entertain guests, he leaned against the edge of the bed, feigning ignorance of this being her boudoir, and inquired casually. Jiang Lingxian observed how the bedding had been pulled over Wang Chen's form. Her beautiful eyes flickered slightly, yet she ultimately refrained from intervening. This is the chamber where I rest, she stated after a moment of internal hesitation, her tone cool and detached. It is of no concern. I can sleep on the floor, Wang Chen replied. Nay, it is improper for a man and woman to share the same room, especially considering I am your master. Upon hearing Wang Chen's response, Jiang Lingxian suddenly sensed that her disciple harbored a certain affection for her. After all, why would he express willingness to sleep on the floor upon learning this was her room? Sister Fairy, you often declare that you are my master. But have you ever considered my feelings? At this moment, Wang Chen furrowed his brow, seated on the bed, and earnestly questioned Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian, standing by the bed, was momentarily taken aback by his icy yet alluring demeanor. Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily speechless as her gaze met Wang Chen's slightly furrowed brows. Indeed, throughout this lifetime, she had been the one to misinterpret their relationship. Yet, Having been Wang Chen's master for over 1,000 years in her past life, she had grown accustomed to this dynamic. Sister Fairy, I actually do not wish to. You may stay here if you wish. I suddenly remember some matters that require my attention. You should focus on your recovery. Jiang Lingxian, seemingly aware of Wang Chen's intentions, hurriedly interrupted him, her breath becoming somewhat disordered in her fluster. Without waiting to hear Wang Chen's subsequent words, she swiftly turned and exited, slamming the door behind her. Wang Chen was somewhat bewildered by the sudden series of actions from Jiang Lingxian, not anticipating that her emotional fluctuations would be so pronounced. Wang Chen understood that, given Jiang Lingxian's recent actions displaying a lack of security during the night, his words might wound her heart. However, remaining silent would only perpetuate his status as her disciple in her eyes. He was resolute in his desire to break free from this label. He could no longer continue to obediently play the role of Jiang Lingxian's disciple. Wang Chen felt an unusual strangeness in his interactions with Jiang Lingxian. While she willingly embraced him tightly in his dreams, upon awakening, she seemed to recoil at even the slightest touch, as if electrified by his presence. Could it be that her sensitivity was such that my touch would not evoke those feelings, yet my initiative to reach out would leave her flustered and disconcerted? Wang Chen pondered for quite some time and finally began to grasp the situation, deciding to casually tease her more often in the future. Shaking off the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind, his gaze fell upon the small treasure box nestled within the peach blossom grove in the storage space. He retrieved it, cradling it in his palm. It was neither too large nor too small, perfectly fitting within the confines of his hand, though its contents remained a mystery. Exercising caution, Wang Chen held it at a distance, and with his left hand, he began to laboriously pry open the latch. With a crisp click, the box was placed upon the bed, and he gently lifted the lid. What could this be? Wang Chen delicately grasped the round, golden object within the box, slowly extracting it while furrowing his brow. Ding! Heavenly grade dragon source pearl, capable of being consumed, convertible into 100,000 source points. The dragon source pearl. Wang Chen felt a surge of joy within as he began to scrutinize the golden orb in his hand, which contained a mysterious liquid. It was said that in his previous life, Yi Qing experienced a sudden surge in cultivation, ascending to the 6th layer of the spirit foundation realm during these very days, subsequently venturing out for training within the sect and growing even stronger. It appears that this dragon source orb was destined to be the pivotal point for Yi Qing's extraordinary advancement, yet now it had been seized by him. Little host, shall we convert to the original source point? Wait, let me refresh the golden cards in the shop first, and then I will consider whether to convert or not. Wang Chen did not hastily exchange the dragon source pearl for 100,000 origin points. Instead, he opened the system's shop. You may exchange it. I can generously provide you with that golden card for free, which transforms intoxicating incense into smoke and poison pills into sweet confections. Upon hearing the system's endearing tone, Wang Chen furrowed his brow, deciding to disregard it for the time being. Wang Chen turned his gaze towards the 9 new golden cards that filled his mind. With a mere thought, he clicked and flipped the cards. As the golden cards turned, the intricate designs imprinted upon them gradually revealed themselves before his eyes. The first item, Heavenly Grade Dragon Source Pearl, priced at 200,000 origin points. System, I am logging in early at 8. Deduct a full 100,000 origin points from me. Wang Chen gazed at the price of the first item and, unable to restrain himself, uttered a curse towards the mental construct of the system in his mind. Hee. You may laugh, but I shall let it slide and not hold it against you. Wang Chen suppressed the anger simmering within him, reminding himself that it was not worth losing his temper over the foolish system. He then resumed flipping through the cards. The second item, an oversized pack of ultra-absorbent wipes, priced at 666 essence points. The third item, Pangu Essence. The ninth item, 3 years of cultivation for an ordinary practitioner, priced at 5,000 essence points. Oh, this ninth item is quite remarkable. Such finds were rare in his previous life. Wang Chen gazed upon the ninth item, and an immediate desire to acquire it surged within him. In his previous life, he had always purchased items that enhanced his cultivation. With a decisive thought, he initiated the purchase, and in that instant, his primordial essence points diminished to 2458. Simultaneously, a golden card, radiating a subtle aura of spiritual energy, materialized within his storage space, exquisite in its craftsmanship. Wang Chen gazed at the golden card within the storage space and the dragon source pearl nestled in the palm of his hand, subsequently stowing away the small box from the bed. After a moment of contemplation, he resolved that utilizing the dragon source pearl to enhance his cultivation was the wisest course of action. As he placed the 2-centimeter dragon source pearl into his mouth and bit down, it shattered, unleashing a torrent of dragon essence. System: activate the 3-year cultivation card for ordinary cultivators, he commanded, simultaneously enabling the feature to conceal the fluctuations of his cultivation breakthrough. Ding. The 3-year cultivation card for ordinary cultivators has been successfully utilized. Ding. The function to mask cultivation breakthrough fluctuations has been activated, deducting 2,000 source points. With the supreme heavenly grade dragon source pearl and the ordinary cultivator's 3-year cultivation card employed in tandem, Wang Chen was suddenly engulfed in a sensation akin to being set ablaze. What an intense heat! He exclaimed. Wang Chen hastily threw aside the bedding, descended from the bed, and seated himself upon the floor, swiftly channeling the innate cultivation technique. The chaotic 9 Suns divine art. An abundance of spiritual energy began to surge into the room, and ultimately, Wang Chen became akin to a vortex, absorbing it all entirely. Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the ground, closing his eyes in profound concentration. In but a few fleeting seconds, the barriers of his internal cultivation were shattered. Pop. He ascended to the 2nd level of the spirit-building realm. Pop, pop, pop. He advanced to the 3rd level of the spirit-building realm, then to the 4th, and subsequently to the 5th, until he reached the 6th level of the spirit-building realm, at which point Wang Chen, seated on the ground, exuded an immensely powerful aura that finally diminished slightly. Wang Chen realized that the effects of the 3-year cultivation card had worn off, and he hurriedly concentrated all his energy to absorb the dragon essence within him. In that fleeting moment, his previously waning aura surged dramatically once more. Roar! Suddenly, a resounding dragon's roar erupted from within Wang Chen, propelling his realm directly to the 7th level of the spirit establishment stage. Meanwhile, high above in the celestial palace of the Great Void, an extraordinary phenomenon occurred. A chaotic vortex of flames slowly tore through space, swirling in the skies above. 9 dragon-shaped phantoms, radiating a pure golden hue yet engulfed in black and white chaotic flames, intertwined and soared around a chaotic cauldron. This was an unprecedented spectacle in the realm of cultivation. The chaotic 9 dragons encircling the flame cauldron. Should anyone catch sight of this, the major factions within the cultivation world would undoubtedly spare no effort to seize Wang Chen from the Great Void Celestial Sect. Such a scenario would undoubtedly bring a multitude of troubles cascading towards Wang Chen. Fortunately, he had activated the system's shielding function. At that moment, far away on the scarlet peak of the Great Void Sword, Jiang Lingxian stood high in the sky, coldly observing Qin Yefan as he endured the pain of severing his right arm. Holy Maiden, my disciple has already severed his right arm. Are you satisfied now? The woman in red faced Jiang Lingxian, struggling to suppress her urge to strike, her voice icy. Beside her, Qin Yefan was in agony, his severed arm lying on the ground, surrounded by a pool of blood. Jiang Lingxian shifted her chilling gaze towards the woman in red and Qin Yefan, concealing the murderous intent simmering beneath her icy exterior. Alas, matters within the Great Void Celestial Sect could not escalate too far, otherwise she would have long since eliminated both individuals. Though Qin Yefan was not dead yet, he must die. This was a resolute conviction in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Anyone who bore enmity towards Wang Chen must perish. Standing high above, Jiang Lingxian slowly extended her right hand, forcefully grasping the severed arm of Qin Yefan from a distance. Crack! Crack! Boom! The arm that had fallen to the ground swiftly froze, culminating in a thunderous explosion as it shattered into countless ice crystals. This is what you deserve. You harm him, and I shall take an arm in return. Should there be a next time, I will kill you. A chilling aura emanated from Jiang Lingxian, causing even the clouds surrounding her to form thin layers of ice, delivering a frigid warning to the two. Having faced setbacks from Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian finally vented some of her pent-up frustration. Ignoring the resentful glares of Qin Yefan and Mu Hong, Jiang Lingxian focused her thoughts, causing the space before her to tear open a rift. She swiftly pinpointed the location of her celestial palace and vanished into the void. As Jiang Lingxian's figure departed, Qin Yefan's pale face contorted with rage, his eyes gradually turning black with fury. Let us return swiftly. I shall tend to your wounds. Qin Yefan's consciousness was summoned back by Mu Hong, the ominous signs of his descent into madness swiftly dissipating. Yet he could only forcibly suppress the murderous intent simmering within him. In his heart, he believed that as long as he could rise, Wang Chen was destined to meet his demise. And as for Jiang Lingshan, well, little did he know, Wang Chen would not grant him such an opportunity. Once his cultivation broke through, he would undoubtedly be the first to strike him down. Time swiftly passed, and soon the setting sun painted the entire sky in hues of crimson. From the highest vantage point of the Taishu immortal sect, the scene was breathtakingly beautiful. However, the atmosphere within the Taishu Saintess Palace felt starkly incongruous, as extraordinary phenomena unfolded incessantly, with the sound of dragon roars resonating clearly within Wang Chen's being. Yet, these various manifestations were enveloped by a silent, unseen energy, rendering them invisible and inaudible to all but Wang Chen. From Jiang Lingshan's perspective, Wang Chen appeared merely to be sitting quietly on the floor of the chamber, seemingly engaged in tranquil meditation. This was also the reason why, in her previous life, Jiang Lingshan had coexisted with Wang Chen for over a millennium without realizing that he was not entirely a mere vessel. At this moment, as the invisible phenomena gradually faded from the Taishu Saintess Palace, Wang Chen slowly awakened from his cultivation. The pinnacle of the spirit-building realm, achieved. Wang Chen felt the surging energy within him, sensing that a single punch could vanquish 100 spirit-consolidating demon bulls. Ha! Wang Chen, filled with elation, threw his head back and laughed heartily, slowly opening his eyes, exuding an air of invincibility. Ha! However, as he let out a second laugh, he suddenly caught sight of Jiang Lingxian observing him from a distance, causing his laughter to abruptly falter. Were you just cultivating? Jiang Lingxian inquired, seated gracefully in her chair, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of skepticism. She distinctly remembered that she had yet to bestow upon Wang Chen any cultivation methods in this lifetime. Jiang Lingxian had ventured out not only to avenge Wang Chen but also to seek a suitable sacred-level technique for him at the Taishu Treasure Pavilion. Yet, she had not yet had the opportunity to present it to him when she unexpectedly encountered the serene sight of him meditating on the ground. It seemed he was indeed in a state of cultivation. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's inquiry, his thoughts drifting as he pondered how to fabricate a response. Indeed, what was the matter? After a brief contemplation, Wang Chen ultimately chose to candidly admit the truth. I have yet to provide you with any cultivation techniques. How is it that you are able to cultivate? Jiang Lingxian's gaze fixated intently on Wang Chen, as if she sought to uncover some hidden truth within his familiar visage. Well, I never claimed that I was cultivating using any techniques, he retorted. Wang Chen's lips twitched, displaying an innocent expression as if to say it was your preconceived notion. He began to explain further. After your departure, I suddenly felt a warmth in my abdomen accompanied by hunger, so I attempted to sit in meditation, hoping to cultivate my resistance. However, alas. At the conclusion of his words, Wang Chen appeared somewhat regretful, sitting cross-legged with his head bowed in despondency. His demeanor was undeniably melancholic. Observing him in such a state, Jiang Lingxian found it difficult to discern the authenticity of his statements. Ever since she had glimpsed a fragment of Wang Chen's past life during their last exchange of glances, she often pondered the possibility of his own reincarnation. Yet, each time, she dismissed the notion. Her own rebirth was already astonishing, and the likelihood of a dual reincarnation was far more improbable than achieving immortality. System, grant me the thunderous roar of a bellyache. Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's skeptical expression and promptly communicated with the system in his mind. Although he voiced his concerns, the truth was that he was indeed feeling somewhat hungry. Ding! A deduction of 100 source points has been made, causing the little host's stomach to rumble. Gurgle! Gurgle! Wang Chen heard the rumbling of his stomach and hurriedly feigned embarrassment, lowering his head to cover his belly. The host promptly urged Jiang Lingxian, "Dear sister, my tummy is rumbling. I am so hungry. I need you to feed me. Go away. Be quiet." As Wang Chen listened to the system's cold, mechanical voice, imbued with a hint of emotion, he felt his head lower in embarrassment. How ridiculous, harboring intentions of thievery without the courage to act. Nevertheless, knowing your hunger, I happened to pass by the sect's dining hall at noon and brought you some food. The voices of Jiang Lingxian and the system resonated simultaneously. But Wang Chen chose to disregard the latter, turning his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian had approached the table and, just like in the morning, produced a bamboo basket. She then began to extract dish after dish of delicacies from within. However, unlike last time when she had prepared the meal herself, this time it was a splendid assortment of ethereal delicacies and rare seafood from various spirit beasts. How delightful! Your fairy sister truly dotes on you, providing such an abundance of spiritual food. One can only wonder how many spirit stones this feast must have cost. Clearly, it was meticulously selected and personally purchased from the Tai Su dining hall, despite her modest claim of merely bringing some. Wang Chen cast a disdainful glance at the system, promptly silencing it, and then rose to take a seat beside the table. This time, Wang Chen truly indulged in what could be considered the first hearty meal of his current existence, his left hand eagerly scooping food into his mouth. Each bite of these spiritually infused dishes brought him a palpable sense of satisfaction that resonated throughout his entire being. Although Wang Chen's injuries had long since healed with the enhancement of his cultivation, he intended to feign illness and remain in repose for a few more days. Fairy sister, why do you not partake in the meal? As Wang Chen continued to eat, he suddenly realized that Jiang Lingxian was merely sitting across from him, silently gazing at him, resembling an ethereal beauty. I am not particularly fond of the dishes prepared by others, Jiang Lingxian remarked in a calm voice. Upon noticing that the sky outside had darkened and the room was beginning to dim, she then had a thought and used her spiritual energy to illuminate the lights adorning the walls and ceiling of the room. Whose cooking do you desire? Wang Chen was acutely aware that Jiang Lingxian had only consumed the meals he had prepared in her past life, yet he still inquired while absently pushing his food around. You. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen fell into silence, choosing to remain mute as he continued to eat, as if he had not heard anything at all. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together and then lightly gritted her teeth, her beautiful eyes casting a hopeful glance towards Wang Chen. Why are you so reluctant to become my disciple? I possess techniques and resources. I can offer you the very best, provided you are willing to accept me as your mentor. As she spoke, a tome of sacred-level techniques appeared in her hand, accompanied by a top-tier storage ring. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen paused his eating, gradually placing the chopsticks in his left hand down, raising his face to meet Jiang Lingxian's gaze directly. However, what I yearn for has never been your techniques or resources. Then what is it that you desire? Jiang Lingxian furrowed her brow slightly, placing the techniques and storage ring onto the table, her heart eager to obtain an answer. Just as you answered earlier, it is you. Wang Chen responded almost without hesitation, then continued to feign a demeanor of earnestness as he spoke. When I was trapped in the mountains, you were the first to appear before me, as beautiful as a celestial being. I do not believe in love at first sight. Yet I must admit that I was captivated by your beauty from the very first moment I laid eyes on you. Though Wang Chen's pretense was apparent, he spoke these two sentences with sincerity. In his previous life, he had been drawn to Jiang Lingxian for her beauty, and after enduring a century of restraint, he began to pursue her fervently. Thus, upon his rebirth to the present, his words held a kernel of truth. There is no such thing as love at first sight. It is merely a hastened progression of desire that has been quickened by a century. However, having shared a millennium of life with Jiang Lingxian in his past, he had developed genuine feelings for her, transforming his initial attraction into something far deeper. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing Wang Chen's declarations, sat across from him, visibly taken aback. Her clear, beautiful eyes gazed at him in a daze, her delicate lips moved, yet words eluded her. Her mind, akin to a frozen CPU, took a full 10 seconds to reboot. Know that. I cannot agree to this, she finally managed to utter, her once cold voice now tinged with vulnerability. At that moment, she felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She merely wished to maintain a master-disciple relationship with Wang Chen. Yet, why was it that? Whether in this life or the last, he ceaselessly professed his affection for her. From the moment her parents sought to consume her when she was but a child, Jiang Lingxian instinctively recoiled from those who drew close to her. She did not harbor any disdain for Wang Chen's feelings. At times, a flicker of secret delight would arise within her, for such affection would ensure that her disciple would not abandon her. However, the thought of transforming Wang Chen into her husband was an insurmountable psychological barrier for her. Jiang Lingxian understood that her desires were both selfish and contradictory. She could only offer Wang Chen an endless supply of cultivation resources as compensation. Yet, she withheld the matters of love, referring to herself as his master, which she knew was selfish in its own right. Nevertheless, she could not bear the thought of Wang Chen leaving her. If that constituted selfishness, then so be it. It is merely a statement of fact. You need not feel obliged to respond or bear any psychological burden at this moment. Wang Chen, having satisfied his hunger, set down his chopsticks and wiped his mouth as the conversation gradually reached its conclusion. Why, oh why? Is there such a stark contrast between the disciple of my memories and the one before me now? Jiang Lingxian slightly lowered her delicate face, reminiscing about the Wang Chen of her past life and the Wang Chen of the present. her heart heavy with sorrow. The atmosphere in the room grew increasingly somber, and Wang Chen, upon observing Jiang Lingxian, found himself at a loss for words. You may take this cultivation technique and the resources for your training. It matters not if you choose not to accept me as your master. Jiang Lingxian slowly rose from her seat, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, as she reached out to push the scroll and storage ring across the table towards Wang Chen. Subsequently, she departed from her chair and turned towards the door. Where are you going? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering whether his words had struck a devastating blow to Jiang Lingxian, leading her to reconsider their bond. However, to his dismay, she did not respond. She simply opened the door and departed, allowing it to close gently behind her. From his observations, it was evident that she was indeed heartbroken. Her demeanor starkly contrasted with the past, where she had been endearingly obedient, calling him master in a sweet, childlike voice. Surely, he mused, could he not find a more fitting description for her innocent tone? It seemed so utterly ordinary. Yet, upon reflecting on their previous life, he recognized the truth in his recollection. After all, he had been reborn. He could not possibly adhere to the same trajectory as before. System, he contemplated. What if I subtly hint at my rebirth during our next encounter, providing her with a glimpse of reassurance? When she confronts me, I could feign ignorance, adopting an expression of innocence. Given her familiarity with me, she would likely deduce that I have been masking my true intentions, seeking to transcend the boundaries of our master-disciple relationship. If this continues without offering her any semblance of psychological reassurance, I genuinely fear she may become lost and despondent. Wang Chen's gaze lingered on the remnants of food left on the table, yet his mind was preoccupied with an incessant stream of thoughts regarding what to do next. Reflecting on the numerous times during the previous nights when Jiang Lingxian had held him close, weeping and imploring him not to leave, he recalled her tear-streaked face. It was as if her very existence hinged upon his decision to stay. Wang Chen felt a twinge of apprehension. If this continued, would Jiang Lingxian transform into a Yandere? Host, you truly are a master of cunning. However, are you certain you wish to reveal that you too have been reborn? Let me first hint at it, allowing her to deduce it herself, and when the opportune moment arises, I shall confess that I have also experienced rebirth. Wang Chen understood that to touch someone as profoundly insecure as Jiang Lingxian, one must possess exceptional means. Once he concluded his contemplation, he began to survey the surroundings. The room was devoid of warmth, characterized solely by its stark emptiness. There was only a bed, a table, a chair, and a bookshelf. Even the walls bore a chillingly pristine white. This individual, Jiang Lingxian, despite having lived a second life, remained unchanged in essence, with the sole exception being her attitude towards him. As Wang Chen observed the encroaching twilight, he gathered the cultivation techniques and storage ring from the table and settled himself upon the bed. Ding. The Sunfire's sacred technique, a superior grade sacred method, can be converted into 10 million source points. 10 million source points, 666. Wang Chen did not convert the cultivation technique. Instead, he stored it within his spatial storage. He could not bear to part with the technique bestowed upon him by Lingxian. In his past life, at this very moment, Jiang Lingxian had gifted him a royal tier cultivation method. In this lifetime, it remains a mystery from where she acquired his sacred tier technique. Nevertheless, none of these could rival his innate cultivation method, the chaotic Nine Suns divine art. It is worth noting that the system has stated there is no upper limit to the chaotic Nine Suns divine art, and its grade is undoubtedly exceedingly high. The hierarchy of cultivation techniques is as follows: yellow, mysterious; earth, heaven; king, royal; sacred, emperor, immortal. System. Please calculate the worth of the myriad of supreme spirit stones within this storage ring in terms of origin points. Wang Chen could not contain his curiosity and extended his consciousness into the storage ring, where he was taken aback by the sight of an immense quantity of exquisite spirit stones. Ding. There are 487 exquisite spirit stones, each valued at 10,000, culminating in a total worth of 15,364,870,000 source points. Over 1.5 billion source points, dear child. This is the lifetime accumulation of a mere fish host. Moreover, the numbers are precise. Has Jiang Lingxian truly bestowed upon you all the exquisite spirit stones she has gathered throughout her life? Wang Chen paid no heed to the system's words, instead staring blankly at the lengthy string of numbers displayed before him. In this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian had truly lost her mind to bestow upon him such an abundance of exquisite spirit stones. Once Wang Chen regained his senses, he was overwhelmed by an unparalleled astonishment. He had never encountered such a vast quantity of precious spirit stones in his previous life. The system was indeed correct. This multitude of exceptional spirit stones represented the entirety of his past existence. It was only natural. She likely feared that he might be tempted by the various offers presented by the intersex female elders. Thus, she had probably exhausted her resources to secure his presence. My dear host, would you like to convert to the original source point? This would enable you to acquire numerous items. Go away, I shall not convert. Wang Chen, who had initially maintained a rather tranquil demeanor, found himself feeling somewhat agitated upon witnessing these exquisite spirit stones. Wang Chen slipped the storage ring onto his ring finger. He then reclined effortlessly onto the bed, suffused with a cool and fragrant aroma, and pulled the blanket over his head. Breathing in the familiar scent of the bedding, a sense of tranquility washed over him, conjuring vivid images from his past life. In this serene atmosphere, Wang Chen unknowingly closed his eyes. The room remained enveloped in silence for quite some time. Creak. It was not until the late hours of the night that a faint sound of the door creaking open broke the stillness. However, it seemed that Wang Chen had succumbed to a deep slumber, oblivious to the intrusion. When dawn arrived, he abruptly sat up, his eyes scanning the empty room with urgency. Damn. He had fallen asleep amidst his turmoil last night, completely unaware if Jiang Lingxian had come by. Wang Chen clasped his hands around his head, gently scratching his hair, while casting a restless glance around the silent room. System, is there an opportunity to seize the fortune of a destined child at this moment? Wang Chen is currently feeling somewhat vexed regarding his relationship with Jiang Lingxian. He intends to divert his attention by seizing the opportunities of the children of destiny. However, there are numerous such opportunities, albeit they exist elsewhere, not within the realm of Taishu. It is impractical for you to venture outside the sect at this moment. Therefore, it would be prudent for you to take a few days to rest and prepare, for in 7 days, a significant event will transpire at the Taishu Xianzong. At that time, you will encounter those fated individuals, which ultimately leads to the enmity Jiang Lingxian has continually fostered with them. Wang Chen, upon hearing the system's words, suddenly recalled a significant event from his previous life concerning the numerous fateful children with whom he had forged enmities. Alas, it seems that Jiang Lingxian has vanished without a trace. Remaining here serves no purpose. I shall return to my own quarters. Wang Chen gazed at his right hand, which was entirely wrapped in spirit energy bandages, and decisively unraveled and stored them away. His initial desire to rest in this room was solely due to Jiang Lingxian. Now that she was not returning, there was no need to maintain the facade. Wang Chen rose and made his way to the door, contemplating the prospect of returning to draw a hot bath for a moment of solace. The condition of his attire, marred by bloodstains and hastily cut by Jiang Lingxian, had left the right side in tatters, prompting him to seek the comfort of a warm wash and a change of clothes. Furthermore, he resolved to gather his bedding later that evening, so as to spare Jiang Lingxian the trouble of traversing the distance to find him in the night. Alas, I am indeed too considerate. Despite her nightly torment, I still concern myself with her having to undertake an extra journey. Wang Chen could not help but chuckle at the thought, then reached out to pull open the door before him. Creak. However, the door was unexpectedly yanked open first, leaving Wang Chen frozen in place with his hands raised. He had just removed the spiritual energy binding, and now Jiang Lingxian had returned. What was going on? Where are you going? Jiang Lingxian, now regaining her composure, stood outside the door with her delicate brows slightly furrowed, her gaze icy as it fixed upon Wang Chen. I was just leaving. I noticed you didn't return yesterday, and I feared you might find me bothersome, so I intended to refrain from intruding further. Wang Chen composed himself, his demeanor now less rigid, and spoke in a tone that conveyed a clear meaning to anyone present. Going back. Has your injury healed then? Did you not mention your intention to stay here? As Jiang Lingxian spoke, her gaze shifted to Wang Chen's right arm, and abruptly her words faltered. An enveloping silence fell upon both those inside and outside the door, an unbroken stillness. Yes, my injury has indeed healed. I practiced the techniques you provided yesterday, and my recovery was swift. By the way, take this ring back with you. Wang Chen spoke as he removed the storage ring from the fourth finger of his left hand, extending it towards Jiang Lingxian, who stood outside the door. The exquisite spiritual stones, both in abundance and scarcity, were beyond his means to accept. He feared that doing so would leave him indebted to Jiang Lingxian. However, Jiang Lingxian did not reach out to take it. Instead, her expression grew increasingly frigid. In that moment, Wang Chen could sense the surrounding air drop several degrees, as if she were a human air conditioner. Is it truly your desire to sever ties with me? Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze was fixed upon Wang Chen, her voice imbued with a chilling yet somewhat somber tone. There was even a faint, dangerous emotion flickering in her eyes, as if she intended to consume him entirely. No. No. Please do not be angry. I shall wear it. I shall wear it indeed. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback as he silently slipped the storage ring back onto the ring finger of his left hand, fearing the wrath of Jiang Lingxian. Goodness. At this moment, he truly comprehended that Jiang Lingxian possessed some extraordinary attributes in this life. I shall be staying here tonight. Since you wish to leave, then do so. Jiang Lingxian said coldly, brushing past Wang Chen without a backward glance, her tone laced with a haughty and unmistakable implication. Oh, very well then, my celestial sister. I shall take my leave, Wang Chen replied, seemingly oblivious to her insinuation, as he turned to head towards the door. He had intended all along to return with his bedding that evening, regardless of Jiang Lingxian's current sentiments. Wait a moment. Just as Wang Chen was about to depart, Jiang Lingxian's voice resounded once more, halting him in his tracks. What is it? Allow me to examine your injuries once more to ensure they have truly healed, thus preventing any future hidden afflictions. Upon hearing those words, Wang Chen furrowed his brow in exasperation and began to retreat, stepping back over the threshold into the room. With your level of cultivation, it was evident that you could discern at a glance that my arm had fully healed. Why must you come closer to inspect? Alas, it is what it is. If you wish to look, then look. Wang Chen silently scoffed at her flawed little tricks. Nevertheless, he slowly retreated to her side and extended his right arm. Wait, that's not right. If he were to think this way, wouldn't he imply that Jiang Lingxian had already discerned his recovery from his injuries yesterday? Wang Chen was suddenly taken aback. If Jiang Lingxian's little tricks were riddled with flaws at this moment, then was he not equally so? Contemplating this logic, Wang Chen abruptly turned his face, directing his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian, who, at that moment, merely observed his right arm in silence, her eyes subtly shifting, lost in her own thoughts. Wang Chen gazed at the exquisite profile of Jiang Lingxian, her fair complexion tinged with a rosy hue, momentarily entranced. According to his reasoning, had it not been for the techniques she bestowed upon him yesterday, he would have fully recovered from his injuries. She was undoubtedly aware of all the facades he maintained. Yet, why did she choose not to expose him? Such is the nature of love. At that moment, the system abruptly materialized, presenting an enormous meme before Wang Chen, complete with sound effects. Love, what nonsense! With her millennia of experience, it was entirely possible that she had already begun to speculate about his true identity after venturing out yesterday. Jiang Lingxian was likely either confirming whether he too had been reborn or investigating whether her resurrection had altered her memories of Wang Chen, essentially transforming him into someone else. Oh, he understood. It was akin to Jiang Lingxian believing she had been reborn into an alternate parallel universe. Furthermore, how could the intelligence of this lowly host suddenly revert? Damn, he had truly been lacking in mental acuity in recent days. Is it feasible to feign ignorance in the presence of someone with whom one has coexisted for a millennium? After all, others are not devoid of intellect. They possess the capacity for thought. At this moment, Wang Chen wished fervently to slap himself awake, hastily retracting his right arm that had been placed before Jiang Lingxian. Have you finished looking? The injury is truly fine now. I shall take my leave. Wang Chen's expression was somewhat stiff, having clarified his thoughts. He now wished fervently to find a trash bin to hide in. The sound of his footsteps echoed as he departed, leaving Jiang Lingxian standing alone in the room, her gaze deep and contemplative as she observed his retreating figure. Upon closer inspection, one could discern a hint of scrutiny and uncertainty in Jiang Lingxian's eyes as she watched Wang Chen's silhouette. In the realm of the Taisu immortal sect, where countless souls traversed the path of enlightenment, the atmosphere was alive with movement. Wang Chen walked along the path leading back to his abode, deeply engrossed in devising a strategy to deal with Jiang Lingxian. As for that fellow Qin Yefan, he needed to seize an opportunity to eliminate him swiftly while simultaneously absorbing the remnants of the demon lord's soul within him. Otherwise, it would undoubtedly attract the formidable forces associated with his harem of women. This was a truth Wang Chen was acutely aware of, after all. The son of fortune was never lacking in the influence brought by his entourage. It's all your fault, you scoundrel, that my disciple Qin lost an arm. Just as Wang Chen, oblivious to the gazes around him, continued on his way, a figure abruptly materialized before him, frowning as they called out to him. At the moment Wang Chen heard those words, he could infer with certainty that it was Qin Yefan's people come to cause trouble. Just as he finished contemplating this, The next instant, one of Qin Yefan's women from his harem rushed over, leaving Wang Chen utterly speechless. What? Do you intend to stand up for him? Wang Chen gazed at the woman in azure standing before him, obstructing his path. A frown creased his brow, and a palpable aura of murderous intent emanated from his eyes as his hand subtly twitched. The newcomer was none other than Jiang Yueling, one of the figures from his past life who had participated in the ambush against him. She could also be regarded as a daughter of fortune, holding the esteemed title of senior sister to Qin Yefan. Wang Chen discreetly assessed her aura. Her cultivation level was approximately at the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm. Bah! You, a mere furnace body, reliant solely on women for survival, dare to cast such a gaze upon me? Jiang Yueling, hands on her hips, glared indignantly at Wang Chen, her eyes brimming with disdain for his furnace physique. Gradually, the disciples, who had been hastily passing by, began to slow their pace and stood at a distance, silently observing. I shall grant you a single chance. Crawl beneath me and then break your own right arm, and I shall let you go. Otherwise, when I make my move, it shall not be so simple. Jiang Yueling's seemingly naive and innocent face coldly fixed its gaze upon Wang Chen, her finger pointing towards her own waist. At this moment, Jiang Yueling still possessed the temper of a young lady. Wang Chen remembered that she would only be gradually refined under Qin Yefan's guidance in the later stages. Oh, and I nearly forgot to mention, while others may fear the saneness of the Taisu Xian sect, my Jiang family, being grand and powerful, has no such apprehensions. So, you might as well kneel and crawl through. A furnace body is merely a furnace body. Recognize your true identity. After uttering those words, Jiang Yueling, observing the calm Wang Chen, seemed to recall something and added again. The surrounding disciples, vaguely catching her words, could not help but begin to whisper among themselves. It appeared that the disciples of the saintess were in for a tough time, as they would likely be targeted by the formidable Jiang family upon leaving the sect. Indeed, have you not noticed? Senior sister Jiang has actually commanded him to crawl beneath her, and she is wearing a skirt. Is there such a privilege? Would that I could take his place. They say the knees of a man are worth their weight in gold. Move aside. I am a cripple. Let me take my turn instead. The murmurs among the disciples intertwined, with most speaking in hushed tones. Have you finished speaking? Wang Chen subtly raised his gaze to meet Jiang Yuening's eyes. His right foot and hand began to gather strength in silence, enveloped in a layer of chaos. Jiang Yuening, confronted by Wang Chen's piercingly cold stare, felt an unbidden surge of trepidation within her heart. Yet, as realization dawned upon her, indignation swiftly replaced her fear, and she glared back fiercely, her hand reaching out in an attempt to poke Wang Chen's eyes. How dare you? Have I not shown you enough courtesy? Wang Chen's right hand shimmered with chaotic spiritual light, and with a swiftness that could scarcely be perceived, he unleashed a powerful strike, producing a resounding explosion in midair. Bang! With a murderous intent, Wang Chen's slap instantly shattered Jiang Yueling's fair left cheek, leaving it a gruesome mess of blood and flesh. Jiang Yueling barely had time to register Wang Chen's movement. She only felt her consciousness swirling chaotically. Wang Chen's approach to Jiang Yueling, who possesses no combat experience and is solely focused on cultivation, resembles striking a mere dog. In her eyes, Wang Chen was merely a 9th-level practitioner of the body refinement realm after suppressing his aura, when in truth, he stood at the pinnacle of the 9th level in the spirit establishment realm. Moreover, the slap he was about to deliver was an underhanded sneak attack, guaranteed to hit its mark with absolute certainty. Generally, Wang Chen refrained from striking women, yet principles are but lifeless constructs. Humans are animated beings. Get out of the way. At that moment, Wang Chen's right foot gathered its strength, and a flicker of chaotic flames erupted forth, propelled with great force. However, this strike was abruptly seized by an elderly man who had appeared out of nowhere, his hand clutching it firmly before forcefully returning the blow. You've crossed the line. The elder furrowed his brow, casting a disapproving gaze upon Wang Chen, who stumbled back, displeased with the blatant assault on Jiang Yueling. Who do you think you are? Wang Chen took a few steps back and, standing firm, glared at the elder with displeasure, inquiring, I am an elder of the outer sect of Taisu. What of it? Do you think you hold any significant standing? An outer sect elder dares to intervene? My master is the holy maiden of the Taisu immortal sect. Do you believe I could have my master deal with you? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen widened his eyes, strode several steps closer to the two individuals, and furiously pointed towards the direction of the Hall of the Supreme Void, exclaiming vehemently. Wang Chen was already somewhat agitated due to his emotional entanglement with Jiang Lingxian. And just at that moment, Jiang Yuening appeared as a convenient outlet for his frustration. It was not he who instigated the trouble, Rather, it was Jiang Yuaning who provocatively sought confrontation. If he refrained from taking action, would he then endure such indignities? What? The elderly man, sporting a tuft of white beard, was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's words, his beard quivering in response. He had recently emerged from seclusion and was entirely unaware of Wang Chen's circumstances. Upon hearing Wang Chen reference the esteemed saintess of the Tai Su immortal sect, he was rendered speechless. No wonder the numerous disciples from both inner and outer sects had been observing intently. Yet, not a single soul had stepped forward to intervene against this audacious individual. At this moment, the outer sect elder felt an unsettling dread creeping into his heart. He had not anticipated that a mere trivial provocation would lead him to cross paths with the esteemed young ancestor. If the Tai Su saintess truly wished to take action against him, it would be but a matter of a single word. A word that could easily displace him from his position as an elder of the outer sect. After all, in both the realm of cultivation and within the Tai Su immortal sect, power and lineage reign supreme. And Jiang Lingxian, in terms of both strength and heritage, was immensely formidable within the Tai Su immortal sect. Do not accuse me of withholding opportunities. Simply compensate me for my mental anguish and the time lost. Wang Chen shook his slightly numb right hand, then crossed his arms and quietly observed the two individuals. At that moment, Jiang Yueling, who had stumbled a few steps, her face bleeding profusely and her mind buzzing, gradually regained her senses. With eyes filled with both grievance and resentment, she glared fiercely at Wang Chen, who stood with his arms crossed. Suddenly, she burst into tears, her eyes brimming with emotion as she sobbed, dashing towards the direction of the red peak of the Taishu sword. In that instant, the disciples surrounding the path of the Taishu immortal sect quickly parted to create a passage, enveloped in an eerie silence. Wang Chen had initially anticipated that upon regaining consciousness, she would unleash her hidden cards and stop at nothing to eliminate him. Yet, the reality was far from his expectations. This was unexpected. Is this how it should be? Not only was Wang Chen bewildered, but even the elder from the outer sect who was protecting her appeared equally perplexed, hastily scanning the surroundings. The onlookers, caught in his gaze, instinctively took a step back, fearing they might be mistaken for accomplices. After all, the title of the Holy Maiden held immense weight within the Tai Su immortal sect, second only to that of the sect leader, with the protection of an ancestral figure. Ordinarily, the Holy Maiden was a disciple of the revered Han Zun, which could be approximated to a status tantamount to half an ancestral identity. Since Wang Chen was a disciple of the Holy Maiden, he too could be considered half a Holy Maiden by extension. The gathered disciples, upon deliberation, concluded that by further approximation, Wang Chen essentially held a status equivalent to that of half an ancestor. Therefore, who among the disciples of the Tai Su immortal sect would dare provoke this young progenitor? At that moment, the outer sect elder, witnessing Jiang Yuning's abrupt departure, found himself utterly isolated. Those who had managed to attain such a mid-tier position as an outer sect elder were undoubtedly shrewd individuals. And this revelation prompted him to ingratiate himself towards Wang Chen. Ahem, dear young friend, I must admit my previous misjudgment. Here, I present to you the royal grade elixirs I had previously sought to have refined and preserved. What do you think? Wang Chen gazed at the elderly man, who had suddenly transformed in appearance, raising an eyebrow in bemusement as he silently opened his garment. Alas, how could this royal grade elixir have suddenly recognized its master? Sigh. It is indeed not mine. Ultimately, it does not belong to me. The outer sect elder, Lu, has truly overstepped, forcefully shoving the vial into Wang Chen's attire while insisting that the elixir had acknowledged him as its rightful owner. This is my most treasured possession. The Holy Maiden must be quite occupied. I kindly request that you refrain from troubling her further. Alas, very well then. Wang Chen gazed at the elder who had leaned closer, conversing in hushed tones meant solely for their ears, and waved his hand dismissively. At that moment, the outer sect elder exhaled a sigh of relief, though internally he felt an immense pang of regret. Yet, he dared not reveal his true feelings, instead feigning a facade of delight as his gaze shifted towards the surrounding disciples. All right, disperse. The outer sect elder's face flushed crimson, feeling as though the stares of the disciples and a few other elders pierced him like needles. After today, it seemed that the authority he had once established within the outer sect would dissipate into thin air. His reputation lay in ruins. Observing this, Wang Chen quietly tucked away the Wang-tier medicinal pills hidden within his robe and turned to leave. The news of Wang Chen's transgression once again circulated within the Tai Su immortal sect, and now, on the path leading back to the residence. No one dared to provoke him. Wang Chen first visited the Taishu treasure garment pavilion, where he respectfully accepted several Taishu robes from the disciples. Subsequently, he returned to the room where he had just been reborn and indulged in a soothing bath. When Wang Chen emerged, his hairstyle had transformed into the dignified and elegant visage reminiscent of an exalted celestial being from his previous life as a great emperor, embodying an ancient charm. After spending over a millennium in the realm of cultivation, he had grown fond of the ethereal long hair associated with celestial figures. Moreover, during his time on Blue Star, he had been an aficionado of ancient fantasy aesthetics. As for how Jiang Lingxian would react to his familiar appearance, Wang Chen chose not to dwell on that matter. Whatever her response may be, he felt somewhat fatigued and thought it would be fitting to subtly convey his intentions to Jiang Lingxian in this unconventional manner. Wang Chen approached the bed, extending his hand to tidy up the bedding and other items. However, the storage space emitted a response. "Little one, despite facing such an ancient demonic sovereign, you have managed to survive. Remarkable indeed." The dulled golden blade of the broken sword within Wang Chen's storage space emitted a voice reminiscent of an old curmudgeon. "Well, if you hadn't spoken, I would have nearly forgotten about you." Wang Chen stood at the edge of the bed, exclaiming in a tone that suggested sudden realization as he swiftly drew forth the golden broken sword. He then cast it to the ground and vehemently stomped upon it several times. "Oh dear, do you possess no sense of morality? One must honor the elders and cherish the young. What on earth are you doing?" The voice of the golden broken sword reverberated throughout the room, yet it maintained its irreverent demeanor, as if completely impervious to pain. "Ah, I nearly forgot that to strike at the sword's spirit, one must employ a soul-type attack for it to be effective." As Wang Chen observed its stubborn and unperturbed demeanor, a surge of anger welled within him. Had it not been for its sudden slumber during their last encounter, which unexpectedly disrupted his previously harmonious coordination, he would not have sustained injuries. It was even conceivable that he could have turned the tide and inflicted harm upon Qin Yafan, who was possessed by the remnants of the demon lord's soul. Wang Chen's right foot was enveloped in a layer of ethereal, pale golden chaotic spiritual energy as he prepared to strike once more. The golden broken sword, realizing that Wang Chen truly possessed the means to attack the spirit, seemed to take him seriously and stood upright. This sword, a foot in length, rose straight from the ground and swiftly soared towards the ceiling. "My dear friend, I assure you, I did not mean it last time. I had only just awakened from the tomb of warriors and was utterly fatigued." The golden sword circled the ceiling a couple of times before, shortly thereafter, it gracefully descended. It was not that it wished to descend. Rather, its energy was simply insufficient to sustain its flight. Wang Chen took a few steps forward and, instead of trampling it, picked it up. "Ah, now that is commendable. Young people should uphold martial virtues and engage in proper discourse." Slap, clap, clap. "Ah, young people disregard martial ethics. Seizing the opportunity while I am unprepared, they launch a surprise attack." Wang Chen indeed refrained from trampling it. Instead, he placed his right hand over the chaotic divine soul flames and executed a rapid succession of 5 strikes upon the sword's body. "Ah, ouch, ouch, ouch. Spare me. Spare me. I can reveal to you a hidden opportunity within the weapon tomb." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen halted his actions, furrowing his brow as he pondered intently. Could it be that within the vast and enigmatic tomb of the void, there lay hidden opportunities? He contemplated for a considerable time, even consulting the system. Yet both he and the unified consciousness held no recollections of such prospects. Perhaps it was merely a concealed chance belonging to Qin Yafan, one that had eluded his discovery in his past life. Speak of it, and should I partake in a morsel of fortune, rest assured there shall be a share of the broth for you as well. Wang Chen, in fact, did not exert much effort while smoking. Now, captivated by the topic of the golden broken sword, he gradually ceased. "Well, you must first take me to meet someone before we proceed." "Oh dear." Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen once again raised the back of his hand, closed his left eye, and, with his right eye fixed, prepared to execute the aerial slap launch plan. "No, no, no, don't strike." The golden broken sword hastily intervened, recognizing the potential pain from Wang Chen's soul attack. "I have slumbered for many years within the sepulchre of warriors, and during my slumber, I distinctly sensed the presence of a crimson refining spring. You may take me, this void-severing sword, to soak in it, elevating my rank while also benefiting your own body refinement." Listening to the discourse of the golden broken sword in his hand, Wang Chen raised an eyebrow as a figure materialized in his mind. In his past life, It seemed that Yi Qing had embarked on a journey for training shortly after a grand competition 7 days hence, returning to the Void Immortal sect with not only a significant increase in cultivation, reaching the returning origin realm, but also acquiring an Earth-tier longsword. Ultimately, it appeared he had obtained the Crimson Refining Spring from an unknown source within the Void Immortal sect, allowing his weapon to ascend to the heavenly tier. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, realizing that the Crimson Refining Gold Spring acquired by Yi Qing must have originated from the Void Armory. However, one thing perplexed him greatly. Should not this fortuitous opportunity rightfully belong to Qin Yifan? After all, in his previous life, the very sword he now wielded, the Void-severing sword, was in Yifan's possession. Nonetheless, he decided to dismiss such thoughts, for with so many favored children of fate, the nature of fortune remains elusive. Since clarity eluded him, Wang Chen resolved to seize every opportunity within his grasp, ready to strike down any adversary should the chance arise. In a few days, take me there, and I shall assist you in advancing your prowess, perfectly equipping you to confront the demonic entities that will emerge 7 days hence. Wang Chen gazed at the golden broken sword in his hand, reflecting on the myriad of enemies he had made in his previous life during that grand competition. And an amused smile crept onto his face. What a farcical array of so-called favored children of fortune, worthless dregs, mundane folk, prodigies, those who sought to annul engagements. And the myriad of divisions and factions. Yet, to him, they were merely a collection of inept individuals. In his past life, each and every one of them had been subdued to the point of humiliation, ultimately resorting to a treacherous ambush to eliminate him. Demons and monsters? Were they truly considering venturing out of the Taisu immortal sect to vanquish evil? The remnant soul of the old man within the golden sword paused momentarily, curious enough to inquire. However, Wang Chen chose not to respond, instead tossing the sword back into his storage space, effectively severing their connection. Nonetheless, speaking of leaving the Taisu immortal sect, Wang Chen indeed planned to embark on a grand venture once the competition concluded in 7 days. After the commotion stirred by the golden broken sword, he momentarily forgot to tidy his bedding and simply reclined onto his bed. System: convert that royal-grade medicinal pill into origin points, as it is of no use to me at present. Ding. Royal-grade low-tier Spirit King pill has been converted, totaling 250,000 origin points. Wang Chen gazed at the additional 250,000 source points on the panel, feeling a slight sense of reassurance. As for the 1 million exquisite spirit stones belonging to Jiang Lingxian, he had no intention of utilizing them unless it directly pertained to her. After all, the fact that Jiang Lingxian was willing to offer her entire fortune to him illustrated the significant position he held in her heart. It would surely be ungrateful to be regarded as the most important person in her life while comfortably availing oneself of her entire assets. Wang Chen naturally contemplated this notion, feeling that if everything were to be utilized solely for himself, it would evoke an inexplicable sense of discomfort. Alas, let it be regarded as her prudent management of finances. For the time being, she shall temporarily entrust all her wealth to her husband. Wang Chen thought of Jiang Lingxian and let out a sigh. He still upheld certain fundamental principles. It is precisely for this reason that some of the fated sons and daughters he befriended are not entirely his adversaries. However, apart from Jiang Lingxian, those old acquaintances will only begin to emerge and shine during the grand competition 7 days hence. Wang Chen first instructed the system to transfer the 1 million exquisite spirit stones from the storage ring into the storage space. Ultimately, he left a solitary empty ring on his left ring finger to reassure Jiang Lingxian, thus enhancing safety. Ding. It has been detected that the host's origin point has surpassed 100,000. Would you like to activate the lottery function? Wang Chen suddenly heard the notification sound of the system, his mind momentarily blank. It was only then that he recalled the system possessed numerous features that would only be unlocked after accumulating a certain number of source points, in addition to the marketplace. May the gambler meet an untimely end. However, I have already perished once. Let the rewards come forth. As Wang Chen spoke the words prize, he gestured grandly, revealing the prize will interface. Instantly, 9 spherical prize orbs, each the size of a fist and adorned in a distinct color, manifested before him in a 3x3 grid. The colors included white, green, blue, purple, orange, gold, red, black, and a vibrant rainbow. However, since Wang Chen had accessed the lottery interface for 1,000 source points, the last 6 orbs in the grid were ensnared by interlocking chains, rendering them inaccessible. He decided to test the waters with 1,000 source points. Hoping to bolster his luck, Wang Chen did not immediately switch to the interface of 10,000 source points. Instead, he gazed at the current interface, hoping to test his luck. Without further ado, he initiated 10 consecutive draws. Let the gamble begin. Wang Chen directed his consciousness towards the 10 consecutive draws on the right and pressed down forcefully. Instantly, a frame began to pulsate in a dance of white, green, and blue. Skip the lottery page. This incessant thumping sound is unbearable. Wang Chen found himself increasingly unable to endure the incessant clamor of prize notifications echoing in his mind. With a furrowed brow, he addressed the system. Ding. White. A complete set of newly designed women's intimate apparel. Ding. White. A complete set of fresh, youthful clothing. Ding. White. A self-adjusting white robe. Ding. Green. A nourishing supplement for vitality. Ding. Green. A long-lasting vitality supplement. Ding. Green. An acceleration-enhancing vitality supplement. Ding. White. A large pack of wipes for viscous substances. Ding. Green. 2 decorative couples necklaces. Ding. White. A refreshing pair of flip-flops. Ding. Blue. A conceptual bottle of mildly intoxicating fruit wine. System. Come forth and elucidate the meaning of those 4 interconnected rewards. Wang Chen gazed at the list before him, where 4 prominent entries occupied the central position. This has nothing to do with our authority. It is solely a reflection of the host's character. Begone. Wang Chen was truly filled with an urge to storm in and give the system a couple of slaps. Is his character truly represented by such trivialities? Enhancement elixirs, longevity potions, speed-boosting concoctions, and specialized wipes for viscous substances. What absurdities are these? Oh, surprisingly, he has even drawn a rare blue item. As Wang Chen grumbled and cursed, he suddenly noticed a blue object. A conceptual fruit wine with a hint of intoxication? Conceptual? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. The term concept held significant value. Most conceptual products disregarded all norms, allowing for an unadulterated expression of efficacy. The introduction read, Conceptual, mildly intoxicating fruit wine. Effects, upon consumption. One will inevitably feel a light intoxication within 3 seconds. This wine may be enjoyed to alleviate sorrow or shared with a beloved companion. Note, mild intoxication does not equate to drunkenness. Clarity of memory remains intact after sobriety is regained. As he perused these descriptions, particularly the passage regarding a beloved companion, Wang Chen inexplicably thought of Jiang Lingxian. He envisioned her typically cold and proud visage, transformed into a delicate rosy hue after indulging in this wine. How delightful! Wang Chen, lost in thought, felt a surge of excitement that gradually transformed into a silly grin upon his face. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from the door, instantly snapping Wang Chen back to reality. Wang Chen had initially intended to draw from the 1,000 source point lottery, but at that moment, he had no choice but to cease the lottery and open the door. As he regained his senses and descended from the bed, he realized that night had fallen, and the room was cloaked in darkness. Creak. As Wang Chen fumbled in the dark to open the door, the ethereal beauty of Jiang Lingxian's face, illuminated by the moonlight, came into view. You white. Jiang Lingxian was about to question him regarding the events transpiring within the sect during the day. However, as she focused her gaze upon Wang Chen, she was instantly rendered speechless by his appearance. At that moment, Wang Chen was no longer the short-haired youth from Blue Star. Instead, he had transformed into a figure with flowing long hair, exuding a handsome charm reminiscent of a past life. Jiang Lingxian stared at Wang Chen, who bore an uncanny resemblance to his former self, as if time itself had paused around her. Yet, beneath her calm exterior, her eyes betrayed a tumultuous sea of emotions. Filled with disbelief as she fixed her unwavering gaze upon him. Sister Fairy, what is the matter? Wang Chen furrowed his brows, gazing out at Jiang Lingxian with a mixture of curiosity and confusion. Is there something you wish to discuss? He inquired. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing his voice, gradually regained her composure, her expression unexpectedly calm to the extreme. In a cool, detached tone, she replied, Oh, wait a moment, let me tidy up. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen realized that Jiang Lingxian had begun to understand something. He hurriedly called for her to stop and turned to tidy up the bedding. At this moment, Wang Chen remained utterly unperturbed, for Jiang Lingxian's reaction was precisely as he had anticipated. At this juncture, Jiang Lingxian likely aimed to entice him into her chamber, where she would subsequently secure the door and engage in a leisurely discussion. As Wang Chen placed the bedding into his storage space, he followed Jiang Lingxian into the hall of the Holy Maiden of Taishu. Wang Chen, with a cheerful demeanor, entered the room ahead of Jiang Lingxian and approached the chair beside the table, poised to take a seat. As anticipated, a sudden sound echoed behind him. With a swift motion, Jiang Lingxian grasped the door with both hands and slammed it shut, the door protesting with two crisp sounds. In the next moment, before Wang Chen could react, several formations enveloped the entire room, sealing it tightly. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who stood with her back to him in front of the closed door, her delicate hands poised as if to lock it. "Fairy sister, what are you about to do?" Despite finding himself in such a dire situation, Wang Chen remained reluctant to address his master respectfully. Instead, he gazed at her retreating figure and posed a quiet question. Jiang Lingxian's form remained still, yet it seemed to tense slightly, as if she were suppressing some profound emotion. "Goodness, is the host on the verge of a transformation? You must be cautious. She might bind you with chains like a mere dog." The system's voice suddenly interrupted, bringing Wang Chen, who was still in a daze, back to reality. "Impossible. Based on my understanding of her, she could never exhibit such a twisted nature. What you describe is a case of Yandera." Although Wang Chen responded in this manner to the system, he felt an inexplicable sense of unease within. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian, who had been standing for quite some time, slowly turned around. Her beautiful eyes were slightly reddened, and there seemed to be a suppressed fury simmering beneath the surface as she gazed at Wang Chen, a myriad of emotions swirling in her depths. "You have also been reborn, haven't you?" Jiang Lingxian, clad in a flowing white dress that made her appear ethereal, fixed her reddened gaze intently upon Wang Chen, her voice heavy and restrained. In that instant, it felt as if time itself had momentarily come to a standstill, and the atmosphere grew thick with silence. Perhaps Wang Chen, this time, chose not to refute Jiang Lingxian, but gradually shifted his gaze towards the table beside him. He understood that today he could no longer escape. No matter how he feigned innocence, he would inevitably be pressed for answers in various forms. Wang Chen no longer feigned surprise at the revelation of Jiang Lingxian's reincarnation. Although Jiang Lingxian had never explicitly disclosed this matter to him, it was evident that she was aware of it, given the stark contrast in their interactions in this life. Wang Chen could easily deduce her rebirth. At that moment, upon hearing the three words uttered by Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian's heart, which had only an 80% certainty, momentarily illuminated with a flicker of hope in her otherwise desolate and frigid gaze. However, this was swiftly followed by an overwhelming sense of grievance that surged within her, as myriad emotions entwined around her heart like creeping vines, threatening to suffocate her. The atmosphere in the room dropped to a freezing point, with Wang Chen nervously fixating on the table, while Jiang Lingxian's gaze bore into him with unwavering intensity. The sound of footsteps approached, light, yet capable of inducing a cold sweat upon the already anxious Wang Chen. At that instant, his mind raced with countless scenarios of the punishments and retributions Jiang Lingxian might employ against him. Yet, contrary to his expectations, Jiang Lingxian simply walked over and took a seat across from him. In that moment, time seemed to stand still. They resembled their former selves, seated together in the room, sipping tea and exchanging pleasantries. In their previous life, Wang Chen would have laughed and chattered like a loquacious companion, while Jiang Lingxian would occasionally respond with a simple or no. It felt as though an entire era had passed, indeed separating them by a lifetime. Now, reunited after a span of existence, both were enveloped in a profound stillness, devoid of the ease that once characterized their previous interactions. "Why?" As she uttered her quiet question, tinged with a hint of grievance, Wang Chen felt an inexplicable flutter within his heart. There was no particular reason. It was merely a vow taken before his demise in the previous life. If there were a next life, he wished no longer to seek her as a mentor. Wang Chen endeavored to maintain a casual tone, yet he instinctively felt a wave of tension in the presence of Jiang Lingxian. Although she sought to inquire about something different, the words expressing Wang Chen's reluctance to take her as his mentor nonetheless tugged at her heartstrings, causing her distress. "You know that my question lies beyond this." Jiang Lingxian struggled to contain her emotions, her hands clenched tightly around the hem of her dress, her voice a chilling whisper filled with gravity. "I beg your pardon. I truly do not comprehend what it is you wish to ask." Wang Chen, with a heart full of trepidation, dared not meet the gaze of Jiang Lingxian. A wave of regret washed over him for having chosen to accompany her. Although he had anticipated such a scenario, the reality of it rendered him nearly unable to endure, stirring within him an overwhelming desire to flee the battlefield. This was the inexorable pressure brought forth by his revered ice-heart empress, the master of his previous life. Crack, crack, crack. In an instant, Jiang Lingxian could no longer contain her emotions. The entire room began to crystallize around her feet, an icy chill radiating outward. Before Wang Chen could lift his feet, he suddenly felt the icy layer beneath him clinging tightly, rendering him immobile. In a moment of panic, Wang Chen instinctively leaned back at the sight of Jiang Lingxian, fearing her loss of control. Wang Chen had spent millennia in companionship with her. Yet he was acutely aware of the terrifying visage of Jiang Lingxian when she lost control. However, upon witnessing the hint of fear etched on Wang Chen's face, her exquisite countenance momentarily froze in astonishment. Jiang Lingxian realized she had lost her composure, but as she observed Wang Chen distancing himself from her, tears involuntarily welled up in her eyes. In her previous life, whenever she felt sorrow or anger, Wang Chen would always adopt a gentle demeanor to cheer her up. Yet now, Wang Chen too was a bit bewildered, for Jiang Lingxian had never displayed such overt loss of composure before him while he was lucid. Nevertheless, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's pitiful attempt to suppress her tears, he found himself unable to bear it. Jiang Lingxian, in this lifetime, I am not your disciple. Nor do I wish to be. In my past life, I pursued you countless times, only to be rebuffed each time in the name of a master. I am truly weary. You may see it as your 1,000-year disciple from the previous life beginning to rebel. Wang Chen had articulated the situation with utmost clarity, leaving no room for Jiang Lingxian to misunderstand the implications. Subsequently, Wang Chen settled into a chair and closed his eyes, exuding an air of indifference, as if impervious to any consequences. The ice within the room began to dissipate rapidly, transforming into ethereal energy that floated into the air, vanishing from sight. Wang Chen soon felt that his feet could move again. Yet, he dared not stir, remaining silent with his eyes closed. However, in the presence of those disciples within the Taisucian sect, he had clearly not articulated his thoughts in such a manner. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the tumult of emotions within her heart. She wished not to harm Wang Chen, nor did she desire to instill fear in him. Alas, Wang Chen's heart skipped a beat, and he inwardly sensed that something was amiss. Well, Wang Chen awkwardly opened his eyes, gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who was suppressing her emotions. For a moment, he faltered and stammered. Deep down, you still acknowledge me as your master, do you not? As Jiang Lingxian spoke, she looked into the lifeless and cold depths of Wang Chen's eyes, and unexpectedly, a flicker of anticipation arose within her. How on earth should I respond to this? Wang Chen found himself at a loss for words. He could hardly admit that he sought to suppress those disciples merely in the name of her revered status as the Holy Maiden. Were such sentiments to be voiced in the present moment, he would surely face dire consequences. Perhaps even being suspended from the rafters and mercilessly lashed with willow whips in a frenzied display of punishment. Given the gravity of the situation, silence seemed the wisest course. An interminable silence ensued, during which the hope reflected in Jiang Lingxian's eyes gradually dimmed. You once stated that silence implies acquiescence. Now, your lack of response is of little consequence. Jiang Lingxian stifled her inner urge to question Wang Chen further, fearing that she might never receive the answers she so desperately sought. Thus, she resorted to self-deception, clinging to the last vestiges of solace within her heart. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, pondering internally. What? Is salt no longer salty? In his previous life, he had employed certain minor techniques against Jiang Lingxian, which ultimately returned to him in the form of a boomerang in this present existence. Little host, your sister Jiang Lingxian has indeed managed to soothe herself in a quintessential manner, hasn't she? In a futile attempt to seek a glimmer of hope amidst the boundless despair of her predicament, she resorted to self-psychological consolation. Wang Chen disregarded the system and chose not to shatter the last vestige of self-comfort that Jiang Lingxian clung to, quietly observing her. With her eyes glistening, Jiang Lingxian met Wang Chen's gaze for a fleeting moment before rising, her demeanor betraying a hint of disorientation and despair. You shall take the bed tonight. I will meditate upon the floor, she declared, standing with her gaze lowered upon Wang Chen, striving to suppress the tremor in her voice, which echoed with the same chilling detachment as in her past life. Her words bore no trace of inquiry. Rather, they resembled a notification directed at Wang Chen. Moreover, she did not dispel the formations surrounding the room, seemingly apprehensive that Wang Chen might seize an opportunity to escape once the truth was revealed. There is no need, fortunately. I had prepared in advance and brought a mattress, bedding, and pillows. Wang Chen also rose swiftly, and in a flash, he moved to the ground beside him, swiftly preparing a makeshift bed. Jiang Lingxian stood in place, her eyes slightly reddened as she gazed at Wang Chen's astonishing speed, momentarily taken aback. Given the circumstances, it would be best to rest for now. Wang Chen lifted the quilt with both hands, then swiftly leaped into bed and settled himself comfortably, promptly closing his eyes to embrace sleep. The bedding, which had been suspended in midair, gently descended and softly draped over his form. On the surface, Wang Chen appeared carefree. Yet he could not escape the oppressive weight of the intense gaze directed at him. Jiang Lingxian, noticing Wang Chen's unwillingness to even face her, chose to remain silent, fearing that her words might irritate him further and lead to his disdain. Ultimately, she quietly retreated to her bed, abandoning her meditation and practice. She slipped off her shoes and lay down, turning her back to Wang Chen as she succumbed to slumber. However, mere seconds after closing her eyes, her restrained emotions surged uncontrollably. Unbeknownst to her, she pressed her lips tightly together, tears welling up and soaking her pillow. Jiang Lingxian opted not to unleash her pent-up feelings in Wang Chen's presence, choosing instead to weep silently, her back turned to him. She wished to spare the person most dear to her from witnessing her vulnerable state, preserving what little dignity she had left. The atmosphere of that night was undeniably stifling. Wang Chen dared not sleep, stealing glances at Jiang Lingxian. Yet, with her back to him, her only discernible movement was a slight trembling of her form. Throughout the night, Wang Chen remained awake, fixated on her silhouette until dawn broke. It was evident that Jiang Lingxian had lost her appetite for the fragrant incense, consumed by her heartache. Thus, the hours stretched on until the following afternoon. Wang Chen could scarcely endure it any longer. He gently lifted the covers, rising stealthily, convinced that he was making no sound. "Where do you think you are going?" The sudden, chilling voice startled him, causing his entire body to shudder involuntarily. Upon closer inspection, he realized that Jiang Lingxian had already turned to face him on the bed in the brief moment it took for him to stand. This person was truly ghostly, both beautiful and cold, with an air of eeriness about her. As Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged glances with their exquisite yet somewhat aggrieved eyes, a silent lament echoed within. "I find myself rather hungry." Wang Chen contemplated for a moment, ultimately fabricating a casual excuse in a futile attempt to persuade Jiang Lingxian to allow him to venture out in search of sustenance. "I shall fetch you a meal," he proclaimed. Jiang Lingxian, with her delicate hands, propped herself up on the bed, subsequently beginning to adorn her fair and tender feet with shoes. As the playful banter of master and disciple unfolded in this confinement scenario, a chuckle escaped him. "System, do you revel in the chaos, or are you merely an onlooker? Be gone." Wang Chen listened to the foolish voice of the system echoing in his mind, cursing it silently a few times. "No need. I can go out to eat by myself. There is no reason for a woman to serve me food, haha." Wang Chen waved his hand, quickly indicating that Jiang Lingxian need not follow him, and then he proceeded towards the door. He pulled twice, but alas, the door would not budge. With a sense of helplessness, he turned to face Jiang Lingxian, who sat coldly on the bed, offering no words. After what felt like an eternity under her icy gaze, he finally relented. Wang Chen stood at the threshold, his words betraying his true thoughts. "I will remain here. If you wish to depart, you must open the door. Once you do, I shall dash out immediately." However, before Wang Chen could contemplate further, a rift in the fabric of space tore open before Jiang Lingxian, who rose and stepped through it. In an instant, as Jiang Lingxian crossed the threshold, the rift vanished, leaving Wang Chen in a state of utter astonishment. The act of opening the door was merely a matter of formality. It did not signify that she was obliged to do so in order to exit. Ha! As the system's mocking laughter echoed in his mind, several dark lines seemed to materialize on Wang Chen's forehead. I would like to inquire. Does the system possess a power leveling feature? Ha ha ha. Who do you wish to target? To engage with an imbecile with whom I share my existence. Wang Chen approached the bed, reclining upon the fragrant linens, and responded with exasperation to the absurd system within his mind. 666. Wang Chen paid no heed to the incessant tirade echoing in his mind. Instead, he pulled the blankets over himself. They still retained a lingering warmth and exuded a delightful fragrance, as if he could never inhale enough of it. The soothing aroma of the bedding was remarkably calming. Wang Chen instinctively inhaled the scent of the bedding, but his thoughts of Jiang Lingxian's malevolence in holding him captive flooded his mind. He could not help but strike the covers a few times. He pondered how many days she intended to keep him imprisoned, hoping that he would be released in time for the grand competition 6 days hence. Wang Chen silently prayed, fearing that the crimson refining golden spring within the void soldier's tomb might fall into Yi Qing's possession. System, Adjust my realm's breath control to the sixth layer of the spirit-building realm. Wang Chen lay nestled beneath a softly fragrant and warm quilt, addressing the system within his mind. Ding. The realm's breath-concealing function has been adjusted to the sixth layer of the spirit-building realm, deducting 5,000 source points. Goodness. The cost is becoming increasingly exorbitant. Wang Chen could not help but mutter a few curses under his breath, and then he closed his eyes, choosing to ignore the world around him and commence his cultivation. At this moment, rather than practicing, he was more engaged in the restoration of his former prowess. As long as he could seize the fortunes of various gifted individuals in this lifetime, alongside the myriad hidden opportunities for cultivation within the realm of immortals, and with the added benefit of his millennium of experience from his previous life, Wang Chen was confident that it would not be long before he could once again ascend to the status of a great emperor. As he shut his eyes, darkness enveloped him. Upon awakening from his meditation, he first sensed that he was on the verge of breaking through to the return to origin realm. Only then did he lift his gaze to survey the surrounding environment, which was shrouded in impenetrable darkness and eerily vacant. Although the interior was dim, his keen eyesight allowed him to perceive everything with clarity, albeit lacking in brightness. Where could Jiang Lingxian be? Wang Chen furrowed his brow. If he were truly hungry during the day, would she bring him a meal, or would he perish in this solitude? Suddenly, a rift tore through the void of the room, and a figure stepped forth from the chasm, revealing Jiang Lingxian. At the moment the beauty emerged, the room was illuminated, enhancing the clarity of the surroundings. Jiang Lingxian returned with a frigid demeanor, prompting Wang Chen to silently close his eyes once more, lying on the bed. It was evident that Jiang Lingxian had come to rectify the situation from yesterday, and had subsequently quarreled with the inner sect elder, Mu Hong. While the outer sect elders feared the name of the Holy Maiden, the inner sect elders, whose status was only slightly inferior to hers, exhibited only a modicum of apprehension, lacking genuine fear. Naturally, had Jiang Lingxian not been preoccupied with significant matters she had orchestrated for this lifetime, her hidden cultivation at the celestial sovereign level would have erupted. The outcome would have been entirely different, considering she was a prodigious talent who had attained the celestial sovereign realm in merely 2 centuries. One might assert that within the Taisu immortal sect, she stood on equal footing with the sect master, perhaps even possessing greater influence. It is essential to note that the sect master took over 3 millennia to reach the first level of the celestial sovereign realm. At this moment, upon emerging from the rift, Jiang Lingxian uttered not a word, but gazed calmly at the bed where Wang Chen had rested. "I have returned late," she remarked, her voice cold yet tinged with a hint of regret, as she approached the table and retrieved a bamboo basket of food from her spiritual space. "Let us eat," she said, placing the meal upon the table and addressing Wang Chen, who was still feigning sleep, with a tone that was both cool and gentle. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen gently lifted the covers and rose to his feet. The thought that Jiang Lingxian had once again resolved a matter for him filled him with a sense of guilt. "After I finish eating, may I take a stroll?" Wang Chen cautiously spoke after taking his seat, his gaze brimming with anticipation as he looked at Jiang Lingxian, who sat opposite him. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian merely lifted her eyes, the chill in her gaze unabashedly evident, silently locking eyes with Wang Chen. Wang Chen gazed upon her remarkably familiar visage and instantly comprehended the situation, encapsulated in 2 words: impossible. Having been granted a second chance at life, was she truly content to confine him in such a manner without vying for the myriad opportunities of the celestial path? Wang Chen gradually furrowed his brows, gazing at Jiang Lingxian with a hint of confusion as she spoke candidly. Jiang Lingxian slightly lowered her gaze, falling into silence as if pondering what course of action to take. However, in the end, seemingly unable to devise a suitable solution, she resorted to picking up her chopsticks and delicately selecting a dish. When hunger strikes, one must first partake in a meal. Jiang Lingxian placed a piece of meat delicately onto Wang Chen's wrist, her voice melodious and pleasant, yet devoid of any discernible emotional fluctuation. Wang Chen sighed, feeling a tinge of anger within. "Enough. Your prowess is indeed formidable, yet I refuse to believe you can confine me for eternity. Host, you could procure the conceptual intoxicating fruit wine and thoroughly inebriate her, enticing her to activate the formation in her haze," the system suggested. Frog fun. What a splendid idea. It was then that the sulking Wang Chen recalled he possessed a bottle of conceptual intoxicating fruit wine. Alas, the caged bird, when shall it soar? If you refuse to grant me my freedom, so be it. Since you wish for me to be your canary, I shall acquiesce. The fate of a canary is indeed as such. Wang Chen appeared to be truly despondent. His face a portrait of sorrow as he retrieved a beautifully crafted glass jar of fruit wine from his pocket. Ah, it was the strawberry flavor, the very one that Jiang Lingxian adored most. Wang Chen beheld the ancient script inscribed on the glass jar, which read strawberry flavor. Suddenly, he recalled that in his previous life, Jiang Lingxian seemed to have quite an affinity for strawberries. System, do we have strawberries? Please procure 2 boxes from the marketplace. Wang Chen stealthily cast a glance at Jiang Lingxian, who was gazing at her from across the way, and inwardly murmured to the system twice. Ding! 10,000 source points deducted. The 3rd card has been refreshed, allowing for the unlimited purchase of mundane fruit. What a ripoff! You charge me 10,000 for an ordinary item. Wang Chen silently cursed under his breath, holding a glass jar of fruit wine in his hand. As he flipped open the 3rd card in the system mall and purchased several boxes of strawberries. Duong. Wang Chen placed the slightly intoxicating strawberry liqueur from his right hand onto the table, and then retrieved 3 boxes of large strawberries from beneath. Well, one thing leads to another. I know this is your favorite. These were unexpectedly brought back with me from my past life. Wang Chen sequentially opened 3 boxes of strawberries and placed them before Jiang Lingxian, expressing his displeasure with a slight sulk. The strawberries sold by the system were impeccably clean, each one exquisite and beautiful, adorned with 4 vibrant green leaves at the base. Upon seeing the fruit that Wang Chen presented, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, her cool gaze seemingly rippling with intrigue. With a pop and a fizz, Wang Chen then grasped the wooden cork of the crystal jar of fruit wine in his right hand and, with a swift motion, removed it, producing a sound akin to that of sparkling soda. Wang Chen did not drink immediately. Instead, he pretended to indulge in a few bites of the spiritual rice, feeling invigorated. After savoring a few morsels, he lifted his gaze slightly, only to find Jiang Lingxian across from him, lost in thought, gazing at the strawberries without eating. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's mind was flooded with memories from her past life as she stared at the boxes of strawberries before her. Master, please open your mouth. It's urgent. She began to speak, but her words were abruptly silenced as a fruit was pressed against her lips, leaving her momentarily stunned. Jiang Lingxian's delicate, moist lips gently brushed against the tip of the strawberry as she regained her composure and turned her gaze towards Wang Chen. There he was, holding the leafy end of the strawberry, softly placing the fruit against her lips. She could even catch a whiff of its subtle, sweet aroma, leaving her momentarily astonished as she looked at Wang Chen. Delicious, so delightful. Eat more. Open your mouth. Ah. Wang Chen, completely unashamed, smiled at her across the table, his lips curling as if he were soothing a child. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows but nonetheless parted her lips slightly to take in the strawberry, subsequently raising her hand to swat away Wang Chen's palm. I knew you had a penchant for these, and look, I even went out of my way to prepare this particular fruit into a delightful juice. After Wang Chen was captured with his palm outstretched, he did not exhibit any anger. Seizing the opportunity, he took a cup from the table and poured 2 glasses of slightly intoxicating fruit wine. He pondered for a moment, considering whether a mere taste could be deemed a true sip. He decided to give it a try. Otherwise, if it turned out to have an alcoholic flavor, his ruse would be exposed, and there would be no way to deceive her into believing he had consumed it. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, then took a delicate sip to savor the flavor. Ultimately, he discovered a unique fragrance of strawberry intertwined with the sweet and sour notes. Devoid of any harshness typically associated with alcohol, it was quite delightful. However, just 3 seconds later, Wang Chen inexplicably felt a slight warmth on his face. Yet he paid it little mind, reasoning that it was merely a trivial matter and not significant. After all, it was just a tiny bite, and it should be impossible for him to lose his composure. Why is your face turning red? Jiang Lingxian inquired with curiosity upon noticing Wang Chen's gradually reddening cheeks after taking a small bite of a strawberry. You need not concern yourself with this. I am simply invigorated. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen maintained a handsome smile, yet a subtle blush on his face rendered him even more charmingly tipsy. Master, I have brewed this for quite some time. Do take a sip. It is truly delightful. Wang Chen raised another cup of slightly intoxicating fruit wine and, moving a chair, settled beside Jiang Lingxian, his face flushed and warm as he instinctively spoke. However, his words caused Jiang Lingxian to pause momentarily, her figure stiffening as a flicker of light seemed to dance in her eyes. Master, he finally addressed her as such. A wave of inexplicable joy surged within her heart. Yet she also sensed that Wang Chen's demeanor appeared somewhat amiss. I shall not drink, Jiang Lingxian replied, her delicate brows furrowing as she began to suspect that the issue lay with the juice in Wang Chen's hand. "Master, please, just a sip. This is something I have painstakingly brewed for a long time." Wang Chen felt a flush of warmth envelop his face, and his mind seemed to be in a peculiar state. Instinctively, he believed he ought to address Jiang Ling as master. Thus, after repeatedly calling her master without realizing anything amiss, it became a subconscious action. "Are you willing to accept me as your disciple? To acknowledge you as my master?" "Wait a moment, that is not right. I absolutely refuse." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen's mind suddenly sparked with clarity as he looked at Jiang Lingxian, and instinctively, he resolutely declined her offer once more. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback, biting her lower lip, her heart seemingly twisted in anguish. "It is of no consequence if I do not drink. Enough suffering has befallen me in my previous life. In this lifetime, I shall not take you as my mentor." Upon the mere mention of the moment of apprenticeship, Wang Chen instinctively began to recoil from Jiang Lingxian, with a faint blush gracing his cheeks. He returned to his seat and indulged in a feast, his eyes half closed, appearing both inebriated and yet not quite so. "Disciple, might you utter the title of master once more?" Jiang Lingyan, witnessing this, had relinquished any hopes of Wang Chen formally acknowledging her as his mentor again. She merely longed to hear those familiar calls of master. "I shall not. You don't even partake in my fruit wine, so why should I call you that? You are not my master in this lifetime." Wang Chen's seemingly fragmented memories felt as though they had been thrown into disarray. His cheeks flushed as he once again declined Jiang Lingshen's advances. "It was merely alcohol, no wonder. As long as you call me master, I shall drink. Is that acceptable?" Upon hearing that it was alcohol, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of relief. Since it was liquor, she could dissipate its effects with her spiritual energy. "What a foolish host. I instructed you to intoxicate Jiang Lingxian, yet you became tipsy with just a minuscule sip." However, Wang Chen paid no heed to the system's remarks, his attention wholly captivated by Jiang Lingxian. "Master?" Wang Chen cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Lingyan, hesitantly calling out to her, seemingly eager to ascertain the veracity of her words. Upon hearing the title of master, her typically aloof demeanor softened ever so slightly. Subsequently, she fulfilled her promise by lifting the wine cup from the table, taking a delicate sip, and discovering that it indeed tasted like fruit juice. "Master, master, master. How I adore you, master. Would you consume it all, master?" Wang Chen returned to Jiang Lingxian's side, suddenly wrapping his hand around her delicate, fair arm, playfully exhibiting his charm. Jiang Lingxian paused her motion of sipping the fruit wine, a subtle sense of pleasure blossoming within her heart, and she decided to indulge Wang Chen's whims. 3 minutes later, Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen found themselves, unbeknownst to them, lying on the bed, embracing in an ambiguous posture. Wang Chen lay atop Jiang Lingxian's delicate frame, resting his face against her chest. His lips slightly parted in a dazed manner as he listened to the rhythm of her heartbeat in silence. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian's slender arms embraced Wang Chen's neck, her gaze somewhat dreamy and elusive as she looked at him. "Disciple, master truly misses you. Why do you miss me? Am I not here right now?" Upon hearing this, Wang Chen lifted his slightly flushed face, furrowing his brow as he inquired with a hint of confusion in his gaze. However, when he beheld Jiang Lingxian's delicate visage, tinged with a faint rosy hue and her eyes shimmering with a dreamy allure, he found himself momentarily entranced by her beauty. "You are indeed here now. But do you realize that in this lifetime, I have awaited you for over a century of longing?" As Jiang Lingxian's enchanting eyes glistened, she could not help but embrace Wang Chen, tears streaming down her cheeks as she began to weep softly. At this moment, Wang Chen's hands were still encircling the slender waist of Jiang Lingxian, momentarily bewildered by her weeping. Having merely taken a modest sip, he gradually regained his senses after the initial shock. "Goodness, this fruit wine is truly perilous. Its conceptual nature is unparalleled. Just a slight sip counts as a full one." Upon regaining his senses, Wang Chen felt an overwhelming sense of shame for his previous actions of embracing Jiang Lingxian's arm. He inwardly chastised himself. Yet, when he suddenly beheld the tear-streaked face of Jiang Lingxian, flushed with a tipsy hue, he found himself momentarily at a loss. A century? Had she waited for a century? As he collected his thoughts, Wang Chen gently lifted himself to gaze at the dazed Jiang Lingxian, her earlier words echoing in his mind. "Don't go." The slight movement of Wang Chen caused Jiang Lingxian to become startled, prompting her to hurriedly grasp Wang Chen's neck and pull him back. "Hey, Wu." As Wang Chen was abruptly pulled by her, he found himself uncontrollably burying his face amidst the limited edition bags, struggling softly. Disciple, please don't. Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, sensing his inappropriate behavior. In a daze, she instinctively attempted to push Wang Chen away. Yet, she was reluctant to part with him. And a look of deep hesitation surfaced on her beautiful face. With her enchanting eyes clouded in a trance, she embraced Wang Chen, her charming cheeks flushed with uncertainty, rendering her irresistibly adorable. If you truly wish for me to stop, then do release me. Wang Chen struggled to lift his face slightly, calling out to the hazy and flushed Jiang Lingxian. I refuse. You must. I do not want to. After a moment of hesitation, Jiang Lingxian stubbornly held on. Tightening her embrace even further, Wang Chen found himself caught in a continuous oscillation between comfort and discomfort. If you insist on doing this, then I shall accept it. Wang Chen's hands, encircling her waist, poised to unfasten Jiang Lingxian's garments or perhaps to slip beneath the hem of her skirt. As anticipated, in the next moment, Jiang Lingxian reacted precisely as Wang Chen had imagined. No, please. This cannot be. Jiang Lingxian, momentarily flustered, swiftly pushed Wang Chen away. Her exquisite face flushed with a blend of intoxication and embarrassment. Wang Chen was unexpectedly pushed onto the inner side of the bed by Jiang Lingxian, causing his head to spin dizzily from the impact. I'm so sorry. After indulging in a slightly intoxicating fruit wine, Jiang Lingxian's mind became hazy. Observing Wang Chen, who was swaying with closed eyes, she pouted her lips, looking particularly aggrieved as she offered her apologies. Once Wang Chen regained a semblance of consciousness, he reluctantly rose to his feet, intending to step away from the bed for a moment of calm. However, at the very instant he stood up, a sudden force tugged at his waist, pulling him back down once more. Please don't go, my disciple. Would you kindly remain here and rest? Jiang Lingxian clung tightly to Wang Chen, her arms encircling his waist, her hazy eyes reflecting a plea. After a brief hesitation, Wang Chen, his cheeks flushed, succumbed to the warmth of her embrace, lying back against her. It was not that he wished to resist. Rather, he found himself enveloped by Jiang Lingxian's palpable sense of insecurity at that moment. While her words implored him to stay, her grip was resolute and unwavering. Faced with such an irresistible pull, he chose to surrender to the moment. Though Jiang Lingxian's hold was not particularly forceful, he could easily free himself. He found delight in this shared intimacy. Wang Chen, in a state of surrender, rested upon Jiang Lingxian, quietly observing her exquisite visage adorned with a delicate blush. Particularly captivating was her dazed expression. She gently swayed her head, her charming face marked with traces of tears, whispering something incomprehensible. She resembled a pitiable little flower, wagging its tail in a plaintive plea for her master, Wang Chen, not to depart. In that fleeting moment, an inexplicable dryness crept into Wang Chen's throat, prompting him to instinctively draw his face closer to hers. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's delicate, rosy lips, his mouth parched and his thoughts consumed by an overwhelming desire to steal a kiss. Why not seize the moment and indulge in a secret kiss? Just one kiss. One kiss, one kiss. As the thought crossed Wang Chen's mind, it felt as if countless enchanting whispers echoed within his consciousness. Slightly lost in reverie, Wang Chen's face drew ever closer to the flushed, slightly tipsy visage of Jiang Lingxian. They could distinctly hear each other's breath, their warm exhalations mingling softly in the air. Gazing at the somewhat dazed, rosy-cheeked, and breathtakingly beautiful Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen felt an involuntary movement in his throat. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian's delicate hands encircled his waist, seemingly aware that the atmosphere had grown increasingly heated. Overwhelmed by a sudden warmth coursing through her body, she could not help but force her eyes slightly open, fixing her gaze upon Wang Chen. With her eyes barely parted, she stared at Wang Chen, who was inching closer to her face, momentarily lost in thought. She pondered what Wang Chen intended to do, yet her muddled mind continuously interrupted her reflections, leaving her expression somewhat dazed. Thus, as Wang Chen's handsome face drew near, Jiang Lingxian remained ensnared in her dreamy gaze. As their faces drew closer, both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian felt their heartbeats quicken, an inexplicable tension enveloping them. Wang Chen, having cast aside his hesitation, resolutely leaned in to gently kiss Jiang Lingxian's lips. However, upon witnessing this scene, Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback and instinctively turned her blushing face away. In that instant, even amidst her clouded thoughts, she seemed to finally comprehend Wang Chen's intentions. The audacity of a disciple desiring to kiss his own master was truly an act of rebellion, a betrayal of the sacred bond. Wang Chen, this younger brother, was utterly unprepared for Jiang Lingxian's swiftness. As his lips pressed against her fair, rosy cheek. Jiang Lingxian remained somewhat dazed, her expression unresponsive to the kiss upon her face. Her eyes merely gazing blankly at the wall to her left. How infuriating that he would even reject me at such a moment. Wang Chen's face followed with relentless determination, as if he would not relent until he had kissed her today. Yet, each time, Jiang Lingxian turned her cheek away, resolutely refusing to allow him the privilege of kissing her, leaving only the faint blush upon her delicate skin. In a fleeting moment, Jiang Lingxian's already flushed cheeks turned a deeper shade of crimson from Wang Chen's relentless pursuit, resembling a radiant sunset stretching from her left cheek to her right. However, this rosy hue only served to enhance her enchanting beauty. Yet, it appeared that Jiang Lingxian was genuinely beginning to feel overwhelmed. Her brows furrowed and her lips pressed together in a subtle pout. She cast a particularly aggrieved glance at Wang Chen. Could we perhaps refrain from kissing? We are master and disciple, and this is not appropriate. Jiang Lingxian's voice, tinged with softness, carried an urgency, her breath coming in quick bursts. Imbued with a plea, Wang Chen had initially intended to continue his pursuit, but upon witnessing Jiang Lingxian's tearful expression, he paused momentarily. Very well. I shall refrain from tormenting you any further, my dear. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, unable to withstand the pitiful demeanor of Jiang Lingxian, and thus acquiesced to her request. He found himself utterly unprepared for her swift reactions, having attempted to kiss her for an eternity, yet failing to reach her lips, which appeared so inviting. Nonetheless, he found solace in the fact that, under the pretext of kissing her lips, he managed to plant numerous kisses upon her delicate, fair face. In the past, he couldn't even dare to touch her without enduring her frosty glare for an extended period. At this moment, Wang Chen could almost perceive a subtle, ethereal fragrance lingering on his lips, prompting him to instinctively press them together. Observing Jiang Lingxian, now resembling a soft, gentle maiden, a profound sense of adoration surged within him, threatening to overwhelm his heart. After a millennium in his previous life, this extraordinary talent, Jiang Lingxian, had finally revealed such a tender side to him. Previously, she had been fiercely commanding and cold, her words often laced with a chilling authority. Yet now, even as Wang Chen pressed kisses to her cheeks, she merely implored him with a look of deep grievance to refrain from such actions. Wang Chen, contemplating this, gently reached out to stroke the silken strands of her hair. Jiang Lingxian exhibited some resistance, yet ultimately did not withdraw. Disciple, would you consider resting now? Please do not leave your master. Jiang Lingxian's eyes, listening with unshed tears, gazed up at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression. The sight of her delicate demeanor made Wang Chen feel that if he were to decline her request, she would likely burst into tears at any moment. Wang Chen understood that girls are inherently emotional, and especially someone like Jiang Lingxian, who lacked affection, would undoubtedly be exceedingly sensitive. Yes, do not leave, do not leave. Wang Chen gently caressed her silky tresses, his voice tenderly responding to her, hoping to soothe her troubled heart. You must never leave again, no matter the circumstances. It is absolutely forbidden. Jiang Lingxian's voice, once icy, was now soft and warm, her words a gentle murmur as she clung to him ever tighter. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen could only comfort her while gently lifting her into his arms. He subsequently maneuvered to lie on the inner side of the bed, mindful not to burden Jiang Lingxian's delicate form, fearing it might cause her discomfort. Throughout the entirety of her being cradled, Jiang Lingxian clung to him tightly, her arms wrapped around his waist, as if she wished to envelop him entirely. Once they had settled into their sleeping positions, Jiang Lingxian instinctively leaned closer to Wang Chen's warm body, as if that proximity could provide her with a sense of reassurance. Wang Chen could distinctly feel as Jiang Lingxian gently buried her flushed and warm cheek against his neck. Alas, which reputable master and disciple could share such intimacy? Why do you always refuse me under the guise of being my esteemed teacher? Wang Chen gently caressed Jiang Lingxian's head, internally sighing, somewhat perplexed by her thoughts. Yet, speaking of which, was my initial intention not to intoxicate her, thereby enticing her to unravel the formation within the room? Wang Chen, feeling the warmth in his embrace, lingered in a daze for quite some time before a sudden thought illuminated his mind. Lingxian, have you fallen asleep? Wang Chen gently lowered his face and cautiously inquired of Jiang Lingxian, who was nestled against his neck. Jiang Lingxian seemed to have drifted into slumber. Yet she murmured a soft response in her dreams. Never mind, given her current state, it was likely she would not awaken. They might as well share this moment of rest. The only uncertainty lay in what would transpire when she awoke the following day. Wang Chen gently enveloped Jiang Lingxian's delicate figure with both arms, even softly clasping one leg around her slender waist, closing his eyes to ponder for a moment. Tomorrow's matters could be addressed tomorrow. After all, it was merely a ruse to intoxicate her. She should emerge unscathed, perhaps enduring a few hundred lashes with a willow switch at worst. Nevertheless, the mere thought of being so intimately close to her, especially as it was her own volition and even her pleading, filled Wang Chen with exhilaration. Wang Chen gently pulled the blankets over their entwined bodies, and gradually, his consciousness began to fade, sinking into slumber. In their shared narrative, thoughts emerged. Another day of adoration for Jiang Lingxian, yet today brought a response. She was exceptionally charming. I am utterly enchanted. Another day devoted to my disciple, yet today he seemed possessed by a wild nature, intent on defying his master. He was particularly mischievous. I find it delightful. As dawn broke the following morning, sunlight bathed the land outside the Taishu Shinzo. In the secluded depths of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, two figures lay nestled together within the warmth of the blankets. The effects of the fruit wine had seemingly dissipated, and Jiang Lingxian, nestled against Wang Chen's neck, felt a slight tremor in her exquisite features. The rosy hue of inebriation had vanished, restoring her to her usual demeanor, cold, noble, and untouchable. Yet, in a fleeting moment, her cheeks began to warm again, an undeniable heat radiating from within. As she lay in Wang Chen's embrace, memories of the previous night flooded back with vivid clarity. A profound sense of embarrassment surged through her, causing her form to stiffen momentarily. The fruit wine certainly held some secret. Furthermore, he had attempted to kiss me. My disciple must have deliberately tricked me into drinking it. How foolish I was. Despite sensing something amiss, I still acquiesced to his calls of master and drank willingly. Feeling Wang Chen's gentle and sturdy frame, a wave of regret and shame washed over Jiang Lingxian after her clarity returned. Rather than hastily rising in embarrassment, she cautiously shifted. However, her attempts were thwarted, for Wang Chen had wrapped his arms and legs around her, as though she were a cherished pillow. What a mischievous disciple. Such a rebellious student. If this were a past life, I would surely have administered a few lashes. Blushing furiously, Jiang Lingxian inwardly chastised him. Yet, she found herself unwittingly relishing Wang Chen's gentle embrace. As a being of transcendent mastery, how could she possibly be ensnared by one of mere foundational cultivation? With a mere thought, she could silently escape. Yet, Jiang Lingxian seemed to have forgotten her own prowess, struggling slightly before, in frustration, she ceased her efforts. It appeared she was deceiving herself, convincing herself that she could not break free from Wang Chen's firm grasp, when in truth, she simply wished to remain. This way, when Wang Chen awoke, she would have ample reason to reproach him first, deflecting any blame onto him. After all, it was merely a first misstep for her disciple in this lifetime, so she would refrain from chastising him. However, next time he offered her anything to eat or drink, she must not yield to his whims. Jiang Lingxian resolved inwardly to no longer partake of what Wang Chen provided. Unbeknownst to her, she instinctively brushed her cheek against Wang Chen's neck, a faint smile gracing her lips. When she regained her composure, she hastily pressed her lips together, swiftly halting such intimate gestures, fearing to awaken him. Although she had often shared similar moments with Wang Chen under the veil of night, at that time he was always in a deep slumber. Thus, this experience felt entirely distinct to Jiang Lingxian, imbued with a sense of heightened joy and thrilling apprehension. The two remained in this tender embrace until noon, when Wang Chen's eyelids fluttered slightly, prompting Jiang Lingxian to quickly feign sleep. With Jiang Lingxian as his pillow, Wang Chen enjoyed a slumber deeper than any, for there was indeed a refreshing, ethereal fragrance that soothed his spirit. Ahem. As Wang Chen's consciousness gradually became clear, he felt a slight itch on his neck, as if delicate strands of hair were teasing his skin, prompting him to raise his hand in an attempt to scratch. However, when he reached for his neck, his fingers encountered a soft, fair visage, the sensation exquisite to the touch. Jiang Lingxian's enchanting face was smooth, refined, and resilient, with an ideal balance of fullness that perfectly complemented her features, achieving a harmonious proportion of plumpness and slenderness. In the past, Wang Chen would always share the night with another, awakening alone in the day. Thus, he found himself momentarily stunned. At that instant, the itch at his neck ceased, and he dared not scratch it, startled as he cast a fleeting glance at the person nestled in his embrace. Jiang Lingxian's serene profile, in slumber, appeared before him, akin to a breathtaking vision of a sleeping beauty captured in a painting. Memories began to resurface, and Wang Chen swiftly recalled the events of the previous night with clarity. Alas, it was a debacle. That lightly intoxicating fruit wine had boasted of never causing a blackout, Yet now he faced the consequences. Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian in his arms, his heart as desolate as ashes, as scenes from his past life, wherein he was relentlessly pursued and beaten by her, flashed through his mind. In most of these vivid recollections, he bore a playful grin, save for the moment when he truly comprehended Jiang Lingxian. Since he was destined to endure her wrath, why not seize the opportunity while she slumbered and steal a couple of kisses? At this moment, Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's rosy, delicate lips, the thoughts from the previous night resurfacing uncontrollably. He was indeed earnest in his intentions, subtly shifting his body closer, gradually leaning his face towards hers. However, just as his visage approached the proximity where he could feel the gentle breath escaping Jiang Lingxian's nostrils, his expression suddenly froze. This was due to the slight quiver of her eyelashes, followed by her drowsily opening her eyes, staring blankly at Wang Chen. How could she have awakened? Was he truly attempting to kiss me again? In that instant, both were utterly bewildered, for Jiang Lingxian had only feigned sleep upon sensing something amiss. Little did she realize that this mischievous disciple of hers remained undeterred, persistently yearning to kiss her lips. Both were momentarily lost in confusion. The strikingly handsome Wang Chen and the enchanting Jiang Lingxian simply gazing at one another in silence, locked in a shared glance. How did you carry me to bed after a night of drunkenness? I had already mentioned I was fine with sleeping on the floor. Wang Chen took the initiative, effortlessly rendering Jiang Lingxian, who was already bewildered, even more perplexed with just a few words. You. Jiang Lingxian's expression gradually turned icy, as an almost imperceptible chill emanated from her being. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen was taken aback. He hastily released Jiang Lingxian from his grasp and swiftly ran towards the foot of the bed, yearning to distance himself from her. In his haste to descend, he inadvertently misstepped and tumbled heavily to the ground, rolling and scrambling in disarray. At the moment Wang Chen loosened his hold on her, a palpable chill enveloped the surroundings, and a profound sense of reluctance surged within Jiang Lingxian's heart. The two found themselves, one positioned at the eastern side of the room and the other at the western entrance, gazing intently at one another, one feigning indifference, the other genuinely fearful. Why was it that the fruit wine you offered yesterday could not be dispelled with spiritual energy? What trickery did you employ after persuading me to drink? Jiang Lingxian sat upright, pretentiously inspecting her own body. Yet, the tips of her ears, concealed beneath her flowing hair, were flushed a deep crimson. She managed to suppress the embarrassment etched upon her fair visage, but the warmth radiating from her ears seemed to invite a gentle bite. I cannot be blamed for this. I too was intoxicated last night, my mind a muddled haze. Wang Chen immediately discerned that Jiang Lingxian was merely pretending, and in order to avoid any confrontation, he promptly joined in the act. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by his words, her gaze shifting slightly, as if contemplating her next move in this charade. How base. How shameless. Yet, ultimately at a loss for words, she seemed unable to concoct any further statements, managing to stammer out two utterly innocuous phrases. Shall I leave then? Wang Chen gestured towards the door behind him, seizing the opportunity to escape. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows slightly and gradually fell silent. Are you truly certain that you have forgotten all that transpired last night? After a moment of silence, Jiang Lingxian did not respond to Wang Chen, but instead, with a hint of concern, questioned him once more. I genuinely forgot. That bottle of wine was brewed by me in a previous life. It is exceedingly potent, and even 1/2 cup would be too much for someone at the sacred soul realm to endure. Therefore, with my current cultivation, I merely tasted a little and lost all recollection. Upon awakening, I discovered. Wang Chen leaned against the door, wearing an expression of bewilderment as he responded candidly to Jiang Lingxian's inquiries. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of relief wash over her. Everything suddenly made sense. It seemed that their intimate moments from the previous day had been forgotten by her inebriated disciple. After all, given the transformations her disciple had undergone since his rebirth, how could he possibly address her as master once more, and with such fervor? Master, master, master. The echo of Wang Chen's voice from the day before resonated in Jiang Lingxian's mind, bringing a slight lift to her spirits. So, may I take my leave now? Wang Chen once again gestured towards the great door behind him, unable to shake off his desire to depart. After all, the scarlet refining spring within the Void Soldier's tomb awaited him. The sooner he could acquire it, the better. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing his voice, cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chen with her somber, downcast eyes, feeling a pang of discomfort within her. He had promised her just last night that he would not leave her. I must step out to attend to some matters, Jiang Lingxian said coldly. rising from her seat and adjusting her slightly disheveled white gown, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hey." Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had torn open a rift in the void and entered it. He wished to stop her, but the rift had already sealed shut. "Jiang Lingxian, you are truly wicked." Wang Chen clenched his fists and unleashed 2 sets of his whimsical punches into the air, filled with exasperation. "Do not be angry, do not be angry," he muttered to himself, recalling how he had fared better the previous night, at least managing to nibble at the edges of the prized cabbage. At that moment, the system's soft voice emerged to offer him comfort, slightly easing his frustration. "What? Foolish dog of a system. Go away. Are you indirectly calling me a pig?" Wang Chen, in a fit of exasperation, uttered a curse before rising to his feet and striding toward the untidy table to begin tidying up. "This delightful fruit wine is quite enjoyable, and I must also pack away these strawberries to save for her to savor this evening." Wang Chen took the wooden cork of the glass bottle and firmly resealed it, then gathered the uneaten boxes of strawberries. If only she could experience nights like last night every day. As Wang Chen tidied up the desk, he found himself lost in thought. And before he knew it, a chuckle escaped his lips, followed by a couple of amused laughs. "Fool. Go away." After Wang Chen tidied up his desk, he was confined to his quarters, left with nothing to do but sit on his bed and examine his personal interface. Wang Chen's physique, Chaos 9 Sun's divine body. Realm, peak of the 9th layer of spirit building realm, disguised as the 6th layer of spirit building realm, capable of breaking through to the origin realm, albeit with a shallow foundation. Technique, Chaos 9 Sun's divine art. Storage space, 1 million top-tier spirit stones, a complete set of newly designed women's intimate apparel, a set of fresh and vibrant clothing, a self-propelling white Taoist robe, a large pack of paper towels specifically for viscous liquids, 2 decorative couple necklaces, and a pair of refreshing flip-flops. Origin points, 225358. Overall evaluation, a humanoid entity at the 9th layer of spirit building realm. Wang Chen surveyed the realm displayed on his panel and contemplated his own state. Indeed, it was imperative to solidify his foundation. Subsequently, he examined his storage space, his gaze instinctively bypassing items such as the potent elixirs. A brand new set of intimate garments for women? Wang Chen delved into his storage space, searching meticulously until a beautifully crafted bag filled with clothing appeared in his hands. As it was a complete set, it contained numerous pieces, a protective top and protective pants in pure white, light yellow, and soft pink, 3 of each, allowing for varied combinations. Upon seeing them, Wang Chen's eyes sparkled with delight. The protective top and pants were quite ordinary, yet the patterns were perfectly suited for her. The sides of the 3 pairs of pants featured delicate little string designs, while the entire ensemble was adorned with charming pink strawberry motifs. This was entirely reasonable, as during his time on Blue Star, he had encountered similar delightful items while shopping online. The 3 protective tops were equally unremarkable, presented in the same 3 colors, pure white, light yellow, and soft pink. However, the white one bore 2 rabbit designs, the yellow featured 2 bears, and the pink showcased 2 large strawberries, all exuding an endearing charm. Ahem. Even in the absence of company, Wang Chen felt compelled to make some noise, breaking the awkwardness as he gazed at the clothing he held. Wang Chen refrained from disassembling the item, for every object within the system was impeccably pristine. He feared tarnishing it with his own hands. He was uncertain whether it would suit her, so perhaps he would wait until he had the time to present it to her. However, based on the profound understanding I possessed of her in my previous life, and the glance I cast upon her, it seemed quite fitting. Wang Chen, as if in possession of a precious treasure, delicately placed several unopened garments back into the storage space, softly murmuring to himself. As for whether Jiang Lingxian would accept them, Wang Chen had never harbored any concerns. He possessed his own means to ensure that Jiang Lingxian would receive them. Whether she would wear them, however, remained a mystery to him, as he could not see. Let me take a glimpse at this self-moving white robe. Wang Chen rose from the bed, shedding his garments and donning an imposing long white robe that exuded an air of grandeur from his storage space. How handsome, truly exquisite, even more striking than the golden robe he wore in his previous life. Host, the voice chimed, once you reclaim that treasured golden robe, I can merge the 2 garments into one. Wang Chen listened to the system's mechanical and cold yet somewhat dazed voice, recalling the holy grade treasure garment, the mysterious golden robe from his past life, and nodded slightly. Wang Chen ultimately glanced at the garments adorned in a refreshing, minimalist style, the decorative couple's necklace, and the crisp flip-flops. As for the details, he chose not to elaborate further, for he noticed that it seemed to be raining outside, a gentle patter resonating in the air. In the end, Wang Chen tried on the black flip-flops and then placed them under the bed, intending to wear them whenever the need arose. Since venturing out was not an option, he resolved to firmly establish his foundation here and commence his cultivation. Wang Chen sat cross-legged on the bed, adorned with black flip-flops on the ground, his eyes gently closed as he entered a state of meditation. The soft patter of rain echoed outside, and soon, Wang Chen found himself immersed in the depths of cultivation, his foundation steadily solidifying. Thus, he continued to practice until the late hours of the night, having firmly established his base in just a day. In this lifetime, Wang Chen never considered himself to be cultivating. Rather, he believed he was swiftly recovering his strength. Thus, once he felt his foundation was entirely stable, he gradually succumbed to slumber, his posture becoming increasingly askew. Ultimately, Wang Chen sat cross-legged and fell onto the bed, pulling over the cool, fragrant blanket beside him to cover his body. After all, meditation could never rival the comfort and relaxation of sleep. Therefore, in moments of ease and without pressure, most cultivators in the realm of immortality preferred to indulge in the tranquility of sleep, allowing their bodies and minds to unwind. Just as Wang Chen was on the verge of slumber, a box of exquisite strawberries appeared on the neatly arranged table within the room. One of the 3 boxes he had set aside. Accompanying it was a small note inscribed with his handwriting. The note, pinned in the style of the 8 desolate continent, conveyed, especially reserved for you. Remember to enjoy. Following this, the room was enveloped in darkness and silence. At the heart of the Tai Su immortal sect, in the grand hall of discussions, the stunningly beautiful Jiang Lingxian wore a frosty expression as she furrowed her brows, gazing at the inner door elder, Mu Hong, who was currently lodging a complaint. Sect master, she severed my little disciple's arm, which I endured. Her disciple slapped my elder disciple, which I also bore. But now, she has gone too far, almost cleaving my recovering little disciple in half with a sword while I was unawares. Do you realize the extent of harm that would have inflicted upon him? Mu Hong's beautiful visage was as cold as ice as she directed her ire towards the sect master. He should not exist in this world, allowing the remnant soul of the demon lord to parasitize him. He ought to be eliminated. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing this, remained calm and collected, standing silently to the side. Her lips parted slightly as she uttered a measured response. The presence of the demon lord's remnant soul is indeed indisputable. Yet what Jiang Lingxian truly desires is the eradication of all foes who harbor enmity towards Wang Chen. My little disciple has stated that he was entirely unaware of the remnant soul within him. It was merely an accident. Moreover, the remnant soul can be exorcised. Why then would you take it upon yourself to attempt to slay my disciple with your sword? Mu Hong, already somewhat envious of Jiang Lingxuan's beauty, was now further incensed by her calm demeanor, nearly causing her to spit blood in frustration. What would you feel if I were to draw my sword and attempt to cleave your disciple in half? With a furrowed brow and eyes ablaze with fury, Mu Hong brandished a crimson longsword, her aura radiating a fierce intent as if she were prepared to enact her threat. You dare? Jiang Lingxian countered, summoning her frosty sword, her aura of the sacred soul realm filling the grand hall, and with a swift motion, she unleashed a strike. A vast expanse of void was torn asunder, the glimmering cold light flashing in an instant. The immense sword energy bore down upon Mu Hong, who was at the 9th level of the sacred soul realm, startling her into raising her sword in an attempt to defend herself. In Jiang Lingxuan's conviction in this lifetime, anyone who wished for Wang Chen's demise would meet their own end first. Jiang Lingxian finds herself unable and unwilling to comprehend others. In this lifetime, all she desires is for her disciple, Wang Chen, to remain safely by her side. Enough of this ruckus. The Grand Master of Taishu, startled by Jiang Lingxian, swiftly raised his hand and dissipated the sword aura filled with malevolent intent. At this moment, Mu Hong finally quieted down somewhat. Her previous bravado had been mere posturing, unaware that the saintess would act so recklessly. Mu Hong, you may return now. The expenses for your disciple's treatment can be drawn from the sect's treasures. However, should I discover even the slightest trace of demonic energy in him, I shall personally slay him. The Grand Master, observing the endless murderous intent in Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze and the eagerness of her icy sword, hastily urged her to leave. Though anger surged within her, Mu Hong complied and swiftly vanished from the grand hall. What on earth do you intend to do? Is it truly necessary to go to such lengths for a newly accepted disciple? The Grand Master, an elderly man bearing the weight of countless years, regarded Jiang Lingxian with a furrowed brow, his expression reflecting deep concern. Once Nu Hong departed, leaving only Jiang Lingxian and the old Grand Master in the hall. She finally sheathed her cold sword, her aura gradually retracting. As for those who dare to harm him, I shall slay them. Yet, Jiang Lingxian's response to the Grand Master was frigid, her words imbued with an icy chill. The Grand Master's words caught in his throat. He rubbed his temples, his expression shifting to one of resignation. Very well, you may go back. Your master has recently failed in her attempt to break through to the Emperor realm and should soon emerge. The Grand Master, with his head crowned in white hair, sat in the hall, exasperated by the antics of his rarely seen junior sister. Indeed, the Grand Master is also a disciple of the Cold Sovereign. However, from the moment of his birth, he had taken the Cold Elder, Han Zun, as his master. It was only after he had practiced for over 3,000 years that Han Zun unexpectedly brought back her aloof junior sister, Jiang Lingxian. Typically, this junior sister was quite easy to manage, as she rarely engaged with others, exuding an icy demeanor, devoting herself solely to her cultivation. Even he, her senior brother, had encountered her fewer times than he could count on both hands, and they hardly ever communicated unless something significant occurred. To his astonishment, Jiang Lingxian was now causing a commotion throughout the Tai Su Xian sect for the sake of one of her disciples. Alas, in the end, it fell upon this seldom-seen senior brother to tidy up the mess. The kindly old sect master sat in the main seat of the grand hall. Observing Jiang Lingxian's departing figure, his feelings reaching the pinnacle of helplessness. Though they seldom communicated, whenever issues arose, he was the one to shoulder the burden. As the sect master, he had no choice but to accept this reality. Nevertheless, if he were to assess Jiang Lingxian in his capacity as the sect master of Tai Su, he would express great admiration for her. In a mere 200 years, she had ascended to the 8th level of the Sacred Soul Realm, a truly remarkable talent. It seemed prudent to keep an eye on her disciple, as that was likely her Achilles heel, one that must not be compromised. Otherwise, given Jiang Lingxian's earlier demeanor, should her disciple encounter any trouble, it could very well upend the entire Tai Su Xian sect. Seated in the main hall, the old sect master silently contemplated finding an opportunity to discreetly become acquainted with Wang Chen. Unbeknownst to the sect master, although he did not recognize Wang Chen, the latter was well aware of this mischievous old man. After all, in their previous lives, the two had shared an extraordinarily close bond, to the extent of having shared the same pair of trousers after a night of revelry. Wang Chen found himself entangled in the left pant leg, while his entire being was ensnared in the right foot. Yet, one cannot deny the remarkable quality of the system's trousers. In a previous life, there was a period when the two of them were regarded as nothing more than two wandering eccentrics in the eyes of the practitioners across the vast 8 desolations. In the depths of the Tai Su Immortal sect, within the completely irresealed hall of the Tai Su Saintess, familiar waves of ethereal energy rippled through the air as Jiang Lingxian slowly emerged, with a touch of fatigue gracing her exquisite and delicate visage. She felt her weariness dissipate upon seeing the person resting on the bed. Her sleeping disciple was truly adorable. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, whose lips were slightly puckered due to the pressure of the pillow, and the corners of her usually frosty lips involuntarily lifted just a fraction. She then retrieved a small incense burner and placed it upon the table, releasing a faint, colorless, odorless, and harmless gas that was nonetheless beneficial. Rather than hastily approaching the bed, Jiang Lingxian decided to allow Wang Chen to sink deeper into slumber, opting instead to linger for a while longer. As she prepared to take a seat, her gaze inadvertently caught a glimpse of something on the table, causing her finely arched brows to furrow in confusion. There lay a delicate glass box filled with pristine strawberries, accompanied by a small note reminiscent of a sticky note. "Especially for you. Remember to eat it, okay?" Upon reading the message, Jiang Lingxian's heart, typically encased in ice, felt a warmth wash over it, and the weariness of the day seemed to vanish in an instant. Setting the note aside, an inexplicable joy blossomed within her, and her clear, crystalline gaze turned towards the strawberries on the table. Surely, these strawberries should pose no issue, right? Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian recalled the events of the previous night, her fair hand pausing momentarily. Yet, after a brief moment, she extended her hand once more, picking up a strawberry and bringing it to her lips. With a slight parting of her delicate mouth, she took a gentle bite. Regardless of the offering, she was always willing to partake in anything given by her disciple. Jiang Lingxian clasped her skirt as she gracefully seated herself, waiting for Wang Chen to drift into a deeper slumber while savoring the strawberry with a hint of joy. Once she felt it was the right time, she carefully stored the strawberry as if it were a precious treasure, placing it into her spiritual space. Subsequently, she made her way to the bed, gently lifting the quilt, shedding her shoes, and slipping her bare, pale feet into the warmth of the covers. As she embraced Wang Chen's warm figure, Jiang Lingxian had felt an emptiness since she had distanced herself from him, a profound lack of security within her heart. At that moment, inhaling the faint warmth emanating from his body, she felt completely fulfilled. Instinctively, she nestled her charming face into the warmth of Wang Chen's neck, gently rubbing against him like a small creature seeking comfort. Jiang Lingxian was uncertain when this habit had formed, but whenever she felt fatigued, she found solace in this act. Reflecting on her past life, it seemed that this yearning had begun during the first century of her slumber beside Wang Chen. Initially, in her previous incarnation, she had taken Wang Chen as her disciple solely to utilize him in harmonizing the chilling energy within her. However, after mastering this cold power, she had repeatedly cautioned herself against embracing Wang Chen during the night. Yet, she discovered that whenever she could not feel his warmth, her cultivation became fraught with agitation. Despite having complete control over her chilling energy, she found herself unable to sever her connection with Wang Chen. In her past life, during her secluded breakthrough to the pinnacle of the Emperor realm, the absence of Wang Chen left her breathless, to say nothing of the anxiety that plagued her as she awaited his presence upon emerging from her seclusion. The news of Wang Chen's demise in the Forbidden Ground shattered her, plunging Jiang Lingxian into madness. Grasping her icy sword, she wreaked havoc across the 8 desolations, transforming even the hottest regions into frozen domains. Disciple, in a few days, your master will allow you to venture out, but I hope you do not leave me secretly. Jiang Lingxian murmured softly, her melodious voice laced with a sense of pleading. She was genuinely terrified, afraid that Wang Chen might abandon her. If he could be found, it would be bearable, yet if he remained lost, the 8 desolation continent would likely echo the icy apocalypse of her past life. Days passed in this manner until the dawn of the 6th day of Wang Chen's confinement, where a silent breakthrough resonated from within him in the chamber of the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace. The pinnacle foundation of the returning origin realm had been shattered. Under the system's boundary-breaking shielding function, countless chaotic spiritual energies within Wang Chen began to surge and converge. Ultimately, they gradually coalesced into a chaotic-hued primordial Dan at the Dantian. Surrounded by 9 swirling chaotic flame dragons, Jiang Lingxian, seated cross-legged on the bed, seemed to sense something. Her eyelashes fluttered, and she slowly opened her eyes. However, upon gazing at Wang Chen, who was meditating on a makeshift bed nearby, she found nothing amiss, as if it were merely an illusion. System. Elevate my disguised realm to the pinnacle of the 9th layer of spirit establishment. Ding. The realm's suppression has been adjusted to the 9th layer of spirit establishment, deducting 888 primal points. Wang Chen had long anticipated the system's deductions, and thus his heart stirred little, responding with a nonchalant remark, System, you fool. 666, human-machine host. If you wish to leave, then go. I shall no longer confine you. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's swift ascension to the 9th layer of spirit establishment, Jiang Lingxian confirmed that her earlier sensation was not mistaken. As the timing felt appropriate, she sat calmly on the bed, observing Wang Chen as he gradually settled his energy. Quietly addressing him, Jiang Lingxian had initially intended to refer to herself as master, but considering Wang Chen's aversion to it, she ultimately choked on the word master. Is it truly real? Upon hearing this, Wang Chen momentarily froze, quickly opening his eyes to gaze at Jiang Lingxian, his joy unmistakable. After being confined for so many days, he was indeed quite anxious. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian had been by his side, alleviating his boredom. However, you must return before noon tomorrow, without my prompting. You are surely aware of what will transpire among the various sects of the 8 desolations after noon. A hint of barely perceptible disappointment flickered across Jiang Lingxian's face as she slightly lowered her delicate features and responded softly a few times. All right, I shall certainly return before noon tomorrow, Wang Chen assured Jiang Lingxian, then rose and strode towards the door, reaching out to pull it open. However, just like last time, after a tug, the door remained obstinately shut. With a sense of resignation, he turned back to Jiang Lingxian. You must come back. Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her gaze. The last phrase seemed to carry a weight of emotion in her eyes, which appeared somewhat heavy. Absolutely. Wang Chen gazed into Jiang Lingxian's captivating eyes, filled with a tumultuous array of emotions, and nodded absent-mindedly, offering no refusal. As soon as his words echoed through the air, the intricate formations within the house abruptly contracted, restoring everything to the state it had been 6 days prior. Creak. Wang Chen opened the door and stepped outside. As he turned to close the door, he exchanged a final glance with Jiang Lingxian, who appeared somewhat aggrieved within. With a soft click, the door shut, leaving Wang Chen standing outside in a daze. Was it merely an illusion? Why did it seem as though she pouted, as if she were on the verge of tears? Wang Chen stood outside the door, lost in thought as he recalled the final gaze exchanged with Jiang Lingxian through the crack of the door, feeling somewhat dazed and astonished. Creak. Wang Chen could not restrain himself and once again pushed open the door, only to find that Jiang Lingxian's figure had already vanished, clearly having departed. Perhaps he had misjudged the situation. How could she possibly reveal such a demeanor in his presence while he was fully conscious? Wang Chen chuckled to himself in self-mockery, then meticulously secured the door before turning and striding purposefully towards the Taishu warrior tomb, on the path of the Taishu immortal sect. Any disciple who encountered Wang Chen recoiled as if confronted by a specter, hastily making way. Wasn't this fellow rumored to have perished several days ago? How could he possibly reappear? I heard that he was likely imprisoned. This version is quite absurd, isn't it? The Taishu disciples along the way exchanged furtive glances and murmured among themselves, speculating about the hurried figure of Wang Chen. Regardless, tomorrow the 8 desolations and 28 domains will witness a grand competition among 36 prestigious sects. Preparations must be made. Where will the contest be held? Right outside our Taishu immortal sect in the Taishu spirit battle realm. I have heard that the top 3 in each realm will receive extraordinary rewards. Wang Chen had already dashed away, leaving only a fleeting shadow behind. The words that reached his ears were merely fragmented whispers. However, he paid them little mind, for he had long since committed the rewards to memory. Even the list of combatants was etched in his mind. In this lifetime, he found immense satisfaction in the grand competition that arose from the discord among the 36 sections. His contentment was not derived from the rewards, but rather from the necessity of signing a life and death agreement, where on the battlefield, regardless of life or death, no one would bear responsibility. In his previous life, he had been capable of suppressing or vanquishing many even at the spirit-building realm. How much more so could he achieve now? Wang Chen has meticulously devised his plans for this life. Once he has subdued or eliminated the detritus of the spirit-building realm, he shall participate in the competition of the return to origin realm. As he traverses the path of his sect, memories from his previous existence flood his mind, igniting a nameless fury within. In his former life, he was targeted solely because he was the most enchanting beauty of the 8 desolations. A disciple of one of the 4 great powers, the holy maiden of the Taishu immortal sect. During the spirit-building realm competition in the Taishu spirit war realm, 90% of the spirit-building cultivators from various sects took turns challenging him, seemingly to showcase their prowess. They believed that by defeating Wang Chen, the disciple of Jiang Lingxian, they would earn her favor, ultimately displacing him and becoming her apprentices. After all, in the realm of cultivation, strength reigns supreme. And many cultivators are driven by self-interest, making such thoughts somewhat understandable. Fortunately, Jiang Lingxian was not oblivious to this issue. She bestowed upon him numerous powerful treasures for self-preservation. Although, in the end, those disciples from the various sects of the 8 desolations, often comprising many unseasoned heirs of fortune, were all subdued or forced to concede with great difficulty through the aid of his treasures. However, he emerged from the battles severely injured, having acquired many enemies. Ultimately, his wounds were gradually healed by Jiang Lingxian's torturous healing techniques, restoring his nearly ruined foundation. In this life, there shall be no mere suppression, only complete annihilation. With unwavering resolve, Wang Chen firmly planted his feet and came to an abrupt halt, slowly lifting his gaze towards the ominous entrance of the Void Armory. At this moment, the once bustling threshold of the Void Armory had grown increasingly desolate, with only a decrepit old man stationed to guard it. "You, come here." The old man called out to Wang Chen, gesturing with his fan as he beckoned him closer. Upon hearing the words, Wang Chen glanced around, noticing that there was no one beside him. "Stop looking, it's you, come here." The old man, with his fan in hand, waved it a few times, prompting Wang Chen to approach with a hint of confusion. "Though you hold the esteemed title of the disciple of the saintess of Taishu, you recently pilfered several dozens of." Suddenly, a gust of wind rustled the old man's white hair, forcing his eyes shut against the fierce breeze. Once the strands settled and he opened his eyes, he could only see Wang Chen's retreating figure as he dashed into the military tomb. Standing at the entrance of the Taishu military tomb, the old man, holding his fan, wore a bewildered expression, clearly taken aback. Is this truly the disciple of that old hag, Hanzun? To possess the speed of a return to origin realm cultivator, while only being at the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm is quite intriguing. The old man mused, observing Wang Chen sprinting with remarkable agility into the tomb, while he fanned himself with a knowing smile. He chose not to pursue, but instead conjured a reclining chair with a wave of his hand, leisurely settling down at the entrance of the Taishu military tomb. Finally, he covered his somewhat amused old face with the fan and drifted into a deep slumber. Inside the Taishu military tomb, the surroundings were enveloped in earthen walls, and the lighting was dim and yellowish. At this moment, Wang Chen, after a prolonged run, suddenly halted, forcefully digging his heels into the ground and creating a deep trench. He remarked to himself that the weapons within the Void Soldier's tomb could not possibly be so easily pilfered. There must be a registry or formidable guardians keeping watch. Fortunately, that old rascal did not pursue him inside. Wang Chen felt a mixture of exhilaration and quiet relief within, having seemingly utilized nearly all of his speed and footwork in this lifetime. After a brief respite, he retrieved from his storage space a golden broken sword, now reduced to a mere half-hand length. Yet, the golden sword remained utterly still until Wang Chen elevated his hand, enveloped in chaotic spiritual energy, and unleashed a soul attack spell. With a series of sharp, resonant sounds, the air was punctuated by 2 crisp claps emanating from the golden sword, awakening the residual spirit of the elderly figure contained within. "Do not shout. I shall assist you in your advancement," exclaimed Wang Chen. The old spirit, initially irate, transformed his demeanor upon hearing the promise of progression. "Ah, splendid. Advancement, indeed. This is delightful." Now situated within the great void armory, the old spirit urged, "Lead me to the location you mentioned." Wang Chen grasped the dim golden broken sword in his hand, gesturing for him to seek direction and lead him to the crimson refining spring. "After I performed a calculation, moments later." "Not good." The elderly voice emanating from the golden sword echoed ominously, causing Wang Chen's heart to skip a beat. "What happened?" "I was halfway through my calculations when, suddenly, my hand seized up." "You fool. How can your soul experience a cramp?" Wang Chen, feeling a surge of emotions, could not help but curse in response to the words he heard. "Hey, don't be upset. I was merely teasing you, just calculating." Following the voice of the somewhat mischievous old man emanating from the golden broken sword, there was silence. "Not good." The voice from within the golden broken sword echoed again. But Wang Chen merely raised his hand, which was enveloped in spiritual energy. This time, the situation was truly dire. Someone had shattered the wall, and now the crimson golden spring was in turmoil. The old man's spirit within the golden broken sword, upon witnessing this, urgently shouted out, clearly in a state of distress, "Hurry, take me there." Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen finally realized that it was not jesting. He hastily raised the golden broken sword, allowing it to guide him. Without Wang Chen uttering a word, the anxious golden sword emanated a force, compelling him to run through the dimly lit surroundings. They dashed from the public soldier's tomb to a vicinity where numerous pitch-black openings adorned the nearby walls of the minor tomb. Subsequently, the golden sword tugged at Wang Chen, swiftly leading him into a highly concealed entrance of the minor tomb. The moment they crossed the threshold, Wang Chen, without the sword's guidance, noticed a substantial breach in the wall. Peering inside, he was greeted by a radiant golden glow, unmistakably the brilliance emitted by the crimson refinement golden spring. Surrounding the spring stood a man, in the process of shedding his garments, preparing to enter the water. "Do not tarnish the crimson refinement golden spring. Allow me to intervene." Wang Chen instantly recognized Yi Qing's silhouette and violently hurled the golden broken sword in his grasp. With a piercing sound, the sword penetrated Yi Qing's right shoulder amidst the golden-hued light of the wall, and blood erupted forth. As Yi Qing stood in terror, the sound of Wang Chen's heavy footsteps thundered before him, culminating in a soaring flying kick. Bang! Yi Qing clutched his bleeding left shoulder, his waist buckling from the impact, propelling him backward. After enduring the general's flying kick, prepare to be struck by my Thomas spin kick. However, as a master of the returning origin realm, Wang Chen's speed was unparalleled. Following his flying kick, he executed a graceful spin midair, delivering a powerful roundhouse kick. Bang! The crisp sound of flesh meeting flesh echoed as Yi Qing was struck forcefully in the back by this elegantly arced kick. Boom! Taken by surprise, Yi Qing was sent flying, crashing heavily against the wall. Wang Chen showed no mercy towards his adversary. He could distinctly sense that Yi Qing's spine had surely fractured. However, to Wang Chen's astonishment, Yi Qing glared fiercely at him, his pupils gradually turning white. "Teacher, assist me," Yi Qing bellowed. Unleashing the full force of his third-level spirit-building cultivation, his entire form igniting in a layer of black flames. with a series of explosive sounds. As the black flames surged forth, Yi Qing's cultivation soared from the 3rd level of spirit building, continually ascending until it reached the pinnacle of the 9th level, before gradually coming to a halt. At this moment, Yi Qing was possessed, his gaze fervently fixed on Wang Chen, a faint, crooked smile gracing his lips. So, you two have attained the 9th level of spirit building? How intriguing. Yi Qing flicked his right hand, producing a series of cracking sounds from his bones, casting a disdainful glance at Wang Chen. Oh, playing with flames, are we? And comparing realms? With a thunderous whoosh, in the instant Wang Chen finished speaking, his cultivation suddenly erupted, revealing the Gu Yuan realm, with chaotic flames engulfing his entire being. 2 spectral chaotic flame dragons coiled fiercely around him, their cold eyes fixed menacingly on Yi Qing. This was not the full extent of Wang Chen's power, for he had yet to unleash all 9 chaotic flame dragons. Upon witnessing this, the smirk on Yi Qing's face gradually stiffened, rendering him unable to smile any longer. Die. Wang Chen was not the loquacious type of villain. With a thunderous stomp, he appeared before Yi Qing and unleashed a devastating punch. Bang! Crack! With all his might, Yi Qing raised his arms in a desperate attempt to block, only for them to shatter grotesquely. How could such a seemingly worthless body possess such formidable strength? Yi Qing's pupils, deep and pale, swirled with black flames as he gazed at Wang Chen in terror, yearning to retreat swiftly. Dragon transformation, violent claw. Yet, Wang Chen would not grant him this reprieve. With a fierce motion, he raised his hand, his fingers transforming into a chaotic flame dragon's claw that seized Yi Qing's head. Boom. With a resounding explosion, Yi Qing's skull burst open like a watermelon, obliterated by Wang Chen's chaotic flame dragon claw. Is this how it ends? Just wait. In 3 years, I shall surely avenge myself. As Wang Chen's astonishment had yet to fully dissipate, a familiar roar of anger from Yi Qing resonated behind him, accompanied by the hurried sound of retreating footsteps. It was at this moment that Wang Chen focused his gaze upon his hand. To his surprise, he found himself gripping the head of a wooden puppet, its visage incessantly consumed by chaotic flames. How troublesome. It is indeed a challenge to eliminate such a wretched creature. A progeny of the heavens. No wonder it was one of the 2 emperors who once conspired to bring about my demise in a past life. The illusory shadow of the chaotic flame dragon claw in Wang Chen's hand dissipated, and with a flick of his wrist, he incinerated the entire puppet. At that moment, Wang Chen's gaze faltered as he looked down, but in the next instant, a smile graced his lips. To sacrifice oneself to protect a disciple. I commend your bravery. Alas, we are adversaries. Wang Chen picked up the dim ring from the ground and swiftly placed it into a box, sealing it securely. He then tossed it into the most remote corner of his storage space, sealing it away with the intention of revisiting it later. Within the confines of the system's storage space, time stands utterly still. Alas, it cannot contain living beings. Wang Chen harbors unwavering confidence in the system's storage space. As long as he refrains from claiming it, Yi Qing's golden finger, the old man, shall remain forever dormant. However, aside from the old man, the ring undoubtedly contains treasures, and Wang Chen intends to seize every last one at an opportune moment. He has not forgotten that in his previous life, the old man within this ring became a formidable ally in Yi Qing's relentless pursuit against him after being reconstituted. Wang Chen stood within the fractured golden-hued wall space, the chaotic dragon flames enveloping him gradually dissipating. As the 2 majestic, chaotic flame dragons retreated from his shoulders, they finally burrowed into his back, restoring tranquility. It was only then that Wang Chen approached the distant wall and extracted the golden broken sword that had been lodged there, muttering curses. Ha ha ha. Once I ascend to the earth-tier weaponry, I shall sense the whereabouts of my other half of the broken sword. The spirit of the elderly man within the golden sword emitted a peculiar cackle, eagerly urging Wang Chen towards the crimson refining spring. Hurry, young one, let us partake together. The crimson refining spring offers a remarkable enhancement for those with domineering physiques. The old man within the golden sword, brimming with impatience, insisted that Wang Chen shed his garments and join him in the bath, even casting the sword into the water alongside him. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen did not hesitate. He stripped off all his garments until he was left with only a pair of underpants. Subsequently, he grasped the golden broken sword and leaped into the crimson molten spring, which could barely accommodate a single person. Wang Chen casually cast aside the golden broken sword, settling into a meditative posture, revealing his nose as he activated his cultivation technique, allowing his consciousness to coalesce. In an instant, a torrent of crimson refining gold spring essence surged into Wang Chen's skin, relentlessly tempering his blood and flesh. The crimson refining gold spring, a royal-grade spiritual spring, radiated an unmistakable warmth, an intense heat that Wang Chen could distinctly perceive as he sat in meditation. Wang Chen could distinctly sense the elevation of his cultivation. Within a mere short span of time, his realm began to loosen. With a resounding crack, this time, Wang Chen did not allow the system to suppress his breakthrough. Instantly, a powerful explosion resonated within him, causing the spring water to ripple wildly. Meanwhile, the golden broken sword, fully submerged in the crimson refining spring, gradually ceased its utterances. Wang Chen, during his cultivation, intentionally emanated his spiritual consciousness to guard against any nearby presence. However, for reasons unknown, there was not a single soul within a kilometer radius of him. This, in fact, alleviated his concerns considerably, allowing him to focus intently on his cultivation of the royal-grade crimson refining golden spring. Thus, time gradually slipped away, and before long, it was already midday on the second day. Wang Chen remained engrossed in cultivating the dimming crimson refining spring, his cultivation level steadily ascending. In just a single day, the royal-grade crimson refining spring elevated his prowess to the fourth layer of the returning origin realm. It was as effortless as quenching one's thirst. Yet this progression was entirely within Wang Chen's expectations. In his heart, he believed that restoration of realms beneath the Spirit King level should indeed be this swift, for he possessed unwavering confidence in his abilities. Wang Chen, sensing the nearly absorbed crimson refining spring, suddenly opened his eyes wide. He was inexplicably gripped by a sense of anxiety, as if he had forgotten something important, a feeling that intensified with each passing moment. What could it be that he had overlooked? Wang Chen displayed a look of perplexity as he sat cross-legged in the now dim and lifeless spring water, feeling his heart race with confusion. After contemplating for a while, Wang Chen's body suddenly trembled, and he inwardly exclaimed, "This is bad." In that fleeting moment, he had no time for further reflection and hastily seized the golden broken sword still soaking in the crimson furnace. Quickly rising to his feet, Wang Chen cast a cursory glance at the resplendent golden broken sword, and disregarding its cries, he cast it into his storage space with a swift motion. A resonant thud echoed. Wang Chen stepped onto the bottom of the water, transforming the Chilean golden spring into a Chilean warm spring, sending splashes soaring. Meanwhile, within the sacred maiden hall of the Taisu, Jiang Lingxian sat with an icy demeanor, fixated on the doorway, awaiting a certain figure. The time agreed upon by the two had now arrived, yet the person Jiang Lingxian longed for remained absent. Glancing outside at the blazing sun, a chilling aura began to permeate the room. Just wait another quarter of an hour, merely a quarter of an hour. Jiang Lingxian's breath became increasingly labored, her heart counting down the moments. Should Wang Chen fail to appear within this quarter, it was likely that the entire Taisu Xian sect would feel her wrath. 38, 39, 40, 41. With each passing second, the suppressed cold within her spiraled further out of control, frost beginning to coat the floor. Yet, Jiang Lingxian paid no heed to this, her gaze still fixed on the door, though despair gradually settled in her heart. In her mind, Wang Chen had likely fled the Taisu Xian sect, unwilling to confront her after the revelation of his rebirth. But he had promised me. He had promised he would return. Abruptly interrupting her thoughts, Jiang Lingxian rose amidst the chilling presence of the room, gasping for breath. At that moment, a dangerous glint flickered in her eyes, a crimson emotion spreading beneath her gaze. He deceived me again, claiming he would return by noon. Yet now more than half an hour had passed. As she stood, her form trembled slightly, her breathing becoming increasingly frantic, her heart feeling as though it were being grasped tightly. Suddenly, just as Jiang Lingxian prepared to scour the entire Taisu Xian sect for Wang Chen, the door was violently flung open. A shadow shot forth like a rocket, unable to halt its momentum as it hurtled towards Jiang Lingxian. Hey, embrace me. Hold me. Wang Chen, encased within an ice chamber formed by the biting cold, soared through the air towards Jiang Lingxian, his eyes wide with alarm as he shouted, "I can't stop. I simply cannot halt." As Wang Chen beheld the hall of the sacred maiden transform into an ice palace, he surged forward with all his might from 100 meters away. This overwhelming exertion caused him to miscalculate his momentum, and as he approached the doorway, he suddenly realized he could not halt his advance. In that fleeting moment, as Wang Chen hurtled towards Jiang Lingxian, time seemed to slow, allowing him to glimpse her enchanting visage, caught in a moment of bewildered daze, both frigid and adorable. However, Jiang Lingxian, a formidable being of the celestial sovereign realm, quickly regained her composure after a brief moment of shock. With a resounding thud, the two collided forcefully. Instinctively, Both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen raised their hands to shield one another. Wang Chen elegantly twirled in midair while cradling Jiang Lingxian, intending to serve as a cushion for her. Fortunately, at that moment, Jiang Lingxian had already regained her composure and swiftly unleashed her cultivation to support their descent onto the bed. Yet, due to the force of inertia, Wang Chen was still thrust onto the frost-covered bedding, held tightly in Jiang Lingxian's embrace. A soft thud echoed as they landed. Thankfully, Jiang Lingxian's timely protective burst of energy made the impact feel as if Wang Chen had simply reclined. In that collision, they found themselves entwined on the bed, with Wang Chen's cheek gently resting against Jiang Lingxian's. After a brief moment, the atmosphere in the room descended into a fleeting silence. So smooth and delicate, cool and tender, with a fragrant allure, it felt so comforting to be so close. Wang Chen, seeing that there was no further cause for concern, decided not to rise. Instead, embracing Jiang Lingxian's delicate form and pressing his face closely against her smooth cheek, Jiang Lingxian reciprocated by wrapping her arms around Wang Chen's waist, relishing the warmth of his body, gradually filling the void of security that had been so profoundly lacking moments before. In that instant, the two shared an unspoken understanding, holding one another in the room, neither contemplating the act of rising. To an outsider, it might appear as though they had both been rendered momentarily dazed. However, in truth, they were replenishing each other's emotional energy. To speak candidly, Jiang Lingxian had no desire to part from this embrace. She kept her eyes closed, nestled against Wang Chen, as if this closeness could mend the profound emptiness within her heart. Yet, the grand competition outside the Tai Su Xianzong awaited, and she could not allow herself to reveal such peculiar possessiveness and vulnerability before her disciples. Thus, it was evident that they could not remain in this embrace indefinitely. Ultimately, Jiang Lingxian had to suppress her reluctance. With a swift, discreet motion, she used the back of her slender hand to wipe away the tears that had gathered at the corners of her eyes. Born from her earlier anxiety and fear of being apart from Wang Chen, she endeavored to restore her composure, and then, with great care, she gradually loosened her hold on Wang Chen and stood up. At the very moment she rose, the chill that had enveloped the room began to dissipate rapidly. However, the lingering cold did not saturate the space, despite her attempts to mask her emotions after standing. A faint blush persisted on her charming face and at the corners of her eyes. "I apologize for my tardiness," she murmured. Wang Chen was acutely aware that Jiang Lingxian despised deception. Thus, whenever he erred, he would promptly acknowledge his mistake, harboring no intention of ever misleading her. Jiang Lingxian felt his words resonate deeply within her, her breath growing increasingly heavy as she silently scrutinized the guilty Wang Chen. Eventually, her expression gradually turned frigid, her delicate brows knitting together as she pivoted and strode towards the ajar door. "Lingxian, I almost thought my disciple would deceive me again. How infuriating. I shall ignore him." "Humph, go away, you wretched system." Wang Chen listened to the peculiar voice of the system echoing in his mind, and, feeling somewhat exasperated, muttered a curse at it before promptly severing their connection. However, the system's words were undeniably accurate, given Jiang Lingxian's indifferent demeanor. It was evident that she was sulking after experiencing some heartache. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian have been together for over a millennium. He is well aware that when she is upset, she tends to isolate herself, preferring to process her emotions alone. Ultimately, the outcome is either that she reconciles with herself or that Wang Chen personally comforts her. Fortunately, soothing her is a task not too difficult to undertake. Wang Chen presently possesses a singular method that guarantees success without fail, as well as countless approaches that boast a 90% likelihood of achieving the desired outcome. Wang Chen gazed at the enchanting yet frosty visage of Zhang, who, in a fit of sulking, had stormed out the door. Suddenly, he halted, observing the retreating silhouette of Jiang Lingxian. "This fellow, even in anger, treads with such caution. It seems she fears I might flee from her ire." Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who stood at the doorway with her back turned to the room, seemingly awaiting something elusive. He pondered within himself. He had already discerned that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian exhibited an exceptionally strong possessiveness towards him, akin to a delicate, cold-hearted yet fragile being. However, her various actions were not overly extreme. She merely wished for him to remain by her side, which brought him a profound sense of comfort. Tap, tap, tap. Wang Chen hastily leapt from his bed, cautiously scampering out the door, and stood silently beside her, his head bowed in meekness. This approach had proven successful for Wang Chen time and again, for Jiang Lingxian secretly cherished his timid demeanor when he acknowledged his mistakes. Standing still, Jiang Lingxian sensed that Wang Chen had finally emerged, and only then did she begin to walk forward with measured grace. Seeing this, Wang Chen hurriedly reached out to close the door, and once again followed closely beside Jiang Lingxian as they walked together. Are you upset? Wang Chen cautiously trailed beside Jiang Lingxian as the sect's path lay deserted, with everyone else having ventured out. Nothing, Jiang Lingxian remarked to herself, striding forward with the same haughty demeanor she exhibited whenever she was angered. Her response succinct. Nothing. As for that, I returned a bit late because I was refining the crimson gold spring. I apologize for making you wait for so long. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, he chose to ignore them entirely, continuing to recount the reasons behind his actions, pleading for Jiang Lingxian's forgiveness. Yet, Jiang Lingxian remained absorbed in her own thoughts, seemingly oblivious to the fact that she could have effortlessly transported Wang Chen out of the sect with a mere flicker. A woman who is full of contradictions. But I find this sulky demeanor of yours rather endearing. Heh. Wang Chen suddenly presented a cold-toned necklace, circular in shape with a hollow center that housed a frozen moon, before Jiang Lingxian. I gift you this, dear fairy sister. Please do not be angry, all right? Wang Chen trotted to Jiang Lingxian's side, then turned to walk backward, holding up the ice moon necklace before her. Upon hearing the phrase fairy sister, Jiang Lingxian momentarily paused, lifting her beautiful gaze, which had been fixed ahead, to look at Wang Chen. Since she could not accept the title of master, the appellation of fairy sister seemed acceptable, especially as her name contained a character for fairy. No need. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen stood on the deserted sect path, contemplating for a moment, before she finally uttered those two words. Yet, this was indeed true. She had no desire for the necklace. After all, a man presenting a woman with a necklace carries a certain significance. Are you truly certain? Yes. Oh well. It just so happens that I will soon encounter some female acquaintances in the Tai Su Ling battle realm whom I have yet to meet. Whoosh. Before Wang Chen could finish his words, he suddenly felt a void in his hand, and his surroundings blurred violently. When he reappeared, he found himself amidst a throng of countless cultivators in a bustling realm. However, he and Jiang Lingxian occupied the highest vantage point, standing atop a towering grand platform. Saintess of the Void, it is an honor to finally meet you. Jiang Lingxian's icy moon necklace vanished without a sound, and she nodded gracefully to acknowledge the numerous esteemed figures who welcomed her. Wang Chen was captivated by the throngs of people outside the barrier, quickly regaining his composure. The realm of ethereal spirit warfare had arrived. Wang Chen surveyed the surrounding scene, momentarily disregarding the fact that the ice moon necklace had been taken by Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, he beheld the representatives of the 8 desolations and the 28 domains, each emblematic of their respective grand sects. And a flicker of disdain ignited in his eyes. His gaze particularly darkened upon perceiving the disciples of formidable figures standing behind them, a barely perceptible murderous intent surfacing within him. Among these individuals were several emerging prodigies, still in the nascent stages of their potential. It was these very individuals who, in a previous life, had sought to challenge him on the arena of the spirit-building realm, aiming to subdue him for notoriety. Some even foolishly inquired before their duels whether Jiang Lingxian would accept them as disciples after they defeated Wang Chen. At this moment, Wang Chen positioned himself before Jiang Lingxian, silently shielding her from their scrutinizing gazes as she gradually took her seat. Wang Chen gazed upon these obscure progenies of fate, who in his previous life had merely succumbed to oppression, yet in this life, they must all meet their demise. Wang Chen, in this moment, elevated his presence to the utmost. After all, the collective gaze was predominantly fixated on the enchanting beauty of Jiang Lingxian. Oh, this individual is indeed rumored to be the disciple of the Saintess of the Void, that mischievous little troublemaker, is she not? Haha. Among the assembly of several formidable figures, a middle-aged man stroked his beard, feigning a smile while covertly mocking Wang Chen, saying, "Oh, who might this be? It is none other than Elder Qinghe of the Qingwei sect. I have heard that while you publicly display affection with your sect leader's wife, you secretly entertain a dozen or more mistresses." Wang Chen emphasized the number 18 with a notable intensity in both his voice and demeanor, adorned with an expression of sheer disbelief. After Wang Chen finished speaking, it seemed he became aware of his indiscretion. "Oh dear, look at me, I've accidentally let something slip." "My apologies," he exclaimed, hastily covering his mouth and lightly patting it twice, filled with regret, his demeanor tinged with an air of sarcasm. However, whether it was fortunate or unfortunate, Wang Chen happened to have a faint recollection of Elder Qinghe from the Qingwei sect from his previous life. In that past existence, this elder had been quite notorious, maintaining a wife as the sect leader while brazenly keeping 18 mistresses, all of whom were familiar with one another. Given such circumstances, the antics of Elder Qinghe were all too predictable. When the scandal surrounding Elder Qinghe was unveiled in his prior life, it became a timeless tale of jest within the cultivation community. Upon Wang Chen's utterance, the entire assembly of cultivators on the massive square platform cast peculiar glances toward Elder Qinghe. You. Nonsense. Utterly ridiculous. Elder Qinghe was startled into a state of agitation when he noticed the sect leader's wife looking in his direction. In a fit of indignation, he slammed his hand on the armrest of his chair, rising to glare at Wang Chen. At that moment, Wang Chen felt a gentle grip at his waist as Jiang Lingxian slowly pulled him behind her. The immense square platform of the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm resembled a grand box from which one could observe the external battlefield, measuring several hundred meters in length and width. It could comfortably accommodate 1,000 individuals. Yet, every cultivator present was of notable standing or possessed sufficient aptitude to be summoned by the esteemed powers. At that instant, the various mighty figures and disciples arranged themselves in 2 rows on the platform, with a walkway in between. Jiang Lingxian sat in a chair near the far left end, her cold eyes fixed on Elder Qinghe. For reasons unknown, a profound silence enveloped the vast platform, a palpable aura spreading throughout. I must extend my apologies on behalf of Elder Qinghe for any offense caused, spoke the sect leader of Qingwe, a woman of considerable grace. As she rose and raised her hand in apology, Jiang Lingxian regarded the woman, whose contrition seemed genuine, and gradually softened her icy gaze. It is inappropriate to speak of the private matters of other sect elders in such a public setting, Jiang Lingxian remarked, lifting her eyes slightly toward her companion, her lips curling ever so slightly, as if to reprimand Wang Chen for his misstep. Wang Chen gazed into Jiang Lingxian's serene and beautiful eyes, promptly nodding in obedience and lowering his head timidly. You did not spare him either, ha ha ha. Wang Chen was on the verge of uncontrollable laughter, finding Jiang Lingxian's underhanded tactics exceedingly treacherous. At that moment, the apologetic matron, the leader of the Qingwei sect, cast a swift glance towards Elder Qinghe, her eyes brimming with suspicion. If the words of the holy maiden of Taishu and her disciple could be trusted only partially, then the authority of the holy maiden herself warranted even greater credence. Now that both the holy maiden and her disciple had spoken, did it not imply a total of absolute veracity? The onlookers, all of whom were high-ranking members from various sects, with the lowest being at the 7th level of the sacred soul realm, exchanged knowing glances, their hearts reveling in the unfolding drama. Some powerful figures even scoffed audibly, unperturbed by the prospect of retaliation from the Qingwe sect. With all present, it was time to commence. Just then, one of the 4 formidable beings at the end of the grand platform could no longer bear the farce. A white-haired woman spoke up. She was one of the esteemed ancestors of the Taishu immortal sect, Hanzun. Wang Chen slightly raised his gaze and immediately recognized the woman who had interrupted the farce. Standing closest to him and Jiang Lingxian, the so-called cold sovereign was not truly an old crone. Rather, she possessed a strikingly beautiful visage, with her silver hair accentuating her frosty demeanor. His impressions of Jiang Lingxian's master were scant. In his past life, they had only crossed paths a few times, resulting in a neutral relationship. At the end of the colossal square platform, aside from the cold sovereign, there were 3 other representatives from different sections. The reason for the presence of only 4 was that some elders had either not arrived or were in seclusion, choosing to abstain from participation. At this moment, the 4 individuals seated in the main positions, 2 men and 2 women, represented the 4 leading immortal sects of the 8 Desolations continent. In addition to the enchanting cold sovereign in her blue attire, there was a youthful figure in black, an elderly man in green, and a woman clad in purple. The 2 male elders leisurely sipped their tea from their seats, while the female elder cast a quiet, sweeping gaze over the crowd below. I have finished speaking. It is your turn, old men, the cold sovereign remarked, casting a sidelong glance at the 2 tea-drinking men, her expression slightly exasperated, her delicate brows furrowing in displeasure. Subsequently, the cold sovereign, adorned in her blue dress, disregarded all else and gracefully returned to her seat. The 2 male elders, caught off guard, exchanged awkward glances, their expressions stiffening momentarily. You go ahead. You appear older and more authoritative, one elder suggested, addressing the dapper youth beside him, who maintained a youthful appearance. After a brief exchange of looks, the elderly man reluctantly set down his teacup and rose, donning a green robe, soaring into the sky as he surveyed the throng below. For this grand competition, there are designated battle arenas for both the spirit building and sacred soul realms. You may choose your battleground according to your strength. Furthermore, There are no restrictions on challenges. You may invite anyone present to duel or challenge those already on the stage. If a battle continues until the last moment, and no one ascends the stage to challenge after a single incense stick has burned, the last combatant will be deemed the victor. The first victor will exit the stage, allowing others to contend for second place. As for the rewards for the top 3 in each realm, they will be announced when the Void Spirit Battle realm is opened. The elderly man's voice, resonating with the power of the 9th layer of the celestial realm, was robust enough to ensure that every individual present could hear him clearly. Lastly, a word of caution: blades are blind. Once you enter the Spirit Battle realm, rely on your own abilities. Should you cause injury or harm to others, you shall bear no responsibility. As the elder's monumental announcement concluded, the densely packed crowd erupted in fervor. After the elder returned to his original position on the colossal platform, he suddenly cast a surprised glance in the direction of Jiang Lingxian. At that moment, a rift in the void appeared before her, beckoning Wang Chen to step through. Where are you two intending to go? Seated at the head of the colossal square platform, the esteemed Han Zun furrowed his brow slightly, regarding Jiang Lingxian with a look of perplexity. While those not on the platform could depart at their leisure, the individuals upon it represented the dignity of their respective sections. We shall return within a minute. It will not delay the proceedings, Jiang Lingxian respectfully assured. Upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement from the graceful Han Zun, she led Wang Chen into the Rift of Void. This was a secluded realm, an empty world that Jiang Lingxian had independently forged, where the vista appeared entirely normal, albeit surrounded by an expanse of utter blankness. Take this, and this as well, and this, and this. In the midst of this stark, two-person space, Jiang Lingxian continuously retrieved treasures, pressing them into Wang Chen's palms one after another. The royal-grade protective sword and tint, the imperial-grade protective jade disc, the sacred-grade talisman, the imperial-grade. Enough, truly enough. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian as she retrieved over 100 imperial-grade fire explosion talismans, thrusting them into his hands. He quickly spoke up. Shut up and take them. Jiang Lingxian, upon hearing this, cast him a frosty glare, her voice imbued with a commanding tone. Wang Chen curled his lip, resigned to the tears as he consumed the bowl of soft rice, silently accepting over 100 imperial-rank talismans. Just when Wang Chen believed that Jiang Lingxian had exhausted her offerings, he was taken aback the next moment, for in her hands appeared 9 sacred-rank talismans, each representing one of the 9 elemental attributes. A gasp of astonishment echoed in Wang Chen's mind as the system reacted in disbelief, highlighting the immense value of these talismans. Hadn't the 9-line talismans, drawn by the imperial-rank talisman master before his demise, been lost to the annals of time? Yet here they were, astonishingly collected by Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen was equally astonished, so much so that, overwhelmed by his emotions, he embraced Jiang Lingxian before even receiving the talisman paper. With a soft thud, Jiang Lingxian was caught off guard by Wang Chen's sudden embrace. Her hands instinctively wrapped around his waist, her posture becoming somewhat rigid. In that moment, she felt his gentle nuzzle against her neck and cheek, causing a wave of unexpected warmth to wash over her. Previously, it was she who had acted in such a manner towards Wang Chen during the night. But now the roles were reversed. For reasons unknown to her, the sensations coursing through her body felt particularly unusual, perhaps even sensitive. As Jiang Lingxian regained her composure, her breath quickened, and she was about to gently push Wang Chen away, only for him to release her first. Her exquisite expression turned slightly stiff as she gazed at Wang Chen, repeating the word with a hint of reluctance. Enough with the you. Are you not also preparing to enter the battlefield of the sacred soul realm to confront those old adversaries? There is truly no need for you to offer me your protective charm. I have no use for it in the spirit-building realm. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who, after being embraced momentarily, appeared adorably dazed and unresponsive, and he gently declined her kind offer. To be honest, Wang Chen felt a warm sensation deep within his heart, profoundly touched by the significance Jiang Lingxian placed upon him. It was akin to a girl he admired knowing he was in a predicament, and without hesitation offering her entire savings to assist him. Moreover, considering the current circumstances in the Taishu Spirit War realm, Wang Chen did not perceive his situation as a true hardship at all. No. After a brief moment of shock, Jiang Lingxian remained unconvinced and insisted on placing the 9 talisman papers into Wang Chen's palm. Wang Chen's expression gradually turned serious as he furrowed his brow, gazing intently at Jiang Lingxian for a moment. Subsequently, he turned his back on her, unwilling to engage further. Jiang Lingxian slightly knitted her brows, observing Wang Chen's silhouette for a while, before ultimately conceding to the situation and reluctantly putting away the talisman paper. If you are disinclined to proceed in this manner, so be it. Jiang Lingxian's icy voice echoed from behind, prompting Wang Chen to slowly turn around to face her. Let us depart. As Jiang Lingxian's calm words resonated, the void before them parted, allowing the two to step forward. Upon their return to the colossal platform, less than 2 minutes had elapsed, just in time for the Tai Su Ling battle realm to be unveiled by Han Zun. Whoosh! The 6 arenas of the Tai Su Ling battle realm, previously shrouded by a barrier, now revealed themselves as the protective veil lifted. Simultaneously, towering golden characters materialized above the 6 platforms, each representing realms from the spirit building stage to the holy soul stage. Wang Chen raised his gaze to the inscription on the Zilliging arena, where the golden characters of the 8 desolate continent proclaimed prizes for the top 3 of the Zilliging. First prize, a supreme quality spirit gathering formation flag of the heavenly tier. Second prize, a superior quality soul nourishing pill of the heavenly tier. Third prize, an inferior quality spirit source of the heavenly tier. Wang Chen had only briefly observed the spirit building realm, for, as expected, challengers had already emerged to confront him. Swiftly, as the barriers of the 6 arenas dissipated, a figure surged forth onto each stage. Who dares to face me in combat? Step forward. The disciples of the Azure Moon sect. Weren't you quite formidable outside? Come and fight. Standing beside the Holy Maiden of the Void, her disciple. You are also at the 9th level of the spirit building realm, are you not? Dare you to step forward for a battle? The initial calls came from other high-ranking arenas, yet Wang Chen's gaze was fixed upon the individual on the spirit building arena. The challenger seemed somewhat familiar to Wang Chen. He was the disciple who had just stood behind Elder Qinghe. It appeared he had come to avenge Elder Qinghe. Unfortunately for him, the one who seeks to stand out often meets their demise. Wang Chen revealed a mischievous smile as he leaped towards the spirit-building tournament platform, his figure darting into view in Jiang Lingxian's line of sight, as 6 platforms filled with 2 competitors each. A translucent barrier swiftly closed to shield the audience from potential harm. The areas surrounding the 6 platforms were already thronged with spectators, both airborne and grounded. Countless cultivators were intently focused on each platform, with a majority being from the sacred soul realm, eager not to miss any thrilling battles. Within the vast spirit combat arena, on the platform, Qingwei Shangzong, Liu Bao, declared his challenge. Bang! Before he could finish his words, his head exploded, leaving him a headless corpse that slowly collapsed. Who are you challenging? You are a worthless fool who cannot even perceive my attack. Liu Bao, I see your skull has met its demise. Wang Chen scratched his little finger against his ear, casting a disdainful glance at the headless corpse before him, casually flicking away the earwax. As one contender fell on the arena, a transparent barrier materialized, enveloping the remains and lifting them off the stage with a surge of spiritual energy. Subsequently, the ethereal barrier of the Taishu spirit combat arena began to gradually dissipate, awaiting the arrival of the next challenger. In the fleeting moment that the barrier faded, Wang Chen was inundated with a cacophony of voices, some quite raucous. I shall take my turn. At that instant, a muscular giant soared onto the stage, furrowing his brow as he regarded Wang Chen. Unlike Liu Bao, the formidable man did not bother with formalities the moment he ascended the arena. He sharpened his right hand into a claw and unleashed a lethal strike towards Wang Chen. Crack! Wang Chen, clad in white garments, stood resolutely in place, raising his right hand to deflect the oncoming assault, his eyes igniting with a burst of chaotic flame. A sharp sound echoed as the chaotic flame pierced flesh, detonating upon impact with the man's body. The burly figure, caught off guard, was propelled backward, crashing into the half-erect barrier, rendering him silent. Hiss! This youth is extraordinarily fierce. The barrier of the arena barely had time to rise before it swiftly dissipated, leaving the audience in astonishment. Despite his cultivation being at the 9th layer of the spirit-building realm, why did his offensive prowess rival that of the 2nd layer of the returning origin realm? The formidable beings on the massive square platform, some of whom were observing the spirit-building realm contest, expressed their surprise at this spectacle. This match was akin to bullying the weak. It was high time to eliminate those fortunate souls from his past life who had challenged him and elevate the stakes. Wang Chen, feeling somewhat disinterested on the stage, raised his gaze towards the captivated crowd and suddenly shouted, "Are you all from the spirit-building realm nothing but trash? If this continues, I shall request from the esteemed cold sovereign for all of you to come forth." Wang Chen cast a sweeping glance over every individual present, encompassing all those at the spirit-building realm, exhibiting an extreme arrogance. The child of destiny found this unparalleled hubris of a villain particularly intolerable. And Wang Chen epitomized such audacity. As anticipated, individuals soon began to ascend the stage in succession, and astonishingly, the barrier of the arena remained unsealed. Countless practitioners of the spirit-building realm, witnessing Han Zun's tacit approval of this occurrence, surged forth onto the platform, their gazes fixed in fury upon Wang Chen. In that moment, the audience below hastily retreated, fearful of being inadvertently harmed, withdrawing several dozen meters from the vicinity. High above, on the colossal square platform, Han Zun regarded the scene with a cold demeanor, disregarding the gaze of Jiang Lingxian directed at her. Since Wang Chen sought to challenge the entirety of the spirit-building realm, she was eager to ascertain the true strength of the disciple of Xian'er. Jiang Lingxian observed her master for a moment, ultimately sighing internally, hoping that Wang Chen could manage the confrontation. Though she held great faith in Wang Chen, who had been granted a second chance at life, her eyes remained fixed intently on the stage where over 100 practitioners of the spirit-building realm had gathered. At last, the trap had been sprung. Wang Chen stood at the center of the vast arena, his gaze steadily honing in on 7 or 8 figures within the crowd, his aura gradually ascending. As his presence intensified, 2 phantoms of chaotic flame dragons slowly emerged from behind him, their eyes icy and formidable. The mutated 9-yang divine body. The cold sovereign seated on the colossal platform paused momentarily, visibly astonished by the black and white flames emanating from Wang Chen. No wonder Xian'er cherished her disciple so dearly. In that moment, the cold sovereign began to comprehend why Jiang Lingxian was so determined to protect Wang Chen. It was due to the mutated 9-yang divine body. Awakening the 9-yang divine body was already a formidable feat, let alone its mutation. The only uncertainty lying in the nature of its transformation. However, what the cold sovereign did not know was that in this lifetime, Jiang Lingxian cared little for Wang Chen's physical constitution. She simply desired him. Jiang Lingxian's gaze shimmered with ripples, unfazed by Wang Chen's mutated 9-yang divine body. Aside from those from the Taishu Xian zone, many were unaware of Wang Chen's unique constitution, believing it merely to be a powerful flame body. Even in her previous life, because Jiang Lingxian had not disclosed Wang Chen's physical attributes, even those from the Taishu Xian zone held the same misconception. Thus, in this life, Wang Chen's sudden emergence drew the attention of nearly all those from the Taishu Xian zone. Their expressions filled with shock. The intersect female elders seated on the enormous platform could no longer remain composed. They rose, intently focusing their gaze on Wang Chen. He must be acquired. Such a disciple must be secured. Their standing only intensified Jiang Lingxian's cold gaze upon them, her hand subtly clenching within her sleeve. Despite her usual calm demeanor, the sense of crisis within her reached its zenith at this moment, her heart racing with anxiety. She truly wished to imprison this group of women who dared to covet her disciple. Jiang Lingxian pressed her lips together. Observing the fervent expressions of the intersect female elders, her heart heavy with discontent. Boom. At that moment, a resounding dragon roar echoed throughout the Taishu spirit battle realm. And 4 more chaotic flame dragons emerged from Wang Chen. These 4 flame dragons formed into 4 formations, north, south, east, and west, soaring into the sky. Their immense chaotic flames capturing the attention of all present. In an instant, even the majority of cultivators who had been focused on the sacred soul realm battle turned their curious eyes towards the spectacle. Roar. 6 chaotic flame dragons burst forth from Wang Chen's body, their forms expanding, and the resounding dragon roar reverberated throughout the arena once more. Roar. The flame dragons in the sky suddenly transformed into a layer of chaotic barrier, sealing off the hundreds of individuals on the spirit-building realm platform. When you step onto this stage, you must be prepared to face the possibility of death. This is the choice you have made. Upon his utterance, Wang Chen's aura surged dramatically, igniting with fervor as he charged towards the throng upon the arena. With a resounding crack, he propelled himself into the fray. In a bid to prevent the fated child amidst the crowd from escaping, Wang Chen exerted his utmost, unleashing a myriad of techniques. Quickly, let us unite to eradicate him. Yet, the cultivators who had taken the stage were not novices. Though momentarily flustered, they swiftly coalesced their various intentions and conjured extraordinary spiritual techniques. The arena reverberated with tumultuous sounds. Observers outside the chaotic shroud surrounding the spirit-building arena could only hear the cacophony of clashes and anguished cries emanating from within. A veil of chaos enveloped the entire arena, rendering it difficult for many to discern the unfolding events. Only those cultivators whose prowess exceeded the Dan-Si realm could penetrate the obscurity. The majority could merely listen to the wails from within. Moments later, The elders and leaders of the various sects seated upon the massive platform could no longer remain passive, unwilling to witness their disciples being slaughtered. For esteemed ones, our sect concedes. I implore you to release them. One representative from the 36 sects rose from his seat, bowing respectfully towards the 4 exalted beings at the far end. However, before he could finish his plea, several guardians surged forth towards the spirit-building arena, oblivious to the perils ahead. These were the protectors of the spirit-building prodigies, each a formidable presence in the sacred soul realm, who, upon making their move, effortlessly tore through the chaotic barrier. As the chaotic veil was rent asunder, the scene within gradually became visible. There stood Wang Chen, his right hand manifesting the claw of a chaotic flame dragon, gripping the necks of a man and a woman with an iron grasp. Cough, cough. Wang Chen was forcibly torn from the barrier by a formidable master from the sacred soul realm, his dragon might diminished, causing him to cough up a mouthful of blood. Yet, as he recalled the petty luck-bringers from his previous life who had conspired to take his life, a palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from his being. Enduring the backlash from the shattered barrier, Wang Chen's eyes glowed a fierce crimson, and the domineering chaos flames surged forth uncontrollably. You wretches! If it were not for your association with those beasts, you would not even possess the qualifications to conspire against me. Wang Chen gazed calmly at the 2 almost lifeless offspring of fortune in his hands, an aura of murderous intent permeating his words. Yet, he did not divulge the truth of his rebirth. The onlookers merely assumed that Wang Chen was consumed by rage after being besieged by a group. Strangely, he could distinctly sense that this world seemed to repulse him. Many of these fortunate youths, or rather, prodigious talents, inexplicably bore enmity towards him. The most absurd instances arose from their desire for the favor of the enchanting Jiang Lingxian, driving a throng to frantically seek her attention. Consequently, their animosity was directed first and foremost at Wang Chen, who stood closest to Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, the offspring of fortune in Wang Chen's grasp were not nearly as formidable as Qin Yefan or Yi Qing. Nor did they rival the 10 or so prominent figures of fortune yet to emerge in this realm. These young prodigies possessed relatively modest fortunes, prompting Wang Chen to refer to them as lesser offspring of fortune. However, while they were indeed not difficult to eliminate now, should they be inadvertently spared, they could undoubtedly become a significant threat in the future. In his previous life, Wang Chen was engaged in subduing them when they unexpectedly brandished their life-preserving talismans and cried out in surrender, thereby preserving their lives. This incident subsequently led to the emergence of these individuals, who had ascended to the realm of celestial sovereigns as minor harbingers of fortune. They later allied themselves with Yi Qing, an exceptional bearer of destiny, along with a dozen other prominent figures, to encircle and annihilate him. To elucidate further, the thousands of celestial sovereigns who besieged Wang Chen in his past life were primarily these minor harbingers of fortune, making them relatively easy to defeat. Conversely, the dozen or so who had reached the threshold of the great emperor realm were the foremost harbingers of fortune, endowed with substantial luck, such as Qin Yifan, rendering them considerably more formidable foes. Ultimately, the 2 great emperors from his previous life were Yi Qing and another yet-to-be-revealed prodigious talent, both brimming with extraordinary fortune, thus exceedingly challenging to vanquish. At this moment, the other cultivators of the spirit-building realm on the Taisu arena were already terrified, witnessing the chaotic barrier being torn asunder, and they swiftly made their escape from the stage. Wang Chen paid little heed to those trivial matters. Instead, his eyes blazed with chaotic flames as he regarded the 2 remaining progenies of fortune, reduced from an original 8 by his hand. In truth, it would be more fitting to label them not merely as minor progenies of fortune, but rather as distinguished talents from various loose cultivators or sections. Halt. At that moment, Wang Chen heard several angry shouts from outside the arena, yet he paid them no heed, swiftly twisting his hands. Wang Chen considered himself far from virtuous. He would go to any lengths to eliminate anyone he perceived as a threat. Crack, with 2 distinct sounds of neck snapping. He discarded the lifeless bodies and swiftly produced 2 stacks of imperial-grade explosive talismans. Explode. Wang Chen flicked his hands vigorously, sending a fierce wave towards the elderly figures rushing in from outside, and a blaze of fire suddenly appeared. Boom. The explosive power of dozens of imperial-rank detonating talismans threatened to engulf half of the vast spiritual battlefield, prompting countless individuals to flee in terror. This explosion effectively hindered the advance of several aged souls at the Saint Soul realm, allowing them to halt their rush towards the arena. Good heavens! Do you have no regard for others' lives? Someone shouted in fright, as chaotic footsteps echoed around, with numerous figures soaring into the sky in desperation. But to everyone's astonishment, the anticipated might of the imperial rank detonating talismans did not descend upon them. Instead, it was restrained by the young venerable beside Han Zun, who raised his hand to diminish the force. Han Zun, your disciple is quite reckless, remarked the young venerable beside him, chuckling as he slowly withdrew his hand in a teasing manner. Han Zun offered no response, his gaze fixed on the soaring figure of Jiang Lingxian, his expression composed, clearly approving of her actions. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who stood before him at that moment. Overcome by fear, he instinctively hid behind her, peering out cautiously. They were violating the rules. A group of older individuals even sought to ascend the stage to confront me. Fairy sister, what do you believe should be the appropriate punishment? Wang Chen clutched the white sleeve of Jiang Lingxian's dress tightly. The previous domineering demeanor dissipated, leaving only a visage of utter grievance. The multitude of cultivators present could not help but reflect inwardly. Just moments ago, you had raised your hand with a sinister smile, casting dozens of imperial-grade explosive talismans with such audacity. Eliminate them. Jiang Lingxian spoke little, her gaze fixed upon the blood trickling from the corner of Wang Chen's lips. A surge of profound wrath gradually igniting within her heart. Subsequently, a chilling sword manifested in her right hand, performing a dazzling flourish before it was thrust forward, unleashing a torrent of crimson light across the sky. The faces of the lowly Saint Soul Realm elders hovering above instantly contorted in terror as they clutched their necks. Gushing blood, plummeting from the heavens. Frog's delight. Wang Chen was startled, trembling with fear, as he never anticipated that Jiang Lingxian would resort to violence so swiftly, eliminating them all without hesitation. Did she not fear a war with the major sects and the Taisu immortal sect? Oh, Taisu's holy maiden. Do you not dread the potential alliance of various sects against your Taisu immortal sect? Atop the colossal square platform, someone rose once more, clearly a representative of the slain souls from another sect. If you wish to seek revenge, you are always welcome. This was not spoken by Jiang Lingxian, but rather by Han Zun, at the platform's end, whose voice exuded a chilling and formidable presence. As Jiang Lingxian was Wang Chen's protector, Han Zun, being Jiang Lingxian's mentor, naturally shielded her as well. At this, the individual could only stifle their retort. Their anger instantly quelled, and they resignedly returned to their seat. Oh, my sister Han Zun is so domineering. I simply adore her. The elegant woman in purple garb seated beside Han Zun gazed at her with adoration, eyes brimming with affection. Return to your own sect, if you wish to stir trouble. Han Zun, possessing a striking beauty, rolled her eyes at the purple-clad woman, her tone frigid yet tinged with a hint of exasperation. Humph. The purple-clad woman, undeterred by the reprimand, playfully huffed, her alluring demeanor lending a whimsical charm to her pout. Taking advantage of the affection bestowed upon her, Han Zun's sister was rather mischievous. Upon hearing the words of the purple-clad elder, the gathered cultivators widened their eyes in disbelief, overwhelmed by the magnitude of the revelations. This year's Taisu spiritual battle realm had become utterly chaotic. Following this grand competition, the tales of such events would likely echo throughout the 8 Desolation continent. The occurrences within the Taisu spiritual battle realm had plunged the spirit establishment stage and the onlookers into disarray. Yet, at this moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian chose to ignore the turmoil, locking eyes instead. Wang Chen then turned his gaze toward the returning origin stage, and Jiang Lingxian immediately discerned his intentions. Return with me now. Jiang Lingxian's voice carried a frosty edge, evidently irked by Wang Chen's reckless desire to challenge the returning origin stage. Most importantly, Wang Chen's disregard for his own safety as he forcibly killed those cultivators had resulted in a backlash against him. Without further ado, Jiang Lingxian enveloped Wang Chen in her spiritual energy, tearing through the void and forcibly pulling him within. Wait, I haven't even stood long enough for an incense stick to burn, and I haven't secured first place yet. Whoosh. Before the void fissure sealed, Wang Chen, filled with reluctance, shouted a final declaration, only for the rift to close thereafter. However, even with Wang Chen's departure, the spirit-building stage fell into an unsettling silence, with no one daring to take the stage for the time being. With no challengers in sight, the first place was thus secured, allowing the others to vie for the second position at their leisure. At this moment, an elder seated at the end of the massive platform observed the scene and subtly gestured to his disciple, who understood the cue and called out loudly. In the realm of the immortal cultivation city beyond the Taishu spirit battle realm, Jiang Lingxian exuded an almost imperceptible chill as she followed the innkeeper, leading Wang Chen to a designated room. Ahem. Wang Chen could not suppress a couple of coughs. The blood at the corner of his lips long since wiped away, yet a trace of crimson remained. The innkeeper merely led the two to the door of their room, offering no further words, only a nod before turning to depart. Jiang Lingxian swiftly pushed the door open, grasping Wang Chen's arm as she ushered him inside, guiding him to the edge of the bed. With a resounding thud, the door to the premier room of the immortal cultivation slammed shut behind them, and the array for gathering spiritual energy and shielding activated. Lie down, Jiang Lingxian commanded, her gaze fixed coldly upon Wang Chen. Regardless of his willingness, she gently urged him to recline upon the bed. Is it truly necessary for us to arrive in such a wounded state? Wang Chen lay on the bed, his restlessness prompting a puzzled inquiry that left Jiang Lingxian momentarily taken aback. Why you do not speak, she stammered, regaining her composure as she discerned the implication of Wang Chen's words. With a blend of 7 parts anger and 3 parts embarrassment, she sealed his lips with her spiritual energy. Close your eyes and focus. I shall tend to your wounds. Wowa. Wang Chen, with his mouth sealed, let out a few bewildered murmurs. It was only after Jiang Lingxian pinched his cheek that he gradually ceased his sounds. Ultimately, Wang Chen had no choice but to follow the steps dictated by Jiang Lingxian, closing his eyes and channeling his energy. However, after a brief moment, an inexplicable wave of drowsiness washed over him, startling him internally. Oh no. System, quickly procure that. Which one? That one. The one that prevents dizziness. Use it directly. Ding. The fragrant smoke inhaled, the toxic pill consumed, usage successful. Due to the pressing time, 2,000 source points were deducted. At the very instant the system's words concluded, Wang Chen felt his mind gradually clear. Although drowsiness lingered, he had no desire to sleep. The cunning Jiang Lingxian intended to use the pretext of healing to ensnare me in a stupor. As Wang Chen's heart stirred, he suddenly felt a gentle chill gradually seeping into his being. Under the guidance of Jiang Lingxian, the chaotic flames of his Dan Yuan began to surge towards the cold, intertwining with it. Wang Chen felt 2 streams of spiritual energy intertwining within him, causing a tantalizing itch that he could not suppress, resulting in a soft moan escaping his lips in the presence of Jiang Lingxian. In that fleeting moment, it was distinctly perceptible that Jiang Lingxian's hand, resting upon Wang Chen's chest, hesitated slightly. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen swiftly suppressed the tingling sensation coursing through his body, closing his eyes and falling silent. A quarter of an hour later. Are you all right? Jiang Lingxian inquired gently, her cool voice breaking the stillness as she gazed cautiously at the quietly slumbering Wang Chen. Yet, he offered no reply, merely keeping his eyes shut, resolutely restraining the numbing feeling within him from manifesting. How can it be so hot and so overwhelming? It is truly unbearable. As Wang Chen felt the intertwining of the frigid, negative energy and the chaotic flames within him, he could only forcibly suppress the urge to let out a sound of discomfort. Had Jiang Lingxian embraced him as she had in the previous days, he was certain he would have succumbed to a soft moan. However, it seemed that the more one feared something, the more it approached, seeing Wang Chen unresponsive. Jiang Lingxian quietly waited for a moment. Eventually, her gaze, glistening with a hint of emotion, fell upon Wang Chen's handsome visage, and her breath quickened slightly, her sense of dependence growing stronger. Recalling the looks cast upon Wang Chen by the elder women during the day only heightened her anxiety and excitement. Since the daytime, she had even begun to entertain the thought of taking Wang Chen away from the Tai Su immortal sect. Ultimately, unable to resist any longer, Jiang Lingxian gently removed her shoes and slowly nestled into the bed beside him, extending her arms gradually, as their yin and yang divine bodies resonated with one another. The fusion of their energies could assist in healing her disciple's wounds. Jiang Lingxian reassured herself that her intentions were purely to aid her disciple. Yet her body inched ever closer to Wang Chen's. No, I am already overwhelmed with a mix of sensations. If you continue, I will not be able to withstand it. No, I am already overwhelmed with a mix of sensations. If you continue, I will not be able to endure it. Wang Chen felt his form gently lifted from the bed, subsequently enveloped within a warm and delicate body. He could distinctly sense the warmth of the breath from the person in his embrace, as Jiang Lingxian tenderly pressed her cheek against his chest. As always, Jiang Lingxian clutched Wang Chen's slender arms ever tighter, her breath becoming somewhat erratic. The mere thought of the gazes from the elder female disciples sent waves of unease through her heart. She was profoundly fearful of Wang Chen being taken away. Although he was right beside her, the fear of temptation lingered ominously. Wang Chen had never wished to take her as his mentor in this lifetime. And now there were so many women vying for his attention. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lingxian instinctively bit her lip, finding a momentary solace in the fiery breath of Wang Chen within her embrace. Nevertheless, she did not forget to gently release the calming chill from her body, guiding the chaotic yang energy within Wang Chen. The interplay of their contrasting essences, one extreme yang and the other extreme yin, slowly wove together, healing Wang Chen's internal injuries from the backlash. It was this very moment that allowed the pent-up sensations of coldness, heat, and tingling within Wang Chen to finally erupt. Wang Chen could no longer restrain himself, his body tensing slightly as he closed his eyes, furrowing his brow and emitting a muffled groan that revealed a hint of anguish. Jiang Lingxian, startled by the sudden sound, momentarily paused, seemingly taken aback by Wang Chen's unexpected wakefulness. Why had her disciple not succumbed to slumber? Quickly raising her delicate face, her beautiful eyes anxiously focused on Wang Chen, she gently placed her hand over his eyes. After a brief period of covering his eyes, during which Wang Chen showed no signs of awakening, Jiang Lingxian finally exhaled a sigh of relief, her tension easing somewhat. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, feeling the coolness of her palm shielding his eyes, decided to cooperate, suppressing his discomfort in silence. However, after a moment of stillness, overwhelmed by the pervasive sense of unease coursing through him, he could no longer endure it. Wow! Wang Chen writhed in a nightmarish manner, his body nearly numb, instinctively yearning to distance himself from Jiang Lingxian. This time, his desire to escape was genuine, driven by the intertwining auras of both their physiques, which induced an unbearable sensation of both chill and warmth, leaving him in a state of discomfort. It felt as if he desperately needed Jiang Lingxian to release him, retracting the cold energy that had invaded his being, or to completely sever their physical connection, thereby alleviating the torment that enveloped him. Alternatively, he could endure until the mingling of their energies dissipated, allowing for healing to commence. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian called out softly, her voice laced with concern as she observed Wang Chen struggling slightly in her embrace, his eyes shut tight. However, after a moment of watching, he offered no response, only continuing to writhe in discomfort, seeking freedom from her grasp. Could it be that the intertwining of our energies is what causes him such distress in his slumber? Jiang Lingxian pressed her cheek against Wang Chen's warm chest, her heart heavy as she murmured softly to herself, contemplating the symptoms of his struggle. In an effort to confirm her suspicions, Jiang Lingxian gently withdrew the cold energy entwined with him. In that instant, Wang Chen felt as though he had been liberated, finally free from the unbearable sensations that could only be resolved through a union of yin and yang. Wang Chen's forehead glistened with a light sheen of perspiration, and after enduring discomfort, he could not help but close his eyes, inhaling deeply through his nose with a faint, elongated breath. Wang Chen kept his eyes shut, unwilling to open them, feigning that his earlier discomfort had led to a nightmare. Goodness! The sensation was akin to being under the influence of an aphrodisiac. Yet, despite his closed eyelids, Wang Chen's heart was in a tumult of astonishment, recalling the earlier sensations that sent waves of trepidation through him. Although the aftermath left him with a certain ache in both body and spirit, it was far more bearable than the previous chills and tingles he had experienced. It seems this is indeed the case. Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen gradually calming down, her heart understanding, as she gently nestled her cheek into the warmth of his neck. However, she recalled that in her past life, after putting Wang Chen into a deep slumber, she had not encountered such reactions while healing his wounds. With her delicate face pressed against his warm neck, she pondered for a moment. To be cautious, Jiang Lingxian released an intangible strand of consciousness, silently penetrating into the center of Wang Chen's brow. Dear host, it seems you might be feigning sleep. Now, your beloved little master is here to probe your spirit. So do protect yourself. 2,000, indeed. Another 2,000. Come now, when we return to the arena tomorrow, I shall seek to borrow additional resources as I did in my previous life. And that youthful elder who maintains his appearance, he has diminished the power of my imperial-grade explosive talisman. I shall ensure to extort a significant sum from him when the time comes. As Wang Chen reflected on the squandered dozens of imperial-grade explosive talismans from earlier in the day, he mentally noted the debt owed to the youthful venerable. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian's consciousness gradually withdrew from Wang Chen's brow, her exquisite visage now adorned with an expression that was somewhat peculiar. It seemed that the cause may be attributed to his rebirth, which had bestowed upon him a degree of resistance to my sacred-grade soul enchantment incense. For in Jiang Lingxian's recent perceptual experience, Wang Chen appeared to be in slumber, yet simultaneously, he seemed not to be asleep at all. As Jiang Lingxian recalled her investigation of Wang Chen's soul, it was as if his conscious mind lay in repose while his subconscious remained active. Wang Chen seemed to instinctively resist the myriad of sensations that would cause him discomfort. If this were indeed the case, then, contemplating this, Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her profile against Wang Chen's chest, and to her surprise, a subtle smile began to grace her lips. As thoughts danced in her mind, a faint sense of joy gradually blossomed within her, and the chill that enveloped her slowly began to dissipate. Most of the coldness drifted towards the space behind the reclining Wang Chen, while a small portion resumed its purpose of healing him. Oh, come on! Not again! Wang Chen felt the chilling force surge once more into his body, intertwining with his chaotic yang energy to heal the backlash injuries. A surge of terror filled his heart. No, how could it still come with a pincer attack? Wang Chen not only felt a pervasive numbness and discomfort throughout his body, but his back also grew increasingly cold. However, he was oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's true intentions and could only close his eyes, enduring the unease, while his breathing became progressively rapid as he feigned sleep. With the experience from the previous encounter, Wang Chen remained silent this time, merely furrowing his brows in slight discomfort. Since Jiang Lingxian was unaware that he was feigning sleep, it indicated that the system had successfully shielded her soul from him. However, Wang Chen was oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's current thoughts and the motivations behind her actions. Had he foreseen the consequences of being enchanted, he would have preferred otherwise. Now he faced not only the waste of his essence points but also his own suffering. Haha, the host of a mere minnow truly falls short. Wang Chen suppressed the restlessness within him, his heart screaming in turmoil, while the system's gleeful voice echoed soon after. Disciple, would you be so kind as to embrace your master? A hug will chase away the cold. The feigning sleep of Wang Chen was met with incredulity. The system, still mocking the host, continued its taunts. Jiang Lingxian leaned in slightly, her lips brushing against Wang Chen's ear, her cool voice imbued with a touch of tenderness, guiding him as if soothing a child. Wang Chen could even feel the searing breath of Jiang Lingxian gently brushing against his ear, an inexplicable sensation that tickled him. Host, I comprehend now. She may believe that in your current slumber, you would instinctively resist external forces. Thus, she intentionally generates a significant amount of cold air behind you, merely to coax you into embracing her as a comforting source of warmth. 666. Is there no pretense left at all? Wang Chen truly admires Jiang Lingxian's actions. During the day, she is utterly aloof, yet at night, she playfully indulges her disciple in myriad ways. As long as the disciple embraces his master, the chill dissipates swiftly. Jiang Lingxian's delicate arms cradle the back of Wang Chen's head, gently encircling his neck, her lips whispering softly in his ear. As the warm breath caressed Wang Chen's ear, the already unsettling sensation of internal heat combined with the chill creeping down his back made him shiver involuntarily. Jiang Lingxian, witnessing this scene, paused for a brief moment, slightly taken aback. However, she merely assumed that Wang Chen could not withstand the cold. It's all right, as long as you embrace your master. You shall not feel the chill, she said, gently guiding his hands to rest on either side of her waist, her tone cool yet soothing. Wang Chen could no longer endure Jiang Lingxian's antics. She had willingly delivered herself into his embrace, and yet he refrained from seizing the opportunity. What a scoundrel! Wang Chen seemed to have finally discovered a source of warmth amidst the frigid winter landscape, as his arms gradually tightened around Jiang Lingxian's delicate form. It's so cold. Wang Chen feigned an air of unconsciousness, as if he could not endure the chill of the night, and pressed closer to Jiang Lingxian, startled by his embrace. Jiang Lingxian's sensitive form stiffened momentarily, before she lowered her beautiful gaze towards him. It's nothing. You won't be cold for long, she murmured softly. Gently stroking his head, her voice immuted comfort to the slumbering Wang Chen nestled in her arms. Yet, unbeknownst to her, she inadvertently intensified the coldness enveloping his back. The sensation of being held by Wang Chen was peculiar to Jiang Lingxian, stirring within her a mixture of inexplicable embarrassment and satisfaction. In that fleeting moment, she found herself overwhelmed with an uncharacteristic longing, releasing more of her chill in hopes that he would hold her throughout the night. Before long, whether from shyness or something else, her delicate face flushed, a warm hue blooming across her cheeks. As she gazed down at Wang Chen, nestled against her, a rare softness began to emerge in her usually icy eyes. At that moment, Wang Chen's closeness made her gaze slightly dazed, a profound sense of security swelling within her. Suddenly, she felt a gentle warmth against her neck, sending a shiver through her frame. To her surprise, Wang Chen had, much like Jiang Lingxian had done days prior, buried his face into her neck, nuzzling against her softly. MMM. She let out a soft hum of comfort, realizing that she could no longer indulge in this intimacy, and hastily attempted to push him away. However, Wang Chen, shivering from the cold, murmured sleepily, "Steamed buns. Warm steamed buns. Oh, I can't eat that." The dawn of the following day arrived. Wang Chen sat up in his room at the Immortal Inn, shaking his dazed head, particularly the back of it. The previous night, he dreamed of eating buns on a frigid day, yet in his dream, the celestial figure, Jiangling, denied him this delight and suddenly gave him a forceful shove. Wang Chen only recalled the sharp sound of his head colliding with the wall last night. Following that, he heard Jiang Lingshen's panicked voice as she scrambled to her feet, and then he gradually lost consciousness. In that frigid dream, what was so wrong with craving a warm steamed bun? Even that, Jiang Lingxian sought to impede. Awake? Jiang Lingxian inquired. Seated at the opulent table in the center of the room, her brow slightly furrowed as she gazed at Wang Chen with an icy demeanor. Indeed, I am grateful for your aid in healing my wounds yesterday. Aside from a slight dizziness, I find myself in otherwise good health. Wang Chen feigned a moment of introspection, then gently rubbed the back of his head and replied softly, "Dizziness is quite normal. When I treated your injuries yesterday, I discovered that you had suffered a slight backlash to your spirit. This is why, the moment you closed your eyes to meditate, you fell into a deep slumber." Jiang Lingshen's face flushed slightly, her heart racing as she calmly responded. Yet, her hand, hidden within her sleeve, tightened with nervousness. "Oh, so that is how it is." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingshen's eyes, which dared not meet his own, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he chose not to expose her. "Oh, what could be the cause of the concave cracks in this wall?" Wang Chen responded with a sound of acknowledgement, and then his gaze casually swept across the room. Suddenly, he noticed a small dent in the pale wall beside the bed. "I have no idea what this is about either," Jiang Lingxian said, her words tinged with a hint of anxiety. As she reached the end of her sentence, she admitted her uncertainty, opting to confess her ignorance. "This foolish thing remains ever incapable of deceit." Wang Chen shook his head helplessly, rising from the bed and approaching Jiang Lingxian, whose delicate face had unwittingly flushed with a faint rosy hue. "Oh, then let us depart. Since your injuries have healed, it is time to return to the Tai Su Ling battle realm." Wang Chen, having spoken, swept past Jiang Lingxian, who was seated in the center of the room, and strode towards the door, pushing it open with a creak. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen's retreating figure, memories of the previous night's events flooding her mind, causing her fair face to heat up. Realizing this, she hastily summoned her spiritual energy to calm herself, suppressing the warmth that threatened to rise. Thankfully, he had not noticed. Jiang Lingxian rose gracefully, her white gown swaying gently, and, feeling a strange sense of relief, she followed in Wang Chen's footsteps. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approached the counter at the inn, ready to depart after settling the accommodation fees with spirit stones. However, at that moment, Wang Chen's gaze swept across the room, and his brows knitted slightly as he locked eyes with a woman entering the inn. Chu Yao, the woman, adorned in a flowing black dress, possessed a captivating beauty and an inexplicable allure that was quite enchanting. As Chu Yao stepped into the inn, she sensed the scrutiny of two individuals upon her, prompting her to raise her gaze in response. In an instant, a faint, charming smile blossomed on her lips. Yet, upon catching sight of Jiang Lingxian, a hint of despondency flickered in her eyes. Chu Yao prided herself on being a beauty among cultivators. Yet in the presence of the celestial maiden of the void, she felt a pang of inadequacy. The celestial maiden exuded an aura entirely distinct from her own, radiating an icy, pristine elegance that was both striking and haughty. The celestial maiden of the void, and then Chu Yao first offered a slight bow to Jiang Lingxian, before turning her attention to Wang Chen beside her. However, she was at a loss for words, uncertain of how to address him. "Wang Wu." Wang Chen was about to politely respond to an old friend from a past life when he suddenly felt a constriction in his throat, a chill enveloping him. "Well, apprentice, let us depart," came the frigid voice of Jiang Lingxian, who slightly nodded toward Chu Yao as a gesture of acknowledgement. Subsequently, with an invisible aura of coldness, she forcefully urged Wang Chen to take a step forward, shoulder to shoulder, as they exited the inn. Chu Yao observed the retreating figures of the two with a slight furrow of her brow. However, a sense of confusion stirred within her, having just met. Why did the saintess of Taishu harbor such animosity towards her? Outside the Taishu spirit war realm, Jiang Lingxian led Wang Chen as they emerged slowly from the rift in the void, her demeanor appearing somewhat frosty. Finally, the two came to a halt at the entrance of the Taishu spirit war realm, synchronously pausing at the corner of the massive 100-meter gate. Why do you refuse to allow me to greet her? In the past, she lent me numerous resources for cultivation. Wang Chen furrowed his brows in bewilderment. Casting a perplexed gaze at Jiang Lingxian, as the term previous life naturally referred to his past existence, Wang Chen never uttered the words past life when he was outside, instead employing alternative expressions. However, it is certain that Jiang Lingxian would understand. What has she borrowed from you? Jiang Lingxian, subtly anxious, inadvertently bit the inner side of her lip, feeling a slight flutter of unease. Wang Chen was utterly perplexed by her words. In his previous life, he had merely borrowed some cultivation resources from Chu Yao. What was the significance of that? She had once assisted him, after all. However, the Chu family had been annihilated in the past, and she had perished as well. Thus, he had always felt indebted to her. Although, in the present moment, he found himself no longer in her debt. Wang Chen replaced the term previous life with formerly and gazed at the icy demeanor of Jiang Lingxian as he responded truthfully. Wang Chen did not perceive any discrepancies in Jiang Lingxian's demeanor, for she consistently bore that frigid countenance throughout the day. During my previous seclusion, did you not frequently encounter her? Not at all. While you were in isolation, I was preoccupied with traversing the realms in search of treasures to aid in my tribulation, and I merely chanced upon her on a few occasions. Wang Chen stroked his chin as he rummaged through his memories, then lifted his gaze to meet the unwavering eyes of Jiang Lingxian. For reasons unknown, Wang Chen felt a peculiar sense of relief in Jiang Lingxian's exhalation following his utterance. Perhaps it was time to proceed, based on past experiences. The moment for my entrance should be just right. After taking a breath of relief, Jiang Lingxian followed suit, seamlessly adopting the term previous life in place of past. Oh, very well. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian and gently nodded. However, there were unspoken thoughts lingering within him. In his previous life, Chu Yao had gradually developed feelings for him after their encounters, yet he consistently rebuffed her advances. The truth was that Wang Chen harbored no affection for Chu Yao, or indeed for anyone other than Jiang Lingxian. Consequently, from his past life to the present, despite the numerous women vying for his affection, Wang Chen had never succumbed to their allure. During his time on Blue Star, he had lived in solitude, and after his transmigration to the realm of cultivation, it was Jiang Lingxian who took him in and shielded him. In truth, Wang Chen had long yearned for love, having grown up relying on the kindness of others. Yet, he had buried these emotions deep within himself. When Wang Chen initially found himself in a state of utter confusion upon traversing to the realm of cultivation, it was Jiang Lingxian who descended from the heavens like a celestial maiden, offering him solace and shelter. Without her intervention, he would likely have perished in the wilderness, unable to navigate his way out of the formidable mountains. After all, he had already witnessed the harsh realities of the cultivation world in his previous life. Wang Chen has always been deeply grateful to Jiang Lingxian, harboring a profound affection that transcends mere admiration. If one were to employ the vernacular of the internet from a past life, they might well be described as the lacking love brother and lacking love sister. A faint, bittersweet chuckle escaped him as he followed Jiang Lingxian into the realm of the Taishu spirit battle, his heart heavy with unspoken emotions. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian traversed the crowd, which was filled with a myriad of curious gazes. Clad in flowing white robes and a graceful white gown, they approached the colossal square platform. "Siener, bring your disciple over," a chilling voice resonated as they stepped onto the platform. Without uttering a word, Jiang Lingxian cast a fleeting glance at the seemingly innocent Wang Chen and led him forward. They stood before the four esteemed figures, with the ongoing battle of 6 cultivators outside the platform serving as a dramatic backdrop. The cold-eyed elder scrutinized Wang Chen momentarily, offering a subtle nod. "Your aptitude and strength are commendable, despite your 9 sons' divine body. However, the mutation of your physique, resulting in the 9 sons' dragon force, marks you as a promising candidate. I shall be considered your ancestral master, and here is a small token of our meeting. Accept this gift." With that, the elder produced a small jade vial containing a crimson liquid, which he gently tossed towards Wang Chen. "Little host, this is a top-tier flame essence of the sacred grade. Your master's master is exceedingly generous in this lifetime. I recall in my previous life, she merely bestowed upon you a meager amount of cultivation resources. Far from the imperial grade, the memories of the past flooded back. In my previous existence, she only witnessed my chaotic flames, unaware of my 9 sons' divine body. Especially since my dragon force had yet to coalesce." Wang Chen silently responded to the system within his heart. In his previous life, his 9 yang divine body had not been revealed. Moreover, in that life, Wang Chen's flames were a chaotic blend of black and white. Thus, Hanzun naturally regarded him merely as an exceptional fire body and did not pay him much heed. Having lived for over 10,000 years, Hanzun had encountered countless wonders and held a discerning eye, making it quite natural for him to overlook ordinary prodigies. However, now that Wang Chen's identity as a nine-yang divine body was not only acknowledged but also recognized as a variant, the treatment he received was bound to be significantly different. Wang Chen observed the small jade vial containing the flame source gracefully soaring towards him, and he promptly extended his hands, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he received it. "Thank you, Master Ancestor." Wang Chen performed a respectful gesture, and the call of Master Ancestor escaped his lips willingly, a sense of satisfaction blooming as he gazed at the small jade vial in his hand. The voice of the enchanting and frosty Hanzun carried an air of elegance, imbued with a hint of a commanding presence. In stark contrast, Jiang Lingxuan's voice was crystalline and melodious, exuding a refreshing innocence that Wang Chen found particularly appealing. This was especially true during the night when Jiang Lingyan, engulfed in a profound sense of insecurity, would cling to him, her voice tinged with vulnerability as she confided her innermost thoughts. Wang Chen felt as though his very being was on the verge of melting, internally overwhelmed with delight. At that moment, the cold sovereign, having acknowledged him, shifted her icy gaze towards the three venerable figures seated on either side of her. Simultaneously, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian directed their serene and tranquil eyes towards the other three sovereigns. The trio, who had been feigning interest in the sacred soul arena since the onset of their interaction, could no longer resist the urge to glance back. The intensity of the gazes exchanged among the six created a palpable silence that enveloped the hundreds gathered upon the grand platform. Ahem, the youthful sovereign cleared his throat, producing a rectangular box from his hand, seemingly at a loss for what to do with it. "Ah, my dear Siener, it has been far too long since we last met. Allow me to present you with a small token of our reunion." The cold sovereign cast a mild gaze towards Jiang Lingxian before producing a small jade vial containing elixirs, which floated gently towards her. "Thank you, Master," Jiang Lingxian replied, her expression calm, her exquisite visage blinking twice as she gracefully accepted the vial. Trouble brewed. They were coming for us. The three venerable figures flanking the cold sovereign felt a jolt of anxiety, mentally cursing her 100 times over. As for why only two of them were so distressed, it was because the third, the purple-clad sovereign, perceived the cold sovereign's plight as particularly dire. The youthful sovereign, positioned at the far left of the main seat, had the elder sovereign, the cold sovereign, and the purple sovereign to his right in succession. Now, he found himself in a predicament with the rectangular box in hand. Neither offering it nor withholding it felt appropriate, creating an awkward atmosphere. "Ah yes, indeed. It has been a long time. This is my gift for your reunion," the elder sovereign announced, producing two exquisite black and red boxes and tossing them lightly. "Very well. Since both the cold sovereign and the old man have presented their offerings, I too shall contribute." The purple sovereign, a strikingly beautiful figure, manifested two medium-sized boxes and cast them forth. With the five having completed their exchanges, their collective gaze harmoniously shifted towards the youthful sovereign, who still held the rectangular box. Not only Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, but also the hundreds of esteemed figures from various sects present on the grand platform, directed their attention to him. The youthful sovereign, feeling the mounting pressure, silently tucked away the rectangular box in exchange for two others. Goodness, what could possibly be contained within those boxes? Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen inwardly remarked that the young venerable must be concerned that the items he presented were of inferior quality compared to those of the others. Fearing criticism for such a discrepancy, as the 8 items each found their way into the spatial realms of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, the gift-giving segment finally came to an end. Alas, he lamented the necessity that had compelled him to part with those royal-grade explosive talismans yesterday, which had ultimately been squandered. After receiving the gift, Wang Chen slowly turned to follow Jiang Lingxian, but as he turned, he murmured softly. His voice was not particularly loud, yet it resonated clearly in the ears of everyone present. In an instant, the gazes of the crowd subtly shifted towards the young venerable, their eyes darting back and forth between Wang Chen and her. Wait a moment. What is it? Upon hearing the young venerable call for a halt, Wang Chen swiftly turned around, causing the expressions of the 4 venerables seated at the main table to shift slightly in peculiarity. As compensation for the royal-grade detonation talisman you wasted yesterday, this item within the box shall serve as restitution for you. The young venerable's lips twitched ever so slightly as he suppressed his heartache and silently retrieved the rectangular box, tossing it gently. Ah, well, since the venerable one is so gracious, I shall accept it. Wang Chen feigned a look of utter embarrassment, glancing around awkwardly before swiftly reaching out to stow it away into his storage space. Wang Chen turned around once more to glance at the over 100 esteemed representatives present. After a moment of contemplation, he ultimately decided against it. One should not be overly greedy, for such avarice may lead to unintended consequences and potential losses. Wang Chen squinted slightly as he surveyed the multitude gathered around the colossal platform. After a moment, he silently followed Jiang Lingxian back to her seat. Strangely, at the instant Wang Chen averted his gaze, it seemed as though a collective sigh of relief emanated from the giant platform. I must take the stage now. You may remain seated here, Jiang Lingxian said, her eyes narrowing slightly as she gazed toward the arena of the sacred soul realm. Upon witnessing the competitor concede, she turned to Wang Chen. Without awaiting his response, Jiang Lingxian's figure abruptly vanished from the chair, leaving a bewildered Wang Chen behind. Ding. A mission has been issued. Eliminate Qin Yefan and seize the opportunity to prevent him from regaining strength after restoring his severed arm. Reward, divine treasure. Ding. To ascertain the current location of Qin Yefan, one may utilize 10,000 source points for precise tracking. Just as Jiang Lingxian departed, the system's mission notification echoed suddenly in Wang Chen's mind, pulling him from his stupor. Wang Chen gazed into the distance at Jiang Lingxian, who stood on the right side of the sacred soul realm's arena, wielding a chilling sword. He paused for a moment, taken aback by the system's voice. In his previous life, this event lasted a total of 9 days, with the battles in the sacred soul realm enduring the longest. Wang Chen gazed at the system task, pondering for a moment before finally directing his attention towards the esteemed figure seated in the main position. Master Ancestor, he said, I have suddenly recalled that there are certain matters I must attend to and need to take my leave for a while. Wang Chen slightly bowed in reverence, and upon receiving a nod of acknowledgement, he swiftly turned and darted down the massive square platform, plunging into the crowd. Wang Chen soared amidst the throngs gathered beneath the colossal platform, his figure shooting forth towards the grand portal of the Void Spirit Battle Realm. System. Pinpoint the current location of Qin Yifan. As Wang Chen soared through the sky, teeming with cultivators, he called out to the system within his mind. He could temporarily disregard those minor progenitors of luck, but individuals like Qin Yifan, given the slightest opportunity, he would undoubtedly seek to eliminate. Ding. 10,000 source points deducted, initiating the location of Qin Yifan. The map is now displayed. Upon the completion of the system's cold mechanical voice, a quantum illusory map with a golden border materialized before Wang Chen. Suspended in midair and following his movements, the quantum map revealed a small green dot, with a distant small red dot visible beyond. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen swiftly emerged from the colossal gate of the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm, rapidly altering his direction and dashing forth at full speed. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, engaged in a fierce battle on the soul stage of the Taishu Spirit Battle Realm, remained oblivious to Wang Chen's departure. Deeply focused on her combat, Jiang Lingxian understood that once a cultivator reached the 6th tier of the Sacred Soul Realm, eliminating them became exceedingly arduous. The opponents she had previously vanquished were all of the Sacred Soul Realm, the strongest merely at the 4th tier. A disparity in cultivation levels that allowed her to dispatch them with a mere stroke of her sword. At this moment, she faced a formidable elder at the pinnacle of the 9th tier of the Sacred Soul Realm, whose attacks were both cruel and swift. Consequently, Jiang Lingxian found herself too preoccupied to glance at the massive platform, and she had not anticipated Wang Chen's sudden exit. Poor Wang Chen was unaware of Jiang Lingxian's true possessiveness, naively believing he could simply explain himself upon his return. Meanwhile, in a secluded forest beyond the outer reaches of the Taishu Xinzong, Wang Chen stood tall in the lofty sky, furrowing his brows as he gazed intently at the mountain cave ahead. Glancing once more at the map, it appeared that this was indeed the location. After a brief examination of the quantum map, Wang Chen gradually descended before the entrance of the cave, gazing into the pitch-black abyss of the cavern. He was astonished to discover that he could not discern anything within its depths. This indicated one undeniable truth: this cave was far from ordinary, and the darkness within was not mere absence of light. In a bid for precaution, Wang Chen found himself in possession of a saint-level teleportation talisman, which he meticulously bound around his wrist with chaotic spiritual energy. Subsequently, he retrieved a royal-grade protective jade disc from his storage space, adorning it around his neck. A mid-tier royal-grade talisman was affixed to the inner side of his chest, while a high-tier royal-grade sword intent was delicately held within his oral cavity. He adorned his wrist with a top-tier royal-grade protective bracelet and secured a supreme royal-grade waist ornament around his waist. Lastly, he gently placed the singular saint-level supreme soul attack and defense dual-purpose source of soul, bestowed upon him by Jiang Lingxian, into his spiritual essence. With the amalgamation complete, Wang Chen gazed into the pitch-black cavern, where visibility was utterly compromised, a smirk gradually forming at the corner of his mouth. Step by step, he advanced. Wang Chen, adorned with a charmingly wicked smile, stepped forward, treading upon the earthen path as he gradually entered the pitch-black tunnel. Accompanied by his flowing white robe and an array of protective talismans, his figure slowly vanished, and the surroundings descended into an eerie silence. In the pitch-black tunnel, Wang Chen retrieved a luminous orb from his grasp, allowing him to barely discern a vision spanning 2 to 3 meters. After an indeterminate period of time, Wang Chen unwittingly traversed an ethereal barrier of an ultra-thin formation. Subsequently, he began to perceive the atmosphere around him growing increasingly heavy and oppressive, inducing a sense of agitation within him. Is this demonic energy? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, swiftly conjuring a faint veil of chaotic flames to shield himself from the encroaching demonic energy invading his body. Gradually, the oppressive and irritable turmoil within him subsided. Restoring clarity to his expression, it appeared that the remnant soul of the demon lord within Qin Yefan, upon witnessing his grievous injury, could no longer remain idle. Wang Chen raised the luminous heavenly staircase gem in his right hand, and an involuntary thought of the residual soul of the demon lord crossed his mind. However, a sense of confusion enveloped him. Considering the proximity to the Tai Su immortal sect, how could the demonic energy remain undetected? Could this be the formidable influence of a child of destiny? He pondered, his intrigue growing. Yet, despite his doubts, as he sensed the increasingly dense demonic aura, he instinctively tightened his grip around the luminous gem. The area visible to him had dwindled to less than 2 meters. Without the gem in his hand, navigating the path would have been nearly impossible. Suddenly, a series of sounds echoed from above the tunnel in the inky darkness, prompting Wang Chen to hastily lift his gaze toward the source. Chaos 9 Young Dragon Eyes. As a sense of mild panic coursed through Wang Chen's heart, he swiftly activated his ocular technique. In an instant, his pupils gradually transformed into vertical slits. A flicker of chaotic flames emerged within Wang Chen's dragon-like eyes, granting him an unobstructed view in the darkness. Goodness! So many shadow demons and bloodbats! Wang Chen gazed up at the densely clustered crimson bats, each as large as an adult, hanging ominously from the cavern ceiling, sending a shiver down his spine. These blood-black bats were grotesquely draped in their own wings, with only their horrifyingly small heads protruding, a sight that would surely provoke a case of trypophobia. Each bat varied in cultivation level from the 1st to the 9th tier of the spirit-building realm, indicating that among them, there must be a bat king of the returning origin realm. As for why Wang Chen refrained from employing the Dragon Eye technique at the outset, it was simply due to the substantial spiritual energy it consumed. Suddenly, amidst his silent astonishment, the system's task notification echoed in his mind. Task: eliminate Qin Yefan's beast companion, the Shadow Demon Bloodbat King, and obtain its inner Shadow Blood Demon Core. Reward: Sun Blood Demon Core. Was Qin Yefan's beast companion a creature of darkness? Wang Chen gazed in astonishment at the figure manifesting in his mind, his heart stirred with a profound shock. Qin Yefan had succumbed to darkness, undoubtedly fallen into madness. Thus, it would be entirely justifiable for me to eliminate him, and moreover, I could return to claim my reward. Upon contemplating this, Wang Chen's heart was suddenly filled with joy, and in his right hand, 10 exquisite thunder explosion talismans materialized silently. Host, the Yin Blood Demon Core and the Yang Blood Demon Core can be fused. This is a treasure that is rarely encountered, although the Yin and Yang Demon Cores you currently possess are of a lesser grade. Feeding them to your beast companion can enhance their bloodline purity. Beast companion? Where would I possibly acquire such a creature? Truly absurd. Wang Chen listened to the system's words, responding with a hint of melancholy in his heart. Throughout his past life, until now, he had never possessed a beast companion. Clearing his throat, he recalled that within the fateful opportunities recorded from his previous existence, there were dragon eggs, phoenix eggs, and several eggs or young of divine beasts. Hiss. Let me first deal with Qin Yefan, and then I may consider raising a pet for amusement in this life. Wang Chen, upon hearing the words of the system echoing in his mind, silently inhaled a breath of cold air. After responding, he cautiously stepped further into the depths. The shadowy bloodbats appeared to be in slumber, and the sound of his footsteps was minimal, thus not disturbing them. As he ventured deeper into the cave, he sensed a strange fluctuation of a formation, heightening his vigilance. With two-thirds of his chaotic flame spiritual power still remaining, Wang Chen silently deactivated the Dragon's Eye technique. How deep must this be? Why does it seem like he is descending ever further? Wang Chen had been walking for nearly the duration of an incense stick, only to find that his surroundings remained unchanged. After walking for another quarter of an hour, he distinctly sensed that something was amiss and promptly activated his Dragon Eye technique. To his astonishment, he realized he was still in the same place. Wang Chen gazed at the dense swarm of bloodbats lurking above the cave and the familiar surroundings, and an exasperated curse escaped his lips. He could no longer endure it. With a resounding shout, Wang Chen cast the luminous orb of treasure in his left hand into the spatial void, summoning dozens of pinnacle-level thunderburst talismans in each hand. Aha! His furious exclamation stirred the legion of shadow demonic bloodbats within the cavern, which swiftly took flight, honing in on him with unwavering focus. Wang Chen was suddenly overwhelmed by thousands of blood-red, furious gazes fixed upon him, accompanied by the cacophony of countless wings flapping. Give it to me. Explode. Wang Chen gazed through his chaotic fire dragon eyes at the swarm of shadow demons bloodbats. With a vigorous flick of his right hand, a thunder explosion talisman was propelled forth. Crackle. Bang. At the moment of its release, the talisman erupted in a dazzling display of electric light, followed by an overwhelming blast of pure, radiant lightning. Caw-caw-caw. The echoes of the bloodbat's anguished cries reverberated throughout the cave as Wang Chen enveloped himself in a layer of chaotic spiritual flame, safeguarding against incoming attacks. Sizzle. Indeed. Some of the shadow demon's bloodbats, undeterred, attempted to sink their fangs into his flesh. However, they were incinerated by the chaotic spiritual flames or repelled by the protective artifacts adorning his person, which pierced their essence and ended their lives instantaneously. Gradually, a charred aroma, mingled with the stench of a viral demonic energy, permeated the entire cavern. Wang Chen nearly retched, hastily holding his breath. The cavern trembled ominously. Feeling the relentless vibrations of the passage, Wang Chen, engulfed in chaotic spiritual flames, surged deeper into the abyss. Meanwhile, in the inner sanctum of the recently opened blood demon cave, Qin Yefan abruptly opened his eyes, revealing an abyssal darkness. The Nine Suns' divine body. Once again. The Nine Suns' divine body. Once again it is he. This time, I shall undoubtedly slay him. Ha. Qin Yefan's expression visibly teetered on the brink of madness as he sprang from his seated position, soaring toward the inky black passage. At this moment, his severed arm had regrown to a considerable extent, his eyes shrouded in demonic darkness, grinning widely, clearly embodying a state that was both demonic and human. Soon after, whoosh, Wang Chen gazed ahead at the shadow resembling a merman, hurtling towards him like a whirlwind of chaos, propelled by Thomas's reckless charge. In a swift motion, he dodged. Bang! The shadow's head collided violently with the tunnel wall, causing the entire surface to explode as if struck by a missile. Frog fun. The iron head technique of the demonic path. Wang Chen, taken aback by the forceful elevation of Qin Yefan to the primordial realm through an aggressive surge of demonic energy and bloodlust, exclaimed in astonishment. It appears that this individual took advantage of the absence of the Taisu immortal sect to slay numerous mortals. Is he truly the child of dark fate? Quite intriguing indeed. Wang Chen met the gaze of the bloodstained Qin Yefan from a short distance, revealing a faint smile. Tear his mouth apart. Qin Yefan, upon witnessing Wang Chen's somewhat mocking smile, felt as though a sharp needle had pierced his heart, and he shouted in fury. At the very moment he finished his outburst, the air behind him was filled with the sound of countless wings flapping, as a swarm of shadowy bloodbats surged forth. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen scattered the hundreds of thunder-explosive talismans he had drawn from his possession into the sky, guiding them to hover gracefully in midair with his spiritual energy. Let it be shattered, he bellowed, emulating Qin Yefan, his right hand raised high and then forcefully swung downwards. In the face of Qin Yefan's sudden alarm, hundreds of thunder-explosive talismans shot forth with tremendous velocity, causing him to hastily unleash his demonic energy and flee in a frenzy. Wang Chen, similarly, dashed in another direction. As the hundreds of thunderstorm talismans detonated, the cave was bound to collapse. The scene shifted to the majestic mountain, towering several thousand meters high, which suddenly erupted with a thunderous roar. Bang! The resounding explosion reverberated for miles, and the entire mountain disintegrated, sending a plethora of soil and trees soaring into the clouds. a sight of unparalleled grandeur. As the earth, which had obscured the sky, cascaded back to the ground, the surrounding environment momentarily fell into silence. Suddenly, with a muffled sound, a disheveled figure, covered in dust, burst forth from the now flattened mountain. Ah! Qin Yefan gazed at his severed right arm once again, hovering in the air. Engulfed in a frenzy of demonic energy, his eyes dark and blood streaming forth, Wang Chen broke through the soil and emerged, his white garments billowing in the high sky. Resembling a celestial being drifting gracefully, exuding an air of ease. Various treasures adorning his neck, wrists, waist, and chest emanated a soft glow, providing him protection. At that moment, for cultivators nearby were drawn by the resounding explosion and the commotion. "Fellow Taoist, what has transpired?" they inquired, squinting against the dazzling aura of sovereign power radiating from Wang Chen, who appeared as if a divine being had descended from the heavens. Quickly, Wang Chen gazed in shock at Qin Yefan, whose body was gradually being overtaken by the remnants of the demon lord's soul. He was about to shout a warning to the innocent cultivators below, urging them to flee. Blood! Blood! However, before Wang Chen could utter his words, the frenzied Qin Yefan suddenly lunged towards the four individuals. Their cultivation levels ranged from the first to the second layer of the returning origin realm, yet at that moment, they could barely comprehend Qin Yefan's velocity. With a chilling sound, his left hand forcefully plunged into flesh and blood. Wang Chen and three other cultivators gazed with a hint of trepidation at the female practitioner whose throat had been pierced by Qin Yufan. Just as one crisis subsided, another arose. Suddenly, Qin Yufan's teeth transformed into sharp fangs, his mouth widening as he savagely bit down on the head of the female practitioner. He had returned. The familiar sensation surged within him. Qin Yufan, or rather, the demon Qin, tilted his head back to savor the flesh, laughing maniacally, his mouth stained with blood. As he chewed, a surge of blood and demonic energy enveloped his being, and astonishingly, his realm began to break through with a resounding snap. How absurd! It was truly bewildering how these foolish cultivators had so suddenly emerged to serve as his source of sustenance. Wang Chen cursed inwardly. Yet he was no character from a television drama. He could not merely stand by and watch as Qin Yefan continued to surpass limits. Laugh, 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 what a mockery. Wang Chen extracted the final few King-tier Thunder Burst talismans from his storage space and charged toward Qin Mo, his fiery dragon eyes wide with intensity. As he flung the last of the King-tier Thunder Burst talismans, Qin Mo's figure abruptly flickered and lunged forward. He seized several Thunder Burst talismans and fiercely charged at Wang Chen, evidently intent on inflicting mutual devastation. Boom. In an instant of explosive chaos, both Wang Chen and Qin Mo were sent hurtling through the air. Once they managed to muster their utmost defenses, Qin Mo, heavily injured, stood resolutely in mid-air, locking gazes from a distance with Wang Chen, who wore a mischievous smile. A radiant jade pendant at his waist shimmered, enveloping him in a protective azure aura. The sight drove Qin Mo to madness, as he had never anticipated such a stark disparity in resources between himself and the Holy Maiden's disciple. This was an unrelenting contrast between a wandering cultivator from the lower realms and a prodigy of the celestial sect above. Fuming, Qin Mo's back unfurled a pair of wings belonging to the Shadow Demon Bloodbat, while a symbol of the Shadow Demon Bloodbat King materialized upon his forehead. Clearly, the Shadow Demon Bloodbat King resided within him, which explained why Wang Chen had not heard the completion notification of the task earlier. Haha. Though you possess treasures for protection, it seems you have exhausted your Thunder Burst talismans and other offensive means. With the wings of the Shadow Demon Bloodbat King unfurled, blood, whether that of a female cultivator or his own, dripped from the corner of Qin Mo's lips as he grinned maliciously. Now it is time for me to revel in my triumph. Just as he began to cackle maniacally once more, a sudden wave of terror crossed his face, and he abruptly turned to flee. "I shall annihilate you," Wang Chen shouted loudly, wielding dozens of royal-grade explosive talismans left over from the last encounter in the Void Spirit Battle realm in each hand, as he pursued the terrified Qin demon. The three cultivators hiding below gazed skyward, witnessing a particularly comical scene. It appeared as though fireworks were being set off in the heavens, with intermittent booms and soaring flames creating mushroom clouds. Bang, bang, bang. Wang Chen relentlessly pursued Qin Yefan through the skies, wielding a royal-grade explosive talisman capable of leveling a mountain to the ground. Fortunately, he was adorned with numerous treasures that enveloped him securely, rendering him impervious to harm. Wang Chen was oblivious to how long he had been pursuing, nor did he recognize the surrounding terrain that had become increasingly unfamiliar. However, He was acutely aware of the formidable nature of this so-called child of destiny. It was indeed a challenge to eliminate him. Even after being reduced to a mere human stick, he still clung to consciousness and continued to flee, while Wang Chen could only relentlessly pursue him. At one point, the Qin demon suddenly launched an ambush, appearing before him with a dismembered body, its gaping maw intent on biting his head. Unexpectedly, Wang Chen let out a hearty laugh, and from his mouth, an incredibly frigid sword intent surged forth, piercing through half of the demon's skull. Yet, astonishingly, the Qin demon did not perish. His resilience was extraordinary, and it remained a mystery what force sustained him. Wang Chen, bewildered, gazed down from above as he witnessed the relentless writhing of his brother on the ground, struggling with a frantic intensity akin to that of a wriggling insect, moving with such speed that it seemed he might take flight. Brother, could you not run any longer? Just surrender to death. Is it not exhausting to exist in such a manner? Wang Chen was engulfed in a blazing chaos of spiritual flames, relentlessly pursuing Qin Yefan, whose limbs were severed, writhing on the ground like a worm. In desperation, he shouted. Thus, they chased each other, with time slipping away, until darkness enveloped the sky. Meanwhile, at the realm of the void spirit battle, Jiang Lingshan swung her cold sword into the sky, propelling herself upwards, instantly encasing everything around her in a layer of ice. The frigid air emanated from the arena's barrier, affecting the audience and leaving many in awe. Like an ethereal goddess of frost, Jiang Lingshan ascended into the heavens, her right hand gripping the sword's hilt before she forcefully swung it. The elderly woman, at the peak of the 9th layer of the Holy Soul realm, lay bleeding on the ground, utterly powerless to move. With a resounding boom, the arena's barrier cracked audibly, shattering under the gazes of countless onlookers. The fissures were minuscule yet quickly mended, yet many spectators stood in astonishment, fixated on her. No, wait, what? The 4 esteemed figures and over 100 high-ranking members of various sects rose from their seats in shock, their expressions rife with disbelief. It is known that the Holy Soul arena of the Void Spirit battle requires a minimum of the 3rd layer of the Celestial Sovereign Realm to shatter. Yet, Jiang Lingshan, perceived by all as merely at the 9th layer of the Holy Soul realm, had managed to create cracks in the barrier. Though the fractures were minor, they were sufficient to demonstrate that Jiang Lingshan possessed the capability to contend with someone at the 1st layer of the Celestial Sovereign Realm despite her own 9th layer of the Holy Soul Realm. Jiang Lingshan felt a tinge of mental fatigue. Concealing her true Celestial Sovereign status while battling at the peak of the Holy Soul Realm was no trivial feat. Sensing that she still had 7 layers of spiritual power remaining, she gradually descended with her cold sword, her heart filled with thoughts of a gentle figure. Disciple. The mere thought of Wang Chen alleviated much of her exhaustion, and her cool, beautiful eyes scanned the expansive arena. Where is my disciple? Jiang Lingshan anxiously searched, realizing that Wang Chen was nowhere to be found, and hurriedly flew toward the massive arena. Under the pitch-black night adorned with countless stars, the void spirit battle glowed brightly as if it were day. As Jiang Lingshan landed on the grand arena, she swiftly moved towards the cold sovereign, her eyes betraying an inexplicable anxiety. Master, where is my disciple? Jiang Lingshan frantically inquired after scanning the area once more, confirming Wang Chen's absence. The cold sovereign regarded Jiang Lingshan with admiration mixed with slight confusion. He couldn't quite comprehend why Jiang Lingshan was so anxious over Wang Chen's brief absence. He had mentioned earlier that he needed to attend to some matters and would return shortly. Though puzzled, the cold sovereign furrowed his brow and remained seated, reassuring Jiang Lingshan. Upon hearing that Wang Chen had informed the cold sovereign of his departure, Jiang Lingshan felt a flicker of relief. Please take your seat. The first place in this Holy Soul arena is undoubtedly yours. Hanzun glanced at Jiang Lingxian and then at the empty Shahan realm arena, his voice cold and indifferent. However, Jiang Lingxian seemed oblivious, her head slightly bowed. It was only after Hanzun called her name a couple of times that she returned to her seat. Yet, her mind was filled with the image of Wang Chen, and she sat there somewhat distracted, gazing down at her skirt in a daze. Surely, no. Her disciple would undoubtedly return. But would he seek out Chu Yao to reminisce? After all, they were old friends in their previous lives. Would they engage in any intimate gestures? Would it be akin to how her disciple had kissed her that day? No. I mustn't entertain such thoughts. My disciple is certainly not that kind of person. He would never seek out those wild women, and certainly not kiss them. No, that cannot be right. As Jiang Lingxian pondered, her cheeks suddenly flushed, prompting her to gently shake her head to dispel her thoughts. However, with Wang Chen absent from her side, she felt increasingly heavy-hearted, sitting in her seat in a state of confusion and disarray. "Xianer, do you have something on your mind?" Han Zun noticed Jiang Lingxin's demeanor and inquired with a furrowed brow filled with curiosity. "It's nothing. I just suddenly remembered something that I may need to address tomorrow." Jiang Lingxian replied, forcing a calm and composed facade as she lifted her head to respond to Han Zun with an icy demeanor. "Well, if you are truly anxious and unable to return, I shall claim the prize on your behalf, so remember to come and collect it." Han Zun seemed to see through Jiang Lingxian's thoughts, his cold gaze shifting slightly toward the battlefield as he spoke in a frigid tone. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian fell silent, contemplating that if Wang Chen had not returned by tomorrow, she would head back to the sect to check on him. She understood that she could not indefinitely restrict Wang Chen's freedom. After all, he was a person, not her plaything. Meanwhile, the Grandmaster of Taishu, seated silently in the right position beneath Han Zun, observed the scene with unease, realizing the gravity of the situation. He had been occupied with matters at Taishu Xianzong during the day and had only arrived at Taishu Lingshanji to watch the battle at midnight. While Han Zun may not fully comprehend how much Jiang Lingxian cherished her disciple, the Grandmaster was well aware. Jiang Lingxian, lost in thought, occasionally caught the gaze of others drawn to her beauty, yet she remained indifferent. Tomorrow would come, as it must. As these thoughts echoed within Jiang Lingxian, 8 days swiftly passed, outside an unknown city. Now I will see if you can escape this. Wang Chen's right hand pierced through the heart of Qin Yafan, crashing into the earth below, as he gazed coldly and fiercely at the already hopeless Qin Yafan. "Who are you? Why are you here to commit murder? Your methods are utterly ruthless. Release him and surrender your treasures. I may spare your life." At that moment, an elderly man flew out from the city, swiftly approaching from the sky, his eyes wide with disbelief as he shouted. Wang Chen lifted his gaze, utilizing the functions of the system, and beheld the elder standing majestically at the 9th level of the Spirit King realm. Alas, at critical moments, there always seems to be a fool ready to rescue those favored by fortune. Wang Chen felt a twinge of trepidation as he withdrew his right hand, which had pierced through Qin Yafan's heart, and gazed intently at the elder in the sky. Wang Chen gazed at the remaining 8 imperial explosive talismans within the storage space and contemplated that this should suffice to deal with the matter at hand. The child of fortune may be difficult to slay, but could an old fool like you prove to be any more formidable? Wang Chen, adorned with treasures, felt no fear towards the elder of the Spirit King realm. At worst, he could simply escape using a teleportation talisman. Moreover, the old man in the sky, clearly intimidated by the wealth of treasures Wang Chen possessed, resorted to mere threats rather than taking swift action. As Wang Chen contemplated this, his heart sank to the depths. Suddenly, he pivoted, channeling his strength into a swift strike aimed directly at Qin Yafan's head. With a resounding bang, Qin Yafan's skull shattered like a watermelon, lifeless and irrevocably beyond salvation. Bold audacity. Ignoring the commands of the Spirit King, you shall meet your demise. The elder at the 9th layer of the Spirit King realm felt a surge of elation at this sight. He finally had a legitimate excuse to seize the treasures. In an instant, he appeared before Wang Chen, his right palm raised high to deliver a crushing blow to his head. At Wang Chen's level of cultivation, he was momentarily unable to react. Yet fortunately, a layer of azure barrier materialized around him. With a crack, the elder's hand struck the azure barrier enveloping Wang Chen, causing him to momentarily freeze. A splendid opportunity. Seize it. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen swiftly produced 3 royal-grade explosive talismans, forcefully yanking open the elder's pocket and stuffing them inside. Boom. With a colossal detonation that reverberated through the air, both Wang Chen and the terrified elder were propelled skyward. Crack. Crack. The azure barrier before Wang Chen gradually lost its strength to defend. Once the soaring flames extinguished, it shattered into countless cracks resembling glass. Meanwhile, in a place invisible to Wang Chen, the corpse of Qin Yafan, which had been propelled by the explosion, began to stir slightly and slowly rose. As the clouds of dust dispersed, Wang Chen's gaze swiftly swept around, his eyes narrowing as he inwardly acknowledged the truth of the situation. From his vantage point, he first noticed the old man lying on the ground, sound asleep, and then a silently writhing mass of decaying flesh. The protective jade pendant at Wang Chen's waist shattered with a crisp sound, the very item that had just emitted a cerulean shield for defense. Yet, Wang Chen paid it no heed, his heart and eyes entirely captivated by the writhing figure of Qin Yafan, truly unable to divert his gaze from the mesmerizing movements. He chuckled sinisterly, almost let you escape. Wang Chen's figure soared forward, stirring up a cloud of dust from the ground as he approached the heap of putrid flesh with a sly grin. As he gradually crouched down and extended his hand, he retrieved a wooden bucket to gather all the remnants of decay. After meticulously ensuring that nothing was overlooked, Wang Chen revealed a sinister chuckle. He then reached out to touch the corpse of the elder from the Spirit King realm, removing the storage ring before gradually retreating. Upon arriving at a large stone in the forest, he placed the wooden bucket on the ground, and an unrelenting chaos fire erupted from his hand. With a resounding boom, a torrent of chaotic flames engulfed the remains of Qin Yefan, reducing them to ashes, accompanied by a chilling scream that echoed, a lament from a being caught between man and demon. Ding. Mission accomplished. Eliminate Qin Yefan's beast companion, the Shadow Demon Bloodbat King, and acquire the Yin Blood Demon Core from within. Reward: Young Blood Demon Core. Simultaneously, 2 notifications from the system resonated, causing 2 items to materialize in Wang Chen's storage space. A flicker of joy crossed his face as he observed that, following the incineration of Qin Yefan's remains, several items had emerged from the ground: the Yin Blood Demon Core, the storage ring, a black jade pendant, and finally, a small 3-legged cauldron, which was still covered in dirt, clearly in an unactivated state. Host: this is the Imperial Xian Cauldron, a treasure renowned throughout the cultivation world. Ranking among the top 100 artifacts, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the voice of the system, but soon he began to comprehend the situation, his expression transforming into one of immense joy. He had not anticipated that this was the Imperial Xian Ding, an extraordinary artifact capable of alchemy, defense, and offense, seamlessly merging 3 attributes into one. In his previous life, this esteemed Imperial Xian Ding was in the possession of the Danyang Emperor, one of the 7 great emperors, aside from himself and Jiang Lingxian. It is worth noting that this 3-legged Imperial Xian Ding was cherished beyond measure by the Danyang Emperor, who would not even allow others to cast a glance upon it. Although Wang Chen was unaware of how it came to be in Qin Yefan's possession at this moment, it did not matter. What mattered was that it was now in his hands, despite the considerable expenditure of treasures and talismans. Acquiring this unactivated Imperial Xian Ding had essentially recouped his losses, as long as Wang Chen desired. He could exchange it with the individual who had yet to ascend as the Danyang Emperor for thousands of Imperial-grade explosive talismans. Homeward bound, to the warm embrace of his beloved. Wang Chen, filled with joy, walked with a light-hearted stride, singing an unrhymed tune as he headed towards the city he had just seen, reminiscing about the gentle embrace of Jiang Lingxian. At this moment, Wang Chen intended to utilize the teleportation array of that city to journey to the outskirts of the Taishu Spirit War realm, thus allowing him to return home. After some contemplation, he realized that today marked the 9th day within the Taishu Spirit War realm. Oh, how fortuitous it would be to return just in time to claim the ranking rewards from the realm. Wang Chen soared gracefully through the air, descending joyfully at the entrance of a grand city known as Night Fairy City. As he stepped inside, a figure clad in a black dress approached swiftly, walking alongside him with a gentle smile. "It's good to see you again, Wang," Qiao remarked, gazing at Wang Chen's handsome visage, greeting him in a perfectly casual manner as she lightly raised her hand in a wave. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, turning his gaze to behold the enchanting and playful visage of Chu Yao. "Sister, do wait for me." At that moment, a young man came rushing from behind, burdened with an array of items, struggling to catch up. Chu Yin? Wang Chen happened to be acquainted with him, as in his previous life, he first met Chu Yin, who later introduced him to Chu Yao. However, this time, the order has been reversed. "What brings you to Night Fairy City? Do you require my sister's assistance?" Chu Yao inquired playfully, her enchanting smile illuminating her face, oblivious to her brother's calls from behind. "No need. I must return to the Taisucian zone, for my beloved awaits me. By the way, I am Wang Chen, not Wang Wu." Wang Chen, embodying the adage one should not strike a smiling face, offered a gentle smile in response to Chu Yao, simultaneously correcting her form of address. In this lifetime, he intended to minimize his connection with Chu Yao. Not only was he disinclined, but also, it seemed, that Jiang Lingxian would not permit it. Thus, he casually proclaimed that he had already taken a wife, his mind inexplicably conjuring the image of Jiang Lingxian's proud yet frigid figure. However, when the crisis confronting the Chu family arose, Wang Chen contemplated that it would be time to repay the debts of his past life. "Your wife? You are married?" Chu Yao gazed at Wang Chen with a hint of astonishment. In this lifetime, she had yet to develop any affection for him, merely covering her lips with a delicate hand in surprise. "Well, it's not something I can easily discuss. I must return to the Tai Su Ling battle realm for now. We shall meet again another time. What do you mean another time? I, too, am headed to the Tai Su Ling battle realm. Let us go together. We can conveniently share the teleportation array. Wang Chen felt a tinge of frustration as he listened to Chu Yao's words. In this life, she remained as frugal as she had been in her past existence. Despite the Chu family's formidable power, she still insisted on bargaining even for a mere teleportation. Very well then, let us proceed. Wang Chen glanced at Chu Yao and then at her companion, the cheerful Chu Yan, who met his gaze. He subtly indicated, "This must be your brother. He is quite handsome." On the way, sensing the atmosphere was overly awkward, Wang Chen feigned confusion as he looked at Chu Yan, fully aware of the truth but still inquiring. However, there was an unspoken thought lingering in his mind. While he was indeed good-looking, he appeared somewhat foolish. Chu Yan was undeniably handsome, exuding a robust masculinity paired with a subtle youthful charm, albeit with a hint of naivety. Of course, I am universally appealing. Even the revered saintess of the void might find herself enamored with me. Smack. At his words, Chu Yao was taken aback and promptly delivered a sharp slap to his head, causing Chu Yan to stumble clumsily and fall. Hey. Smack. Wang Chen watched helplessly as Chu Yan, burdened with numerous items, fell to the ground, his lips twitching slightly. Close your mouth, you foolish one. The saintess of Tai Su is his master. Upon uttering these words, Chu Yao released a surge of spiritual energy to assist him up, then delivered a sharp slap to his head. With a resounding clap, Chu Yan, now upright, instinctively covered his head, a look of grievance etched upon his face. His eyes filled with remorse as they turned towards Wang Chen. I am so sorry. I had no idea. I was merely speaking thoughtlessly. Never expecting the saintess of Tai Su would be your master. The freshly turned 18-year-old Chu Yan quickly approached Wang Chen, bowing his head in apology. His character was straightforward, though his integrity was commendable. Enough. The teleportation array lies ahead. Let us proceed. Wang Chen helped to apologize to Chu Yan, and the three of them approached the person in charge of the teleportation array. After a brief exchange of words, they stepped into the array. The distance to the city on the other side of the void spirit battle realm was uncertain, yet it required 10 medium-grade spirit stones. Although they had agreed to share the expenses, it was ultimately Chu Yao who bore the cost, as Wang Chen possessed no medium-grade spirit stones at all. In the end, Wang Chen presented her with a pill of equivalent value, but after Chu Yao graciously declined, he quietly returned it to his storage space. As they vanished into the teleportation array, a ripple emanated from the array outside the Void Immortal sect in the city of Void Immortal. A shimmering barrier lit up one of the dozens of teleportation arrays in Void Immortal City, and soon after, the figures of Wang Chen and his companions materialized. Just as Wang Chen's vision cleared upon their arrival, he noticed a throng of individuals converging towards the teleportation array. What could be the reason for their presence? Were there perhaps distinguished guests or renowned beauties arriving? Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, murmuring in confusion, eliciting headshakes from both Chu Yao and Chu Yan, who expressed their ignorance. It was not until Wang Chen noticed that the entire group had surged towards him that he realized, to his astonishment, that all eyes were fixed upon him, the very person involved in this peculiar situation. Just as Wang Chen was grappling with his shock, a chilling figure materialized before him. It was Jiang Lingxian, standing in front of Wang Chen and his companions, exuding an almost imperceptible aura of coldness. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen for an extended moment, and within her eyes, a flicker of inexplicable grievance and indignation surfaced. However, when her gaze shifted to Chu Yao beside Wang Chen, the anger dissipated like mist, leaving only profound disappointment in its wake. A wave of panic surged through Jiang Lingxian, tightening her chest and causing her breath to hitch, as if she were suffocating under the weight of her emotions. In that instant, it felt as though she had detected an unfamiliar scent on Wang Chen, one that was distinctly tied to another presence, filling her with a sense of suppressed grievance. He truly had been spending time with Chu Yao, and for an extended period at that. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, her expression cold and distant, as if lost in a trance. Even someone as oblivious as he could discern that she was evidently angry at that moment. Jiang Lingxian held his gaze from a distance of 1 or 2 meters for a while before extending her slightly trembling right hand. Come with me, she urged, suppressing the tremor in her arm, cautiously reaching out to grasp Wang Chen's left wrist. Fear gripped her heart. She was truly terrified that he might evade her outstretched hand. Yet, throughout this exchange, Wang Chen remained in a state of confusion, quietly observing as Jiang Lingxian gently took hold of his wrist. Even Chu Yao, Chu Yan, and the onlookers were equally bewildered, merely watching in silence. All present could sense the ethereal chill radiating from Jiang Lingxian, causing them to shiver slightly. As her palm finally enveloped Wang Chen's wrist, a wave of relief washed over her, prompting her to raise her gaze slightly. "Disciple, will you come with me?" Jiang Lingxian's eyes shimmered with profound grievance and a tentative yearning as she spoke, casting a glance at Chu Yao. Faced with Chu Yao's enchanting beauty, Jiang Lingxian felt a pang of fear that Wang Chen might be captivated by her, possibly forsaking her one day. Saintess of the Void, what is this? Chu Yao, having noticed Jiang Lingxian's unusual mood, furrowed her brow in perplexity and inquired. Moreover, Chu Yao sensed a menacing glint in Jiang Lingxian's gaze directed at her, as if she might strike at any moment. At that moment, Chu Yao held no affection for Wang Chen. Thus, she was oblivious to the notion of rivalry between the two women for his attention. Yet, observing how Jiang Lingxian alternated her gaze between her and Wang Chen, an odd thought began to stir within Chu Yao. Could it be that the Saintess of the Void was feeling jealous? But wasn't she Wang Chen's mentor? And hadn't he proclaimed that he already had a wife? Jiang Lingxian, hearing Chu Yao's alluring yet questioning tone, feigned ignorance, her eyes fixed unwaveringly on Wang Chen. If her disciple chose to accompany her, it would affirm that he willingly wished to remain by her side. Should he refuse, then she would have no choice but to concede. Wang Chen was momentarily bewildered by Jiang Lingxian's pitiful appearance as she awaited an answer. He responded absent-mindedly a couple of times. "Well then, we shall take our leave. May fate bring us together again. Farewell." As Wang Chen was being pulled away by Jiang Lingxian, he did not forget to turn back and wave goodbye to Chu Yao and Chu Yin. Hiss. Just after he uttered these words, he suddenly felt a force gripping his wrist, causing his bones to ache painfully. However, when Jiang Lingxian heard his sharp intake of breath, the pressure swiftly dissipated. Whoosh. This time, Jiang Lingxian did not even tear through the void. She merely flickered and instantly vanished with Wang Chen left behind. Chu Yao and Chu Yin exchanged glances, both reflecting bewilderment in each other's eyes. "They've gone, returning to the Tai Su Ling War realm. Sister, you haven't claimed your reward for being first in the Dan Hai realm yet." Ultimately, it was Chu Yin, burdened with a large package, who broke the silence, guiding Chu Yao through the crowd as they departed. At the entrance of the Tai Su Immortal Sect, the door creaked open. Jiang Lingxian, feeling a chill, grasped Wang Chen's arm and led him inside, her heart heavy with grievance. With a thud, as the two entered the room, the door closed automatically, locking itself. While hundreds of ceiling formations surged to envelop the space, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by this scene. Oh no! Upon witnessing this scene, Wang Chen's heart sank. He had not anticipated that Jiang Lingxian would once again resort to such measures. "The host of a minor character, your demise is imminent." The system's voice echoed with malicious glee in Wang Chen's mind, gradually snapping him back to reality. "You. Why? Why did you depart in secret? And why seek her out?" Jiang Lingxian forcefully pinned Wang Chen against the wall, interrupting his words, her eyes gradually reddening, her voice trembling with suppressed emotion. She had searched for 8 days, an entire span of 8 days, scouring the entire realm of Tai Su, the Tai Su Spirit Battle Realm, and the Tai Su Immortal City, covering a radius of 1,000 miles. Yet in the end, Wang Chen had indeed gone to meet Chu Yao, and they had lingered together for an indeterminate time. It was solely because Chu Yao was a friend from Wang Chen's past life that she had barely restrained the overwhelming urge to act against her. Jiang Lingxian feared that should Chu Yao be harmed, Wang Chen would come to loathe her, to despise her, to distance himself from her. She could not bear that. She desired his possession, but wished for it to be voluntary rather than forced. In that moment, Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, whom she had pinned against the wall, her red lips pouting in a semblance of grievance, trembling ever so slightly. Was your departure 8 days prior truly for the purpose of meeting her? No. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was about to explain, but he was interrupted by Jiang Lingxian's next words. "Kiki, you merely owe her a favor, not your life. You could have easily told me that you wished to repay this favor. You could have simply mentioned that, and I would have been ready to annihilate all the enemies of the Chu family at any moment." Jiang Lingxian's delicate hand pressed firmly against Wang Chen's chest, pinning him against the wall. Her voice trembled uncontrollably, tears brimming in her eyes. After uttering these words, Jiang Lingxian's cold and quivering voice gradually fell into silence. Gazing at Wang Chen with eyes full of grievance, a sense of panic gripped Jiang Lingxian's heart. She was truly afraid that her disciple might be taken away by someone else. She could not comprehend why she felt this way, but whenever it pertained to her disciple, an inescapable fear enveloped her. "I truly did not meet her. I only encountered her while teleporting back. We just happened to return together. In these 8 days, We met only once, for less than an hour. It is not as you imagine. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose emotions were in turmoil. Nearly on the verge of tears, he quickly began to explain himself. As he spoke, Wang Chen gently wrapped his left arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist and placed his right hand tenderly at the back of her head. With utmost care, he drew her into his embrace, softly soothing her frantic and fearful emotions. In all the millennia of his previous life, he had never witnessed such a scene with Jiang Lingxian, leaving him momentarily at a loss for how to respond. In his previous life, Wang Chen recalled that even after being apart from Jiang Lingxian for several months, she would only inquire about him a few times, never reacting in such a manner. Yet, in this lifetime, could it be the consequence of my past demise? As the adage goes, one learns to cherish only after experiencing loss. Jiang Lingxian found herself in Wang Chen's embrace, momentarily stiffening, instinctively attempting to pull away lightly. However, Wang Chen held her tightly. And as she felt the warmth radiating from him, she gradually settled into tranquility. Eventually, he cradled the back of her head, gently pressing her cheek against his chest. And after speaking his piece, he buried his face softly into her silken hair. As Wang Chen enveloped Jiang Lingxian's delicate form, the atmosphere within the room gradually descended into a profound stillness. This serene ambience lingered for an indeterminate duration. Jiang Lingxian, inhaling the comforting essence emanating from him, found her tumultuous emotions of grievance and fear slowly stabilizing. However, the tears at the corners of her eyes dampened the pristine white fabric of Wang Chen's garment. Before she slowly lifted her ethereal and striking face. Is it truly so? Jiang Lingxian's face tilted slightly upwards in Wang Chen's embrace, her crimson eyes gazing up at him with a pitiful longing. At that moment, she no longer yearned to discern the truth of Wang Chen's words. She was willing to believe whatever he said. Even if he were to deceive her now, she would gladly embrace the illusion. Indeed, I assure you, I do not deceive you. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's enchanting yet serene visage, gently caressing the tresses at the back of her head with his right hand, and softly replied, "It's all right. It's all over now. I shall not depart." Wang Chen gently caressed Jiang Lingxian's delicate hair, softly burying his cheek against her ear as he whispered words of comfort. Jiang Lingxian paused for a moment, finally closing her beautiful eyes gently. Her eyelashes fluttered, and a sense of security gradually enveloped her entire being. Suddenly, Jiang Lingxian felt a soft touch on her profile, causing her to momentarily freeze. This sensation was all too familiar. Her disciple was once again brushing his lips against her cheek. Yet, Jiang Lingxian remained silent, simply wrapping her arms tightly around Wang Chen's reassuring form, allowing him the affection. "Master, may I kiss your lips?" Wang Chen, for the first time in a state of clarity, called out to Jiang Lingxian with the long-awaited title of master, prompting her to lift her face once more. In this moment, their profound gazes locked, and the glimmer within their eyes flickered subtly, yet neither uttered a word. Wang Chen gently inclined his face, the tip of his nose softly brushing against Jiang Lingxian's delicate nose, a tender collision. The sight of Jiang Lingxian, her eyes shimmering with tears and tinged with a hint of red, was undeniably heart-wrenching, evoking a profound sense of compassion. As Wang Chen's lips lightly grazed her slender ones, just as he was poised to deepen the kiss, a sudden hesitation washed over him. No, this cannot be. Jiang Lingxian, feeling her body weaken slightly, subtly turned her cheek away, her voice muffled as she declined. Consequently, Wang Chen's kiss landed at the corner of her lips, causing her fragile form in his embrace to tremble ever so slightly. Wang Chen slowly turned back his face, embracing Jiang Lingxian with a palpable sense of disappointment, lowering his head and falling into silence. After a moment of oppressive atmosphere, Jiang Lingxian glanced back and saw Wang Chen's countenance, now devoid of words and steeped in deep sorrow, which tugged at her heartstrings. Had she known earlier, she would not have turned away. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of regret, gazing at the despondent Wang Chen, unsure of how to console him. TSK, TSK, TSK. The host's tea-making skills have truly advanced to another level. Go away, I am genuinely heartbroken. We have reached the point of touching lips. And yet she still turned her face away, sob, sob, sob. Wang Chen, hearing the voice of the system echoing in his mind, felt a surge of anger and exasperation, mentally rebuking it fiercely. However, at that moment, a soft sound emerged. A kiss was not permissible, yet could this be an alternative? Jiang Lingxian gently withdrew her lips from Wang Chen's cheek, her voice imbued with soothing comfort, as she gazed at him with a tender, pitiful expression. In Wang Chen's mind, the voice that had been cursing the system suddenly halted. He lifted his gaze to behold Jiang Lingxian. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment and an expression of pitiful innocence adorning her features, his eyes filled with astonishment. Jiang Lingxian felt somewhat uneasy under his scrutiny. Her ears and cheeks suffused with an unnatural crimson hue. At the moment their lips had met, she sensed as if something within her heart had shattered slightly, giving way to a myriad of unfamiliar emotions. Wang Chen's plan to break the master-student relationship did not unfold as he had anticipated. However, the outcome ultimately revealed a slight advancement. I didn't sense it just now. Could you please kiss me again? Wang Chen lowered his face once more. Yet Jiang Lingxian remained frozen in embarrassment, seemingly impervious to his words. Knock, knock, knock. At that moment, a series of knocks echoed from outside the door, causing the two embraced figures to startle slightly and glance toward the entrance. It is my esteemed master. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of panic, akin to that of a wayward child caught in a moment of indiscretion upon discovering their parent standing outside. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen reluctantly released his hold on Jiang Lingxian. After all, she would have to let go soon, so it seemed more fitting for him to do so first. Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, gazing at Wang Chen for quite some time, ultimately suppressing the overwhelming sense of reluctance within her heart. She swiftly turned away, producing a white handkerchief to gently dab at her eyes before taking a moment to collect herself. Once she felt her expression had returned to a semblance of normalcy, she adjusted her disheveled dress and made her way toward the door. As she approached, the intricate formations surrounding the room activated with a creak, and the door was slowly pulled open by Jiang Lingxian. The instant the door swung wide, Han Zun's icy gaze fell upon Wang Chen, who stood within. It was good that he had returned. Han Zun cast a cold glance at the troublesome Wang Chen before turning his attention to Jiang Lingxian and speaking in a measured tone. Also, recently within the sect. Han Zun then proceeded to impart some words of caution to Jiang Lingxian, to which she merely responded with a faint acknowledgement. I shall take my leave for now. And remember to keep a close watch on him, lest he disappears again. He is quite a source of worry. Understood. Listening to Han Zun's final admonition, Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze slightly, responding in a frigid tone of agreement. With a soft thud, the door closed behind her, and the array of formations reactivated, seemingly intent on trapping Wang Chen within. Gradually regaining her composure, Jiang Lingxian silently seated herself beside a chair. Reflecting on the intimate moments shared with her disciple, she found herself inexplicably lost in thought. It was as if she had momentarily lost her senses, solely focused on comforting her disciple's despondent emotions, which led to, it was nothing, merely a gentle caress of the face. As long as she did not cross any boundaries, all would be well. Seated in the chair, Jiang Lingxian exchanged glances with Wang Chen, her heart continually whispering reassurances to calm her troubled mind. Little did she know, she would find herself in a cycle of self-comforting, until eventually, Wang Chen would gradually consume her entirely. Both individuals lost in their respective reflections, the room fell into a brief silence. Wang Chen understood that he was likely to be confined for a duration of 10 days to half a month, until he satiated Jiang Lingxian's possessive desires before he could possibly be released. He had now developed a general understanding of Jiang Lingxian's yearning for possession, which had evidently taken on a somewhat deranged quality. From his recent experiences during the nights, it became clear that he served as her antidote. Only in his presence did she find solace. Thus, with this realization, Wang Chen gently raised his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian, who sat in the central chair of the room, occasionally stealing furtive glances at him. He then slowly began to move, his footsteps softly echoing upon the floor. Wang Chen acknowledged that his realm may be inferior to hers, yet that did not imply his methods of flirtation were any less potent than those of Jiang Lingxian. The sound of his approaching footsteps resonated like a series of heavy blows, striking deeply at Jiang Lingxian's heart. What could his intentions be as he approached? Seated upon her chair, a wave of inexplicable tension surged within her, prompting her to subtly shift her position and slightly turn away. Oh. As Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian, he suddenly noticed her turning away from him in silence, her demeanor subtly shy. Particularly endearing was the way she awkwardly placed her hands upon her knees, taking small, delicate steps as she turned. This charming display elicited a smile from Wang Chen. What an opportunity! Come, let me embrace you. After observing Jiang Lingxian's silhouette for a moment, Wang Chen crouched down and slowly extended his hands, gently gliding them around her waist. Clearly startled, Jiang Lingxian's body stiffened, and in a flurry of panic, she grasped Wang Chen's hands, attempting to pull them away. Quickly rising to her feet, Wang Chen felt the strength in his hands, and for a moment, he almost lost his grip, nearly allowing her to break free. As Jiang Lingxian rose to her feet, Wang Chen quickly embraced her from behind, standing up alongside her, his body pressed against her back. No hugging. Let go. Jiang Lingxuan's charming face flushed a deep crimson as she struggled within Wang Chen's embrace, tugging at his hands. All right, if you can free yourself from my hold. I shall never embrace you again. Wang Chen felt his hands being gradually pried apart. With renewed strength, he embraced her tightly once more, leaning in to whisper softly in her ear. Subsequently, he released his hold on Jiang Lingxian, the pressure of his grip dissipating entirely. She could easily break free at the slightest hint of resistance. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian froze momentarily, her hands, which had been gripping Wang Chen's arms, slowly ceasing their feeble tugging. After a brief silence, she surrendered to the moment, no longer feigning resistance. Her voice, cold yet laced with a hint of embarrassment and hesitation, was utterly melodious. Very well, I promise I won't embrace you again next time. Wang Chen gently rested his face upon Jiang Lingxuan's shoulder, his lips brushing against her flushed ear as he whispered softly. No, that's not right. Jiang Lingxian felt a sudden tightness in her heart, her thoughts thrown into disarray by Wang Chen's words, leaving her utterly bewildered. If this is unacceptable, and that is as well, then pray tell. Do you wish for me to embrace you often, or not at all? Wang Chen leaned in close to Jiang Lingxian's ear, inhaling the faint, ethereal fragrance that wafted from her. He persistently teased the depths of her heart with his words. Jiang Lingxian felt as though her mind was ablaze, momentarily at a loss and unsure of how to respond to his embrace. If she chose silence, so be it. If she refused, then let it be. Wang Chen gradually withdrew his hands, his body no longer pressed against Jiang Lingxian, having employed the art of seduction to its utmost degree. Yet, even after he had completely released Jiang Lingxian, she remained standing there with her back turned to him, offering no response. This was a blunder. Had he known, he would have embraced her and shared a peaceful slumber on the bed instead. Wang Chen felt a sudden pang in his heart as he gazed at the alluring silhouette of Jiang Lingxian before him, wishing he could slap himself twice. Alas, he thought, having embraced her already, there was no need to be excessively greedy now that his scheme to stir her emotions had been successfully executed. Wang Chen continually reassured himself. Yet the mocking laughter of the system abruptly resounded. Ha, dog host, did you think you could play hard to get? It seems you've miscalculated this time. Wang Chen's previously tranquil heart was suddenly ignited by the system, prompting him to curse at it fervently in his mind. Ha, I'm in a hurry. A laughing emoji pointing at the screen, system, you. Just as Wang Chen was about to continue his tirade against the system in his thoughts, he was abruptly met with a gentle breeze and a delicate figure embracing him. Wang Chen? System? Do not refuse to embrace me. Jiang Lingxuan's delicate arms encircled Wang Chen's neck, her feverishly warm cheeks pressed against his ear, her voice trembling as she spoke. From her stammering tone, one could discern the immense determination Jiang Lingxian had mustered to express her feelings in such a manner. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by Jiang Lingxian's sudden action, rendering him momentarily dazed. Just as he began to regain his composure and wished to embrace her in return, Jiang Lingxian unexpectedly released him. At that moment, she was overwhelmed by waves of embarrassment, longing only to flee from the scene. Wang Chen was taken aback, after exchanging a fleeting glance with the embarrassed Jiang Lingxian. She swiftly vanished from the room. Alas, do not depart. Wang Chen reached out towards the empty air before him, and upon grasping nothingness, he hastily called out. Yet, within the vastness of the room, he found himself utterly alone, as if the preceding moments had been mere figments of his imagination. TSK. Her seductive tactics far surpass yours. She flirts and departs, leaving behind an indelible fantasy. The voice of the system, which had abruptly fallen silent, resumed, laced with mockery towards its hapless host. Get lost. Wang Chen replied with a single word, then removed the flip-flops from his feet and lay down on Jiang Lingxian's bed. Feeling the heat radiating from his body, Wang Chen, in an effort to steady his breath, compelled himself to slow down. And only when he gradually regained his composure did he open his eyes. That wicked woman. She flirts and then vanishes without a trace, utterly irresponsible. I shall not sleep tonight. You will remain outside, keeping watch. Wang Chen was aware that Jiang Lingxian would likely return late at night, so he simply began to examine his own status panel. Wang Chen. Constitution. Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Body. Realm. Peak of the 4th layer of the returning origin realm. Technique. Chaotic 9 Yang Divine Art. Storage space. 1,000,000 exquisite spirit stones from Lingxian. An entirely new set of women's intimate apparel, the void-severing sword. The remnant soul token, the grandfather's ring, a storage ring, blood demon core, Yang Blood Demon Core, the three-legged Emperor's Shin Cauldron, and Treasures of Divine Nature. Origin Points, 114, 523. Overall Evaluation, a being of the fourth layer of the returning origin realm. Wang Chen first examined his storage space, ultimately beginning to separate various items. Among them, the protective talismans were the most abundant, all gifted by Jiang Lingxian, making him appear as a stunningly beautiful little heiress. By the way, he wondered about the current situation in the Taishu spirit battle realm. Having fought against 100 adversaries single-handedly, he should logically be the top contender. However, since he did not occupy a position there, he was uncertain if it would count. It seems he must inquire with Jiang Lingxian tomorrow. Wang Chen gazed upon the treasures within his storage space, suddenly reminded of the ranking rewards from the Taishu spirit battle realm. He contemplated for a moment. System. What is the value of these items below the king tier in terms of origin points? Subsequently, he organized the unnecessary treasures in his storage and inquired within his mind. Ding. 7 from the yellow tier, 13 from the mysterious tier, 8 from the earth tier, and 3 from the heavenly tier, totaling 880,000 origin points. However, out of pity, this system shall round it up to 1 million origin points for you. You. Confess honestly, how much have you actually devoured? Ding. The question posed by the current host pertains to a classified level of divine secrecy. This system is unable to provide an answer. Poof. All right. So this is how we're playing it, is it? Wang Chen gazed at the system as it completed its installation, unable to suppress a chuckle. His heart brimming with frustration as he muttered good 3 times. Nevertheless, he harbored no true resentment towards the system, after all. It had been his companion for a millennium, fostering a profound bond. Moreover, in his past life, when he was besieged by countless foes, the system had exerted every effort to rescue him, yet alas, the source points were insufficient. Why not convert? If converted, the host could partake in a grand lottery for 1 million source points, a pool brimming with treasures. Convert. Hurry. Listening to the system's mechanical voice imbued with a tantalizing allure, Wang Chen helplessly rubbed his forehead and chose to proceed with the conversion. As he beheld his source points surge to 1 million, an inexplicable sense of reassurance washed over him. After a moment's reflection, he realized he possessed 2 royal tier treasures and another 2 imperial tier items. Additionally, within his soul, there remained an unclaimed holy grade supreme treasure, a soul source that integrated both defense and offense for a celestial sovereign soul. Originally, he had 3 imperial tier treasures, but one of the waist pendants had shattered. Its divine essence lost, he could only hope for a chance to restore it in the future. Having organized these items, Wang Chen's gaze shifted towards the black jade pendant and the elderly ring within his storage space. The elderly ring had been acquired from Yi Qing, while the black jade pendant was obtained after vanquishing Qin Yifan. Wang Chen pondered for a moment before retrieving the black jade pendant. In an instant, as he extracted the black pendant imbued with the remnants of the demonic lord's soul, a powerful surge of dark energy surged towards his forehead. It violently collided with the celestial essence of the heavenly realm bestowed upon him by Jiang Lingxian and was utterly obliterated. A piercing wail echoed through his mind, causing Wang Chen to involuntarily close his eyes. Fool! Wang Chen gazed at the remnants of the demon lord's soul, which had been obliterated and transformed into nourishment for his own spirit, and simultaneously cursed in unison with the system. Wang Chen fiddled with the black jade pendant, discovering that aside from the inscribed character for demon, it bore little utility. However, it might prove useful when venturing into the demon wasteland of the 8 desolate continent in the future. Wang Chen contemplated for a moment before quietly putting it away. Then his gaze turned towards the elderly ring, which bore a striking resemblance to the remnants of the demon lord's soul. Wang Chen carefully retrieved the silent storage ring, tentatively allowing a wisp of his soul to enter within. In an instant, he found himself transported to an entirely different realm, surrounded by a vast expanse of blankness and a quaint pavilion. This miniature world bore resemblance to the one created by Jiang Lingxian, yet it was filled with an abundance of treasures, books, cultivation techniques, and various artifacts, culminating in the presence of a remarkably translucent old man with a white beard. A remnant of his soul, you have arrived. The ethereal elder's voice resonated with a sense of profound weariness as he sat within the serene pavilion in this void. With a gentle thud, the venerable figure produced a teapot and quietly began to brew tea, ultimately pouring 2 cups. Wang Chen sensed the opponent's current cultivation level, which was even below that of the spirit building realm, and thus felt a slight sense of relief as he stepped forward. Please, Take a seat. I have lived for over 20,000 years, enduring a lifetime of solitude. Having someone to accompany me in my final moments is a small solace. The translucent old man, a remnant of a soul, sat in the pavilion, his white hair a testament to his age, and his face etched with the marks of time. His eyes devoid of any worldly desires. Young one, by all accounts, your soul should not be so insubstantial. Wang Chen settled into the small pavilion, his fingers brushing against the teacup, a slight furrow forming on his brow as he gazed at him in perplexity. Haha, indeed, just a few days ago. It was as you say. However, I foresaw that my time was drawing near, and driven by curiosity, I exerted all my efforts to divine your fate. You are an otherworldly demon, rejected by the celestial order of this realm, and in the future, you shall undoubtedly accumulate numerous foes akin to Yi Qing. Yet, when I attempt to divine other matters, I am met with an overwhelming sense of impending doom, forcing me to cease my efforts in resignation. The elderly man with a white beard laughed heartily upon hearing this, raising his teacup to take a sip. Remarkably, he indeed drank the tea. After thorough examination, it was confirmed to be joyous heart tea, possessing the effect of calming the spirit, with no abnormalities detected. Upon hearing the words of the system, Wang Chen revealed a faint smile and lifted his teacup, drinking in unison with it. Oh, aren't you afraid I might poison you? The elderly man with a white beard paused momentarily, gazing at Wang Chen with a peculiar glimmer in his eyes. Not at all, esteemed master of heavenly secrets. You possess the ability to divine the heavens and the earth, even foreseeing the fates of immortals. I have heard of your esteemed name and reputation. Wang Chen set down his teacup, a smile gracing his lips as he gazed at the elder with a white beard. This sudden trust left the elder momentarily speechless. Despite being enemies, he was taken aback that someone would trust him solely based on having heard his name. In that instant, it felt as though a ray of sunshine had illuminated the heart of the heavenly machine sovereign. How wonderful it would be if they were not adversaries. Ha! To his astonishment, the elder erupted into hearty laughter, realizing that there were still those who remembered his existence. Yet, as he laughed, his translucent soul grew increasingly insubstantial. Drip. Amidst the laughter, tears of the soul involuntarily fell from the eyes of the heavenly machine sovereign onto the table, his essence gradually dissipating. Young one, beneath the table lies a celestial technique. If you require it, take it without hesitation. I ask for nothing in return, only the hope of its legacy enduring. I have yet to pass this technique to anyone, so you need not worry. With the final words of the fading soul, the heavenly machine sovereign's essence was irrevocably scattered, leaving no chance of revival. Wang Chen sat quietly in his chair, gazing at the dissipating souls ahead, and silently rose to his feet. From our perspective, neither of us holds any fault. Enmity has simply arisen. Yet, your ability to remain so unburdened before your demise, I, Wang Chen, salute you. O respected one of celestial secrets. Wang Chen poured another cup of tea, gently cupping his hands in a bow before placing it on the tea table before him, his eyes reflecting a profound respect. Ultimately, Wang Chen tidied up the items in this space, storing them away in his storage realm, and retrieved the ancient tome of techniques from beneath the table. The words Tianji Xianxuan were inscribed on the cover of the tome, a legacy passed down from the revered Tianji master from 2 millennia ago. This also served to affirm that the greatest opportunity in Yi Qing's life had been seized by Wang Chen. After Wang Chen's spirit withdrew from the old man's ring, the storage ring on his hand gradually transformed into a stream of light, dissipating into the ether. Gazing at the modest resources below the royal tier that had materialized in his storage space, Wang Chen turned his attention to the celestial calculation technique. As an ancient tome manifested in his hands, he seated himself upon the bed and began to peruse the pages of this profound method. The celestial calculation technique, as its name implies, encompasses the ability to calculate the heavens and the earth. When cultivated to its zenith, it can even discern the fates of celestial beings. However, such mastery is contingent upon one's cultivation level and proficiency with the technique, as failure to do so may result in severe backlash. The example of the celestial sovereign serves as a cautionary tale. While attempting to calculate Wang Chen, a being shielded by a system, he inadvertently rendered his previously substantial soul into a mere transparency. Wang Chen did not immediately engage in the cultivation of the celestial calculus, but instead meticulously organized the essential items within his storage space. He entrusted the system to merge the Yin Blood Demon Core and the Yang Blood Demon Core into a fist-sized Yin Yang Blood Demon Core. However, as he currently possessed no beast companion, he had no choice but to store it within his storage space, rendering it unusable. Subsequently, Wang Chen turned his gaze towards the dormant, three-legged emperor Xian Ding and the divine essence of the treasure. The divine essence appeared as a small orb of light suspended in the storage space, yet he had yet to find a suitable vessel for it. Fortuitously. It could be affixed to the Emperor Xian Ding. Wang Chen's thoughts stirred, and his spirit seized the floating divine essence of the treasure, forcefully merging it with the imperial Xian cauldron within his storage space. A sudden flash, accompanied by a dazzling radiance emanating from the storage space. The three-legged imperial Xian cauldron elevated into the air, continuously releasing ethereal light. Observing the cauldron and divine essence merging midair, Wang Chen silently retracted his spirit, returning to consciousness. System. I require the anti-dizziness item. I shall forego sleep tonight. She must face the consequence of being flirted with and then left behind. Ding. A fee of 10,000 source points has been deducted for the purchase of fragrant smoke and toxic pills, totaling 10,000 source points. Ding. The fragrant smoke and toxic pill card has been activated. Duration, 12 hours. As the system's response echoed, the room was filled solely with the sound of Wang Chen flipping through ancient texts. Beneath the bed, a small furnace emitted a colorless, odorless gas conducive to tranquility. In the courtyard outside the Hall of the Supreme Void, within a small pavilion, Jiang Lingxian sensed the lingering presence of an unretired spirit within the hall, stirring a wave of curiosity within her. Perhaps I should wait a little longer. Though anxious, Jiang Lingxian could only suppress the emptiness swelling within her as she sensed the undisturbed aura. Seated in the pavilion, she reminisced about her disciple who had embraced her earlier in the day, a gentle warmth blossoming in her heart. Her body was so fragrant and warm. Gazing at the Hall of the Supreme Void, the corners of Jiang Lingxian's lips involuntarily curved upwards, her cheeks tinged with a faint blush, a subtle satisfaction blooming within her. However, as time passed, the slight smile gradually faded, returning her expression to its usual cool composure. Why has my disciple not yet fallen asleep? Unable to restrain herself, Jiang Lingxian longed to embrace her disciple once more, yet Wang Chen remained palpably awake, radiating warmth. This sensation of being acutely aware of Wang Chen's every action while remaining unable to approach had grown unbearable for Jiang Lingxian. Moments later, she composed herself, delicately brushing her fingertips across her cheek to ensure she would not blush. Then, she rose gracefully from her seat in the pavilion. Whoosh! With a whisper of wind, Jiang Lingxian's form vanished from sight. Immersed in his studies, Wang Chen remained oblivious to her silent presence within the room. If Jiang Lingxian, at her celestial realm, truly wished to remain undetected, Wang Chen would indeed fail to notice her unless he lifted his gaze. Stealthily, Jiang Lingxian approached him, treading lightly and cautiously, positioning herself not far from Wang Chen. Meanwhile, he remained engrossed in the ancient text of celestial calculations held in his right hand, while his left hand deftly gestured. Deep in concentration, Wang Chen held a book in his right hand, while his left hand formed intricate gestures, deeply engrossed in comprehending the celestial calculations of the heavenly mechanism. His demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a youthful immortal lord, as he attempted to gauge the current state of the cosmos. Jiang Lingxian leaned slightly closer, and upon faintly sensing Wang Chen's aura, her previously unsettled heart found a semblance of calm. Her disciple's earnest expression was undeniably handsome. Silently standing beside Wang Chen, who was diligently engaged in his calculations, Jiang Lingxian's eyes glimmered with affection, growing fonder of her disciple with each passing moment. Yet, concurrently, her possessiveness intensified with every surge of admiration. In moments of profound concentration, one often becomes oblivious to their surroundings. At this instant, Wang Chen was wholly absorbed, his left hand continually calculating the myriad events of past and present. Within just a few hours, he had grasped the fundamentals of celestial calculation, delving into the intricacies of his former life. Had the revered master of heavenly mechanisms been aware of Wang Chen's innate talent, he would likely envy him to the point of bloodshed. It is worth noting that the master had devoted over a decade to merely scratching the surface, followed by an additional 10,000 years to attain mastery. The first inquiry Wang Chen sought to unravel was the mystery of Jiang Lingxian's rebirth. As his left hand hastened its calculations, a sudden obstruction occurred, causing his thumb to feel as if it were forcibly trapped. Momentarily stunned, visions of the calculations flooded his mind. The divination revealed, years hence, a certain emperor would perish, and the empress would witness this demise unfold before her very eyes. Plunging into madness, the subsequent calculations depicted a torrent of sword energy sweeping across the vast expanse of the 26 realms, chilling the entirety of the 8 desolations. The entire land, along with the surrounding seas, would be ensnared in a perpetual state of frost and snow, where myriad creatures struggled for survival. Yet, at this juncture, due to Wang Chen's nascent proficiency in the art, his calculations faltered, making no further progress. This was perplexing. He distinctly recalled that in his previous life, Jiang Lingxian was not present before him. Hadn't she been in seclusion? Could it be that after his self-destruction, Jiang Lingxian fortuitously arrived at the scene, witnessing his demise firsthand? However, this too could be erroneous, for he was still a novice in the celestial calculations, and miscalculations were entirely plausible. Wang Chen narrowed his eyes slightly, gazing at his malfunctioning left hand. After a moment of contemplation, a sense of confusion gradually transformed into a growing irritation. Alas, how vexing! Wang Chen cast the celestial calculation technique onto the bed, his hands kneading the fatigued head that had been strained by his calculations. Yet, just as he was irritably massaging his temples and lifted his gaze, the delicate, perplexed countenance of Jiang Lingxian, her brows slightly furrowed in cool inquiry, came into view. Wang Chen was taken aback, and his right hand, which was gathering chaotic flames, nearly released its power instinctively. Fortunately, he reacted in time. "Oh, what are you doing?" Wang Chen gradually withdrew the offensive gesture that he had almost instinctively unleashed, gazing at Jiang Lingxian in a state of lingering shock. "I noticed you seemed to be calculating something, so I refrained from interrupting you, not anticipating that I would startle you," he spoke, standing before Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian lowered her gaze slightly, her icy tones softened by a hint of apology. "It's nothing. I just finished calculating a few matters and feel a bit fatigued." Wang Chen waved his hand dismissively, signaling that everything was fine. He gently massaged his temples before stowing away the celestial calculations from the bed. "Then you should rest," he suggested. Jiang Lingxian's eyes flickered with a hint of brightness, inexplicably igniting a subtle sense of anticipation within her, which caught Wang Chen's attention. After sharing a moment of silent connection, Jiang Lingxian realized she had momentarily lost her composure and quickly suppressed the burgeoning expectation. "I don't want to sleep, unless..." "Unless what?" Listening to Wang Chen's sudden pause, Jiang Lingxian's gaze was instantly captivated, as if drawn in by an invisible thread. "Unless you sleep beside me." Wang Chen subtly raised a mischievous smile, his gaze fixed on Jiang Lingxian's gradually cooling and stiffening expression, delighting in his heart. In this lifetime, Wang Chen has gradually mastered the art of manipulating Jiang Lingxian, employing himself as a means of intimidation against her. As the saying goes, a strategist must immerse himself in the game. Of course, this applies only to this lifetime. Had it been in his past life, Jiang Lingxian would have merely cast him a cold glance, perhaps even a dismissive roll of her eyes. But is that permissible? I find myself utterly fatigued. Only with you by my side can I find solace and sleep. Upon witnessing Jiang Lingxian's moment of bewilderment, Wang Chen, seated upon the bed, seized the opportunity once more, his tone imbued with longing and anticipation. At this moment, after a brief period of days, Jiang Lingxian gradually fell into silence upon hearing his words. It appeared she wished to articulate something, yet the sentiment she harbored seemed to evoke a sense of shame, rendering her speechless for an extended duration. "Very well. If she remains unwilling, I shall return to my makeshift bedding and continue my cultivation, for meditation can equally restore one's spirit." Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen's tone was tinged with a subtle sense of disappointment and helplessness. He lowered his feet from the bed and stood up, intending to step towards the makeshift bedding. However, just as he brushed past Jiang Lingxian, he suddenly felt his sleeve being tightly grasped. "What is the matter?" With all his might, Wang Chen barely managed to suppress the corner of his mouth, which proved more challenging than controlling an anti-tank Barrett. Furrowing his brow, he turned back in confusion to inquire. Jiang Lingxian, with her stunningly pure and beautiful face, felt a slight flush on her cheeks, nervously biting her lip. After a moment of mutual gazes, Jiang Lingxian gritted her teeth slightly, as if she had resolved to make a certain decision. I agree to your request, but please do not misunderstand. I am only acquiescing due to your earlier calculation that has left you spiritually fatigued." Her voice, once melodious and clear, dwindled into a whisper. She realized that as she spoke, even she began to doubt her own words. Had it not been for Jiang Lingxian's awareness that the enchanting fragrance of the night would be ineffective, she surely would not have acquiesced to Wang Chen's demands. "Is that so?" Wang Chen gazed intently at her, as though oblivious to the peculiarity of the moment, and inquired softly with a hint of confusion. Jiang Lingxian suppressed the warmth flooding her face, feigning composure as she responded in a voice that was both cool and gentle. "Thank you so much. My dear fairy sister. Wang Chen, captivated by her overwhelming sense of shame, leaned in slightly closer to her face. Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by Wang Chen's sudden proximity, felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her, prompting her to instinctively take a small step back. All right then, let's go to sleep together, she giggled playfully. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen exhibited no particular concern. He swiftly removed his flip-flops once again and leapt onto the bed, pulling the covers over his body. Subsequently, he nestled into the inner side of the bed, propping the blanket with his left hand while patting the space beside him with his right, signaling her to join him. You should sleep first. Jiang Lingxian appeared somewhat bashful as the room's lights dimmed, her soft, melodious voice gently suggesting. After a moment of contemplation, she resolved to first coax Wang Chen into slumber before she herself ascended the bed. At that point, she could ascertain whether he was truly asleep, thus allowing her to embrace her disciple and indulge in her usual repose. No, I can't sleep like this. Just come up. I want to touch you. I'll merely lie here. In the pitch-black surroundings, Wang Chen's voice carried a note of pleading as he gently grasped Jiang Lingxian's slightly cool hand. Startled by the unexpected contact, Jiang Lingxian instinctively withdrew her hand in haste. After a moment of hesitation, she ultimately succumbed to Wang Chen's insistence, delicately removed her shoes, and gradually settled onto the bed. At last, she had fallen into his trap. As Wang Chen felt the delicate figure of the person beside him gracefully reclining onto the bed, a wicked smile emerged on his face. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian lay upon the bed, her heart racing uncontrollably as she sensed Wang Chen gently covering her with the quilt. If she could just endure this moment, everything would be fine once he fell asleep. Nestled within the warmth of the blanket, she silently reassured herself, feeling the intense warmth emanating from him. Gradually, the darkness of the room enveloped them in a profound silence, and Jiang Lingxian attentively perceived the increasingly rapid breaths beside her. Wait, the breathing is hastening. A flicker of alarm surged within her as she turned her head to glance at Wang Chen, only to suddenly feel a forceful embrace around her waist. What are you doing? Startled, Jiang Lingxian felt herself being pulled into Wang Chen's arms and instinctively began to struggle, twisting her delicate form. Didn't you say during the day that I shouldn't refrain from holding you? I am merely embracing you gently. Why such an intense reaction? Wang Chen tightly embraced Jiang Lingxian's delicate yet struggling figure, gazing at her charming face as he posed a question. Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by his words, found herself momentarily speechless. Caught in Wang Chen's embrace in the dimly lit surroundings, she stammered. If you truly wish for me to release you, then now is the time to break free from my grasp. As Wang Chen listened to Jiang Lingxian's hesitant words, it seemed he believed she simply did not wish to be embraced. His tone was filled with profound disappointment. After speaking, Wang Chen loosened his grip, gradually easing the pressure of his arms around the slightly struggling Jiang Lingxian. Yet, contrary to expectation, Jiang Lingxian ceased her struggles, finding solace in the comforting warmth radiating from Wang Chen's body. This is the last time. Next time, you must not embrace me without my consent. In the darkness, Jiang Lingxian felt her cheeks inexplicably flush, and her voice, once cool, softened slightly, as if she were soothing Wang Chen. All right. Wang Chen's face brimmed with delight as he once again embraced Jiang Lingxian, pulling her entirely into his arms. Jiang Lingxian let out a soft, instinctive sound, feeling an inexplicable sense of dazedness from such an unexpected embrace. Thus, Wang Chen held Jiang Lingxian in his arms, and they slept together until the latter part of the night. Just as Jiang Lingxian, her cheeks flushed, believed Wang Chen had finally drifted into slumber, she gradually extended her hands to gently encircle his waist. However, just as she intended to bury her face in the crook of Wang Chen's neck, she suddenly felt a hand intrude upon the hem of her skirt. No, you mustn't. Slap. The following morning, within the hall of the Supreme Saintess, Wang Chen lay on the bed in a state of unease, his left hand covering the distinct mark left by Jiang Lingxian, a handprint. The palm print was a vivid red against his left cheek, remarkably unblemished, presenting a striking yet amusing sight. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian sat at a distance on a chair, her beautiful, icy gaze fixed intently upon him. Wang Chen, feeling a twinge of guilt, averted his gaze after a fleeting moment of eye contact with her, rendered speechless. The slap from last night had not been an impulsive act. It was a culmination of Jiang Lingxian's inability to endure any further. As Wang Chen had been exploring, he realized that Jiang Lingxian's delicate form had begun to yield, becoming increasingly feeble and pliable. Seizing this opportunity, Wang Chen swiftly measured her waist, just as he intended to assess the dimensions for the protective shield within his storage space to see if it would suit Jiang Lingxian. She, still weakened, seemed startled and, in a moment of sheer will, forcibly unleashed her power. Wang Chen could only recall the sharp crack and searing sensation that echoed from his left cheek, instantly rendering him compliant. He regretted not having set boundaries the previous day. Now, nestled beneath the covers, he furtively lifted his gaze to steal a glance at the coldly expressioned Jiang Lingxian, feeling an overwhelming sense of guilt and remorse. The quiet atmosphere lingered in silence for an extended period, with Wang Chen occasionally casting surreptitious glances at Jiang Lingxian. His bashful demeanor was utterly endearing, however. As delightful as he was, he resolved that he would never allow Wang Chen to hold him again, only he would embrace Wang Chen. Jiang Lingxian, observing Wang Chen's frequent furtive looks, felt her heart nearly melt at his sheepish appearance. Yet, simultaneously, she firmly resolved that in the future, only she would hold Wang Chen, and she must not allow him to embrace her. After watching secretly for a while, Wang Chen realized that Jiang Lingxian was undoubtedly still fuming. So he decided not to spy any longer. It would be best to let her calm down for the time being, as the rationale was not on his side. Wang Chen pondered for a moment, choosing not to glance at Jiang Lingxian any longer. He silently nestled deeper into his blankets, gradually turning to face the wall, retreating into his solitude. With no means of escape, Wang Chen found himself left with but three options: to cultivate his skills, to succumb to slumber, or to engage in playful banter with Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen, with his back turned to Jiang Lingxian, quietly closed his eyes, his mind incessantly conjuring the image of her shy and delicate demeanor from the previous day. Why does my disciple refuse to look at me? Jiang Lingxian, initially wearing a frosty expression, felt a twinge of anxiety upon noticing Wang Chen no longer stealing glances at her. Is my disciple upset because I am ignoring him? As her cold demeanor gradually returned to tranquility, her mind began to whirl with thoughts on how to mend their relationship. After pondering for a considerable time while seated, she found herself nearly overwhelmed by the complexity of her thoughts regarding Wang Chen, eventually devising a plan. Moments later, adorned in a flowing white gown, her long hair cascading down to her waist, Jiang Lingxian gracefully rose from her seat and made her way towards the bed. With each step, she approached with a soft sound, pondering, "Oh dear, is she thinking of slapping me again?" Wang Chen, upon hearing the footsteps behind him, felt an involuntary tension enveloping his body, which had been nestled within the warmth of his blankets. As the footsteps came to a halt beside the bed, he silently grasped the covers and gently draped them over his exposed face. Wang Chen harbored a slight apprehension towards Jiang Lingxian, particularly regarding the unevenness of his cheeks, and he instinctively thought of giving his right cheek a slap as well. However, this scene, witnessed by Jiang Lingxian at the edge of the bed, momentarily froze her in place, causing a pang of concern within her heart. Her disciple was truly angry. Should I have refrained from striking him last night? Had I known, I would have simply pushed him away. Yet, upon reflection, Jiang Lingxian recalled that she had indeed pushed Wang Chen away previously. It was only as a last resort that she resorted to striking him. What should I do? What should I do? Standing dazed by the bedside, her gaze flickered anxiously towards Wang Chen, who had cocooned himself in the blankets, ignoring her presence. After much contemplation and finding no solution, Jiang Lingxian tentatively extended her slender hand to gently poke at the blankets. "Disciple, please, let us discuss this amicably. I was wrong." Before she could finish her sentence, an instinctive Wang Chen hastily threw off the covers, cradling his face in his hands as he hurriedly admitted his fault. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's reaction, staring blankly at him as he concealed his face. After a couple of seconds, she began to regain her composure and understood the reason behind Wang Chen's actions. So, it turns out that her disciple also believed he was at fault, which meant I need not apologize. It's all right, but you must not act so recklessly in the future. Reflecting on this, Jiang Lingxian responded gently, aligning her tone with Wang Chen's admission of guilt. Very well, very well. Everything you say is right." Upon noticing that Jiang Lingxian bore him no ill will, Wang Chen felt a surge of joy, and a smile broke through despite the lingering sting upon his face. The slap he received was delivered with controlled force, a testament to Jiang Lingxian's superior cultivation, leaving Wang Chen unable to dissipate its impact. As Jiang Lingxian observed Wang Chen, who wore a delighted expression marked by 5 red imprints, her heart tightened with an unexpected pang. "Sit up. I shall tend to the wounds on your face," she instructed, gracefully adjusting the hem of her gown before elegantly taking a seat on the bed, her voice cool and composed. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen wasted no time and swiftly turned to sit up. However, as he rose, he inadvertently became entangled in the bedding. Oh dear! With a startled exclamation, Wang Chen hurriedly rushed to embrace Jiang Lingxian, who was seated at the edge of the bed, his hands deftly reaching for her neck. Yet, an icy chill enveloped him, gently lifting him off the ground, rendering him unable to advance even an inch. No mischief allowed. You shan't embrace me again, Jiang Lingxian declared, extending her slender, pale index finger to press against Wang Chen's forehead, gradually guiding him back down. Oh, I assure you, it was merely a moment of misstep that caused my stumble. I harbored no such intentions. Wang Chen was pressed back onto the bed, feeling somewhat awkward, and could only feign a nonchalant demeanor to mask his embarrassment. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, simply gazing intently at him for a moment before gradually leaning closer, her enchanting visage and alluring lips drawing near. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Once he regained his composure, he gently leaned in, his lips slightly puckered. What are you doing? Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who appeared as though he wished to kiss her, and reached out to pinch his uninjured right cheek, furrowing her delicate brows. It's nothing, really. My lips are just a tad itchy, so I was pouting. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback as someone pinched his cheek, and after a brief moment of confusion, he responded with a hint of embarrassment. Do not move, no tricks allowed. Jiang Lingxian did not reply, but softly uttered a few words, then extended her right hand towards Wang Chen's left cheek, poised to make contact. As Wang Chen was startled by her sudden reach towards his face, he trembled slightly, causing his left eye to involuntarily flutter a few times. Puff. Jiang Lingxian couldn't help but chuckle at Wang Chen's adorably frightened demeanor, but quickly stifled her laughter upon realizing it. I wish to see you smile again. Wang Chen was captivated by Jiang Lingxian's smile, and when she withdrew it, he found himself yearning for more, wishing to hear and see it again. No, you're mistaken. Do not move. Wang Chen's words were interrupted as Jiang Lingxian, with a serious expression, began to emanate a gentle chill to heal his wounds. Wang Chen felt the chaotic flame energy within him being stirred, gradually moving towards the delicate hand of Jiang Lingxian that rested upon his left cheek. That familiar sensation returned, causing a warmth to envelop his entire being as he gazed upon Jiang Lingxian's exquisite figure and enchanting visage. What is the matter with you? Jiang Lingxian, still somewhat oblivious to the situation, stared in surprise at Wang Chen, whose breath had become noticeably rapid and heated. It's nothing. Wang Chen was jolted back to reality, promptly biting his tongue lightly to regain a semblance of composure. Fortunately, this discomfort was significantly milder than the previous episode, rendering it bearable. As he gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was quietly tending to her wounds, a thought suddenly crossed his mind. If she could invoke the chaotic flame energy within him, could he not also draw upon the cold within her? If that were the case, would Jiang Lingxian experience a similar discomfort, feeling the urge to cough, cough, cough? Wang Chen hastily shook off the thoughts swirling in his mind. Simultaneously, Jiang Lingxian gradually withdrew her hand. By the way, is there still a share for me from the rewards of the last battle in the Taishu Spirit War Arena? Wang Chen felt the gradually fading warmth and suddenly posed the question he intended to ask Jiang Lingxian yesterday. Yes, this is it. Jiang Lingxian took out the storage ring entrusted to her by Han Zun, opening her delicate palm to present it before Wang Chen. Thank you, I adore you. Wang Chen extended his right hand to receive the storage ring from her palm, while his left hand formed a petite heart gesture. As he took the ring, he deliberately brushed against her delicate, rosy hand. Jiang Lingxian felt a blush creeping up her ears, swiftly retracting her hand and playfully concealing it behind her waist. This little rebellious disciple seemed to be perpetually scheming to tease her. Yet, why did she not feel repulsed? In fact, there was a hint of unexpected enjoyment. Gazing at Wang Chen, who was smiling at her with delight, Jiang Lingxian felt as though something deep within her was quietly sprouting and flourishing. However, each time she sought to grasp that peculiar sensation, it eluded her, akin to a fleeting illusion. Sister Lingxian, how long do you intend to keep me confined this time? Wang Chen was not in a hurry to examine the contents of the storage ring. Instead, he sat on the bed, tilting his head slightly in perplexity. However, it was evident that Jiang Lingxian had no intention of addressing his inquiry, her gaze dimming ever so slightly. If it were possible, she would wish to keep Wang Chen by her side for eternity, to behold him at all times. Yet, such a notion was clearly unattainable. Setting aside other considerations, it was inevitable that Wang Chen's heart, having been confined for too long, would grow to resent her. Ultimately, he might even find her presence repugnant, loathing the very sight of her. The mere thought of this caused Jiang Lingxian considerable distress. She was neither a pervert nor a fool. Well aware of this truth understood by all, she could imprison Wang Chen's body, but not his heart. Keeping him confined would only yield contrary results. Thus, she would inevitably have to release him. Jiang Lingxian did not wish to be the source of Wang Chen's aversion. She longed to avoid such a fate. Her personality was quite unique, resembling that of a Yandere yet strikingly normal, making Wang Chen's interactions with her both discomforting and oddly comforting. You shall remain here in seclusion for a time. I will manage the affairs outside. In response to Wang Chen's question, Jiang Lingxian ultimately opted for silence, diverting the conversation instead. Upon hearing her words, Wang Chen hesitated momentarily, yet Jiang Lingxian had already turned and rent the fabric of space. Departing from the room, it was evident that she chose to evade the situation, unwilling to release Wang Chen so soon. At the very least, she hoped he would stay with her for a few more days, just a few days. Well, let it be. I shall allow her this. Jiang Lingxian is unlikely to be so twisted as to desire to confine me here for eternity. Wang Chen possesses a profound understanding of Jiang Lingxian in her past life. She would not have behaved in this manner. It is evident that certain unique attributes have emerged only after his demise. Wang Chen cast aside his thoughts and summoned a wisp of his soul, preparing to retrieve the celestial grade supreme gathering array flag from his storage ring. However, as soon as his spirit entered, he was taken aback. For within the confines of the storage ring, there existed not only the celestial grade supreme gathering array flag, but also another remarkable item. Frog Fun. Host. A pseudo-emperor tier celestial banner. Incredible. The system exclaimed in astonishment, echoing within Wang Chen's mind. Wang Chen gazed in astonishment at the pseudo-emperor tier weapon before him. A golden banner, nearly as tall as a person, was intricately engraved with 4 fiery phoenixes and 4 golden dragons, all entwined around an imposing character representing the emperor. Below the emperor tier, there exists no noble tier, only the sacred tier, which is synonymous with the treasures utilized in the sacred soul realm and the celestial sovereign realm. The distinction between sacred tier treasures and emperor tier treasures is significant, for the latter can effortlessly crush the former. The only exception arises when a treasure fails to ascend to the emperor tier, resulting in a pseudo-emperor tier artifact that can withstand the assaults of true emperor tier treasures. Did Jiang Lingxian truly bestow upon me the pseudo-emperor weapon she had won? Wang Chen stared at the imposing figure for a moment, an inexplicable sensation rising within him. Although the cold sword in this life, after his rebirth, was merely of the holy rank, if his affection for Jiang Lingxian could be expressed audibly, then hers for him remained a silent devotion. After a moment of bewilderment, Wang Chen gradually regained his composure and placed the pseudo-imperial grade Heavenly Emperor banner into the storage space of his system. Subsequently, he surveyed the now empty room, feeling a mixture of sentimentality and a lack of anything to embrace. At last, Wang Chen retrieved 8 exquisite heavenly grade spirit gathering flags, raising his hand to cast them around him in every direction. The formation was activated. He consumed the elixirs for cultivation. A drop of the supreme sacred grade flame essence was taken. He entered a state of cultivation. Days passed in a continuous cycle of training and teasing Jiang Lingxian. This routine persisted for a span of half a month. Clap. With a resounding crack, it was as though a barrier within Wang Chen had shattered, unleashing an immensely powerful aura. He had reached the 9th level of the returning origin realm, breakthrough. In an instant, the formation that had enveloped the entire room was stirred, rippling under the force of this formidable energy. This time, Wang Chen did not conceal his aura, and soon, Jiang Lingxian's figure appeared in the room, her demeanor slightly flustered. Only when she realized that Wang Chen had merely made a breakthrough and was unharmed did she relax, her grip on a small peach blossom branch loosening. Noticing Wang Chen's gaze upon her, Jiang Lingxian hurriedly concealed the small peach blossom branch in her left hand along with the few shattered peach blossoms in her right behind her back. You have advanced again. Wang Chen did not conceal anything from Jiang Lingxian. Rising from the bed, he cast a gentle smile in her direction and softly replied, System, please adjust my cultivation to the 6th layer of the returning origin realm. This will help me catch others off guard during combat. Ding. 1,000 source points have been deducted, and the aura of my realm has been calibrated to the 6th layer of the returning origin realm. Xian. Why do you have your hands hidden behind your back? Wang Chen no longer called her fairy sister, for over the course of these past several days, The appellation had evolved into something more profound. "Do not address me in such a manner," she retorted, though her displeasure was evident as she furrowed her delicate brows in response. However, when she noticed Wang Chen approaching to inspect the items concealed behind her, she hastily took 2 steps back, unwilling to reveal what lay hidden. What could possibly be so enigmatic? As Wang Chen surged forward, just as he was about to catch sight of her, Jiang Lingxian hurriedly concealed the object in her hand, making it vanish without a trace. "There is nothing," she stated. After stowing the item away, Jiang Lingxian's demeanor became considerably more composed, though she regarded Wang Chen with a hint of barely perceptible embarrassment. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen scratched his head. His expression directed towards Jiang Lingxian was somewhat peculiar. However, as she did not permit him to gaze any longer, he reluctantly abandoned the thought. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled measuring Jiang Lingxian's waist circumference a fortnight ago. It was indeed time to present her with those garments. "Lingxian, close your eyes. I have a delightful surprise for you." Wang Chen approached Jiang Lingxian, his expression brimming with delight as he urged her to close her eyes. "No." Jiang Lingxian replied without a moment's hesitation, clearly aware that Wang Chen had employed this tactic on her numerous times before. This time, he truly meant it. "Deceiving you would be beneath me." As she gazed at Wang Chen's earnest demeanor, she found herself wavering, contemplating whether to comply and shut her eyes. "Hurry, hurry. This time it is genuinely a surprise. A grand surprise, I assure you." Wang Chen urged her a few times, his eyes glistening as they gazed upon her. Jiang Lingxian, captivated by the sparkle in Wang Chen's eyes, found herself momentarily reluctant to refuse. After a brief hesitation, she pursed her lips gently, surrendering to Wang Chen's desire, and softly closed her beautiful eyes. The sound of rustling filled the air. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen hastily retrieved the 6 garments from his storage space, the packaging crinkling incessantly. "All right." Wang Chen held 3 garments in each hand, presenting them gently before Jiang Lingxian while softly calling her name. At the sound of his voice, Jiang Lingxian's long, beautiful eyelashes fluttered, and she stood before him, slowly opening her captivating eyes. In the next moment, upon catching sight of the garments in Wang Chen's hands, she froze, her delicate face ablaze with warmth, gradually transforming into a rosy hue. How dare this little rebellious disciple? Is it customary to offer such gifts to one's master? Do you like them? Wang Chen stood before Jiang Lingxian, a slight flush coloring his ears as he held up 6 garments, feeling inexplicably embarrassed. Yet, he could only feign composure, smiling brightly at Jiang Lingxian, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Ding! A hidden quest has been triggered. Persuade Jiang Lingxian to accept and don an entirely new set of women's intimate apparel. Reward: a complete maid outfit. Ding! A series of hidden quests has been initiated. Convince Jiang Lingxian to wear the maid outfit. Reward: enhanced functionality of a decorative couple's necklace. Ding! A further series of hidden quests has commenced. Personally adorn Jiang Lingxian with the decorative couple's necklace. Reward: a golden card that compels the proud to speak the truth. Wang Chen, his ears slightly flushed, stood frozen in place as he listened to the system's continuous task notifications. Initially, it was already quite challenging to present this entire set of brand new intimate apparel, yet he now faced the additional requirement of having her don it. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his gaze meeting the blushing cheeks of Jiang Lingxian. "Sister Lingxian, please accept this. I have meticulously prepared it for quite some time with the intention of gifting it to you." Wang Chen held up 6 bags filled with garments and extended them towards Jiang Lingxian, gesturing for her to accept them. This endeavor had been meticulously prepared for a considerable time, as Wang Chen often pondered the suitability of the protective shield. Although he ultimately did not measure it by hand, he could ascertain its fit by mere observation, and it appeared to be exceptionally appropriate. "I do not want it. I do not like it," Jiang Lingxian protested. "Furthermore, I am, after all, your master from a previous life. Even if you are reluctant to acknowledge me as your teacher now, I still hold some semblance of that title. Who bestows such garments upon their master?" At this point, Jiang Lingxian could no longer suppress the heat rising to her face and subtly turned her body away in refusal. Particularly when she uttered the last sentence, she furtively glanced at the 6 pieces of clothing, her words faltering in embarrassment. "What of being a master? Does that not make me an unruly disciple?" Wang Chenyang, having spoken, no longer concealed his imposing presence. Suddenly, his tone softened, taking on a playful demeanor. "Just accept it. Will you? I have been preparing this for quite some time, nearly a month, in fact." Wang Chen strode swiftly to stand before Jiang Lingxian, who had turned slightly to the side, eagerly anticipating her acceptance. Regardless of whether you wear it or not, my heartfelt intention has already been conveyed. Wang Chen stood before the blushing Jiang Lingxian, and for a moment, his heart fluttered inexplicably. This blushing Jiang Lingxian was simply too adorable. Her face was not entirely flushed. Rather, a rosy hue spread from her left cheek to her right, akin to a shy expression captured in a humorous meme. No. Why not? Upon hearing his words, Wang Chen gazed into her sparkling eyes and felt a twinge of disappointment. In a feeble tone, he inquired, "No, Jiang Lingxian." Observing Wang Chen's sudden hint of despondency, felt a slight catch in her voice. However, upon seeing the 6 garments before her, her resolve was once again fortified. A resolute determination surged within Jiang Lingxian. She must not accept them, for to do so would only lead to the gradual dismantling of her defenses. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen felt a twinge of helplessness. It seemed he had no choice but to resort to his trump card. "Very well, if you do not appreciate it, then I shall bestow it upon another." Wang Chen, after speaking, glanced at the 6 pristine garments in his hands and began to stow them one by one into his storage space, a flicker of despondency evident in his eyes. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. As she observed the garments being tucked away, a sense of unease began to swell within her. Could it be that her disciple intended to give these to Chu Yao? After all, these were indeed women's clothing, and her disciple could never possibly be offering them to those male acquaintances. As this thought crossed her mind, her anxiety intensified, and she recalled the scene from half a month ago when Wang Chen had returned alongside Chu Yao. At that moment, in Jiang Lingxian's heart, others equated to Chu Yao. No, this cannot be. Just as Wang Chen was about to tuck away the last piece of protective shorts, Jiang Lingxian suddenly reached out and grasped his wrist. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, lifting his gaze, only to be astonished once more. For at that moment, he noticed a hint of redness at the corners of Jiang Lingxian's eyes, accompanied by a beseeching expression directed towards him. "What is the matter?" Wang Chen held the last pair of protective trousers from the packaging, momentarily taken aback, and inquired with a hint of bewilderment. I. Jiang Lingxian bit her lower lip gently, seemingly reluctant to speak, as she gazed at the garments in Wang Chen's hands for quite some time. "If you do not wish to, then you need not feel compelled. Although I have meticulously prepared this for a long time, it ultimately must be given to another. It is merely regrettable that I am unaware if the recipient will be suited for this outfit." As Wang Chen observed her lingering hesitance, he decided to stoke the flames further, preparing to take away the last piece of clothing. "I want it. You must not give it to anyone else," Jiang Lingxian exclaimed. Her eyes filled with a mix of panic and pleading as they locked onto Wang Chen's. In that moment, she resembled a protective feline, eager to claim the garments for herself, unwilling to allow any other ill-intentioned creature, save for Wang Chen, to touch them. "You didn't want it before, and now you do. Clearly, you are toying with me. I have no desire to part with it now." Wang Chen wore an expression that suggested he had been played by Jiang Lingxian. As a hint of irritation began to surface, he reached out to gently tug back his clothing. Jiang Lingxian watched helplessly as the garment slipped away from her hands. A wave of panic surged within her, leaving her momentarily at a loss. In that moment, she stood frozen, unsure of how to proceed. Her lips pressed together as she gazed at Wang Chen with a mixture of confusion and urgency. What must I do to receive? Her eyes fixated on the clothing cradled in Wang Chen's arms, her desire intensifying. She would not allow another woman to tarnish the gift her disciple had intended for her. "If you hold me and kiss me, I will give you everything. How does that sound?" "No, very well, then let it be." Upon hearing this, Wang Chen interrupted her words, feigning an intention to take away the last piece of clothing in his possession, which left Jiang Lingxian in a state of frantic urgency. At that moment, her mind appeared to be a battleground of conflicting thoughts. One part resisted vehemently, while the other sought to suppress that resistance. In an instant, her flushed face displayed an expression of profound hesitation, leaving her momentarily stunned and uncertain of how to proceed. Sighing, she ultimately relented, saying, "Never mind. I shall not impose upon you any longer. Consider this piece a gift." Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen appeared somewhat helpless. He gently extended his hand, offering a pair of small protective pants adorned with a delightful strawberry pattern. Jiang Lingxian, seeing this, hastily accepted the gift, cradling it in her arms as if it were a precious treasure, fearing it might be snatched away. "What about the other 5? She inquired, her hands clutching the garment tightly, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she gazed at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression. "The ones I have put away are the ones you did not want. You only requested this one earlier." Wang Chen curled his lips in a sardonic smile, spreading his empty hands in a gesture of helplessness. This tactic was akin to offering a single piece of candy for free, enticing her with a taste of sweetness, only to hold 5 more pieces hostage, contingent upon certain conditions. At that moment, their positions seemed to have reversed, where Jiang Lingxian had once spurned Wang Chen. Now it was Wang Chen who turned his back on Jiang Lingxian. The roles of attacker and defender had dramatically shifted. Host. Detection of the second son of fortune, Su Bei, has entered the Tai Su Xian sect and is currently requesting an audience with the Tai Su Sanus in the main hall. At that instant, the system's task notification echoed, causing Wang Chen, who was gazing at Jiang Lingyan, to momentarily pause in surprise. Su Bei. A figure gradually emerged in Wang Chen's mind. The fateful son who had sought a marriage proposal at the Tai Su immortal sect in his past life. Su Bei. The newly appointed holy son of the Hualong immortal sect, one of the 4 titans of the Ba Huang continent, had an apparent intended bride. Presently, Su Bei's cultivation appeared to be at the 9th level of the Danhai realm. After all, not all holy sons and holy maidens possess the extraordinary prowess of Jiang Lingyan. Remarkably, in his previous life, Su Bei, in his attempt to propose, did not even require Wang Chen's intervention, for he was already repelled by Jiang Lingxian. Astonishingly, Su Bei mistakenly believed that Jiang Lingxian refused to marry due to his presence, unjustly attributing the blame to him. Wang Chen found himself bewildered, pondering whether it was the will of heaven that was diminishing his intellect, or if Su Bei was simply inherently flawed in his reasoning. Inconsequential host, it is high time for us to make our departure. Quickly, devise a plan. The sooner we eliminate him, the sooner we can find peace. Furthermore, if memory serves, Su Bei possessed an array of treasures, including the renowned blood-weeping demon blade, ranked among the top 100 artifacts in the realm of cultivation. Although the time for one-on-one communication appeared lengthy in reality, no more than 3 or 4 seconds had elapsed. Upon regaining his composure, Wang Chen straightened his expression and lifted his gaze towards the faltering defense of Jiang Lingxian. Little fairy, he said, there's no need for you to kiss me. Perhaps we could amend the terms to allow me to leave at this moment. As Wang Chen spoke, he retrieved his clothing and handed it to Jiang Lingxian, intending to intercept Su Bei on his way back to the sect. Unbeknownst to him, this very action sent Jiang Lingxian into a flurry of disarray. At that moment, while he was still focused on arranging the garments in his hands, a sudden waft of fragrant air enveloped him. With a soft thud, he was unexpectedly jolted, nearly losing his balance, but fortunately, the arms of the person in his embrace encircled his neck. Kiss, please don't go, Jiang Lingxian murmured, her enchanting visage blushing as she gently withdrew her gaze from his face, looking at him with a hint of grievance. Despite having never mentioned a desire to leave over the past several days, she now felt a sudden urge to depart, convinced that her persistent rejections had angered him. With tears welling in her eyes, she pouted slightly, her expression pleading. Please, don't go. Seeing Wang Chen's silence only heightened her anxiety and helplessness, prompting her to plant a soft kiss on his cheek as she continued her entreaty. At that moment, Wang Chen found himself utterly bewildered, staring at the distressed Jiang Lingxian, unsure of how to respond. However, as Jiang Lingxian perceived his continued silence, her eyes shimmered with unshed tears. I can let you go, but please don't leave my side, okay? She implored, surrendering to her desperation, burying her delicate face against his ear, her reluctance palpable. As he felt Jiang Lingxian's warmth enveloping him, Wang Chen gradually regained his composure, his cheek pressed against her soft, smooth face, a sensation both comforting and exquisite. Wang Chen, upon noticing the situation, set aside the few garments he held, encircling Jiang Lingxian's delicate waist with both arms, gently lifting his face. Jiang Lingxian felt Wang Chen attempting to turn his head, avoiding her face, leaving her momentarily flustered and aggrieved as she raised her charming visage. Her disciple was resisting her. After all, it had always been he who wished to embrace her. With her head slightly tilted back, she gazed into Wang Chen's eyes, feeling as though her heart had been tightly grasped. Just as tears threatened to spill from the corners of her eyes, she became increasingly dazed. After a brief moment of eye contact, Wang Chen gradually leaned closer, his warm breath brushing against her. As their faces drew nearer, Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily lost, instinctively leaning into Wang Chen's embrace. Gradually regaining her senses, she understood Wang Chen's intentions, yet she merely stared blankly at him. The two held each other tightly, the silence of the room allowing them to faintly hear the rapid beating of their hearts. As Wang Chen's nose grazed Jiang Lingxian's delicate face, Their lips barely brushed against one another in preparation for a kiss. Suddenly, a series of knocks echoed from outside. However, Wang Chen paid no heed, his breath quickening as his lips tenderly pressed against hers. Jiang Lingshen's figure shivered slightly, becoming rigid, her tear-filled eyes wide with astonishment as she gazed at him. Overwhelmed by the sensation of their lips, her mind buzzed with confusion, leaving her uncertain of how to respond. Wang Chen, on the other hand, found her lips soft and slightly cool, carrying a faint hint of strawberry sweetness. In their first kiss, both felt somewhat inexperienced, their bodies pressed closely together, breaths mingling in an intense warmth. Even Jiang Lingxian, possessing the cold body of the nine divine physique, felt a warmth enveloping her, her mind swirling as if deprived of oxygen. Gradually, Jiang Lingxian appeared entranced, her long eyelashes trembling as she clung to Wang Chen's neck, her body growing weaker. Time seemed to blur until, slowly, they parted, their lips moist and breaths hurried as they gazed at one another, enveloped in a profound silence. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen once again slightly inclined his face, as if he were merely catching his breath, seemingly desiring to share another kiss. However, although Jiang Lingshen's mind was somewhat foggy, she promptly lowered her charming visage, gently resting her forehead against his chest. At that moment, Jiang Lingshen's exquisitely beautiful cheeks were suffused with a delicate blush. Resembling a timid little creature as she bowed her head, her forehead pressed against Wang Chen's chest, her moist lips pursed in serene silence, exuding an irresistible charm. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen understood that he must allow her some time to come to terms with it. After all, transitioning from 0 to 1 is a formidable challenge, while progressing from 1 to infinity is considerably easier. Given Jiang Lingshen's disposition, it was likely that, once she regained her composure, she would be reluctant to let him approach her for some time. However, when Jiang Lingxian eventually granted him permission to draw near again, he could continue to explore the boundaries beyond her. Very well, I shall acquiesce to your request. Wang Chen gently caressed Jiang Lingxian's head, resting his palm against her forehead, tenderly tousling her beautiful tresses. Knock, knock, knock. Outside, it seemed that someone had waited for an extended period, realizing the silence within, and attempted to knock once more. Yet, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian remained oblivious, lost in their embrace, savoring the warmth of the moment. All of this is for you. These garments were created with you in mind. Even if you choose to reject them, I shall not bestow them upon another. Wang Chen gently parted from his embrace with Jiang Lingxian, and then he retrieved the remaining 5 garments, his voice soft and tender. As Wang Chen spoke, he handed the charming yet bashful Jiang Lingxian, whose face was blushing as if on the verge of igniting, a delightful bundle of clothing. Jiang Lingxian, her gaze cast downward, dared not meet Wang Chen's eyes. Instead, her delicate hands gently grasped the 5 garments, cradling them tenderly against her chest. In this moment, her ears and cheeks were flushed with a rosy hue, and she felt an overwhelming sense of warmth, as if she might just melt away. At this point, all semblance of her former dignity as the saintess of Taishu or the formidable presence of the Saint Soul realm had vanished, leaving behind a shy and innocent young girl. It was merely a transgression of boundaries, a fleeting kiss, surely inconsequential, as long as no further lines were crossed. With her head slightly bowed, her thoughts were a tangled mess as she continuously reassured herself. Yet, it seemed she had forgotten that after her last kiss with Wang Chen, she had sat in a chair, similarly engaged in self-reassurance. The atmosphere in the room lingered in silence for a while, until the soft, rhythmic sound of the array being tapped outside broke the stillness like a playful jester. Tap, tap, tap. The crisp echoes of the array brought both individuals back to their senses, interrupting the tranquil ambience. Let's put these clothes away, Wang Chen suggested. I do not ask anything of you. Simply wear them in secret for me in the future. Wang Chen gently tousled Jiang Lingshen's silky hair, a faint smile gracing his lips as his voice floated softly in the air. In response, Jiang Lingshen's delicate face flushed as if it could ignite, caught in a tumult of reluctance and pleasure from the tender caress above her head. Yet, ultimately, she took a couple of steps back, lowering her gaze to the 6 charming garments in her hands, quietly gathering them up. My master has been waiting outside for quite some time. I must go see. With her cheeks still tinged with crimson, Jiang Lingxian finally lifted her bashful face and, with a subtle tremor in her voice, inquired of Wang Chen, "Might you accompany me?" Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen took a slight step forward, which startled Jiang Lingxian, prompting her to retreat a couple of steps in haste. The profoundly embarrassed demeanor of Jiang Lingxian suggested an almost palpable fear that Wang Chen might attempt to kiss her again. Who could have anticipated that the seemingly Saint Soul realm figure was, in truth, a celestial sovereign, the esteemed Taishu Saintess. It was indeed startling to see her. A being of such exalted status, rendered so pitiable and overwhelmed with shame by Wang Chen, a mere practitioner of the returning origin realm. Xian, please allow me to accompany you outside. I genuinely have some matters that require my attention. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who, after discreetly folding her clothes, stole a glance at him. He stepped closer, earnestly pleading, "Then you must not leave my side. You promised me." Jiang Lingxian slightly lifted her flushed gaze, meeting Wang Chen's insistently advancing figure, and promptly retreated a couple of steps, responding, "All right. I assure you, if I ever wish to leave, I will certainly inform you." As Wang Chen advanced step by step, Jiang Lingxian gradually found herself overwhelmed, retreating in a slight panic. "Do not come any closer," she implored. Ultimately, her back pressed against the door, she gazed at Wang Chen standing before her, feeling an immense sense of shame as she softly uttered a plea. Outside, the knocking on the door had ceased, seemingly aware that the occupant within had no desire to engage, and thus refrained from further attempts. However, unbeknownst to Han Zun, who was outside, his beloved little disciple was currently at the mercy of Wang Chen's teasing, rendered utterly flustered. Meanwhile, Jiang Lingxian, who had initially intended to assist Han Zun, found her thoughts muddled by Wang Chen's antics, causing her to forget her original intention. "So, may I kiss you again next time?" Wang Chen pressed his right hand against the door beside Jiang Lingxian's left ear with a soft thud, his refined features tinged with a hint of anticipation. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, her cheeks and ears flushed crimson with embarrassment as she turned away, attempting to escape swiftly to the right. With a snap, "If you choose not to answer me, then you shall not leave." With a deft motion of his left hand, Wang Chen halted Jiang Lingxian, who had just turned to leave, staring at her in astonishment for a moment. The domineering CEO's love was absolute, just as Wang Chen was still reveling in the moment. Jiang Lingxian unexpectedly broke the norm, crouching down and swiftly darting away. Ha ha ha, she didn't even need to utilize her cultivation to teleport. She was a mere human host. The system's mocking laughter echoed in Wang Chen's mind, amplifying frame by frame, resounding with boisterous guffaws. Wang Chen disregarded the system and instead focused on Jiang Lingxian slipping away from his arms, his lips slightly parted as he uttered, "You." Just as he was about to speak, the myriad formation sealing the room abruptly dissipated, and the door swung open with a resounding thud. Hey. Wang Chen suddenly stumbled and tumbled outside, his limbs frantically clawing at the ground to prevent a fall. Just as he managed to rise to his feet, an unfamiliar chill of oppressive force enveloped him, causing him to collapse once more, landing in a most undignified manner. Wang Chen propped himself up with both hands, grumbling as he stood, but upon sensing that the oppressive aura was not from Jiang Lingxian, he was about to let loose a curse. "You." However, just as he had risen halfway and uttered half of his words, he unexpectedly locked eyes with the strikingly beautiful and frosty Han Zun, who stood not far in front of him, causing his words to catch in his throat. "HM, what do you wish to convey?" The icy gaze from Han Zun, her enchanting yet frigid visage, met Wang Chen's with an unyielding chill. "Oh, it's nothing. What I intended to say was, greetings, revered ancestor." Wang Chen hurriedly composed himself, quickly cupping his hands and greeting with a slight smile, "Master." At that moment, Jiang Lingxian emerged from within the room, the blush on her fair face having vanished without a trace, returning to her usual cool demeanor. The fact that they, a lone man and woman, were alone in a room was already enough to raise eyebrows. Moreover, why had she taken so long to come out? Han Zun slightly arched his elegant brows, his gaze towards the pair tinged with suspicion and displeasure. "I had just returned to my quarters, and my disciple was in meditation. Besides, he is unable to break the formation I set up." Jiang Lingxian's expression remained calm and cold as usual, her heart steady and face unflushed as she met Han Zun's cold eyes, speaking softly, "I hope it is as you say, rather than a farce of rebellion between master and disciple. Do take heed." Han Zun scrutinized the two, pondering the reason behind his words, as he always sensed a subtle dissonance between them. "Rest assured, master, my quarters have only been occupied by my disciple these past few days. I practice in the Taishu cave late into the night," Jiang Lingxian remarked, nonchalantly walking to Wang Chen's side, her expression tranquil, her icy gaze briefly glancing at him. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen exchanged a fleeting glance with her, gazing at Jiang Lingxian's demeanor, which was as ethereal and untouchable as in a past life. Were it not for his nightly ritual of feigning slumber and being privy to the events that transpired, he might have almost believed her words. Memories flooded back of those late nights when Jiang Lingxian would hold him close, her eyes brimming with tears as she recounted her sorrows. Her demeanor transformed into that of a wronged child, mewing and weeping incessantly. Her typically frosty and unapproachable voice would soften into a tender, quivering tone, laden with an air of profound grievance. Most strikingly, after her clandestine weeping, she would nestle her warm, delicate face against his neck, seeking solace before slowly drifting into a peaceful slumber. Contemplating this, a smile threatened to break across Wang Chen's lips, which he hurriedly suppressed with a deep breath. "Come. There are matters in the Taishu main hall that require your attention," he said. Upon hearing this, Han Zun observed the two with seemingly composed expressions for a moment before refraining from further inquiry, gesturing gently with his hand. Whoosh! Accompanied by a surge of intangible void energy emanating from Han Zun, the three figures vanished without a trace. Creak! Thud! After their departure, the doors to the Taishu Saintis Hall slammed shut with a resounding echo, erecting an invisible barrier. Only Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were permitted entry. In the Taishu Immortal Sect's Grand Assembly Hall, 2 rows of 20 seats were occupied by the inner sect elders, all engaged in fervent discussion. Taishu Sect Master, how do you find the conditions we have proposed? Moreover, should our 2 sects enter into a matrimonial alliance, our kinship would deepen, compelling the other 2 great immortal sects to regard us with greater caution. Su Bei, clad in a splendid black robe interwoven with golden threads, inquired of the venerable elder seated beside him. The Taishu Sect Master wore a look of resignation, quietly seated at the head of the hall. Observing the assembly of elders who dared not speak out of turn, he feared that a single misstep in his words might provoke Jiang Lingxian into a vengeful pursuit. And with their master present, he was unable to retaliate. Among Han Zun's 2 disciples, she held the deepest affection for Jiang Lingxian, a fact that had never been publicly acknowledged, even in the context of their master-disciple relationship. To the outside world, Han Zun appeared to have only one disciple, Jiang Lingxian, oblivious to the fact that the Taishu Sect Master was also among her students. However, Han Zun had never shown favoritism. It was merely due to the Taishu Sect Master's esteemed position that their relationship remained concealed. Let us await the arrival of our sect's saintess and see her disposition, the Taishu Sect Master said, raising a hand to gently massage his brow, discreetly wiping away the cold sweat that had begun to accumulate. At that moment, the sound of footsteps echoed from outside the hall. As 3 weary figures entered with an air of calm determination, Han Zun, Saintess. The assembled members rose promptly, their hands raised in respect as they offered a courteous bow. Han Zun, acknowledging their respect with a slight nod, then led Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen toward the main seat, settling down gracefully. Wang Chen did not take a seat. Instead, he silently stood beside Jiang Lingxian, who was seated, his gaze fixed intently on Su Bei. Sensing Wang Chen's scrutiny, Su Bei furrowed his brow in displeasure and returned the gaze. The scion of a powerful family, the son of the esteemed ancestor of the Huolongxian sect. He was a late-born child, a phenomenon not uncommon in the realm of cultivation. Thus, from the moment of his birth, Su Bei's psyche had been somewhat warped. Imbued with a particular arrogance, convinced that no matter the chaos he stirred, there would always be someone to resolve it for him. As he regarded the disciple of the one who had been proposed to him, a flicker of hostility briefly surfaced in his eyes, drawing attention. TSK, TSK, TSK. Indeed, in this lifetime, this foolish Su Bei remains unchanged. Wang Chen curled his lips in a manner reminiscent of observing an immature child, his gaze imbued with an inexplicable hint of mockery. Noticing this, Su Bei pulled one of the elderly men beside him closer, leaning down to whisper a few words in his ear. Upon hearing Su Bei's remarks, the elder turned his gaze toward Wang Chen, but shook his head in response to Su Bei. The implication was painfully clear. Su Bei wished to entangle Wang Chen. Yet the elder was acutely aware that it would be futile to confront the disciple of the Holy Maiden, and thus could only shake his head. Lord Han Zun, and the esteemed Holy Maiden of Taisu, what do you think of our proposed marriage conditions? Moreover, my child possesses the Dragon Flame's sacred body. The Holy Maiden need not worry about his compatibility with you. At this moment, the elder who had previously suggested certain marriage conditions, the ancestor of transformation, once again voiced a lengthy discourse, causing Jiang Lingxian to frown deeply. Even with the experience of living a second life, Wang Chen felt his brow twitch nervously as he glanced at Jiang Lingxian. Although he was certain she would refuse, he could not quite fathom why he felt such apprehension. Xianer, what is your opinion? At this juncture, Lord Han Zun directed his inquiry toward Jiang Lingxian, who was furrowing her delicate brows while gazing ahead at the master of transformation. Not particularly appealing, Jiang Lingxian replied in a cold tone. After speaking, she slightly turned her head and met Wang Chen's eyes, which were tinged with obvious tension. Observing Wang Chen's unease stirred an inexplicable flicker of joy within Jiang Lingxian's heart. It seemed that her disciple could also feel anxious about the prospect of being taken away. Let us return. In the future, do not speak to me of such marriage matters. Otherwise, I shall take direct action against the suitor. Jiang Lingxian's gaze turned icy as she fixed it upon Su Bei, the holy son of transformation, who was not even worthy of a single strand of her disciple's hair. Why? Su Bei, who had believed he was assured victory after presenting those conditions, abruptly stood up, questioning her with indignation. Are you deaf? Can you not comprehend human speech? Furthermore, have you taken a moment to consider your own realm? Do you believe you are worthy of the holy maiden of Tai Su, who stands at the 8th or 9th level of the sacred soul realm? Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen took a step forward, furrowing his brow in silent disapproval as he gazed at Su Bei, firmly convinced that there was something amiss with Su Bei's intellect. How audacious! Do you really presume to speak here? Su Bei's face flushed red from the rebuke, raising his right hand to point at Wang Chen. A surge of indignation ignited in his eyes. How brazen! Then let us engage in a battle to the death. Do you dare? Wang Chen showed no mercy. Stepping forward with his flowing white robes, akin to a celestial king unfurling in the wind, and proclaimed loudly. He recalled that at this moment, the most formidable treasure in Su Bei was merely of the sacred tier, and even then, it was a defensive type, not an offensive one. Yet he possessed the pseudo-emperor tier heavenly banner, bestowed upon him by the esteemed Jiang Lingxian, making the prospect of overcoming Su Bei exceedingly simple. Though he currently lagged a significant realm behind Su Bei, the possession of a pseudo-emperor tier artifact was more than sufficient to bridge that gap. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was charged with tension as those present observed the escalating confrontation, some audacious individuals even nibbling on the spiritual fruits on the table. Treating it as mere entertainment, Su Bei found himself momentarily speechless, his face flushed, caught off guard by Wang Chen's brazen challenge to a life-and-death duel. Scanning the faces around him, he realized they were all fixed upon him. To decline would undoubtedly result in a loss of face. Armed with the sacred tier defensive dragon jade gifted by his father, and noting that Wang Chen's cultivation was only at the 6th level of the returning origin realm, he resolved to fight. Su Bei gritted his teeth, his determination solidified. He could hardly believe that Wang Chen possessed a true emperor tier combatant. Beside him, his father, the dragon transformation ancestor, made no attempt to intervene, watching the scene unfold with keen interest. Given the refusal of a union and the already tenuous relations between their sects, eliminating a genius from the Tai Su Xian sect would be most advantageous. With the dragon jade he had bestowed upon Su Bei, victory was only possible for Wang Chen should he summon a pseudo-emperor tier or an emperor tier combatant. Though the pseudo-emperor tier combatant, the heavenly banner, had recently been won by the Tai Su Saintis during the previous skirmish in the Tai Su Spirit War realm, it was clear that such a precious artifact would not be casually relinquished. At that moment, all eyes in the Grand Hall were fixed upon Wang Chen, bewildered by his audacity in proposing a life-and-death battle. Come forth. I, the illustrious saint son of dragon transformation and a formidable force in the Danhai realm, shall not be intimidated by a mere returning origin waste. Su Bei shouted, pointing angrily at Wang Chen beside Jiang Lingxian, emboldened by the influence of a certain technique. Finally, I have been outsmarted. The Kuan-Zhang method truly proves effective against such feeble-minded individuals. Prepare yourself to face the wrath of the pseudo-emperor tier combatant. Ha! Wang Chen's heart brimmed with joy. Defeating such pampered fools, protected like delicate indoor flowers by their sect, was utterly exhilarating. Jiang Lingxian, seated gracefully, tugged gently at Wang Chen's sleeve, her gaze filled with a hint of confusion, exuding an endearing charm. Rest assured, I am well aware. Wang Chen's soothing voice resonated as the scene shifted to the ethereal realm of the spirit battle arena, specifically the Sacred Soul stage. The reason for this particular arena was clear to all. While it appeared to be a battle between two adversaries, it was, in truth, a contest between their treasured artifacts. At that moment, Wang Chen and Su Bei stood at opposite ends of the expansive Sacred Soul platform, their eyes locked in a fierce exchange, each radiating an aura of lethal intent. They scrutinized one another, probing for weaknesses, until the next moment arrived. The Heavenly Emperor banner. Wang Chen, the protagonist. Su Bei, the victim. The observing dragon transformation ancestor and various guardians. The watching cold sovereign. The elderly gatekeeper of the ethereal sword tomb. Spectating from a corner. The assembled elders and disciples from both inner and outer sects. Jiangling's yin, a subtle, barely perceptible curve grazed her lips. The heavenly emperor banner. With a thunderous roar, Wang Chen abruptly brandished a banner exuding an overwhelming aura of authority, hurling it fiercely towards Su Bei, who had been locked in a long, intense gaze with him. Roar. Chirp. From the towering celestial banner, measuring approximately 2 meters in height, a dragon and a phoenix surged forth, their forms expanding to colossal proportions as they surged forward. After Wang Chen executed this maneuver, he immediately felt the rapid depletion of spiritual energy coursing through his entire being, his spiritual energy gauge plummeting to empty. Opposite him, Su Bei's pupils constricted as he beheld the golden dragon fire phoenix, which was expanding rapidly and lunging towards him. Before he could adequately react, a golden dragon-shaped jade pendant hanging from his chest erupted with a brilliant golden light. Roar. In an instant, a massive azure dragon enveloped his form. Just as the oncoming golden dragonfire phoenix collided fiercely with him, the enormous jaws of the golden dragon snapped down upon the azure dragon, encasing Su Bei. With a sound akin to flames searing through sponge, the azure dragon dimmed significantly. The fire phoenix then soared skyward, hovering momentarily in the heights before diving down fiercely towards Su Bei. The colossal silhouettes of the 3 great beasts from the sacred soul realm, engaged in defense and combat, were undeniably awe-inspiring, causing many observers to widen their eyes in astonishment. Stop. As the fire phoenix was about to crash into Su Bei, the dragon transformation ancestor outside the arena bellowed angrily, propelling himself forward. Su Yuan, do you wish to disregard the rules in front of so many witnesses? The cold sovereign was not merely a bystander. With a graceful flick of his hand, he tore through the void, summoning forth a colossal icy palm. Upon witnessing this scene, the dragon transformation ancestor Su Yuan's eyes widened in fury, his skin beginning to manifest numerous azure dragon scales. The cold sovereign, observing this, stood up. And in an unprecedented display, a faint smile broke across her eternally frigid visage. Suspended in midair, Su Yuan, confronted by the cold sovereign's smile, felt his domineering dragon aura swiftly dissipate, his scales receding. Seeing that he had managed to restrain himself, the cold sovereign, with a hint of impatience, nearly flicked her icy gown and returned to her seat. Boom. At that moment, the massive fire phoenix on the arena surged above Su Bei, igniting a tremendous blaze across the entire stage. Accompanied by a wretched scream, as the endless flames erupted from the ground. The protective azure dragon surrounding Su Bei vanished, leaving him to kneel in anguish as the flames engulfed him. The golden dragon and fire phoenix, remaining atop the sacred soul arena, turned their gazes towards Wang Chen, their corporeal master. In a seemingly sentient exchange, they glanced at each other, gently shaking their heads before swiftly retreating into the heavenly emperor banner. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback upon witnessing this scene, utterly astonished that all 8 dragons and phoenixes within the heavenly emperor banner were, in fact, spirit beings. Moreover, with his current capabilities, he could summon no more than 2 at most. Yet, even these 2 dragons and phoenixes drained his energy completely, and it appeared that the 2 he managed to summon were the weakest among them. Quickly, use the ocean moon's spirit spring to extinguish the flames. At that moment, the dragon transformation ancestor, Su Yuan, shouted. Only then did Su Bei, who was suffering terribly from the burns, hastily retrieve a vial and pour its contents over himself. Although the vial contained a mere trickle of liquid, upon contact with Su Bei's body, it astonishingly extinguished all the phoenix flames engulfing him. Wang Chen gazed at Su Bei, whose body was charred except for his face and exposed hands, his expression growing solemn. It seemed that this garment was indeed a precious treasure, likely a protective attire of the sacred tier. Wang Chen, gripping the heavenly emperor banner in his hand, pressed the sharp tip against the ground, supporting his somewhat weakened form. At that moment, an inexplicable silence enveloped the arena as both combatants adjusted themselves. Suddenly, Su Bei, his face grotesquely burned beyond recognition, rose swiftly from his kneeling position, his crimson eyes fixated upon Wang Chen. Ding. Mission: eliminate the fortune-bearer of the head, Su Bei. Reward: 1 golden card of super fury. The system's voice resonated within Wang Chen's mind, momentarily startling him. Regaining his composure, he gazed at the distant figure of Su Bei, his desire to vanquish him intensifying. Now it is my turn. Ha ha ha. At that moment, from afar, Su Bei, his vocal cords severely damaged, emitted a hoarse yet eerie laughter. Heavenly Thunder Talisman. Mountain Water Talisman. Ice and Fire Talisman. Transform into a dragon. Under Wang Chen's vigilant gaze, Su Bei, revealing his skeletal right hand, forcefully flung 3 talismans. The heavenly thunder talisman soared into the sky, entwined with bolts of lightning, while the mountain water talisman and ice and fire talisman swiftly descended to the ground. At last, centered around the three talismans, the heavenly thunder talisman erupted in the air, transforming into an ominous cloud phenomenon. With the mountain water talisman and ice and fire talisman mirroring this spectacle on the ground. As Su Bei uttered his final command to transform, his entire form began to swell, his limbs morphing into azure dragon claws, and his body gradually evolving into that of a Qinglong. Wang Chen gazed at the arena, which was progressively transforming into a sea of flames, his pupils widening in astonishment as he swiftly retracted the heavenly emperor banner. Great pigeon, retrieve me. Just as Wang Chen was about to summon various protective artifacts from his storage space, the hovering tripod of the royal Xian unexpectedly emitted the voice of a young girl. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen disregarded all caution and, while retrieving his protective treasures, also brought forth the item in question. How audacious! Could my esteemed royalty be trifled with by mere talismans? As soon as Wang Chen extracted the small, three-legged royal Zuandings, it emitted an adorably fierce sound akin to that of a young girl. Before anyone could react, the Xianding abruptly enlarged, crashing down upon the fiery sea atop the arena with a resounding boom. Buzz, accompanied by the tremor of the now 3 to 4 meter tall Xianding. An astonishing golden sound wave radiated outward. Boom. In an instant, both the fiery sea of the arena and the impending dark clouds laden with lightning above were violently dispersed. The once turbulent arena began to gradually return to normal. However, the arena, which had only recently undergone repairs, was already riddled with countless fissures beneath the heavenly emperor banner and various treasures, the entire ground marred with intricate cracks. Just as Wang Chen thought the Xianding would revert to its original form, he was taken aback by its next movement, his eyes widening in astonishment. The Xianding, now 4 to 5 meters in height and 3 to 4 meters in width, began to levitate. To his amazement, it slowly commenced to spin, resembling an enormous top. Gaining speed with each rotation, an overwhelmingly powerful tornado was unleashed. Accompanied by the Xuanding's adorable, girlish voice, its whirling form conjured a tempest of golden winds. Ultimately, the Xianding reached a state of near stillness to the naked eye before it violently charged toward the distant figure of Su Bei, who had transformed into an azure dragon. Roar! Just as Su Bei completed the transformation of his physique into that of a dragon, his massive form suspended in midair. He felt a sudden constriction in his dragon eyes upon witnessing this spectacle. However, Su Bei had scarcely time to react before the Xianding, moving with the swiftness of teleportation, collided violently with his head. Bang! What a blow! Wang Chen stood behind the imperial Xianding, and upon hearing the resounding crash, he could not help but applaud and exclaim with enthusiasm. The colossal dragon form of Su Bei and the imperial Xianding, upon their collision, were propelled backwards, crashing forcefully against the arena's barrier. Bang! With the impact, the barrier of the arena rippled widely, and the imperial Xianding began to diminish in size, growing dimmer by the moment. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen hastily approached, crouching down to gently retrieve it. Oh dear, I truly cannot hold on any longer, he murmured. As a dazed, adorable voice emanated from the Huang Xianding in his hand, as if it had been rendered unconscious. Meanwhile, 100 meters away, Su Bei collided with the barrier, his azure dragon form staggering as he leaned against it, struggling to regain his footing. However, disoriented from the impact, Su Bei repeatedly managed to rise only to falter and collapse once more. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen retracted the Emperor Xianding in his hands, adorning himself with various protective talismans, and sensed a slight restoration of his spiritual energy. Finally, he ascended gracefully into the sky, resembling a sovereign soaring towards the immense dragon form of Su Bei. As he scrutinized it, poised to strike once more, a sudden voice emanated from his storage space. Young one, release me. I shall impart to you the technique of the Taishu dragon-slaying method. A millennium ago, it was specifically crafted to vanquish the dragon transformation sect Shabai. Wang Chen stood momentarily stunned as he listened to the words of the ancient swordsman within the storage space, contemplating before finally retrieving the item. There are magical artifacts. The onlookers outside the arena were utterly bewildered, their eyes wide with astonishment as they beheld Wang Chen, adorned in protective talismans. Within the arena, he hovered gracefully in midair, his white attire billowing without a breeze, resembling a sovereign as he slowly approached the magnificent azure dragon, Su Bei. The enormous form of the azure dragon presented a striking contrast to Wang Chen, their respective eyes, one pair of dragon orbs, the other human, locked in a silent gaze across the distance. Subei chose not to revert to its human form, possessing unwavering confidence in the formidable defense of its dragon body, until the void-slaying dragon technique. Wang Chen grasped the golden Taisu Duan Jian in his right hand, emanating an overwhelming aura, while his long hair danced wildly in the wind. In that moment, regardless of whether they belonged to the Hua Long Xian sect or the Taisu Xian sect, all those seated rose to their feet. The Taisu Zhanlong Ju. It was the long-lost technique of the Zhanlong Laozu, a treasure of the sect that had been forgotten for a millennium. The members of the Taisu Xian sect were particularly exhilarated, gazing in awe at the radiant golden sword light erupting from the arena of the sacred soul realm. Even if Wang Chen did not utter the name of this technique, both the Taisu Xian sect and the Hua Long Xian sect were undoubtedly familiar with the renowned killing technique of the Zhanlong Laozu. 1,000 years prior, during the war between the Taisu Xian sect and the Hua Long Xian sect, it was the Zhanlong Laozu who, accompanied by the disciples of Taisu, pierced through the defenses of various dragon bodies. Panic ensued. The cultivators of the Hua Long Xian sect widened their eyes, their breaths quickening, as a surge of killing intent towards Wang Chen welled up within them. This young man must perish. Should Wang Chen survive and grow stronger, he would inevitably become a threat akin to the Zhanlong Laozu from a millennium ago, capable of annihilating the proud dragon bodies of the Hua Long Xian sect without a trace. Outside the arena, the Zhanlong Laozu, Su Yuan, cast a dark gaze upon Wang Chen, his right arm skin transforming into dragon scales as he began to amass dragon power. He awaited an opportune moment, unnoticed by the crowd, to unleash a devastating strike against Wang Chen before swiftly retreating to his sect. Losing a disciple and eliminating a successor of the Tai Su Zhanlong Ju would undoubtedly be a worthwhile exchange for the Hua Long Xian sect. At that moment, Wang Chen, suspended in the air above the sacred soul realm arena with the golden broken sword raised, remained oblivious to the dozens of individuals outside who had already turned their murderous intentions towards him. Wang Chen attentively sensed the pull of the lingering soul of the old man within the broken sword, as the residual spiritual energy within him surged into the golden blade. In the next instant, with a resounding whoosh, a brilliant golden sword light erupted from the arena of the sacred soul realm as Wang Chen wielded the golden broken sword, managing to rend a fragment of the void. It is noteworthy that Wang Chen was merely at the returning origin realm, which speaks volumes of the formidable sharpness of the Taisu dragon-slaying technique. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed. Leaning against the edge of the barrier, Subei, who had earlier displayed a smirk tinged with mockery, felt the expression on his face gradually stiffen upon witnessing a profusion of blood bursting forth from his forehead. Yet, this strike did not claim Subei's life. It merely shattered the dragon scales atop his head. After all, the two were separated by a significant realm and 9 minor realms. Thus, Wang Chen's ability to breach the dragon's defenses was indeed astonishing. Those observing from the sidelines shared a similar sentiment, their murderous intent nearly spilling from their eyes. The members of the Dragon Transformation Immortal sect were filled with rage, while Jiang Lingxian and Han Zun from the Taisu Immortal sect, along with the elders, silently readied themselves, prepared to aid Wang Chen at a moment's notice. At this juncture, Wang Chen, feeling nearly drained of his spiritual energy, retrieved medicinal pills and spiritual sources from his possession, beginning to consume them for recovery. Haha, pathetic. Subei, realizing he had not perished, burst into laughter, feeling his limbs regain sensation and his dragon form gradually rising. Big, big, big. Release me again. Just as Wang Chen contemplated a hasty retreat, the sweet voice of the little girl from his storage space began to wail once more. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen hastily retrieved the Huang Xian Ding, watching in awe as it ascended into the air, transforming into a colossal size of several dozen meters. The now magnificent Huang Xian Ding emitted a series of adorable yet muffled sounds, but after much effort, it only grew a few additional meters. Kiki, do you remember? Not giving it. Buzz. The mischievous voice of a little girl echoed from within the ding, followed by a golden shockwave emanating from its body, hurtling towards Subei. Startled, Subei quickly summoned various treasures for defense, yet the expanse of the golden shockwave was overwhelming, allowing only a portion to be mitigated. A remnant of the wave surged towards Subei's dragon form, leaving him disoriented and causing him to collapse once more. The immense Huang Xian Ding, now obscuring the sky, swiftly descended towards the critical point of Subei's dragon form, aiming for his 7-inch mark. With a tremendous roar, the ground trembled, and the base of the Huang Xian Ding clamped down on Subei's form, pinning him unyieldingly. Roar. Subei, suppressed to the point where he could only scrape his claws against the earth, erupted in a fit of rage. A powerless roar escaped him. What was most alarming was that he sensed an overwhelming imperial might radiating from the Huang Xianding, unsettling his spirit and preventing him from reverting to human form. You cannot kill me. You cannot kill me. At that moment, Su Bei was genuinely terrified, his fear manifesting as he continued to roar angrily at Wang Chen, attempting to mask his inner trepidation with his furious cries. Wang Chen disregarded it entirely, descending to the ground to continuously replenish his spiritual energy. After an indeterminate period, he finally rose to his feet. Then, with a swift motion, he soared into the high heavens, his profound gaze fixed upon Su Bei, gradually lifting the golden broken sword. 2. On the arena of the sacred soul realm, dozens of golden sword lights erupted, striking towards the still furious dragon form of Su Bei. Boom. The arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust. When the haze finally settled beneath the overshadowing Imperial Xian cauldron, a bloodied and mangled figure lay sprawled on the ground, riddled with sword wounds deep enough to reveal bone. Ding. Task completed. Elimination of the head of the fated child, Su Bei. Reward, Super Berserk Golden Card, has been issued. The voice of the system resonated in Wang Chen's mind, and the barrier on the sacred soul realm arena began to descend slowly. Just as Wang Chen was poised to swiftly rush forward to obliterate Su Bei and seize the treasures within his soul space, he felt a chilling wave of lethal assaults surge towards him the moment he took a step. Wang Chen gazed in astonishment at the formidable spiritual techniques emanating from all directions, none beneath the realm of the Spirit King. His eyes widened, especially at the sight of the dragon transformation ancestor, a celestial sovereign at the 9th layer, raising its right arm to unleash a devastating strike. Damn it! Wang Chen realized that he could not evade such an onslaught. He could only watch helplessly as he was encircled by dozens of attacks, his heart trembling with fear. Yet, what terrified Wang Chen the most was not the barrage of attacks, but the sudden appearance of Jiang Lingxian before him. Her ethereal beauty and icy demeanor radiating unwavering resolve as she gazed at the incoming assault. Without uttering a word, Jiang Lingxian deftly maneuvered her slender hands, swiftly conjuring a layer of ice around them. Boom, boom, boom. Explosions erupted as dozens of attacks were intercepted by an equal number of counterattacks, detonating in midair. The force of the explosion sent shockwaves that compelled everyone present to flee, retrieving their protective artifacts for defense. Meanwhile, Hanzun retracted his hand, having unleashed a spiritual technique, and the overwhelming aura of a 9th layer celestial sovereign surged forth as he clenched his fist. Instantly, all residual waves of attack seemed to be swept away by a chilling vortex, ultimately crashing toward the dragon transformation ancestor, Su Yuan. Wang Chen stood behind Jiang Lingyan, observing the swirling aftermath of the tempestuous winds outside their protective ice shield, just as the members of the Tai Su immortal sect breathed a sigh of relief. Believing they had safeguarded the Tai Su Saintis and Wang Chen, a colossal black dragon suddenly surged forth from the clouds above, its top body ready to unleash a cataclysmic beam of light towards Wang Chen. The massive, shadowy dragon was none other than the three-eyed dragon sovereign, another ancestor of the dragon transformation sect, a formidable 9th layer celestial sovereign. One wave followed another, with no means of defense in sight. Old scoundrel, how dare you? The elder guarding the sword tomb, who had been watching from the shadows, could no longer contain himself. He burst forth, unleashing a colossal palm strike. The elder, also at the pinnacle of the 9th layer of celestial sovereign, aimed his mighty hand towards the dark dragon's beam, attempting to thwart it. However, the elder's palm strike was a singular effort, while the black dragon's dark beam was persistent. Boom. The elder quickly realized this truth. After briefly interrupting the black dragon's beam with his enormous palm, he dashed toward Wang Chen. In an instant, he appeared before Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, swiftly forming seals with his hands in a mere 0.01 seconds. In the next moment, a white barrier materialized before them, as the elder exerted all his strength to uphold it against the oncoming black dragon's light. At that moment, the entire battlefield of the Tai Su spiritual war reached an unexpected stalemate. Quick, embrace Jiang Lingxian and prepare for defense. The system's voice suddenly resonated, evidently sensing the urgency. As the cold mechanical tone urgently commanded, "What on earth? Can we still endure?" Another wave follows the last. After cursing inwardly, Wang Chen was startled and quickly retrieved the Heavenly Emperor's banner once more. He then swiftly wrapped his arm around Jiang Lingxian's waist. Jiang Lingxian, who was intently focused on defending against the residual shockwaves from the fierce battle outside, was momentarily taken aback by Wang Chen's sudden embrace. "Do not resist." Wang Chen spoke swiftly, his movements remarkably agile, almost instantaneously enveloping Jiang Lingxian in a tight embrace, followed by a vigorous flick of the Heavenly Emperor's banner in his left hand. With a whoosh, as Wang Chen swung the flagpole, the massive banner at the tail of the Heavenly Emperor's banner abruptly coiled around the two figures, enveloping them completely. Just at that moment, a bolt of lightning in the form of a dragon erupted from the arena's floor. This was the thunderous dragon light of the sixth layer of the celestial sovereign realm, and it had stealthily approached, its presence concealed by some enigmatic artifact, launching a silent ambush. Consequently, the inhabitants of the vast void spirit battle realm were caught completely off guard, with even Wang Chen failing to anticipate an assault from below. Had it not been for the system's warning, he would have certainly met his demise. A group of elder dragons, standing guard before Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, roared in anger, and a divine king's avatar materialized behind the elder. The elder was multitasking, striving to maintain the protective barrier against the dark dragon light, while simultaneously directing the avatar to counter the impending thunderous dragon light. However, the avatar's speed ultimately lagged behind that of the lightning strike emerging from the ground, just as the avatar's massive palm was about to suppress the ground's thunderous dragon light. The latter had already violently collided with Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Boom! The black Heavenly Emperor's banner, embossed with the images of 4 dragons for phoenixes, and a character for emperor, erupted with a brilliant golden light upon being struck by the thunderous dragon light. Enveloped by the banner, Jiang Lingxian, startled, instinctively clutched Wang Chen tightly, twisting her body to shield him with her own back against the impact. Yet, with his relatively weaker realm, Wang Chen could only feel as if he had been struck by a freight truck, the force overwhelming him. A tremendous sound echoed. The Heavenly Emperor's banner that encased them was propelled into the sky, soaring to an altitude of 10,000 meters by the force of the thunderous dragon light. Jiang Lingxian, feeling the impact from the thunderous dragon light, which was 4 small realms superior to her own, could not help but spew a mouthful of blood. The cold sovereign, engaged in battle with Su Yuan, was momentarily stunned by this spectacle, breaking away from combat and swiftly racing toward Jiang Lingxian. Siener. The cold sovereign rushed to the forefront of the Heavenly Emperor's banner, hastily raising his hand to extinguish the thunderous dragon light before quickly embracing the two within the banner. As the attention of the two sovereigns was fully directed towards Wang Chen and his companion, the disciples of the Dragon Transformation Immortal sect realized that a successful ambush was no longer feasible. They could only retreat frantically, while the black dragon in the sky swiftly vanished into the clouds, bereft of the celestial sovereign of the 9th layer leading the pursuit. The disciples of the vast void immortal sect hesitated to chase recklessly. After all, facing 2 sovereigns, even with their old sect leader, who was of the 7th layer of the celestial sovereign realm, they would only be met with annihilation. As the cold sovereign gently brought the 2 down to the ground, the Heavenly Emperor's banner automatically unfurled. Observing this, the cold sovereign anxiously prepared to tend to Jiang Lingxian's injuries. However, Jiang Lingxian tightly embraced Wang Chen, pleading, "Master, please save him. I cannot bear to lose him again. I implore you." Feeling Wang Chen's erratic breath within her arms, Jiang Lingxian was more anxious than even Han Zun, her fears nearly spilling forth as tears. Han Zun, taken aback by the sight of Jiang Lingxian's red-rimmed eyes and earnest plea, was momentarily stunned, quickly responding, "All right, do not panic. Focus on healing yourself first. I will save him." The unprecedented display of desperation from Jiang Lingxian left Han Zun momentarily stammering as he hastily began to tend to Wang Chen's injuries. He understood that Jiang Lingxian's evident distress signified that Wang Chen was of greater importance to her than her own life. Should he fail to rescue Wang Chen in time, leading to his demise, Jiang Lingxian would likely be consumed by inner demons in the future. Having watched Jiang Lingxian grow since childhood, Han Zun understood her deeply. Akin to a mother without blood ties, he retrieved 2 unknown sacred-grade pills and swiftly placed them into the mouths of Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, where they dissolved instantly. Then, he propped Wang Chen up, using his spiritual power to support his unconscious form as he sat cross-legged, swiftly channeling energy into various points on Wang Chen's body. Each pointy touch blossomed into a small ice lotus, rapidly entering Wang Chen's body, where the medicinal properties were quickly refined. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian felt a measure of relief and forced herself to sit up, her severely injured body swaying as she shielded Wang Chen from further attacks. Cough, cough. She could not help but cough up more blood, hastily sitting cross-legged to refine the medicinal energy within her, striving to restore her burdened body. Meanwhile, the battlefield of the Taishu spirit war had quieted, with numerous Taishu disciples providing protection. The only injured members of the Taishu immortal sect were Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, as they were the primary focus of care. In contrast, the dragon transformation immortal sect suffered dozens of injuries, with several dying in the sacred soul realm, their bodies being handled by the inner elders of the Taishu immortal sect, ultimately leading to their obliteration. However, the body of Su Bei from the sacred soul realm arena was retrieved by the fleeing Su Yuan, disappearing without a trace. As Wang Chen lay unconscious, time swiftly slipped away, days passing. 10 days later, in the deep of night, Wang Chen felt his body lying somewhat numb, and couldn't help but frown slightly in pain. Within the pitch-black confines of the Taishu Sanus Hall, Wang Chen's eyelids fluttered twice before he finally managed to open them with great difficulty. Wang Chen lay upon the bed in the pitch-black, tranquil room, quietly breathing as he gazed at the ceiling for an extended period. After a moment, his somewhat dazed mind seemed to gradually awaken. Ding! He had slain the malevolent spirit of the dark flow, the fateful son, Su Bei. Reward, a 10-second experience card of the Emperor realm. Wang Chen, whose mind had just been activated, was suddenly struck by the system's task, causing a brief mental freeze. Wait, just a while ago, the notification for task completion chimed. So why is Su Bei still alive? Realizing his confusion, Wang Chen quickly inquired within his mind, filled with perplexity. Host, from now on, whenever you eliminate a prominent child of destiny, you must ensure they are thoroughly obliterated, much like Qin Yifan's method. The current state of Su Bei serves as a prime example. However, he is no longer human, likely transformed into some form of specter or entity. So, does this mean I shall receive 2 rewards for the task? Wang Chen gazed at the section detailing the task rewards, which presented an experience card of the Emperor realm, albeit for a mere fleeting 10 seconds. No. Why is your focus on this? At that moment, the system's irritable voice echoed in Wang Chen's mind, expressing a deep frustration akin to that of a teacher disappointed in a student. All right, I understand. I wish for it during the Sacred Soul Realm competition as well. But was that not thwarted? Wang Chen, somewhat dizzy from the noise, helplessly murmured a few words of comfort to the system, his consciousness returning to reality. Wang Chen lay supine on the bed, shifting his numb body, attempting to sit up and rise. Why did he feel so burdensome? Wang Chen felt as though a heavy weight was pressing down upon him. Suddenly, an idea struck him, prompting him to glance swiftly to his side. In that instant, he was momentarily taken aback, for he found Jiang Lingxian, awakened by his movements, gazing at him with tear-filled, reddened eyes, her lips slightly downturned. Disciple. Upon seeing Wang Chen awake, Jiang Lingxian's long-suppressed emotions seemed to finally find release, and she embraced him tightly. Ahem, not too tight. It hurts a little. Wang Chen was unexpectedly seized by the sudden force of Jiang Lingxian, causing him to cough gently a couple of times. He quickly uttered a reminder, startled by his words. Jiang Lingxian hastily released her grip, left in a daze on the bed, gazing at Wang Chen with a pitiful expression, unsure whether to embrace him or refrain from doing so. Wang Chen cast a sidelong glance at the pitiable Jiang Lingxian, whose small frame seemed as if it longed for the gentle caress of its master. For a moment, a stir of emotion fluttered within Wang Chen, prompting him to helplessly turn his head slightly, directing his gaze towards the ceiling. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes dimmed somewhat, her spirits waning until the sound of Wang Chen's voice broke the silence once more. I told you not to hold on too tightly, not to let go entirely. It seems you were rather reluctant to embrace me. Wang Chen gently turned his handsome face to glance at the despondent Jiang Lingxian, adopting a facade of melancholy himself. At the sound of his voice, Jiang Lingxian's eyes seemed to brighten ever so slightly in that moment, as she delicately extended her hands to encircle Wang Chen's waist. Every movement of Jiang Lingxian became cautious and tentative, as if she feared causing Wang Chen pain once more. Stand, how long have I been unconscious? Wang Chen gazed intently, attempting to shift his body, a wave of tingling pain washing over him. Yet, he managed to transition from lying flat to resting on his side. 10 days. Jiang Lingxian's voice emerged, tinged with a somber tone and a hint of heartache. At that moment, facing Jiang Lingxian, Wang Chen cautiously extended his somewhat numbed hands, encircling her slender waist with gentle affection. As Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth and strength of Wang Chen's embrace, her delicate form momentarily stiffened, and she instinctively struggled. Ah, the pain. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen cried out in pain, causing Jiang Lingxian's delicate face to display a hint of panic, prompting her to cease her struggles immediately. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen subtly lifted the corners of his lips in a faint smile. From a young age, he comprehended a fundamental truth. Those who are wounded invariably receive preferential treatment during such times, as the person who loves them is inclined to grant any request. In his past life on Blue Star, Wang Chen had encountered numerous such scenarios while tending to his injuries alone in the hospital. Lingxian, may I steal a kiss? And no. That is not permissible. Wang Chen, well, I left the words in my heart unspoken. Wang Chen gently embraced Jiang Lingxian's slender waist, quietly bowing his head and resting his forehead upon the exquisite limited edition handbag. The atmosphere lingered in an unsettling silence for a moment, until it seemed that a mere kiss was all that remained. Jiang Lingxian, observing Wang Chen's despondency after her rejection, felt a pang of compassion and shyly murmured a soft phrase. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen couldn't help but lift his face, his sparkling gaze causing Jiang Lingxian to feel a touch of embarrassment, prompting her to shyly turn her delicate face slightly away. Wang Chen remained silent, slowly lowering his face. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Lingxian's heart inexplicably tightened. However, Wang Chen bypassed her cheeks and lips, gently moving towards her delicate neck. As his gentle kiss brushed against her fair skin, her body instinctively tensed in his embrace. Eventually, he parted his lips and lightly nibbled at the subtle and alluring collarbone that peeked from her neckline. Moments later, Jiang Lingxian found herself languidly sprawled upon the bed, tiny beads of sweat forming on her forehead, her exquisite face flushed with a deep crimson. Meanwhile, Wang Chen held her close, burying his face in her warm neck, his breathing steady, as if he had drifted into a tranquil slumber. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt an overwhelming sense of unease enveloping her, a wave of embarrassment washing over her entire being, causing her heart to flutter inexplicably. It seemed they had once again crossed a boundary with her disciple. Yet, it was merely a kiss on the neck. Surely it was harmless, as long as they did not overstep into other areas of the body. She resolved to prevent any further intimacy in the future. Her beautiful face blushed with an exquisite hue, filled with shame, while her heart repeatedly sought to reassure her. With her cheeks aflame, the enchanting Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen nestled against her, feeling a profound sense of security. Gathering her strength, she shifted her soft and delicate form, tightening her embrace around him. Finally, she gently pressed her smooth, blushing cheek against Wang Chen's forehead, contentment washing over her as she closed her beautiful eyes. The next morning dawned. Wang Chen presented a form resembling the character Tai, lying on the bed of the holy maiden of the vast void, his eyelids fluttering slightly. As Wang Chen's consciousness gradually awakened with his eyes closed, he instinctively reached into his embrace, only to find nothing there. Wang Chen furrowed his brow and surveyed his surroundings once more, then gradually opened his slightly drowsy eyes. Wang Chen cast a sweeping glance around the room. Apart from the lingering faint fragrance in his embrace, he suddenly realized that he was utterly alone. Where could Jiang Lingxian possibly be? Wang Chen lay still for a moment, gently closing his eyes twice to dispel the dizziness that arose from his injuries and the remnants of sleep. Lingxian. Wang Chen swiftly sat up in bed, glancing towards the bathroom around the corner, tentatively calling out a name. After all, the only place within the room that could conceal someone was that very bathroom stall. However, as his voice echoed, an oppressive silence enveloped the room, profound and unyielding. It seemed that the other person had become preoccupied with some task, departing without so much as a word. Just last night, they had held each other tightly, yet now, after their intimate embrace, they had vanished without a trace, leaving an unsettling sense of abandonment. Wang Chen gently tapped his forehead, harboring a slight grievance towards Jiang Lingxian for her abrupt departure without a word. Feeling that his injuries had healed to about 80 or 90%, akin to the sensation of scabs forming, Wang Chen resolutely assumed a seated position upon the bed. Wang Chen did not engage in rigorous training. Instead, he accessed the system panel, preparing to extract resources such as flame sources to aid in his cultivation. Wang Chen. Physique. Chaotic 9-yang divine body. Realm. Pinnacle of the 9th layer of the returning origin realm, disguised as the 6th layer of returning origin realm, capable of breakthrough. Technique. Chaotic 9-yang divine art. Storage space. 1 million exquisite spirit stones from Jiang Lingxian, Yin-yang blood demon pill, imperial profound cauldron, holy grade supreme flame source. Heavenly mechanism calculation technique. Void severing sword. 1 super fury gold card. Origin points. 1,000,088. Overall evaluation. A human of the 9th layer of the returning origin realm. Wang Chen gazed at the super furious golden card that floated within the storage space, a reward earned from the task of eliminating Su Bei. Upon witnessing the situation, Wang Chen gently tapped on the introduction. Super Fury. Golden card. Effect. Upon use, one becomes engulfed in an overwhelming rage. Instantly elevates one's realm by 18 levels. Duration, 1 hour. Note: following its use, the mind may experience conceptual hypoxia due to the ensuing fury, resulting in fainting. Please exercise caution. Alas, how amusing. Upon perusing the introduction of the super furious golden card, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only to be seized by a wave of delight. The prospect of ascending 18 levels within a single hour was indeed astonishing. This implied that, at his current level, he could temporarily elevate himself to the realm of the Spirit King for battle. As for the adverse effects, Wang Chen chose to disregard them. After all, experiencing a fainting spell post-usage was a trivial concern. He could simply find a shaded spot to recline after the fury subsided. Wang Chen retracted his immense fury. As he gazed upon the introduction of the golden card, a smile began to curl at the corners of his mouth as he focused on his source point. Rewards, he thought. Accompanied by a fervent shout to the system resonating in his mind, he tugged with his right hand. In the next instant, a lottery panel featuring a 9-grid layout materialized before him, rendering the thousands, tens of thousands, and even hundreds of thousands of reward pools insignificant. With a mere thought, Wang Chen effortlessly summoned the prize pool page to a magnificent 1 million. Gazing upon the violet, orange, and golden orbs, which had been ensnared by intertwining chains within the 1,000 source point prize pool, he now beheld their liberation. Only the red, black, and the vibrant spectrum remained, their respective prize pearls yet to be unlocked. In his previous life, Wang Chen had only drawn the most formidable prize from the lottery pool, which was merely a red prize tier. He recalled that it had cost him a staggering 1 billion source points. He estimated that unlocking the black and rainbow prize orbs would require 100 billion and 1,000 billion source points, respectively. Without further ado, he decided to go all in. Wang Chen lifted his finger and pressed down firmly on the lottery button of the panel visible only to him. The sound of thud 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 resonated as a golden border appeared around the prize pool, pulsating rhythmically and producing an incessant thudding noise. In that moment, Wang Chen's heart raced as he observed the ever-bouncing, suspenseful page. It is worth noting that this was 1 million source points. If he were to draw a blue or white item, it would be utterly disappointing. Oh, great dove, could you please release me? I'm feeling quite stifled in here. Just as Wang Chen was intently gazing at the prize pool, a small girl's voice echoed from within the storage space. Wang Chen's attention was inadvertently drawn, and after a moment of contemplation with a furrowed brow, he casually retrieved the Huang Xianding. Just at that moment, as Wang Chen focused on the Huang Xianding, the prize pool abruptly came to a halt, emitting a resounding thud. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, his right hand lifted, grasping the small Huang Xianding. As his head stiffly turned away, it was at that very instant, upon catching sight of the prize pool, that the system's voice suddenly reverberated within his mind. Ding! Congratulations, host, for winning the Huang Xianding fortune draw and receiving a golden prize pearl, as well as a single purple gold heavenly eye. Following the system's proclamation, a floating eyeball enveloped in a radiant purple gold light appeared in Wang Chen's storage space. Wang Chen gazed in disbelief at the Huang Xianding in his hand, then turned his attention to the purple golden orb within his storage space, momentarily stunned. No. Was it possible to influence the outcome of a lottery through external luck? What then were the hundreds of lottery attempts I squandered in my past life? Am I a fool? Wang Chen inwardly questioned the system, feeling as though a small red sphere had suddenly manifested on his nose. He chuckled to himself, recognizing that this time it was merely a stroke of luck for the canine host. Such external fortuitous influences were not a regular occurrence. What's the matter, dear dove? Just as Wang Chen was about to berate the system, the voice of a rather naive little girl emanated once again from within the Imperial Xianding. Oh, it's nothing. Be good, you can play by yourself for now. Wang Chen regained his composure, revealing a faint smile as he gently patted the head of the Emperor Xianding twice in a friendly manner. All right then. Upon witnessing this, the Emperor Xianding silently responded and then soared from Wang Chen's palm into the air, flitting about playfully. After having sent the little Emperor Xianding away, Wang Chen's consciousness once again delved into his mind, and then, system, you insolent creature. How dare you? Host, rebound. What audacity. Wang Chen berated for an extended period, ultimately finding himself utterly defeated by the system's calm rebuttal, leading him to sever all ties with it entirely. Wang Chen took one last glance around the room, observing without disturbing the meticulously arranged Huang Xianding. He resolutely began to extract his cultivation resources, preparing to directly break through to the Danhai realm while simultaneously merging with the Zijing Tian Tong. He consumed the elixirs, activated the gathering spirit formation, and ingested a drop of the Saint-grade supreme flame source. He then took in the Zijing Tian Tong from his storage space, entering a state of cultivation. He delved deep into the Tai Su Xian zone. In the abode of Han Zun, Jiang Ling Xian sat across from the slightly furrowed brow of Han Zun. Xianer, speak truthfully to your master. Who is he to you? Han Zun inquired, recalling the scene from 10 days prior. The he in question referred to Wang Chen, the one who had intruded upon their realm. Ever since Jiang Ling Xian had brought the stabilized Wang Chen back to the Tai Su Holy Maiden Hall, he had not emerged, prompting Han Zun to reflect on her words from 10 days ago, which had lingered until now. He is my disciple. Jiang Ling Xian responded with calm assurance, for Wang Chen was indeed her pupil. Then let me ask you, Han Zun pressed on. Have you engaged in any intimate actions with him? Observing Jiang Ling Xian's refusal to admit anything, he directly inquired about any close contact between the two. A myriad of images flashed through Jiang Ling Xian's mind, each depicting moments of Wang Chen's affection towards her. No, she replied, her cheeks betraying a hint of warmth as she swiftly and quietly responded. Xianer, as long as you speak the truth, I shall not fault you, Han Zun. Having lived for so long, could easily discern the unusual dynamic between Wang Chen and Jiang Ling Xian, gently implored her once more. He even began to suspect that their relationship, overtly that of a master and disciple, was intricately deeper than it appeared. Truly, there is nothing. Jiang Ling Xian maintained her composed demeanor, gazing at her master across the table, offering a soft reply once again. Master, you saved him. I cannot bear to lose him again. Xiana, I beg you. Han Zun recalled the urgent scene from 10 days ago when Jiang Ling Xian had cradled the unconscious Wang Chen, nearly in tears, feeling a sense of helplessness. However, Han Zun chose not to shatter Jiang Ling Xian's facade nor to press her about the meaning behind her earlier words. Very well, I shall trust you. In the end, Han Zun merely rose from his chair, walking past Jiang Ling Xian, who was seated. As he brushed by her, a gentle breeze stirred, softly lifting the strands of hair by her ear. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Ling Xian felt a slight flush, her ears tinged with a delicate crimson hue, causing Han Zun's heart to tremble. Indeed, she had grown. Once, she had shunned even the slightest contact with him, let alone with others. Yet now, she had returned from outside with a man, assuming the guise of a master-student relationship. Sigh. Creak. Han Zun opened the door, a pang of heartache coursing through him. After all the effort he had invested in raising such a remarkable disciple, would she truly be taken away by that young man? Nevertheless, despite his feelings of concern, he did not wish to interfere in Jiang Lingxian's romantic endeavors. After all, they were both adults now. I must attend to some matters. Since you are recuperating at the Hall of the Supreme Maiden, you may stay here for a few days, he informed her, glancing back at her with a beautiful visage. No need, master. I have a place to stay, so please do not worry, Jiang Lingxian replied softly, having risen to meet his gaze. Your place, I trust, is not merely in that young man's embrace? Han Zun's icy gaze scrutinized Jiang Lingxian's delicate, fair features as he silently pondered. Do as you wish. The more he thought, the less he could tolerate it, an inexplicable pain akin to a father losing his beautiful daughter. He swiftly turned and stepped out of the room, vanishing in an instant. Jiang Lingxian stood in the room, momentarily stunned by Han Zun's departure. She had an inkling that her master had perceived something. Yet what of it? Eventually, she could confront her disciple openly, but such thoughts were not to be entertained. She and her disciple must not cross boundaries again. Suddenly, she realized that these thoughts had emerged unconsciously, and she gently shook her slightly heated cheeks. That small gesture seemed to signify her attempt to rid herself of the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Nonetheless, she mused. Were the garments her disciple gifted her truly comfortable? As she stood within the room, her gaze instinctively drifted toward the bathroom enclosure. Perhaps she should try them on? For reasons unknown, she found herself unable to resist the urge to close the open door behind her. Afterward, she hesitated for a moment, her graceful figure wavering. Yet, after a brief contemplation, Jiang Lingxian bit her lip and stepped into the bathroom enclosure. Surely, there would be no harm. After all, her disciple could not see her. With that final comforting thought, the scene abruptly faded to darkness. In the depths of night, within the Hall of the Supreme Maiden, a series of sounds echoed. Clap, clap, clap. Wang Chen sat cross-legged upon his bed, and suddenly, a series of crisp explosions resonated from his body as a tempest of spiritual energy surged forth. He had attained the first layer of the Danci realm. Accompanying this breakthrough, a slender fissure of deep purple and gold materialized at the center of his brow. In an instant, this radiant fissure widened abruptly, revealing a singular eye of purple and gold that fervently scanned its surroundings. Wang Chen's eyes were tightly shut. Yet the purple-golden celestial pupil nestled at his brow flickered ominously, twisting in every direction. From the perspective of Wang Chen's celestial pupil, the surrounding darkness appeared as normal as broad daylight. However, upon catching sight of the imperial Xianding, he was momentarily taken aback in astonishment. For he could discern the entirety of the imperial Xianding, which emanated a continuous stream of golden auspicious energy. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen promptly retrieved the Taishu broken sword and, utilizing the purple-gold celestial eye, beheld a stream of fortune. However, the fortune emanating from the sword's blade was a shade of purple, clearly indicating that it was slightly inferior to the Huang Xianding. It is also plausible that its status as a broken sword contributes to this, and once the other half is located, it is anticipated that the fortune will transform into a golden hue. Wang Chen could perceive that the purple-gold heavenly eye possessed additional capabilities. However, confined within the room and without a target to strike, he had no choice but to refrain from utilizing its power. Subsequently, with a mere thought, the purple-gold heavenly eye at his forehead abruptly closed and swiftly vanished into his brow. In his previous life, he had mastered various eye techniques. Yet he had not anticipated that in this lifetime, he would merge with a purple-gold heavenly eye that inherently bore such mystical abilities. Where is the Emperor Xianding? Gradually regaining his senses, Wang Chen rose and leaped off the bed, searching for the elusive Emperor Xianding, which had seemingly hidden itself away. Big Pigeon, I am here. At that moment, atop a cabinet, the small Ding, engrossed in observing the peach blossoms, seemed to have noticed Wang Chen's search and promptly called out. Upon hearing the sound, Wang Chen turned his gaze in that direction. Just as he was about to step forward upon seeing the Emperor's mysterious cauldron, a sudden notification from the system halted his advance. Ding. Task completed. Convince Jiang Lingxian to accept and don an entirely new set of women's intimate apparel. Reward. 1 complete maid outfit. Already distributed. Wang Chen, no? Did she truly wear it? Wang Chen stood within the confines of the room, momentarily dazed by the notification sound indicating the completion of a system task. System. Does the purple-gold heavenly eye possess the ability of X-ray vision? At that instant, Wang Chen hastily inquired within his mind whether the purple-gold heavenly eye held such a power. Indeed, the host possesses it. Such a formidable ability comes in a total of 9. Is it truly that impressive? Upon hearing the system's response, the corners of Wang Chen's mouth gradually curled in a smirk. However, you cannot see through the treasured garments worn by Jiang Lingxian. Upon hearing this, the previously smirking Wang Chen felt his smile stiffen, ultimately reverting to a neutral expression. Ahem. I merely asked what other capabilities the purple-gold heavenly eye possesses. Why did you bring Jiang Lingxian into this? 666. After sharing a millennium together, even if you merely pass gas, I can discern its scent. Shall I hold one in? Get lost. The system's vexed voice echoed angrily, prompting Wang Chen to silently withdraw from the conversation and cast his gaze towards the Huang Xianding. Little Ding Ding, what are you doing up there? You've been gone for quite some time. Wang Chen felt a sense of perplexity, uncertain as to why the Emperor Xianding had lingered atop that wardrobe for such an extended period. Big Pigeon, I find this post quite intriguing. What does FAFA refer to? Wang Chen, taken aback by the unrefined Mandarin of Huang Xianding, stepped forward and inquired with a hint of curiosity. At that moment, obscured by Huang Xuaning's imposing figure, Wang Chen failed to notice the object slightly recessed above the cabinet. It's just a matter of hair. As Wang Chen listened to the sweet voice of the young girl, he approached a cabinet that was slightly taller than himself and lifted the Huang Xianding from its place. However, the moment he caught sight of an object nestled within the upper recesses of the cabinet, his expression momentarily faltered. Those peach blossoms, hadn't she claimed she would discard them? Creak. Just as Wang Chen stood there, transfixed by the object above the cabinet, the door to the room was gently pushed open. Jiang Lingxian, with her stunningly beautiful and ethereal visage, stepped into the room and cast her gaze upon Wang Chen. Oh no. Jiang Lingxian's heart sank slightly as she observed the peach blossom branches inserted in the jade vase atop the cabinet. Little fairy, you aren't being truthful, claiming to throw them away. So this is where they ended up, in this jade vase, is it? Wang Chen carefully stowed away the Emperor Xianding and, with great delicacy, removed the jade vial adorned with a peach blossom branch from above. He cast a glance at Jiang Lingxian. Within the jade vial resided but a solitary peach blossom branch, upon which several blossoms were gently affixed, albeit in a slightly fragmented state. However, those few blossoms appeared to be in significantly better condition than before, indicating that the liquid within the vial was far from mere clear water. Not far away, Jiang Lingxian listened to Wang Chen's words, feeling a tinge of embarrassment, as if she had been caught in the act. She refrained from responding to Wang Chen. Her ears, concealed beneath her flowing hair, betrayed a hint of crimson, yet her countenance remained as frosty as ever. I merely noticed that these few blossoms still possessed some vitality. So I casually picked a branch to lend them a hand, she stated. Jiang Lingxian then closed the door and turned, stepping toward Wang Chen, reaching out to grasp the jade vial containing the peach blossom branch. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen swiftly dodged, cradling the jade vial in his embrace, unwilling to return it to Jiang Lingxian. Return it to me, Jiang Lingxian said, her brows slightly furrowing in frustration as she spoke. You have deceived me once more. I shall not relent. Bestow upon me a kiss, and I shall return it to you. Wang Chen tightly clutched the peach blossom branch in his arms, gazing at the slightly furrowed brow of Jiang Lingxian as he spoke. Please, don't. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Lingxian decisively refused. Very well, if she is unwilling. So be it. Here, I shall return it to you. Upon witnessing Jiang Lingxian's resolute rejection, Wang Chen discerned that she had likely regained her composure from the ambiguous phase and was unwilling to overstep boundaries in the near future. You. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, momentarily taken aback by his ease in returning the jade bottle to her, her previously frosty demeanor softening slightly. System. Do you possess a standard model of a beautiful woman in a white dress? 1,000. Purchase. Wang Chen hesitated for a moment, yet eventually mustered a single word. Ding. Insufficient balance. Please replenish your meager account before proceeding with the purchase. Damn. I forgot I only have 88 source points left. But what do you mean by calling me a meager host? Wang Chen inwardly cursed, his consciousness returning to reality as he took 2 steps closer to Jiang Lingxian. Holding a jade bottle containing peach blossoms, Jiang Lingxian momentarily stiffened at Wang Chen's sudden approach. Why is it that I need not kiss my disciple? Yet my disciple does not wish to kiss me? For reasons unbeknownst to her, this thought inexplicably surfaced in her mind. She gazed at Wang Chen, who drew nearer, yet did not retreat. Unaware of her sentiments, Wang Chen simply stood before her, locking eyes for a brief moment. Little immortal, how about I gift you a garment? He proposed. No, it must surely not be a proper garment, she promptly declined, her mind momentarily bewildered. Seeing that he had not kissed her but instead intended to present her with clothing, she voiced her refusal. I assure you, it is entirely proper, this time. It shall be an outer garment. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her beautiful brows, recalling the comfortable attire Wang Chen had previously bestowed upon her. There's no need. I already have my own. Nonetheless, after a moment's contemplation, she ultimately declined. Since you desire nothing I offer, I shall refrain from gifting you anything in the future. Wang Chen refrained from uttering any declarations of gifting to others this time. After speaking, he feigned a sense of loss and a hint of indignation as he turned away. Without further ado, he laid down upon the soft and fragrant bed of Jiang Lingxian, pulling the covers over himself. Jiang Lingxian gazed at her aggrieved disciple, who had buried himself beneath the bedding, momentarily frozen in place, uncertain of how to respond. Reflecting on the various occasions when her disciple had presented her with gifts, Jiang Lingxian realized that he indeed had a peculiar way of expressing himself. The items he offered were always rather odd, either shameful in nature or imbued with some hidden significance. Never entirely appropriate. How could she dare to accept such things? If Wang Chen wished to give them, her immediate acceptance would render her entirely unreserved. Yet now, her disciple seemed unwilling to acknowledge her presence. What was she to do? Gently placing the jade vase adorned with a peach blossom branch upon the table, Jiang Lingxian hesitated before approaching the bed. Please show me what you have, she implored softly. As long as it is a proper garment. I assure you I will accept everything normal from now on, all right? She lightly caressed her skirt, slightly turning to sit on the edge of the bed. Her voice a gentle whisper directed at the cocooned figure beneath the covers. However, Wang Chen remained unresponsive. His form turned away from her even within the confines of the bedding. Jiang Lingxian felt a twinge of panic at the sight. Disciple, she called, gently pushing the covers that concealed Wang Chen, her usually calm voice betraying a hint of tension. When he still failed to acknowledge her, Jiang Lingxian, who was not accustomed to verbal expression, found herself at a loss, seated at the bedside. She yearned to articulate something, yet the words eluded her, her lips moving as if caught on a thorn. With each passing second in this charged atmosphere, it felt as if something within Jiang Lingxian was fading, leaving an emptiness behind. Disciple, she called once more after a brief moment, her breath quickening slightly, trembling with emotion. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, nestled within the covers, remained still, his eyes closed in a semblance of drowsiness. The thickness of the bedding muffled Jiang Lingxian's words, rendering Wang Chen unaware of her unease. Disciple, I promise you, I will accept everything you offer in the future. Could you please rise? At this moment, Jiang Lingxian forcefully suppressed the sense of emptiness that surged within her and continued to speak. Noticing that Wang Chen still ignored her, her eyes gradually turned red. My disciple truly does not care for me anymore. Sitting by the bedside, Jiang Lingxian was filled with regret. Had she known sooner, she would not have rejected her disciple. She could endure all of Wang Chen's actions, yet she could not bear his indifference and desire to leave her. Just as Jiang Lingxian stared at the bedding, unsure of what to do, Wang Chen suddenly turned over beneath the covers. Two hands emerged from the bedding, gently wrapping around Jiang Lingxian's waist, pulling her up from her seated position onto the bed. Jiang Lingxian was startled by Wang Chen's unexpected movement, letting out a soft sound of surprise and instinctively struggling to break free. However, to her astonishment, Wang Chen truly released his hold around her waist, retreating towards the foot of the bed instead. Jiang Lingxian, already feeling insecure due to Wang Chen's earlier indifference, became even more flustered. Don't go. In her panic, she hastily reached out and grasped Wang Chen's arm, her hands leaving red marks on his skin. Upon being seized, Wang Chen turned his head and met Jiang Lingxian's pitiful gaze, momentarily rendered speechless. No, I merely pretended to ignore her for a brief moment. It has even been 5 minutes. Why is she on the verge of tears already? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was on the verge of tears, his heart filled with astonishment, his mind in a state of bewilderment. He had never anticipated such a scenario. In his previous life, if he had ignored Jiang Lingxian, she would merely cast a cold glance in his direction, remaining silent for an entire day. No, please don't go. I promise I will do anything for you. Yet, at this moment, Jiang Lingxian lay on the bed, her eyes shimmering with crystalline tears, looking pitifully at Wang Chen, whose arm she had grasped. In that instant, all remnants of the lofty dignity of the celestial maiden vanished, leaving behind a vulnerable girl yearning for affection. The Jiang Lingxian of his past life could maintain her composure. Despite feeling wronged, she would still regard Wang Chen with a frosty gaze. However, after centuries of his absence, her disposition had drastically shifted. Even the slightest movement from Wang Chen would startle her. Please don't go. Allow me to help you with your shoes. Wang Chen observed that a formidable being at the level of heavenly sovereign was on the verge of tears and promptly offered gentle words to soothe her emotions. Wang Chen's original intention was to invite Jiang Lingxian to his bed, to gently remove her shoes, and then to embrace her as they drifted into slumber. However, to his astonishment, he now found that Jiang Lingxian appeared on the verge of tears, even uttering words of acquiescence. I'll take them off myself. You come back, she exclaimed in a flurry. In her haste, Jiang Lingxian desperately attempted to shake off her exquisite white embroidered shoes, her hands gripping Wang Chen tightly, as if fearing he might flee. Yet, despite her frantic efforts, the shoes remained stubbornly attached to her feet, an embarrassing predicament. These wretched shoes. I truly wish to be rid of them, she thought, feeling an inexplicable sense of panic as she clung to Wang Chen. Aware that the shoes were not budging, Wang Chen couldn't help but be amused by Jiang Lingxian's tearful demeanor, flailing about yet unable to shake off the shoes clinging to her feet. All right, I shall remove them for you. I assure you, I will not leave. Wang Chen, rather than immediately removing her shoes, embraced Jiang Lingxian's waist and reclined back. He held her close and gently pressed a kiss upon her forehead, softly murmuring words of comfort. During this, Jiang Lingxian instinctively resisted, yet she found herself unwilling to turn away her face. Ultimately, when Wang Chen's lips brushed against her forehead, she unconsciously closed her eyes. Unbeknownst to her, the moment she felt the warmth of his lips against her skin, an inexplicable sense of tranquility washed over her heart. Observing Jiang Lingxian with her eyes still closed, Wang Chen released her and moved to the foot of the bed, delicately grasping her fair ankle to remove her shoes. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth of his hand at her ankle and instinctively let out a soft sound of resistance. Such a lovely sound. At this moment, Wang Chen had already tossed aside her 2 shoes from the bed, then returned to embrace her once more, leaning close to her ear to softly speak. Upon hearing the phrase good listener, Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily stunned in Wang Chen's embrace, her fair complexion gradually blooming with a rosy hue. Yet, as she felt the warmth of Wang Chen's hold tightening around her, her once flustered heart began to settle into a state of tranquility. Perhaps I need not rely on the fragrant allure any longer. I could simply allow my disciple to hold me awake, for he seems willing to do so. At that moment, inexplicably, such a thought crossed Jiang Lingxian's mind. The sensations of a motionless Wang Chen and a dynamic Wang Chen were entirely distinct. Little immortal, did you not just say you would agree to anything I ask? Suddenly, Wang Chen leaned closer to Jiang Lingxian's ear, the warmth of his breath causing her eyes to flutter slightly. However, his words made Jiang Lingxian lower her head, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, unable to meet his gaze. You must have misheard. Jiang Lingxian's voice was barely audible, delicate as a whisper, imbued with a chilly yet bashful tone. Now in Wang Chen's embrace, she felt a twinge of anxiety that his conditions might pertain to something inappropriate. Yet, such a notion felt wrong in this life. They were not entirely bound as master and disciple, and moreover, Wang Chen had previously remarked that he would not adhere to the traditional master-disciple hierarchy. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian felt as though the nightmare from her last encounter, where her disciple vowed to spur her on, was about to manifest. Did you truly mishear? Jiang Lingxian, nestled in his arms, hurriedly nodded gently, emitting a soft affirmation. Oh, then I must have indeed misheard. What I thought I heard was that you said tonight I could do anything I desire. Jiang Lingxian? I can certainly agree to other requests, but must we engage in that particular act? Realizing she could no longer evade the topic, she had no choice but to raise her flushed face from Wang Chen's embrace, her lips slightly pursed, her reddened eyes reflecting a hint of trepidation. What are you thinking about? I have yet to express my conditions. Wang Chen found himself utterly enchanted by Jiang Lingxian's irresistibly adorable demeanor, his heart nearly melting at the sight. He feigned confusion and inquired, Is there something amiss? Jiang Lingxian paused momentarily, seemingly realizing that she had been presumptuous, which made her cheeks flush even more. Then I shall express my terms, she stated. And they are quite simple. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was snugly embraced by him, her delicate face flushed with a charming hue, radiating both a frosty demeanor and an enchanting allure. So, shall we unite as partners on this spiritual journey? Wang Chen felt that this was the closest he had ever been to becoming a Tao partner with Jiang Lingxian, and for a moment, he couldn't help but stutter nervously. Indeed, he had contemplated the system's task earlier, but after uttering that sentence, his mind became consumed with thoughts of whether Jiang Lingxian would agree to him. After all, their interactions in this lifetime appeared to be quite intimate. On the surface, they seemed like a master and disciple, yet in reality, they resembled Tao partners. Upon hearing Wang Chen's words, Jiang Lingxian slightly raised her head, her gaze fixed on his bashful demeanor, clearly taken aback. Jiang Lingxian gradually lowered her head, uncertain of how to respond to Wang Chen. After saying the word "I," she fell into a deep silence. In truth, she was aware that their actions had transcended the bounds of a mere master-disciple relationship, increasingly veering towards that of Tao partners. However, she understood that upon becoming Tao partners, their intimacy would inevitably grow, and the boundaries they would need to navigate would multiply. Jiang Lingxian had witnessed too many instances of men in the mortal realm who, after obtaining a woman's entirety, discarded their wives once they grew weary. Coupled with the emotional scars from her childhood experiences with those close to her, she harbored a fear that Wang Chen, once he had truly possessed her, would. This was an instinctive apprehension rooted in her lack of affection since childhood, particularly for someone as sensitive and beautiful as Jiang Lingxian. Aside from being cradled in her father's arms before he turned malevolent, Wang Chen was the second man to ever touch her in her life. Although she lacked clarity regarding the concept of becoming Tao partners, her independent nature allowed her to perceive the pros and cons with remarkable clarity. She was a blend of romantic idealism and piercing rationality. Unless Wang Chen were to disregard her entirely, or should some unforeseen circumstance arise, rest assured, I do not wish to impose upon you. I am no thief, compelled to force you into compliance. Wang Chen lowered his gaze upon Jiang Lingxian, who was avoiding eye contact in his embrace, and spoke words of comfort. Externally, he appeared composed, yet internally he felt a tinge of bitterness. He understood, however, that the union of soulmates could only flourish when both parties were sincere. It could not be compelled. Nevertheless, Wang Chen held on to the belief that given Jiang Lingxian's willingness to allow him such intimacy, it was only a matter of time before they would become true soulmates. The prerequisite was for her to overcome the emotional barrier within her heart, and Wang Chen was in no rush. He could afford to gradually win her over. As for the system's tasks, there was no need for urgency since rewards would only be granted upon reaching the heavenly sovereign realm. Shall we maintain our master-disciple relationship for now? Can we discuss the matter of becoming soulmates at a later time? Jiang Lingxian nodded slightly, lifting her gaze to admire Wang Chen's handsome visage. Her voice was soft and laced with a hint of remorse. Yet, her response was vague, suggesting she was evading the topic while leaving Wang Chen with a glimmer of hope. Oh no, your sister Lingxian possesses quite the cunning. It feels as if she is luring you. The system's voice suddenly resonated in Wang Chen's mind, imbued with contemplative undertones. It seemed unlikely. But perhaps as boundaries continued to blur, the prospect of becoming soulmates might indeed be entertained. And, have you ever witnessed such a method of allure? Ugh. Wang Chen suddenly tightened his embrace around Jiang Lingxian's delicate figure, causing her body to stiffen momentarily, and she let out a soft sound in his arms. If she were to continue this playful teasing, I would gladly submit to her charms, dear child. 666. You may enjoy your intimacy. I shall take my leave. As the system's somewhat disinterested voice faded away, Wang Chen distinctly felt the system slipping into slumber. Xianxian darling, come here for a hug. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who met his eyes with a gentle smile, tightening his embrace around her. Jiang Lingxian remained silent, pressing her fair, rosy cheek against Wang Chen's warm neck, her hands instinctively tightening their grip. After they had held each other for a considerable time, Wang Chen's voice broke the tranquility. Little immortal, do you see something on my face? It feels rather itchy. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian lifted her face slightly from Wang Chen's neck, her sparkling, beautiful eyes gazing at him. Unexpectedly, dear immortal, a kiss. You. Several hours later, as dawn broke, the sky began to lighten. Within the Taisu Xin sect, a shroud of mist lingered, resembling an ethereal realm, indicating that this was the time of peak spiritual energy. Inside the Taisu Sanctus Hall, Wang Chen slowly released the delicate form of Jiang Lingxian, who had been rendered soft and pliable from his kisses, gently caressing her silky hair. Sleep well, my dear. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who exhaled softly after his lips had released her, her dazed eyes fluttering as she struggled to succumb to slumber. He began to gently soothe her. Enveloped in a state of dreamy contentment, Jiang Lingxian, who had been rendered drowsy by his tender caresses and gentle pats on her back, gradually drifted into a peaceful sleep. In the depths of the night, Jiang Lingxian did offer some resistance. However, with each kiss from Wang Chen, her will to fight waned, or perhaps she simply began to lose the desire to resist. If one were to glance at her delicate neck at this moment, they would discern several distinct marks, reminiscent of the traces left by some creature's embrace. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was gradually succumbing to slumber. With utmost care, he gently released her delicate form and rose silently. He then covered Jiang Lingxian with a warm blanket, tenderly smoothing the strands of hair at her temples. Finally, he approached the bedside, his feet slipping into a pair of black flip-flops, which melded seamlessly with his movements. Wang Chen did not hastily leave his bed. Instead, he remained seated, his left thumb rhythmically tapping between his forefingers, reflecting on the cause of the great battle that had transpired 10 days prior. He began to deduce the potential outcomes that might ensue. With his eyes closed, as he mentally calculated, several familiar figures emerged in his mind. However, one figure in particular caused him to furrow his brow slightly. His left thumb paused momentarily before resuming its rhythmic motion. Yi Qing would also partake in the conflict between the two sects? Then let me ascertain your current whereabouts. Wang Chen's left hand moved with ever-increasing urgency, finally coming to a sudden halt at a single point, from which a powerful surge of fortune emanated. Host, please recharge me. With a mere 100,000 primordial points, I can directly confront the heavenly Tao. And those 4 esteemed gifts are perfectly suited for replenishing the system. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen suddenly recalled something. He ceased his calculations and began rummaging through his storage space, ultimately unearthing 4 items. Each of these treasures was of royal grade, comprising a medicinal pill, a magical artifact, a spiritual technique, and a rare herb. System, retain the medicinal pill and convert the other 3 items, the magical artifact, the spiritual technique, and the rare herb. Originally, it was approximately 3 million, correct? Not at all. Who would covet your source points? Never mind, let us consider it nourishment for my dear child. Remember, my precious, no more excessive consumption next time. If you must, do not forget to call out for your father. Wang Chen unexpectedly did not blame it this time. Yet the implication in his words instantly ignited a fervor within the system. I am not your child. Go away. Then release the origin point and return it to me. No. Hey, you see, You've admitted it. Haven you? Hiki. Wang Chen chuckled, disregarding it once more, and resumed his calculations. However, the power of fortune in his hands was once again obstructed. Ding. The interference function can be activated for 100,000 source points. Would the host like to proceed? Yes. In an instant, Wang Chen felt a surge within, as his original essence was diminished by 100,000. And the power of luck he wielded to obstruct was violently unleashed. At that moment, a vision emerged in his mind, revealing a figure adorned with black flaming wings soaring through a desolate expanse. That figure with the black wings was none other than Yu Qing. Host, shoot him. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback by the system's somewhat irate tone, a flicker of confusion crossing his expression. How to shoot? Utilize your purple gold heavenly eyes to aim. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen gradually came to his senses and recalled the 9 abilities of the purple gold heavenly eye as described by the system. Aside from the power of clairvoyance, it seems this is the second one. Wang Chen closed his eyes, his left hand moving rapidly as if it were about to take flight, desperately striving to maintain the image in his mind. With a sudden exclamation, heavenly eye, open. A crack of violet and gold appeared at his brow, and he abruptly opened his eyes, scanning his surroundings with fervor. Wang Chen meticulously observed the image of Yu Qing soaring through the skies in his mind, his thoughts gradually stirring to life. The 8 desolate continent lay in the arid northwest, where Yu Qing, endowed with the swiftness of a second-layer return to origin realm, traversed the scorching desert like a streak of light. His objective on this perilous journey was to procure a 4-leaf flame herb from the Yonghua region of the desolate wasteland. Fortunately, armed with a map from his close acquaintance, Chu Han, of the Taisu immortal sect, he could evade many dangers. If he succeeded in obtaining the 4-leaf flame herb, it would enhance his night flame physique, allowing him to return to the Taisu immortal sect, rescue his master, and exchange for a hidden treasure from the Taisu treasure pavilion. Ultimately, he aimed to win favor with the Chu family, step by step gaining the approval of the family head. Moreover, he had heard that the direct descendant, Chu Yao, was an exquisite beauty, which further fueled his aspirations. As Yu Qing contemplated his promising future, his animosity towards Wang Chen intensified. Were it not for Wang Chen, he would not have found himself in such dire straits. And he vowed to eliminate Wang Chen without fail. Suddenly, as Yu Qing prepared to accelerate, the sky above was violently torn asunder, revealing a colossal, vertical, purple gold eye of heaven. Stunned by the presence of this formidable Dan High realm expert, Yu Qing quickly halted and descended, seeking refuge behind a massive boulder. It seemed that this elder was searching for something, and his target was likely not Yu Qing. If he could not find what he sought, he would eventually depart, allowing Yu Qing to continue on his journey. Concealed behind the boulder, Yu Qing gazed at the imposing purple gold eye, reassuring himself. If only he could attain such strength as this elder, he mused, that furnace body of Wang Chen would certainly be crushed with ease. The furnace body he referred to so disdainfully was none other than Wang Chen himself. Yu Qing harbored a deep-seated hatred for Wang Chen, for it was this very furnace body that had driven him to the brink of despair, though a furnace body could be cultivated. Lacking a compatible physique for training rendered it as useless as a waste body. Unbeknownst to Yu Qing, Wang Chen's furnace body had been elevated by the system to the chaotic, super-divine version T0. At that moment, Yu Qing observed the massive purple gold eye twisting in the sky. And gradually, his own pupils widened in astonishment. He suddenly realized that the eye had ceased its movements, locking its gaze directly onto him. Boom. In the next instant, before Yu Qing could react, a surge of purple gold flames erupted from the eye, hurtling towards him. Why is it targeting me? Was the last thought that flickered through Yu Qing's mind as the purple gold flames plunged into the depths of the desert, rendering him unconscious. Within the Taisu Holy Maiden Palace, Wang Chen was intent on pursuing his target deep into the desert's underbelly. Yet a sudden force of destiny shattered the visions in his mind. Alas, the heavenly laws have activated. Host, let us bide our time for now. I shall cloak your presence. What on earth? Do not do that. The depths of the desert are rife with opportunities. I am eager to chase him down. 1 million. Damn it. Let us go for it. Regardless, I have already calculated his fortune. When the time comes, I shall seize that sacred grade 4-leaf flame grass in the wasteland, which will undoubtedly yield far more than 1 million source points. Ding. 1 million source points deducted, activating the supreme interference function. In the next instant, Wang Chen's left hand resumed its calculations, and the images in his mind reemerged. At this moment, he hesitated no longer. With the purple gold heavenly eye, I shall unleash my full strength. Go. Once more, the The previously vanished purple-gold heavenly eye reappeared in the desert sky, this time magnified several times beyond its previous form. In an instant, countless cultivators within 100 miles were struck with terror and fled in a frenzy, overwhelmed by the oppressive force emanating from the colossal entity. Boom! The purple-gold flame pillar erupted forth from the purple-gold heavenly eye, hurtling towards the unconscious Yi Qing in the desert's depths. Instantly, the comatose figure of Yi Qing, ensnared within the maze of opportunities, began to be consumed by the flames, just as his vitality was on the verge of extinguishing. A voice of immense authority resounded from the heavens. It was one of the two chosen ones. You audacious extraterrestrial fiends dare to harm him. A figure clad in golden robes surged from the clouds, raising a hand to obliterate the assault of the purple-gold heavenly eye, then prepared to pursue. What on earth? Host! Return quickly! A startled voice from the system echoed urgently, and Wang Chen's consciousness was swiftly yanked back into his body. That was exhilarating. I almost had the embodiment of heavenly law on my tail. Alas, all 1 million source points have been expended. How infuriating. The system's voice conveyed a mix of excitement and relief, and Wang Chen felt a sense of thrill despite the close call. Ding. Task: eliminate the top-tier chosen child of destiny, Yi Qing. Reward: elevation of the Chaos 9 Sun's divine body to the Chaos 9 Sun's dragon divine body. With a 100% bloodline purification. Ding. Task: defeat the heavenly law and establish oneself as the supreme being. Reward: 1 chance to draw from the Rainbow Prize Pearl, guaranteed outcome. At that moment, it was not the system's consciousness but an autonomous program's task prompt that suddenly resonated. Wang Chen was instantly taken aback. Is this for real, my friend? While it might be feasible for me to eliminate Yi Qing, to take down the heavenly Tao and establish my own dominion, is that truly achievable? I find it hard to believe. How absurd it is that the main program would issue such a task. Nevertheless, rest assured, host. For the mere fact that this mission has been assigned indicates that its realization is indeed possible, merely a matter of probability. I have yet to leave the novice village. And you expect me to confront a boss? The odds must be astronomically low, perhaps 1 in a billion. Wang Chen listened to the response from the canine system, rolling his eyes in exasperation. Fortunately, the system's tasks bore no penalties. Wang Chen recalled having seen various systems online during his time on Blue Star. It was said that if the host failed their mission, they would suffer a slight reduction in height, yet still remain invincible. Forget about that, he thought. Let us first venture to the Taishu Treasure Pavilion to seize the opportunity that belongs to Yi Qing. Once we have acquired it, we shall take a few days to recuperate before heading to the desolate wasteland to claim Yi Qing's sacred level 4-leaf flame grass. Surely, in a short span of time, Yi Qing will be incapacitated, with the heavenly Tao avatar striving to rescue him. Wang Chen, listening to the inexplicably cheerful mechanical voice of the system, sat on the edge of the bed and glanced back at Jiang Lingxian, who was tightly wrapped in her blankets as she slept. Alas, I almost forgot. I must inform her. Otherwise, if she goes missing again and is found, she might truly be restrained this time. Given this, perhaps I shall indulge in a bit more slumber and wait until she awakens to speak. Wang Chen kicked off his black flip-flops and, with great care, lifted the covers once more before burrowing beneath them. As he gently pressed against Jiang Lingxian, her beautiful eyes, which were closed, fluttered slightly, and she opened them a mere slit. Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who had wrapped his arms around her, and in her drowsy state, she involuntarily let out a soft murmur, caught between sleep and wakefulness. In Wang Chen's embrace, Jiang Lingxian instinctively raised the back of her delicate hand to rub her sleep-laden eyes. As she inhaled the familiar scent enveloping her, she remained nestled in his arms, her eyes half open and dazed as she stared at Wang Chen for a considerable moment. Lingxian. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who appeared adorably dazed, as if her mind had yet to awaken. He gently called her name. Nestled in Wang Chen's embrace, Jiang Lingxian seemed to find profound comfort and did not respond. Instead, she grew increasingly drowsy. Just as her beautiful eyes were about to close once more, she suddenly felt Wang Chen's lips upon hers again. Half asleep, half awake, Jiang Lingxian let out a soft protest, slightly turning her lovely face away, wishing to remain undisturbed in her slumber. After a brief moment of her turning away, her consciousness gradually began to drift back into the depths of sleep. Yet she still sensed Wang Chen seemingly kissing her. However, she chose not to resist, allowing him to continue as she surrendered to her dreams. In the Tai Su sacred sect, at noon, under the blazing sun, the consciousness of Jiang Lingxian, nestled within the Holy Maiden Hall, slowly returned from her dream. Her closed eyelids fluttered gently. This slumber was both tiring and exceptionally reassuring. The fatigue stemming from Wang Chen and the comfort also derived from him. As her awareness returned, Jiang Lingxian found herself nestled in Wang Chen's arms, her delicate face having unknowingly buried itself in the warmth of his neck. Why did her neck feel increasingly warm? Meanwhile, Wang Chen, lost in thought while staring at the ceiling, suddenly sensed an inexplicable warmth rising in his neck. However, he quickly deduced the cause and lowered his gaze to the person in his embrace. Yet, Jiang Lingxian remained seemingly asleep, though her body had grown noticeably tense. "Little fairy, have you awakened?" Wang Chen lowered her voice, gently and somewhat perplexedly inquiring just above Jiang Lingxian's ear. However, Jiang Lingxian did not respond. She could not even muster the courage to lift her face, uncertain of how to confront Wang Chen. The mere recollection of being embraced and kissed throughout the night, coupled with the fact that her disciple had employed the same tactic again that morning, rendered Jiang Lingxian devoid of the courage to face Wang Chen. Overwhelmed by shame, she wished only to retreat into her bedding, seeking solace in solitude. Wang Chen observed that Jiang Lingxian remained unmoved, so he extended his right hand and tentatively pinched her exquisite, smooth cheek. At last, upon feeling her cheek being gently squeezed twice, Jiang Lingxian, nestled against Wang Chen's neck, shifted slightly in a display of reluctance. It seemed she had awakened, yet found it difficult to confront him. Thus, he decided to directly address the matter at hand. Wang Chen gazed at the side profile of Jiang Lingxian, who stubbornly refused to allow him to pinch her cheek. With a sigh of resignation, he withdrew his hand and gently ruffled her hair. "Lingxian, I must attend to some matters at the Tai Su Treasure Pavilion shortly. You may continue with your own affairs without concern for me." Wang Chen gently caressed Jiang Lingxian's delicate hair, his voice imbued with tenderness. At his words, Jiang Lingxian, whose charming face was buried in shyness, gradually lifted her flushed countenance. Her enchanting eyes quietly gazed at Wang Chen for a moment. "May I accompany you?" Jiang Lingxian's cheeks, flushed with warmth, rested against Wang Chen's chest, her longing gaze fixed upon him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. Indeed, it seemed that bringing her along would not be an issue. He had always assumed that Jiang Lingxian might have her own matters to attend to, thus instinctively thinking it would suffice for him to go alone. "Then, give me a kiss." However, gazing into the depths of Jiang Lingxian's eyes, which sparkled with longing, he shamelessly proposed a small condition. After all, those who lack shame often reap the greatest rewards. Jiang Lingxian's cheeks flushed even more at his words, and she couldn't help but recall their intimate actions from the previous night. In that moment, she found herself hesitating, her lips pressed together in contemplation, unable to reach a decision in her heart. Is a peck on the cheek acceptable? Jiang Lingxian felt a sense of difficulty in taking the initiative to kiss Wang Chen's lips, not out of disdain, but rather due to an overwhelming sense of shyness. "It's up to you." Wang Chen did not press Jiang Lingxian this time. Instead, he silently gazed at her, his tone gentle as he softly spoke a word. Noticing that Wang Chen did not reject her proposal, Jiang Lingxian momentarily found herself at a loss, feeling somewhat unaccustomed to the situation. Eventually, she pursed her lips, inadvertently moistening them, their translucence shimmering as her face flushed with embarrassment, leaning closer to Wang Chen. Just as Wang Chen believed she would kiss his cheek, Jiang Lingxian instead directed her lips towards his. As Wang Chen widened his eyes, anticipating a kiss on his lips, Jiang Lingxian tenderly pressed her lips to the corner of his mouth. In that instant, as they embraced, they could even feel the rapid beating of each other's hearts. Jiang Lingxian's kiss left Wang Chen momentarily stunned, causing his cheeks to involuntarily warm with a faint blush. Wang Chen was perplexed as to why. When Jiang Lingxian gently brushed her lips against the corner of his mouth, he felt a peculiar sensation that was even more exhilarating than a kiss, a delightful tingling. From his perspective, he could see Jiang Lingxian's rosy and exquisitely beautiful face, clearly flushed with embarrassment. Suddenly, he felt something soft graze his lips, causing him to tremble momentarily. Jiang Lingxian, she actually once they parted. Wang Chen's cheeks turned as crimson as Jiang Lingxian's. "Haha, host, you're blushing." The system seemed to have discovered something amusing, bursting into laughter within Wang Chen's mind. However, he paid it no mind, instead locking eyes with Jiang Lingxian's deep, enchanting gaze, both their hearts racing in a fervent rhythm. Eventually, Jiang Lingxian shyly turned her face away, feeling an overwhelming sense of shame under Wang Chen's unwavering gaze. She tentatively extended her delicate fingertip to make contact, unaware that her disciple would react so intensely. Yet, such a disciple was truly endearing as Jiang Lingxian averted her gaze. She couldn't help but steal glances at Wang Chen, whose flushed visage made her heart flutter. The kiss had enveloped them in a profound silence, both struggling to calm their wildly beating hearts. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, the sound of knocking at the door startled both Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, igniting an inexplicable sense of panic within them. They were unsure why they felt this way, as if their intimate moment might be discovered. No worries. This is your Emperor's banner. You should conceal your aura and stay still under the covers. Master must be looking for me regarding the conflict between the two sections. Jiang Lingxian hastily retrieved the Emperor's banner, which she had temporarily set aside after Wang Chen had fainted, and quickly handed it to him. Oh no. If Han Zun discovers that I was in here sharing sweet moments with my precious disciple, it would certainly cause an uproar. Wang Chen hastily reached out to take the Emperor's banner, swirling it around his body, before lying down on the bed and synchronizing his breath with the banner's calming aura. Jiang Lingxian adjusted her flushed cheeks, gathering the bedding tightly around Wang Chen. Once everything was in order, she stepped out of bed to put on her shoes, only to realize with embarrassment that her white embroidered shoes, discarded by Wang Chen the previous night, had mysteriously vanished. Dumbfounded, Jiang Lingxian stood at the bedside, her fair feet bare, with no time to search for the lost shoes. She tidied her disheveled attire and barefooted, approached the door, gently pulling it open. Just as she did, she recalled that Wang Chen's black shoes were still by the bed. She had forgotten to pick them up. Xianer, why are you taking so long to open the door? Came Han Zun's voice from outside, compelling Jiang Lingxian to feign composure as she met her gaze. Master, I was in the midst of cultivation, hence my delay in answering, Jiang Lingxian replied, opening the door without a hint of anxiety, respectfully gesturing for Han Zun to enter. As Han Zun, clad in an icy blue gown, stepped inside, Jiang Lingxian closed the door and turned to walk back. However, Jiang Lingxian did not immediately sit down. Instead, she approached the bed and slipped on the black flip-flops. Though slightly oversized, their airy design made them comfortable enough to wear. At that moment, clad in her pure white dress and the peculiar black flip-flops, Jiang Lingxian exuded an oddly charming aura. Xianer, have you changed your shoes? Han Zun inquired, observing her actions with a slight furrow of her brow as she settled gracefully into a chair beside the table. Yes, these were gifted to me by my disciple. While the style may be a bit unconventional, they are quite comfortable. Jiang Lingxian fabricated a lie, flawlessly concealing the truth. Given Han Zun's understanding of her, it was implausible for her to wear such shoes unless they were a gift from Wang Chen, rendering it all reasonable. However, Han Zun was even more surprised by Jiang Lingxian's words, taken aback that her disciple would accept a gift from a man. The conflict between the two sects has intensified in recent days. You may need to step forward as the holy maiden of Taishu. Nevertheless, with your cultivation at the 9th level of the sacred soul realm, I have faith in your abilities. Yet, Han Zun's focus soon shifted from the shoes to the ongoing sect conflict. Still, I remain somewhat concerned for your safety. Take this. It can serve as a trump card. With that, Han Zun conjured a delicate, ice blue bracelet, roughly the size of a palm. Emperor Tier Taoist artifact, Ice Heaven bracelet. Jiang Lingxian gazed at the glimmering, yet subtly restrained icy bracelet in the palm of Han Zun's hand, momentarily lost in thought. It is worth noting that there are only 6 imperial-grade Dao weapons throughout the entire 8 desolate continent, yet Han Zun now extends this one to her. Master, this. There is no need for further words, simply accept it. With your prowess, this Han Tian bracelet has remained and used for over 1,000 years. I am invincible below the heavenly sovereign, and should I face one, I possess various means to withdraw. Han Zun raised her other hand, signaling Jiang Lingxian to remain silent. Understanding her determination, Jiang Lingxian reluctantly fell quiet. I have removed the spiritual imprint within the Han Tian bracelet. You need only take a strand of your own spiritual imprint to claim it as yours, and it shall serve you. With her right hand holding the Han Tian bracelet, Han Zun gently grasped Jiang Lingxian's delicate left wrist and slipped the bracelet onto her. The Han Tian bracelet would automatically resize, contracting to fit her wrist perfectly upon being worn. By the way, there is a spirit within the bracelet, though it has likely been in slumber for quite some time due to disuse. Han Zun observed Jiang Lingxian, who had closed her eyes slightly to inscribe her spiritual imprint onto the bracelet, and offered a final reminder. Jiang Lingxian, sensing the connection formed between her spiritual imprint and the Han Tian bracelet, gradually opened her eyes and nodded gently. Xianer, there is another matter I wish to discuss with you. What is it? Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian, still recovering from her reverie, looked at Han Zun with curiosity. I understand that the male disciple you have taken in is to help suppress the chilling energy within you. However, you must remember not to develop feelings. Yet, as time passes, it is only natural for emotions to blossom. Regardless, I shall not hold it against you. Ultimately, the decision lies with you. You are capable of standing on your own, and I do not wish to interfere excessively in your affairs. After all, the 9 yin cold god body and the 9 yang god body are a perfect match. Their union will not hinder your cultivation, but rather enhance it. Hanzun regarded Jiang Lingxian with the tenderness of a parent observing their beloved daughter. Her gaze softened. If one were to ask whom Hanzun cherishes most in her life, it would undoubtedly be Jiang Lingxian, whom she has watched grow since childhood. However, Jiang Lingxian has always been distant from her kin, leaving Hanzun helpless against the shadows of familial ties that linger in her heart. No, I assure you, my relationship with him is merely that of a teacher and student. As Jiang Lingxian spoke, her thoughts inadvertently drifted to Wang Chen, who was hidden beneath the covers behind her. In uttering these words, both Wang Chen and she doubted their truth, leaving her uncertain whether Hanzun believed it. That would be for the best. Hanzun observed her silently for a moment, and after her final words, she turned and walked towards the door, quietly exiting. Creak. After the door was closed and the cold presence of the revered figure had departed, Wang Chen hastily lifted the imperial canopy and the bedding, sitting up abruptly. Wow, I was nearly suffocated. This imperial canopy truly allows not a whisper of wind to pass through, completely stifling any breath. Wang Chen sat on Jiang Lingxian's bed, gasping for breath. Gradually, he turned to meet the gaze of Jiang Lingxian, who stood within the room. Wang Chen sat contemplatively on the bed, gazing into the eyes of Jiang Lingxian, who stood a short distance away wearing her black flip-flops. Xian, how about we choose a different place for our next kiss? Although it is true that Hanzun always knocks on the door right after we finish, I believe there is still room for another kiss afterward. Wang Chen lifted his right hand to scratch the back of his head, displaying an expression of displeasure akin to being interrupted during an intimate moment. No kisses anymore. Jiang Lingxian slightly furrowed her delicate brows, her beautiful eyes averting from Wang Chen's gaze. The mere thought of the weakness that enveloped her after each kiss filled her with profound embarrassment. Unless she forcibly unleashed her cultivation, she would be utterly at his mercy. There were even occasions when his kisses left her breathless and her body feeble, making it arduous to summon her spiritual energy. During such moments, Jiang Lingxian could only feign composure, for she genuinely feared that Wang Chen might seize the opportunity to tear her garments asunder and, at that moment, Wang Chen appeared utterly astonished. He sprang off the bed, barefoot, while deftly stowing away the celestial emperor's banner. He then bounded over, taking 2 steps at a time, to where Jiang Lingxian seemed to be searching for something on the floor. What are you looking for? Allow me to assist you. Would you not indulge me with a kiss? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes remained fixed on the ground. He slightly tilted his body and lowered his head to meet her gaze once more. Jiang Lingxian, taken aback by Wang Chen's pitiful plea to refrain from withdrawing her affection, paused momentarily. You have lost my pair of shoes, she finally articulated, acknowledging her need for the item, silently conceding to Wang Chen's unspoken condition. Here they are. As soon as Jiang Lingxian's words fell from her lips, Wang Chen, as if performing a magic trick, produced the pristine white embroidered shoes from behind his back. Jiang Lingxian was momentarily stunned, realizing that the shoes had not been lost, but rather had been concealed by Wang Chen. Return them to me. For a brief moment, she found herself at a loss for words, struggling to reprimand him effectively, ultimately managing only a strained demand for their return. A kiss on the left cheek for one, another on the right cheek for the other, and a kiss on the lips for the final pair. You may choose. Wang Chen concealed the white embroidered shoes behind his back, his handsome visage adorned with a mischievous grin as he leaned closer to the blushing Jiang Lingxian. No, Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, attempting to move and snatch the white embroidered shoes from behind Wang Chen, yet her efforts were hindered by the absence of her unleashed prowess. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen felt a surge of delight within him. He promptly raised both hands, elevating his shoes high above his head while standing on his tiptoes. Jiang Lingxian, slightly shorter than Wang Chen, found herself at a disadvantage, even as she donned her black flip-flops and stretched her fair toes upward. She still fell short by a hand's breadth in reaching the coveted white embroidered shoes. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen deliberately let his toes touch the ground lightly. Unaware of his intentions, Jiang Lingxian's eyes sparkled momentarily as her hands grasped the delicate white embroidered shoes. Silly disciple. Even if I do not unleash my full power to engage in this playful endeavor, I can still manipulate you effortlessly. Just when Jiang Lingxian's heart was still reveling in her acquisition of the shoes, she suddenly felt an embrace around her waist, and Wang Chen pressed his lips against hers. Jiang Lingxian stared wide-eyed at Wang Chen, who was kissing her, her body struggling against the embrace. Yet, after a brief moment, she gradually ceased her token resistance, becoming quiet within Wang Chen's arms, her eyes fluttering gently. After a brief pause, Wang Chen's lips gradually parted as his beautiful eyes gently closed, his arms wrapped around Jiang Lingxian's waist with all his strength. A soft cough escaped Jiang Lingxian after being released, momentarily catching her off guard. She coughed twice, her moist lips slightly parted, exhaling a fragrant breath as she gazed at Wang Chen. For some inexplicable reason, Wang Chen perceived a profound reluctance and a subtle hint of reproach in her delicately trembling eyes. "Little fairy, we must head to the Taishu treasure pavilion. Could you return the shoes on your feet? How about I help you put them on?" "No." At this moment, Jiang Lingxian seemed to sink into a slight melancholy, biting her lower lip and turning her charming face away ever so slightly, her movements languid and soft. "Then will you dress yourself?" Wang Chen cautiously spoke in such a manner. Indeed, upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian's mood soured even further, and her slender arms loosened their grip on Wang Chen. All right, I was merely jesting." Wang Chen reached out to tousle her hair, but for some inexplicable reason, Jiang Lingxian, feeling a touch of melancholy, turned her head slightly in resistance, though it proved futile. After a short while, Jiang Lingxian obediently seated herself upon the bed. Her gaze lowered to Wang Chen as he adorned her feet with white embroidered shoes, her lips gently pursed. Wicked disciple, wicked disciple, wicked disciple. They had shared a kiss, yet why could it not linger a bit longer? Alas, these thoughts remained unspoken, unheard by Wang Chen. Had he been aware, he might have succumbed to a more fervent embrace, unlike the previous night where their kiss endured for hours without interruption. The reason for his restraint lay in the clear and overwhelming resistance Jiang Lingxian had exhibited during his earlier advances. Had it not been for her weakened state, their intimacy would have escalated. Otherwise, she might have reacted as she had before, with a slap. Once Wang Chen had secured the delicate white shoes upon her feet, he slowly rose to his full height, gazing down at the aloof Jiang Lingxian, murmuring, "Xian, I was wrong, is that not enough?" Wang Chen wished to assist Jiang Lingxian, who was seated upon the bed, but she deftly evaded his reach. "I apologize, may I refrain from such prolonged affections in the future?" Wang Chen remained utterly oblivious to Jiang Lingxian's innermost thoughts, causing her words to unexpectedly draw her gaze upwards. "You." Jiang Lingxian attempted to reproach Wang Chen, yet her embarrassment rendered her speechless, fumbling for words. Surely she could not utter, "It is precisely because your kisses were insufficiently prolonged that I feel despondent." "So, are you still accompanying me to the Taishu treasure pavilion?" Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who seemed ready to scold him yet remained silent. In the end, he inquired with a hint of confusion. "Well, since she is like this, I might as well be direct." Suddenly, Wang Chen extended his robust and powerful arms, swiftly maneuvering his left hand between Jiang Lingxian's legs while his right hand encircled her neck. With one final motion, he lifted her into his embrace. As Jiang Lingxian remained momentarily bewildered, Wang Chen turned and strode directly toward the door. Creak. He used his right foot to nudge the door open, and thus, he carried Jiang Lingxian, preparing to venture towards the path of the Taishu Shinzo. No. Jiang Lingxian was now in a state of panic. The thought of being seen in such a compromising position with her disciple filled her with an overwhelming sense of shame. Wang Chen could only feel that Jiang Lingxian in his embrace had begun to struggle in earnest, no longer merely a symbolic display. With a sense of resignation, he gently set Jiang Lingxian down in the courtyard, observing her with a bemused expression as her cheeks flushed with a deep sense of shame. "You shameless wretch! Unruly disciple." Jiang Lingxian, clad in a flowing white dress, stood before Wang Chen, her delicate brows furrowed as she chastised him with mock ferocity, her face tinged with crimson. "Pfft, ha ha." Wang Chen gazed at the charming celestial being, Jiang Lingxian, unable to suppress a chuckle. My esteemed master," he playfully echoed, leaning closer to her ear, affectionately repeating the title. Jiang Lingxian, caught off guard by his antics, felt her cheeks flush with warmth and quickly turned away. "My dear master, as a wayward disciple, I suppose I ought to indulge in some rebellious acts each night, shouldn't I? But, my esteemed master, would you grant this pitiful disciple such a request?" The sound of Wang Chen's voice, reminiscent of a devil's whisper, sent Jiang Lingxian's heart racing and her face burning. Ultimately, unable to bear the moment any longer, she, clad in a beautiful white gown, hurriedly stepped forward, her demeanor slightly flustered. Wang Chen stood at the rear, gazing at Jiang Lingxian, who had fled in embarrassment, his lips curving into an almost irrepressible smile. He suddenly contemplated that perhaps addressing Jiang Lingxian as master from this moment forward was not entirely out of the question. After all, in his previous life, the title of master was merely a conventional formality. However, given that they had shared moments of slumber, embraced, and exchanged tender kisses, the nature of their relationship had transformed entirely. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who was nearly out of sight, and swiftly took large strides to catch up. At the Taisu Xian zone, the path was bustling with comings and goings. After Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exited the hall of the Holy Maiden of the Void, they adopted an air of utmost seriousness, resembling an ordinary master-disciple relationship. Furthermore, the crimson mark on Jiang Lingxian's fair neck had been erased prior to her last encounter with Master Han, rendering the situation rather unremarkable. Master, where are we headed? As Wang Chen strolled along the path of the sect, he deliberately inquired aloud about Jiang Lingxian, emphasizing the title of master rather loudly. Due to the ongoing conflict between the two sects, the number of disciples on the path was sparse, yet a few still passed by. This sudden query caused Jiang Lingxian, who had been walking calmly, to momentarily pause, and she cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chen, her previously frosty gaze softening slightly. Just follow me and speak less, she admonished. Although she had intended to address him as master, the words caught in her throat. After a brief moment of contemplation, she maintained her composure and responded with an icy retort. It was perplexing. She had once yearned for Wang Chen to call her master, yet now it felt somewhat strange. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian recognized that the nature of Wang Chen's utterance had fundamentally shifted. Surely, my dear master, you would not wish to witness your beloved disciple languishing in solitude during the late hours of the night, would you? Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian's appearance, and for some inexplicable reason, a classic quote from his previous life on Blue Star suddenly surfaced in his mind. After meandering through a series of twists and turns, the two of them gradually came to a halt in front of a magnificent, resplendent pavilion. Let us proceed. I merely seek to find an item. Wang Chen, displaying a demeanor of composure, raised his gaze towards the vast expanse of the grand pavilion, subtly gesturing to Jiang Lingxian. A hint of curiosity flickered in Jiang Lingxian's enchanting eyes, yet she refrained from probing further. Ultimately, the two of them stepped into the expansive Taisu treasure pavilion. Though it appeared somewhat sparsely populated at present, the pavilion operated under 3 exchange rules. One could trade contribution points from the Taisu immortal sect, exchange spirit stones, or barter treasures for treasures. Taisu Sanus. Upon entering the rather desolate Taisu treasure pavilion, an elderly man at the corner counter, who had been savoring a spirit fruit, promptly set it aside and rose to his feet, respectfully addressing her. Jiang Lingxian offered a slight nod in acknowledgement before following Wang Chen deeper into the pavilion. System, can you locate the position of that treasure? No. It is shrouded by a veil of fortune, unless. Then you may rest. I shall activate the purple gold heavenly eye. Wang Chen ceased to pay heed to the system, and suddenly a golden-purple fissure emerged at the center of his fair brow, which he then opened wide. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's golden-purple celestial eyes, Jiang Lingxian momentarily fell into a daze, her gaze imbued with a hint of perplexity. Just awakened, she remarked. Wang Chen, without even glancing at Jiang Lingxian's expression, seemed to intuitively grasp her doubts and responded succinctly. He then closed his eyes, his purple gold heavenly eyes surveying the rows of cabinets adorned with treasures, each radiating hues of green and blue. Presently, this was the first level of the Taishu treasury, considered the least impressive, which was entirely understandable. The Taishu treasury comprises 7 levels, each signifying a distinct rank: the outer sect disciple level, the inner sect disciple level, the outer elder level, the inner elder level, the level of the saintess or saint, the old sect master level, and finally, the ancestral level. The Taishu Xianzong does indeed have a saint, but Wang Chen was aware that he was currently in seclusion, in his previous life. It had taken over a century for him to emerge. Typically, opportunities for fate-imbued individuals like Yi Qing are concealed within the seemingly insignificant first level. Tucked away in an unremarkable corner, Wang Chen walked ahead of Jiang Lingxian, his eyes closed, as he scanned the treasures displayed in the cabinets with his purple gold celestial eyes. I have nearly examined everything, yet I still haven't found what I seek. This is rather unexpected. Jiang Lingxian, having followed Wang Chen for quite some time, noticed his sudden pause in contemplation after his extensive search. Her cool voice broke the silence. Disciple, if you truly lack in treasures, you need only ask your master. I shall provide them for you. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen turned around, and for a moment, the brilliance of the purple gold heavenly pupil nearly faded away, overshadowed by the resplendent black and red aura emanating from Jiang Lingxian. What on earth? Wang Chen swiftly raised his hand to shield the purple gold heavenly eye, just barely managing to fend off the ominous black-red aura emanating from Jiang Lingxian. Can the purple gold heavenly eye truly perceive the fortunes of individuals? System. Why does Jiang Lingxian possess such an overwhelming fortune? Its crimson hue darkening to an almost sinister black is utterly terrifying. Wang Chen momentarily found himself bewildered by the capabilities of the purple gold heavenly eye, while simultaneously inquiring within his mind about the system. Uncertain yet intrigued, he mused that she must undoubtedly be extraordinary. Nonsense. Did it require stating the obvious? The overwhelming force of luck radiating with such intensity that it nearly blinded him. Disciple? Jiang Lingxian gazed at Wang Chen, who had suddenly shielded his vertical eye with his hand. She furrowed her delicate brows in confusion and waved her hand, calling out to him. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen lifted his head, intending to evade the ominous aura emanating from Jiang Lingxian, and was about to retract the purple gold heavenly eye. However, as he raised his gaze, ready to withdraw the eye, he found himself momentarily entranced by the ceiling. A horse that loves rice. Could it be that the treasured item is right here? Wang Chen gazed at the shimmering waterfall landscape painting on the ceiling, and for a moment, a curse slipped from his lips. Oh, no, it's nothing. I have already found it. Wang Chen retracted the purple gold heavenly eye, his brow returning to normal as he opened his eyes to gaze upon the stunningly beautiful Jiang Lingxian. In response to Jiang Lingxian's furrowed brow and puzzled expression, Wang Chen turned his gaze toward the ceiling and raised his right hand, unleashing a powerful force of attraction. Whoosh! In the next moment, the dusty, grimy landscape painting adorning the ceiling was drawn into the palm of his hand. To the naked eye, this painting appeared utterly worthless, exceedingly dirty, and it was unclear how many years it had been hanging there. However, through the lens of the purple gold heavenly eye, the mountains, waters, and waterfalls within were remarkably vivid and extraordinarily beautiful. After rolling up the filthy landscape painting, Wang Chen, feeling uneasy, activated the purple gold heavenly eye once more to thoroughly search through all the cabinets. Wang Chen suddenly noticed in the deepest part of the hall, on the ground rather than placed upon the cabinet, a suit of armor in a corner that had evidently been neglected for years. Why is there still one here? Wang Chen gazed upon the ground adorned with a pair of resplendent armor gleaming with golden fortune and crimson hue, momentarily lost in thought. Was it the landscape painting that represented Yi Qing's fortune, or was it this armor that belonged to Yi Qing's destiny? Alas, what am I even contemplating? What do I mean by Yi Qing's fortune? Clearly, all of this is my own good fortune, is it not? Suddenly, a spark ignited in Wang Chen's mind. As if a circuit had been completed, with a cheerful demeanor, he retracted his purple gold celestial eyes. He then confidently led Jiang Lingxian to the dusty armor, reaching out to pick it up. Disciple, it seems these two items you sought have lost their divine essence, Jiang Lingxian remarked, her enchanting eyes slightly furrowing as she observed Wang Chen treating the dusty objects with the reverence of treasures. Simultaneously, a pang of concern tugged at her heart. Her gaze filled with profound tenderness as it rested upon Wang Chen. Disciple, come with me. I shall take you to the 5th level to choose something more suitable. Shall we? Wang Chen grasped a dust-laden scroll with his left hand, while his right hand held a suit of armor, equally encrusted with dust. At the sound of the words, he paused momentarily. No. Possessing both items is already sufficient for me. Wang Chen stood in the innermost corner of the pavilion, a place overlooked by all, observing Jiang Lingxian as she fervently shook her head in refusal. After all, even if one were to select treasures from the 5th level Saintess Pavilion, they would ultimately need to exchange them for her spirit stones. This implied that what he possessed was, in essence, still her belongings, despite having acquired a considerable amount already. Hush, I shall pose a simple question. Do you still have spirit stones? Noticing Jiang Lingxian's intent to persist, Wang Chen gestured for silence. Recalling the million exquisite spirit stones nestled within his storage space, he gently inquired. In truth, he had initially intended to return these precious stones to Jiang Lingxian. However, she had refused to accept them, leaving him with no choice but to temporarily retain them. At this moment, upon being questioned by Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian momentarily froze, her lovely visage reflecting surprise as she instinctively pursed her delicate lips. I still possess a few, she replied after a brief silence, her captivating eyes meeting Wang Chen's gaze as her cool voice assured him, rest assured, my disciple, it will certainly suffice for you to exchange for the treasures you select. Wang Chen observed her resolute yet somewhat hesitant demeanor, and he could easily surmise that her little treasury was nearly depleted. Aside from that cold sword and the 9 holy grade talismans, it was likely that her resources were almost exhausted. I do not intend to question your intentions. I merely wish to refrain from incessantly depleting your resources without cause, rather than bestowing upon me additional treasures. It would be far more delightful if you were to bestow a few more kisses upon me. Wang Chen's voice was remarkably gentle as he quietly approached Jiang Lingxian in the deepest recesses of the attic. Jiang Lingxian, momentarily lost in his words, was slightly startled when she finally regained her composure and noticed Wang Chen's proximity. In this place, it was inappropriate. A sense of panic washed over Jiang Lingxian as she delicately extended her slender, pale hand to rest against Wang Chen's chest, though her touch was barely firm. Wang Chen felt the almost imperceptible pressure against his chest and couldn't help but smile inwardly as he moved closer. Jiang Lingxian, slightly flustered, quickly glanced around, relieved that they were secluded in the innermost corner of the attic, away from prying eyes. However, the thought of being outside while engaging in such intimacy with his disciple filled her with an inner resistance, causing her to instinctively turn her fair and delicate face slightly away. As Wang Chen's solid form gradually pressed against her, Jiang Lingxian's heartbeat quickened, and she shamefully closed her eyes. Yet, Wang Chen did not grant her wish. Instead, he parted his lips and gently nibbled on her smooth and beautiful cheek. Jiang Lingxian felt the unexpected sensation on her profile and instinctively opened her eyes in surprise, letting out a soft, adorable hum. In that moment, she resembled a little one who had just tasted an exquisite delicacy, her eyes widening in delight, utterly charming. However, the current scenario was not one of her savoring a delightful treat. Rather, it was Wang Chen who was indulging in her as a delectable feast. Wang Chen gently released his grip on Jiang Lingxian's cheek, leaving a delicate bite mark on her fair complexion. Little Xian, be sure to behave while you're outside, and listen attentively to your rebellious disciple. Otherwise, be wary of the consequences during the night, he whispered playfully, leaning in closer to her ear, his warm breath causing a deep blush to rise on Jiang Lingxian's face, rendering her unable to meet his gaze. The rebellious disciple of the counter-heavenly faction feeling the warmth enveloping her ear, Jiang Lingxian instinctively clenched her garment within her sleeves, biting her lip as a shiver coursed through her body. Unbeknownst to Wang Chen, who had already begun to withdraw from their intimate proximity with a cheerful smile, Jiang Lingxian was caught in a flurry of emotions. All right, my disciple has chosen the treasures. Let us depart now. Wang Chen raised an eyebrow at Jiang Lingxian, who was shyly lowering her delicate face to evade his gaze, and spoke in a soft, melodious tone. Jiang Lingxian subtly regulated her breath, easing the peculiar sensations coursing through her body, and emitted a gentle sound of acknowledgement. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen slowly turned around. Only after Jiang Lingxian caught up did he begin to stride purposefully towards the distant counter. The rhythmic sound of footsteps echoed as Wang Chen approached the counter to settle the purchase of the 2 treasures. Suddenly, from the nearby staircase, a figure descended. Oi, Lao Deng. Wang Chen gazed at the venerable Grandmaster of Taishu, who descended the stairs in a weary state, and could not help but lower his right hand that held the protective armor, raising it instead to call out. The Grandmaster paused at the last step, momentarily taken aback, glancing at Wang Chen and then surveying his surroundings. Are you calling me? He inquired, pointing to himself, his expression still somewhat bewildered. Indeed, it is you I am calling. Come here. Upon encountering this old acquaintance from his past life, Wang Chen could not help but beam with joy, hastily waving his hand. The Grandmaster of Taishu frowned in displeasure, observing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian as he approached in his flowing white Taoist robe. You, my dear fellow, display such a lack of decorum. Holy maiden, as your master, do you not educate your disciple? The Grand Master feigned admonishment towards Wang Chen, then turned his furrowed brow towards Jiang Lingxian, his gaze seemingly laced with a hint of reproach. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian lifted her somewhat frosty gaze. Yet, there was no trace of displeasure in her eyes. She merely observed the 2 men in silence, for she firmly believed that soon enough, these 2 miscreants, indeed, this rascal and her dear disciple, would find common ground. Ah, old Dang, still as enigmatic as ever. Splendid, splendid, do continue to maintain this demeanor. Wang Chen appeared to gaze upon his good brother, who had suddenly transformed into an exceedingly serious individual, and a jovial smile graced his face. 5 centuries ago, within the secret realm of the sun and moon, the holy maiden of the moon sect fell victim to the venom of the love flower amidst the sea of blossoms. At that moment, a young man emerged. Be quiet. Silence. The venerable Grandmaster of the Void, momentarily taken aback, increasingly sensed something amiss and swiftly interrupted Wang Chen's impending words. Very well. Then assist me in settling the cost of these two worthless items. Wang Chen tugged twice at the object in his hand, locking eyes with the kind yet authoritative visage of the Grand Master of the Taisu sect. As a distinguished disciple of a holy maiden, could it be that you lack spiritual stones? Moreover, is your esteemed master not present? So, will you make the payment, or not? Wang Chen paid no heed to the words of the Grand Master of Taishu, merely gazing at him with a smile and inquiring, not yet. She is not married. How many spirit stones are these two items worth? Never mind, there's no need to search further. The Grand Master of Taishu, with a swift motion, produced a piece of top-grade spirit stone from the sleeve of his robe and placed it upon the table. He then cast a lingering glance at Wang Chen and spoke slowly, "Come to the Taishu dining hall to see me this evening." Without waiting for Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to respond, the Grand Master, clad in a flowing white robe, departed with purposeful strides. Meanwhile, the steward at the counter of the Taishu treasure pavilion quietly nibbled on a spirit fruit, remaining silent as he observed the scene. Is one piece of top-grade spirit stone sufficient? Absolutely, it is more than enough. Upon noticing Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian turn around, the elderly man at the counter hastily set down the spirit fruit, rose to his feet, and exclaimed, "One piece of top-grade spirit stone equals 1,000 pieces of low-grade spirit stones. The exchange for these tattered items belonging to the Holy Maiden of Taishu and her disciple is already more than adequate. Since that is the case, kindly return the scattered low-grade spirit stones to me." Wang Chen retracted the two treasures in his possession and, amidst the astonished gazes of Jiang Lingxian and the elderly attendant at the counter, extended his right hand. Ultimately, after receiving 900 low-grade spirit stones, he left the Taishu treasure pavilion with a sense of satisfaction, accompanied by Jiang Lingxian. What a miserly fellow. The elderly attendant watched the departing figures. Feeling somewhat helpless, he had initially hoped to earn a small tip. The path of the Taishu Xian zone was rather desolate. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian strolled along the sect's path, noticeably less crowded with disciples than before, when suddenly they seemed to hear distant shouts. Wang Wu, no. Wang Chen. The calls grew louder, compelling both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian to glance back. In that fleeting moment, Jiang Lingxian stealthily concealed Wang Chen behind her. Her gaze directed at the approaching figure filled with a subtle yet palpable hostility. The Holy Maiden of Taishu. No, it's not right, Wang Chen. We meet again. Chu Yao, with her enchanting and alluring presence, trotted toward them, greeting them with a bright smile. However, upon hearing the name Wang Chen, a ripple of emotion washed over Jiang Lingxian's eyes, and she cast a cold glance at Wang Chen. Clearly, during their last encounter, Chu Yao had only caught a fragment of his name and was unaware of her disciple's full identity. Could it be that her disciple's previous words were mere fabrications? Though Jiang Lingxian maintained an icy demeanor, her heart felt a pang of discomfort and disappointment. If she had two fluffy cat ears atop her head, they would undoubtedly droop in a state of weakness at this moment. What is it you seek? Jiang Lingxian regarded Chu Yao with a calm yet frigid tone, secretly yearning to whisk Wang Chen away. "Ah, little brother, we meet again." Just as one disturbance settled, another arose. A sultry voice echoed from above, and a woman clad in purple robes with violet eyes descended gracefully. "Sister, how have you considered the terms I mentioned last time, little brother?" Before Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian and Chu Yao could fully comprehend the situation, the violet-eyed elder continued with her beguiling speech. Jiang Lingxian felt overwhelmed. Caught between Chu Yao in front and the inner sect elder behind her, she found herself at a loss, unsure where to shield Wang Chen. "Have you not learned your lesson from last time?" Jiang Lingxian's gaze fixated on the inner sect elder, her tone growing increasingly frigid, an aura of chill radiating around her. "What you say holds no weight. I wish to hear my little brother's response directly." The violet-eyed elder fell silent for a moment, but eventually shifted her gaze toward Wang Chen, persistently pressing him to speak. Surrounded by the three women's intense stares, Wang Chen felt a cold sweat forming. He dared not utter a single misstep. A few disciples passing by observed the unfolding drama, halting at a distance to watch with keen interest. Three women vying for one man? How intriguing. Though the Taishu disciples appeared indifferent on the surface, inwardly they felt as if they had bitten into a sour lemon. The sweetness of the situation was overwhelming. At that moment, Wang Chen met Jiang Lingxian's intense gaze, her beautiful eyes reflecting a hint of anxiety. "I will not agree to you. Please leave. It seems you are feeling feverish and perhaps a bit unwell." Wang Chen tentatively reached for Jiang Lingxian's delicate arm, murmuring softly as he gazed at the purple-robed, purple-eyed elder before him, in front of so many onlookers. Jiang Lingxian stiffened slightly at his touch, her demeanor becoming somewhat awkward. Nonsense. I have never even allowed a man's hand to brush against me. If it weren't for your handsome appearance and your status as a furnace body, I wouldn't care for you at all. Upon hearing these words, the purple-eyed elder seemed to become flustered, abandoning her previous alluring demeanor and swiftly changing her expression, even altering her mode of self-reference. Oh dear. How urgent. Wang Chen tightly embraced Jiang Lingxian's slender right arm with his left hand, while his right hand pointed at Elder Zitong, bursting into laughter. You. Humph. Only you could find joy in being mentored by a colossal ice block. The elder, with her hands on her hips, no longer masked her displeasure, glaring fiercely at both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Having already been angered by Jiang Lingxian in their last encounter, she seized the opportunity to cast a couple more venomous glares. If she were not outmatched by Jiang Lingxian, she would surely have hurled some biting remarks. Ultimately, under the watchful eyes of several disciples, as well as Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, the elder transformed into a streak of purple light and swiftly departed. Chu Yao observed the unfolding scene in its entirety, standing there awkwardly, unsure of what to say. Upon witnessing Wang Chen's outright rejection of the intersect female elder, Jiang Lingxian felt a subconscious sigh of relief. However, at the sound of Chu Yao's voice behind her, that sense of relief was gradually replaced by rising anxiety. How infuriating. Why are there so many women vying for my disciple? I truly wish I could confine them all. Fortunately, I had insisted on accompanying my disciple today, even if it took a kiss to persuade him. A surge of possessiveness enveloped Jiang Lingxian, intensifying her yearning to keep Wang Chen solely for herself. But wait, Wang Chen, don't you already have a wife? At that moment, Chu Yao, gazing at Wang Chen as he intimately held Jiang Lingxian's arm, unwittingly dropped a heavy bombshell of confusion. She couldn't fathom why Wang Chen, who had professed to be a married man, was so close to his master. Upon hearing this, Jiang Lingxian felt her mind whirl, her thoughts spiraling into chaos, and her heart clenched tightly. The word wife echoed incessantly in her mind, stirring a tumult of emotions that left her heart aching. After all, she and Wang Chen had yet to even establish their bond as partners. Thus, in Chu Yao's mouth, Wang Chen's wife was merely a casual mention born out of his fear that Chu Yao might, like in his previous life, develop affections for him. Little did he anticipate that such a remark would precipitate this bewildering scenario. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian feigned calmness, yet stood awkwardly in place, her icy demeanor betraying her inner turmoil as her eyes began to redden. Jiang Lingxian felt as though Wang Chen's hands grasped not her arms, but her very heart. Chiyu seemed to sense a hint of something amiss with Jiang Lingxian, though she could not quite articulate what felt strange. Just as Chu Yao was about to scrutinize further, Jiang Lingxian shot her a cold, slightly reddened glance from the corner of her eye. Before anyone could react, Jiang Lingxian vanished along the path of the Taisucian sect with Wang Chen. That fleeting glance from Jiang Lingxian caused Chu Yao's heart to tremble, prompting her to instinctively take a step back, her eyes filled with fear as she watched the two disappear before her. What could be troubling the Taisu Saintess? Chu Yao found herself perplexed by Jiang Lingxian's behavior, yet an unsettling thought began to take root in her mind. Observing the Saintess's reaction to those words, could it be that as Wang Chen's mentor, she harbored feelings for her own disciple? But her disciple was already bound in matrimony, and now she was entangled in a web of deceit. Was the Taisu Saintess incensed by this revelation? A wave of alarm washed over Chu Yao as she quickly glanced around, resolving to keep this secret tightly guarded. The very thought of potential repercussions sent a chill down her spine. Goodness, Wang Chen truly was a master of manipulation, deftly toying with the emotions of the Taisu Saintess. As Chu Yao prepared to leave the scene, she silently inhaled sharply, marveling at Wang Chen's audacity. However, when she later found herself captured alongside Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, her admiration would swiftly dissipate. Within the halls of the Taisu Saintess, a soft thud resonated. Wang Chen, with eyes wide open in terror, was thrust against the wall, his heart sinking as he silently cursed Chu Yao 1,000 times. It had barely been 5 or 6 seconds since Chu Yao uttered the words that he did not have a wife. Wang Chen was utterly bewildered, and in the blink of an eye, he was abruptly pulled back by the tearful Jiang Lingxian, who pressed him against the wall. At this moment, Jiang Lingxian pinned Wang Chen to the surface, unable to contain the profound grievances within her heart, tears welling up in her eyes. With her reddened gaze fixed on Wang Chen's slightly parted lips, it seemed as if she might burst into tears at any moment. Why do you continue to deceive me? Why do you keep lying? Jiang Lingxian struggled to suppress the relentless sorrow in her heart, her once cold voice trembling with anguish as she questioned Wang Chen. The words "my wife," along with images of Chu Yao and various intersect elder women vying for Wang Chen, incessantly flooded her mind. Whenever these figures appeared in reality, she could only muster all her strength to resist. Yet now, she realized that it seemed she could not thwart anything, could not obstruct the inevitable. Lingxian, Chu Yao is merely speaking nonsense. Since my arrival in the 8th Desolation continent, I have essentially been by your side. Where would a wife come from? I only claimed I had a wife out of fear that she might develop feelings for me as she did in my previous life. Wang Chen was truly anxious now. Witnessing Jiang Lingxian on the verge of tears, he floundered in his attempts to explain. However, upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian could no longer maintain her composure. Tears cascaded down her delicate face, her eyes tinged with red. "Woa," she lamented, realizing that in her past life, she had harbored feelings for him. And he had still sought her out. Even in this life, he continued to pursue her. Jiang Lingxian raised her hands, desperately attempting to wipe away her tears. Yet her vision grew increasingly blurred. She recognized her loss of control, but after hearing the conversations between Chu Yao and Wang Chen, her tears continued to flow unabated. He had expressly stated that he had merely returned on the same teleportation array with her, yet why did she still know his name in this life? Woa, why? As she spoke, a sensation of suffocation washed over her, as if her heart were being tightly grasped, and her tears fell relentlessly. Each word she uttered was punctuated by sobs, her hands persistently brushing away the tears, her once clear voice trembling. "You deceived me, time and again. Even when you were aware of my reincarnation, you refrained from confiding in me, withholding your words." Whoa, Jiang Lingxian gasped for breath amidst her sobs. Her speech fragmented, her fair face marred by streaks of tears. "I did not. In this life, I never sought her out. Our encounters were mere happenstance." Overwhelmed by the torrent of questions, Wang Chen found himself befuddled, uncertain of how to respond. If it comes to it, we could confront her directly. Let us refrain from tears for now, shall we? Wang Chen truly has unutterable sorrow. Witnessing Jiang Lingxian weeping so painfully, his heart inevitably ached in sympathy. Wang Chen extended his hand to embrace Jiang Lingxian, hoping to soothe her emotions, but this time she stepped back 2 paces. "Do not touch me. One delicate beauty was already enough, and now another lady appears. What do I mean to you? Boo-hoo. Am I truly just a simple and benevolent master, destined to be toyed with daily by you, my rebellious disciple?" Cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian was evidently unable to absorb any words at that moment. She wiped away her tears once more, her eyes red and glistening as she gazed at Wang Chen, even coughing amidst her sobs. The cold heaven bracelet adorning her left wrist, dampened by her tears, emitted a faint, chilly glow. What is happening? Wait a moment. Where is the previous owner? The cold sovereign? Why have I changed masters? Soon enough, a cute, childlike voice emanated from the cold heaven bracelet, clearly bewildered by its sudden awakening. Why are you crying? New master? However, the bracelet seemed to sense something amiss, swiftly adapting to its new identity, its naive tone gradually morphing into one of indignation. Has that scoundrel dared to defile you? I shall slay him at once. The cold heaven bracelet appeared to glare at Wang Chen, its cute voice filled with righteous fury. Subsequently, the bracelet began to radiate a chilling brilliance, a subtle imperial aura released, as if it intended to tear Wang Chen to shreds. Yet, in the next moment, "No, do not touch him. Go back." Jiang Lingxian's tear-streaked face resembled that of a wilting flower. Yet she quickly covered the cold heaven bracelet on her left wrist with her right hand. Her beautiful eyes, now reddened with tears, reflected the grievance of being bullied by Wang Chen. Nevertheless, she fiercely shielded the bracelet, a mixture of indignation and protective instinct that struck one as adorably naive. The cold heaven bracelet, caught in the midst of its unleashed attack, paused, perplexed. "Master, why are you?" Each word it uttered was tinged with a sense of childlike wonder, but before it could finish, Jiang Lingxian forcibly severed their connection. As Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian's attention completely fixated on the cold Tianju bracelet she was clutching, he swiftly extended his arms to embrace her. "Please, don't touch me," Jiang Lingxian exclaimed, momentarily jolted back to reality by a sudden grasp around her waist. With tears streaming down her cheeks like a delicate flower, she pouted in a display of frustration, struggling in Wang Chen's embrace, desperately attempting to break free. "Please stop crying. I assure you, my relationship with Chu Yao is nothing. We can confront her together later. Moreover, I swear, I truly have no other partner. If I did, it would only be you." The more she struggled, the tighter Wang Chen held her, his words pouring forth in a flurry of reassurance. Feeling the warmth emanating from Wang Chen and hearing his soothing explanations, Jiang Lingxian's struggles gradually began to subside. Wang Chen understood that if she, a being of the celestial sovereign realm, truly wished to break free, he would undoubtedly be incapable of holding her. Since he was able to embrace her now, it was evident that he could soothe her. Please, let us cease the tears. Shall we? Wang Chen tentatively raised his right hand to gently caress the back of her head, burying her delicate face into the nape of his left shoulder. Hiss. However, in the next moment, he felt a sharp pain radiating from his shoulder, causing him to widen his eyes in surprise and draw in a sharp breath. Yet, Wang Chen refrained from unleashing his cultivation to resist, allowing her to bite down as if he were an ordinary mortal. As Jiang Lingxian bit down harder, the pressure intensified to the point where Wang Chen felt as though his skin might break, enduring the torment with great difficulty. Ultimately, however, the force with which Jiang Lingxian clung to him diminished completely, and she raised both hands to tightly embrace his neck. Whoa! Clinging to Wang Chen's neck, Jiang Lingxian buried her beautiful face against his ear, unable to restrain her muffled sobs any longer. Wang Chen could only feel the warmth of her tears soaking into the fabric of his shoulder, rendering the spot she had covered with her face unbearably hot. Jiang Lingxian was unaware of how long she had been crying. It seemed as though she sought to weep away every ounce of grievance she had ever endured. In this moment of sorrow, she mourned not only for Chu Yao but also for herself, and for the unspoken truths surrounding Wang Chen's rebirth. It was a lament that encompassed the anguish of having learned of Wang Chen's demise in her past life, leaving her to grieve alone. Additionally, there was the sorrow of waiting day after day on that mountain where she had first encountered Wang Chen, enduring 100 years of yearning. Today, all her pent-up grievances finally erupted before Wang Chen, as Jiang Lingxian could no longer hold them back. Wang Chen was unaware of how long Jiang Lingxian had wept. He only knew that his shoulder had become utterly soaked with her tears. Eventually, the formidable being of the celestial realm, Jiang Lingxian, cried until she nestled her face against his shoulder, drifting into a peaceful slumber. It seemed that only in Wang Chen's presence could she weep freely and then find solace in sleep, for otherwise, she would awaken alone from haunting nightmares. At this moment, as Wang Chen felt Jiang Lingxian gradually quieting in his embrace, he gently pried her arms from around his neck. He then cradled her tenderly in his arms and carried her towards the bed, laying her down with utmost care. Gazing at her tear-streaked, delicate visage, which bore a faint flush, he reached out to wipe her cheeks. Jiang Lingxian's closed eyelids were tinged with red, glistening with traces of crystalline tears. Evoking a deep sense of compassion, Wang Chen purchased 2 basins of pristine water and cloth from the system, and with utmost care, he gently wiped her face after moistening the fabric. Subsequently, he glanced at his white garment, which had become thoroughly soaked without a hint of wind, and lifted it slightly to inspect his shoulder. The biting wounds had begun to ooze blood. Wang Chen turned his gaze towards the row of bite marks on his shoulder, from which tiny droplets of blood were faintly seeping. Wang Chen chose not to address it, allowing it to remain as is, intending to show it to Jiang Lingxian once her emotions had stabilized. Subsequently, he glanced at the soaked white robe, preparing to unleash his spiritual energy to dry the tears. However, before his power could manifest, the white robe, seemingly sensing his intent, began to act on its own. A gust of energy akin to the wind stirred around the damp fabric on Wang Chen's shoulder, gradually drying it. Wang Chen gazed at the scene, momentarily stunned. Entirely unaware of Jiang Lingxian, who lay on the bed, slightly shaking her head, her expression tinged with fear. Just as Wang Chen, after a brief daze, turned to look, he found himself meeting the tear-filled, crimson eyes of Jiang Lingxian, who had abruptly awakened from a nightmare. Disciple. Jiang Lingxian's lips gradually curled downward, her voice, slightly cold and hoarse, called out softly from her place on the bed, glistening with unshed tears, evoking a sense of poignant vulnerability. This is not good. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose pitiable visage was clearly on the brink of tears, clutching a piece of cloth in his hand. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian had entirely shed her usual icy demeanor, presenting a stark contrast with her tearful and woeful appearance. Wang Chen, quick-witted and swift of movement, deftly kicked off his shoes and swiftly dove beneath the bed, embracing her soft and delicate form. Disciple, you. Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful face bore a pitiful expression, her voice trembling and hoarse as she was about to utter something, yet her lips were silenced by a firm hand. Wang Chen understood that he could not allow her to speak any further, lest she succumb to tears once again. This would inevitably lead him to explain numerous matters, ultimately having to console her once more when she became pitifully weepy. thus caught between silencing her and permitting her sorrowful lamentations to escalate into tears. Wang Chen chose the former. Jiang Lingxian, held in his embrace, felt his lips press against hers, rendering her momentarily speechless. Her eyes shimmering with unshed tears as she gazed at him vacantly. Naturally alluring and exquisitely beautiful, she now appeared even more endearing in her vulnerable state, compelling one to cherish her. As Wang Chen kissed her soft, delicate lips, he felt as if he might dissolve entirely, a wave of comfort washing over him. As time passed, Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes, now tinged with a rosy hue and glistening with tears, fluttered closed beneath the gentle caress of his affection, her long eyelashes quivering softly. When their lips finally parted, they instinctively clung to one another, their breaths mingling in soft gasps. At last, Jiang Lingxian fell completely silent. Her flushed face nestled against Wang Chen's warm neck, seeking solace. Even if she wished to articulate her thoughts, her mind felt vacant and devoid of clarity, akin to a state of oxygen deprivation. Cough, cough. Jiang Lingxian's throat stirred slightly, prompting a few involuntary coughs, as if she had been momentarily choked by something. Meanwhile, Wang Chen stared blankly at the ceiling, panting heavily, his arms securely wrapped around her delicate form pressed against him. It seemed that in the future, should she weep again, the remedy would be to silence her lips, kissing her until her capacity for thought faded away. Wang Chen felt the warmth emanating from the delicate figure in his embrace, and an ingenious idea to soothe her tears crossed his mind. Skin-san, let us rest now. My dear. Wang Chen embraced Jiang Lingxian, gently caressing her exquisite hair with a tender touch, his voice soothing as he attempted to console her. Jiang Lingxian offered no response, seemingly reluctant to engage in conversation, instead quietly burying her face in the crook of his neck, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen chose to remain silent, providing her with a tranquil environment, for he feared that he might inadvertently provoke her to tears once more. This was the first time he encountered the tempestuous side of Jiang Lingxian, a stark contrast to her usual composed demeanor. It appeared that even the heart of Jiang Lingxian, known in her past life as the Ice Heart Empress, harbored vulnerabilities. Curiously, it seemed that her Achilles' heel was none other than himself. That night, Wang Chen found it difficult to sleep, as Jiang Lingxian would occasionally awaken from her dreams. He dared not fall into a deep slumber, for each time she stirred, he would swiftly lift his gaze to meet hers. On several occasions, their eyes would lock, and her delicate face would suddenly take on a look of profound grievance. In those moments, he could only soothe her with gentle words. However, Jiang Lingxian ceased her commotion, finding solace in his tender voice. The dimly lit room, shrouded in the stillness of night, amplified the sensitive hearts of most individuals. Thus, each time Jiang Lingxian awoke, it seemed she was merely seeking reassurance that Wang Chen truly remained in her embrace, fearful of losing him to another or of his sudden disappearance. Eventually, Wang Chen resolved to forego sleep altogether, cradling Jiang Lingxian as he gazed vacantly at the ceiling, the chaotic nine-yang divine art silently circulating within him. It was not until a ray of sunlight streamed through the window that he felt Jiang Lingxian stir once more in his arms. As she gradually lifted her enchanting face to look at him, Wang Chen instinctively tightened his hold around her waist, whispering softly, "Stand, I am here, I am here. I will not leave." Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, whose eyes were slightly reddened as they locked onto his. He quickly began to soothe her, just as he had done in the stillness of the night. However, this time, Jiang Lingxian did not bury her exquisite face into his neck as she had on previous occasions. Instead, they remained in each other's embrace, her beautiful eyes, still tinged with remnants of tears from the previous night, quietly meeting his gaze for a prolonged moment. After a brief exchange of looks, Jiang Lingxian began to shift her position, seemingly intent on rising. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. "Xian, don't call me that," Jiang Lingxian replied coldly, her eyes still harboring a hint of irritation as she furrowed her brows in displeasure. Yet, due to her night of weeping, her voice was barely audible. The initial protest lost in silence. For a moment, her attempt to stand faltered, a hint of awkwardness betraying her composed facade as she continued to rise. "All right. I shall call you that. Please do not be upset. What is it that you wish to do now, Xian?" Wang Chen wrapped his arms around her waist. Aware that she was still harboring some resentment after regaining her composure, he intended to hold her close and gently assuage her feelings. "Ahem. I insist that you refrain from calling me that." "Release me," Jiang Lingxian retorted, her usually serene voice tinged with irritation as she coughed twice in response to Wang Chen's audacity. She reiterated her demand once more. "Are you still upset? If it persists, shall we summon Chu Yao and confront her directly?" As Wang Chen observed Jiang Lingxian propping herself up on the bed, resolutely intent on rising despite his embrace. He hastily sat up alongside her. However, it was only when the name Chu Yao was mentioned that Jiang Lingxian reacted with an intensity akin to a cat's ruffled fur, attempting to pry away Wang Chen's hands from her slender waist. Ouch! That hurts! Wang Chen exclaimed theatrically as Jiang Lingxian's delicate elbow inadvertently struck his left shoulder, prompting him to feign pain. Instinctively, his hands released their hold on her soft, slender waist as if truly pained. Jiang Lingxian's struggle faltered momentarily. Upon realizing that Wang Chen had genuinely loosened his grip, a flicker of disappointment crossed her flushed eyes. Yet, her concern swiftly redirected her gaze toward Wang Chen, who was cradling his shoulder. Jiang Lingxian felt compelled to inspect his injury but wrestled with the notion that she ought to ignore him in her current state of anger. Ultimately, after a mere 3 seconds of hesitation, she found herself leaning closer to Wang Chen, peering at his shoulder. In that instant, her expression shifted to one of surprise, regret, and compassion as she beheld 2 rows of bite marks on his left shoulder, accompanied by droplets of blood. "It's nothing, just a minor injury," she reassured silently. Upon noticing Jiang Lingxian's gaze, Wang Chen hurriedly attempted to cover his shoulders with his clothing, offering words of comfort. "The methods of the dog host remain as astute as ever. Only your innocent sister Lingxian would be so gullible as to believe you. Kindly remove yourself. My injuries are genuine, you know." Wang Chen cast a disdainful glance at the system in his mind, subsequently ignoring its incessant barking. "Don't." Jiang Lingxian, seeing that Wang Chen was about to cover his shoulders with his garment, could not resist the urge and reached out to grasp his hand. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen raised his perplexed gaze, causing Jiang Lingxian to momentarily avoid his eyes. "Since I am the one who bit, I shall naturally handle it myself." "Do not think too much," she stated, feigning composure as she locked her gaze with Wang Chen, striving to make her words sound somewhat convincing. Subsequently, Jiang Lingxian reached out to untie the white robe draped over Wang Chen's upper body, rendering him somewhat uncomfortable. Nevertheless, Wang Chen remained still, seated upon the warm bed they had just shared, allowing her to loosen his garment. As Jiang Lingxian beheld his robust chest gradually unveiled, a distinct blush crept across her delicate face. Once Wang Chen's white robe was fully removed, Jiang Lingxian found herself momentarily entranced by his firm and fair physique. Observing him from such proximity was an entirely different sensation compared to the last time he had changed clothes before her. "Xian, what is the matter with you?" Wang Chen did not anticipate that Jiang Lingxian would be lost in thought, yet he feigned ignorance and waved his hand to greet her. "It's nothing. Please don't speak." Once called back to reality, Jiang Lingxian's cheeks flushed a delightful crimson, and she stumbled over her words. However, her stuttering was an old habit. Wang Chen was well aware that her embarrassment would render her speech faltering, struggling to suppress the warmth rising in her cheeks. Jiang Lingxian hastily retrieved a certain medicinal powder and a spiritual energy bandage from her soul space. In her momentary fluster, she inadvertently dropped the vial of medicinal powder onto the bed with a soft thud. After picking it up, she applied the bandage to Wang Chen's shoulder to wipe away the bloodstains. Finally, she poured the powder onto the bandage and concentrated on wrapping it securely. Wang Chen quietly gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who knelt barefoot on the bed, diligently wrapping bandages around his shoulder. With Wang Chen's frequent injuries, Jiang Lingxian had evidently become more adept at the technique. Although the bandaging ended up somewhat askew, it was securely done. "All right, you can put on your clothes by yourself," she said, occasionally stealing glances at Wang Chen's physique as she tidied up the medicinal vial and the remaining bandages infused with spiritual energy. "No, you dress me," he insisted. "You bit me, and you were the one to remove my clothes. You must take full responsibility." Wang Chen opened his arms, his profound gaze fixed upon Jiang Lingxian, who was striving with all her might to avert her eyes from his physique. He spoke, "If you wish to look, then gaze to your heart's content. Why the shyness?" Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who, upon hearing his words, discreetly cast a glance at his chest, a bemusement bubbling within him. Jiang Lingxian appeared to waver. Her ears flushed a deep crimson. Yet, she ultimately extended her delicate hands with deliberation. "What would it feel like if my disciple embraced me at this moment?" As Jiang Lingxian lifted Wang Chen's upper body adorned in white attire, an unbidden thought blossomed in her mind. Just as she found herself momentarily entranced by Wang Chen's sturdy physique, she suddenly felt a firm grasp on her wrist. Before she could react, her palm was pressed against Wang Chen's body, a sensation akin to an electric shock coursing through her. Overcome with embarrassment, she swiftly withdrew her hand. "You, how shameless." At this point, Jiang Lingxian could no longer suppress the warmth flooding her cheeks, her exquisite face swiftly adorned with a rosy hue. Clearly aware of her own predicament, she chastised Wang Chen before promptly turning away, no longer wishing to face him. Wang Chen gazed at Jiang Lingxian, who had turned away, saying nothing. He merely smiled as he picked up her fallen white garment, helping her to put it back on. Are you no longer upset, then? After Wang Chen donned his white garment, he gently enveloped Jiang Lingxian from behind, resting his cheek against hers and softly whispering in her ear. Do not hold me. Jiang Lingxian felt the warmth near her ear, causing her to shiver slightly. She reached out, attempting to push away Wang Chen's arms in a gesture that was more symbolic than forceful. Wang Chen, upon witnessing the scene, gently pressed his lips against her flushed ear, then slowly placed tender kisses upon her warm, delicate cheek. You. Jiang Lingxian, overwhelmed by Wang Chen's advances, instantly fell silent, finding herself embraced in his arms. Her breath quickening, her body growing weak. Wang Chen felt the delicate, soft form of Jiang Lingxian in his embrace, her breath slightly erratic. He cautiously attempted to lay her flat upon the bed. Then, the scene faded to black. A sudden sound. However, in merely 3 seconds, the scene resumed, revealing Wang Chen being forcefully thrown off the bed by the unleashed power of Jiang Lingxian. Wang Chen's body collided with the floor, eliciting an involuntary scream. However, this time Jiang Lingxian chose to disregard him. Traitor. Shameless. The corners of Jiang Lingxian's eyes glistened with a hint of crimson. Her gaze a blend of pity and indignation directed at Wang Chen beneath the bed. She hurriedly adjusted her disheveled garments. Wang Chen lay on the floor, casting a furtive glance at Jiang Lingxian, whose piercing gaze bore into him. I apologize. I nearly lost control. Your demeanor is simply too enticing. You. Was that truly a near lapse in restraint? Had it not been for my superior cultivation, you would undoubtedly have stolen my virtue. Jiang Lingxian, momentarily taken aback by his words, blushed furiously and retorted indignantly, but was my earlier behavior truly so captivating to you, disciple? As she chastised Wang Chen, her mind involuntarily wandered back to the fervent manner in which he had been drawn to her, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. If my cultivation surpasses yours, does that mean you? Silence. Jiang Lingxian seemed to anticipate the continuation of his words, her embarrassment compelling her to seal his lips with her spiritual power. Woo, you shall never dare to kiss me again. Accompanying Wang Chen's muffled lamentations were Jiang Lingxian's indignant and resolute declarations, and the scene shifted. At the Taishu dining hall, the morning was rather desolate. The melodious notes of a flute wafted through the air, played by a young man clad in azure, his white flute resonating beautifully. In a corner, another young man with a kind and handsome visage sat, seemingly awaiting someone. However, the person he awaited appeared to be significantly delayed, leading him to rest his head in his hands, listening to the flute-esque music, and dozing off intermittently. As the final notes of the flute faded, the young man tucked the instrument into his waist and turned to leave. The already quiet Taishu dining hall grew even more somber, leaving the amiable youth in the corner to continue his slumber. With a sudden clap, the Taishu sect's leader, Xiao Qingxiu, seemed to sense the cessation of the music. His face fell directly onto the table. Ow! He lamented, lifting his head from the table, his bleary eyes scanning the now brightly lit dining hall. Curse it! You dare stand me up. With a bang, Xiao Qingxiu, upon realizing Wang Chen's continued absence, cursed under his breath and stood up in exasperation. In the now empty Taishu dining hall, his irate figure abruptly vanished, leaving it truly desolate. Little did he know that the previous night, Wang Chen had been embraced by Jiang Lingxian within the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, reveling in unrestrained joy. Inside the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, a notification chimed. Task: Detection of Yi Qing's opportunity 4-leaf flame grass is on the verge of maturity. Beasts are gathering. Please proceed immediately to compete for it. Reward: Sacred White Tiger Talisman. Time: 7 days. The White Tiger Talisman. Wang Chen gazed at the rewards, lost in contemplation, and cautiously stole a glance at Jiang Lingxian, who was meditating on a nearby chair. Suddenly, a series of impatient knocks echoed from the door, drawing the attention of both Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian. Jiang Lingxian paused her meditation, her eyes shifting between the door and Wang Chen. Should I conceal myself? Upon noticing Jiang Lingxian's gaze directed at him, Wang Chen raised his hand, gesturing towards himself before glancing at the wardrobe nearby or the bedding draped over him. No need. Jiang Lingxian replied in a voice that was both cold and melodious as she descended from her seated position and walked towards the door. With a creak, the door swung open, and Wang Chen raised an eyebrow, observing the remarkably familiar silhouette of a young man. Where's your disciple? Xiao Qingxiu, who had raised his hand midway to knock, paused and timidly inquired, his eyes reflecting an icy demeanor. He had scoured the entire Taisu immortal sect and had only resorted to seeking Jiang Lingshan when all other options failed. At that moment, Jiang Lingshan appraised the young sect master, Xiao Qingxiu, recognizing his youthful form. I don't know. What business do you have with him? Jiang Lingshan, already in a state of discontent, felt her irritation rise further as Xiao Qingxiu knocked persistently on the door, her voice turning so frigid it could freeze the very air. You don't know? Oh, well, never mind then. I'll just. Xiao Qingxiu, noticing Jiang Lingshan's evident displeasure, was about to turn away when he suddenly caught sight of the person within the room. Why is he in your room? And on the bed no less. His eyes widened in disbelief as he shifted his gaze between Jiang Lingshan and Wang Chen. He was injured, and I am treating his wounds. But you just said you didn't know where he was. Xiao Qingxiu recalled Jiang Lingshan's earlier words, his expression a mixture of confusion and incredulity. You misheard. Jiang Lingshan replied coolly. Come on, at least put on an act. Is your adaptability so exceptional? Xiao Qingxiu, listening to Jiang Lingshan's calm yet frigid remarks, wore a skeptical expression, as if questioning her credibility. Who are you, and what is your purpose in seeking me? Wang Chen gracefully descended from Jiang Lingshan's bed. Fully aware of the situation, and donned a pair of black flip-flops as he approached Xiao Qingxiu with a look of perplexity. I waited for you all night at the Taishu dining pavilion. Why did you not come? Xiao Qingxiu refrained from disclosing his identity. Yet his words conveyed his meaning with crystal clarity, easily comprehensible to any ordinary person. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback upon hearing this. Standing there with Jiang Lingxian in between, he exchanged an awkward glance with Xiao Qingxiu outside the door. He had indeed forgotten about the matter. As he had accepted spirit stones from Xiao Qingxiu and had not gone to the Taisu dining pavilion, it was undeniably his oversight. I was comforting my little darling yesterday and completely lost track of it. Wang Chen awkwardly scratched his head, and after a moment of silence with Xiao Qingxiu, he spoke in a calm tone. Jiang Lingxian noticed a fleeting moment of distraction in the little crybaby's eyes. However, she maintained an icy demeanor, revealing nothing outwardly. Little crybaby? Xiao Qingxiu was momentarily taken aback, glancing at Jiang Lingxian, inwardly perplexed and incredulous. Surely, there could not be another little crybaby here aside from Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian in the room. As Xiao Qingxiu turned his gaze towards her, Jiang Lingxian frowned in displeasure, coldly returning his gaze. Did you think he was referring to me as the little crybaby? Jiang Lingxian narrowed her eyes, exchanging a frosty glance with Xiao Qingxiu, her voice resonating with a chilly elegance tinged with annoyance. Yet beneath her composed and frigid exterior, she felt a pang of anxiety. She certainly did not want anyone to know about her disciple's tearful outbursts. Ah, this is it, my little Huang Xianding. At that moment, Wang Chen retrieved the small Huang Xianding from his right hand, gently patting its head. Upon seeing that Wang Chen had not exposed her secret, Jiang Lingxian felt a slight relief wash over her. Huh? Big pigeon, what are you doing? The little Huang Xianding, unexpectedly pulled from its slumber and thrust into the spotlight, looked utterly bewildered, unaware of the unfolding situation. The storage space was entirely beyond its view unless Wang Chen granted it the privilege to see outside. Thus, the little Huang Xianding remained oblivious to the events transpiring around it, especially since Wang Chen often shielded them from his interactions with Jiang Lingxian. Oh, now that you are free, I have some inquiries for you. If the information is accurate, I shall ensure you receive a satisfactory reward. Xiao Qingxiu observed the little Huang Xianding in Wang Chen's hands, which emitted a child's voice, and finally grasped the situation, believing his words. After all, how could this seemingly cold and distant individual, who exuded an aura of aloofness, possibly be capable of crying? Perhaps not. Wang Chen gazed at Xiao Qingxiu, who stood outside the door, waving to him, and gently shook his head in response. Why, you, my friend, have already stood me up once. And now you refuse to leave with me even when I am right here. Xiao Qingxiu appeared visibly annoyed, his amiable and handsome features creasing into a frown as he fixed his intense gaze upon Wang Chen. All right. Wang Chen said nothing, but instead chose to demonstrate through his actions, stepping towards the doorway. Strangely, even as he approached the doorframe and passed by Jiang Lingxian, she did not utter a word to stop him. Now, it was Wang Chen who hesitated at the threshold, feeling an inexplicable chill emanating from behind him. Wang Chen cast a somewhat uneasy glance back, his gaze meeting the serene and icy beauty of Jiang Lingxian's piercing eyes. Wang Chen observed her lack of movement and tentatively lifted one foot to step beyond the threshold, while the other remained firmly in place. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian turned around, emanating an elusive chill, as if to convey a sense of detachment that warned others to keep their distance. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen hastily retracted the foot he had extended, leaving Xiao Qingxiu outside the door in a state of bewilderment. Please wait a moment. I shall be with you shortly. Wang Chen retracted his feet and, without waiting for Xiao Qingxiu to respond, grasped the door handle with both hands. With a crisp sound, the door slammed shut, leaving the bewildered and dazed Xiao Qingxiu outside. Very well, young man, I shall wait for a while. After all, you cannot escape. Xiao Qingxiu casually found a patch of ground in the courtyard of the Taishu Saintis Hall and sat down cross-legged, regulating his breath as if in a state of meditative slumber. As for why he did not suggest that Jiang Lingxian allow him to enter the Taishu Saintis Hall to discuss matters, it was because the revered Han had once warned him when Jiang Lingxian was still young that should he harbor even the slightest ill intentions toward her, he would be met with dire consequences. This was also the reason why, despite being the sect leader and possessing a higher cultivation level than Jiang Lingxian, he felt a twinge of fear every time he laid eyes on her. At this moment, within the Taishu Saintis Hall, Wang Chen swiftly approached Jiang Lingxian, who sat cross-legged on the bed, enveloped in an aura of chill, after closing the door behind him. He regarded her with utmost caution. Xian. Silence. Jiang Lingxian interrupted coldly, not even allowing Wang Chen the opportunity to finish his sentence, before shutting her beautiful, frosty eyes. This time, I will not concern myself with you. If you wish to leave, then go ahead. Jiang Lingxian remained seated, her eyes closed, her voice imbued with a frigid tone, seemingly disinclined to engage in any further discourse with Wang Chen. If I truly depart, you will not be pleased. Wang Chen silently raised his hand and gently pinched the delicate, fair cheek of Jiang Lingxian. The words escaped his lips, "Do not pinch my face." Jiang Lingxian, slightly miffed, shook her cheek, causing her exquisitely beautiful visage to be momentarily tugged, exuding an inexplicable charm of sulkiness. Do you truly wish for me to leave? Wang Chen ascended the bed, taking a seat beside Jiang Lingxian without further intrusion. He posed a question that held grave significance for her. Upon hearing his words, Jiang Lingxian finally opened her eyes, her gaze, profound and frigid, locked onto Wang Chen's, as though a thorn were lodged in her throat. In a few days, I must journey to the desolate wasteland to attend to certain matters. It is likely we shall not meet for a while. Wang Chen quietly locked eyes with Jiang Lingxian and spoke of his intention to venture into the desolate wilderness, a conversation that was inevitable. Is that true or false? Though Jiang Lingxian outwardly questioned him, she was already acutely aware that Wang Chen's words were likely grounded in truth. After all, having lived a second life, she had her own aspirations, and Wang Chen undoubtedly harbored his own plans as well. Therefore, allow me to gift you a particularly exquisite garment. Please don't be upset, all right? Wang Chen, in a rather enigmatic manner, retrieved a striking black and white-made outfit from behind him and placed it delicately upon the bed. This ensemble, characterized by its formal skirt design, was unveiled as Wang Chen unfolded the neatly arranged garments. The outfit was complemented by a pair of fluffy white ears, sheer white stockings, and a thigh-high white bow garter. At first, Jiang Lingxian maintained her composure upon seeing the attire. However, as the garments were fully revealed, she momentarily fell into a state of astonishment. Even Wang Chen could not help but swallow nervously, holding the outfit in a daze. Was the set this complete? In his inquiry to the system, he found himself stuttering while gazing at the attire in his hands. Initially, he had anticipated merely a maid dress, yet it turned out to be an entire ensemble. Looking at Jiang Lingxian's exquisitely beautiful face, now slightly dazed by the sight of the outfit, he stammered, I present you this lovely attire. Please, don't be upset. All right. Wang Chen, realizing the situation had escalated to this point, steeled himself to continue his discourse, even as anxiety coursed through him, causing him to stammer. Upon hearing Wang Chen's voice, Jiang Lingxian gradually regained her composure, tilting her delicate face in a bemused manner as she regarded him. She began. But her words were swiftly interrupted by Wang Chen's dejected compliance. Caught off guard, Jiang Lingxian momentarily pressed her lips together, her exquisite, cool visage reflecting her indecision. However, when she observed Wang Chen about to gather the garments from the bed, she instinctively reached out to haul them. It is better to accept them, otherwise. If my disciple gifts them to someone else, it would be inappropriate. After all, I shall not wear them, merely accepting them. With her fair, delicate hand resting upon the maid outfit on the bed, Jiang Lingxian continually reassured herself. Then, under Wang Chen's bewildered gaze, she hastily began to collect the garments. One by one, with her alabaster hands. As the space between them grew increasingly vacant, the blush had already thoroughly suffused her ears, causing her to slightly turn her face away, her eyes filled with embarrassment, unwilling to meet the gaze of the one she cherished. In this position, her fair profile revealed her adorably flushed ears. Wang Chen, captivated by Jiang Lingxian's bashful demeanor, found himself entranced, slowly extending his arms to encircle her delicate neck. "Do not embrace me." Upon feeling Wang Chen's warm body press against her as he wrapped his arms around her neck, Jiang Lingxian feigned reluctance, pushing him away slightly. "Do not move." Wang Chen enveloped Jiang Lingxian's warm and bashful neck with his arms, gradually tightening his embrace around the shy Jiang Lingxian. His voice a magnetic whisper nestled against her ear. Unbeknownst to her, some enchanting force compelled Jiang Lingxian to cease her feeble struggles upon hearing Wang Chen's words. Wang Chen gently pressed Jiang Lingxian down onto the bed, causing her to feel a momentary surge of anxiety and an inexplicable urge to break free. However, she soon sensed his lips softly enveloping her ear, and in that instant, her cheeks flushed crimson. While Jiang Lingxian initially resisted, she was swiftly silenced by Wang Chen's persistent kiss upon her lips. At that moment, she completely forgot her earlier declaration that morning. "You shall never kiss me again." Outside the hall of the Supreme Maiden, the door creaked open, revealing Wang Chen, disheveled yet charming, emerging with a radiant smile. Inside, Jiang Lingxian, with her face aglow, hastily raised the back of her fair hand to wipe away the moisture from her reddened lips. "Wretched disciple! Wretched disciple! Wretched disciple!" she lamented, recalling how she had foolishly acquiesced to his request while in a daze from his kiss. Dressed in a pristine white gown, she knelt with her legs splayed to the sides, her exquisite face blushing intensely, reflecting on how she had responded with a soft To Wang Chen's suggestion that she allow him to converse with Xiao Qingxiu, she felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. The memory of Wang Chen's second request, that she must wear the outfit he had given her, filled her with profound shame. After Wang Chen left, she quickly waved her hand to shut the door. Jiang Lingxian did not genuinely wish to confine Wang Chen's freedom like a true yandere. Since she had allowed him to go out, she would not go back on her word, although a tiny sense of emptiness lingered within her. If Wang Chen truly insisted on leaving, he could do so, for her greatest fear was that he would become angry and ignore her. As the door closed, Xiao Qingxiu in the corner of the courtyard slowly opened his eyes, unaware of the events that had transpired. Upon seeing Wang Chen finally emerge, a glimmer of joy sparked in his eyes, prompting him to rise and approach. "Child, are you free now?" he inquired, rubbing his hands together with an oddly mischievous air. "Who are you calling a child? Address me as elder brother." Wang Chen furrowed his brow in displeasure and shot a glare at Xiao Qingxiu before speaking. Wang Chen understood that although Xiao Qingxiu appeared to be exceedingly dignified and authoritative on the surface, he harbored a rather playful disposition within. This was precisely why Wang dared to jest with the sect leader, Xiao Qingxiu. Otherwise, in their previous lives, they would not have found themselves entwined in such intimate circumstances after a night of revelry. I am, after all, your superior, the leader of a sect. This is quite disrespectful. So, will you address me as such or not?" "Brother." Ultimately, in pursuit of information, Xiao Qingxiu conceded. After a moment of silence, calling out softly, "Brother." "Haha, old chap, you remain as foolish as ever." Upon exiting the courtyard of the Celestial Maiden's palace, Wang Chen was greeted by a familiar voice calling out elder brother. Unable to contain himself, he chuckled lightly while supporting his shoulder. "How audacious. As if you were acquainted with me in times past. I am, after all, the leader of a sect. Should you continue in this manner, I shall be inclined to disregard your message altogether. Oh, if you wish to accompany me, then come along. If not, you may take your leave." After Wang Chen finished laughing, he gradually reined in his smile. Upon hearing the words, he responded with a gentle, subdued "oh," and proceeded towards the Taisu food pavilion. Although Xiao Qingxiu scolded him in anger, he remained resolute and quickly matched his pace with Wang Chen. After a brief walk, they entered the bustling Taisu food pavilion, where people were orderly lined up to purchase spiritual delicacies. The melodious sound of the flute wafted through the air, ensuring that the orderly ambience of the pavilion was not overly noisy. Groups of Taisu disciples gathered, appreciating the enchanting flute music and whispering quietly, for it was indeed delightful to hear. Upon entering the celestial dining pavilion, Wang Chen was greeted by the familiar strains of a flute, prompting him to lift his gaze towards a figure clad in azure. This figure, perched upon the elevated platform designated for Long Ritian, was immersed in the melodies of the flute. With his eyes closed, Long Ritian appeared to sense an unseen connection, raising his gaze slightly while continuing to play. Their visions intertwined in an unspoken understanding. Long Ritian, an unconventional child of destiny, was the only one Wang Chen harbored no disdain for, maintaining a stance of neutrality. In his previous life, they were neither adversaries nor allies. Remarkably, Long Ritian had not participated in the encirclement and massacre of Wang Chen in that past existence, and their encounters had been infrequent, revealing his formidable strength. Indeed, Wang Chen harbored suspicions that one of the enigmatic emperors among the 9 of his former life, a dragon whose tail was visible yet whose head remained shrouded in mystery, might well be Long Ritian himself. It seemed as though Long Ritian had never been ensnared by the aura of diminished intellect, adeptly calculating the balance of benefits and drawbacks, embodying the essence of a great sage. After a brief moment of exchanging calm gazes with Long Ritian, Wang Chen averted his eyes and took a seat in a corner alongside Xiao Qingxiu. You, go fetch me 2 servings of rice. Wang Chen, resembling a celestial dragon from the ethereal realms of Blue Star, pointed towards the spirit food pavilion where one could procure meals. He gazed at Xiao Qingxiu with a solemn expression. In response, Xiao Qingxiu remained silent, resolutely rising to approach the food vendor, where he purchased several plates of leisurely spirit delicacies. With a soft thud, he returned, accompanied by the sound of a flute. Placing the dishes upon the table before finally settling into his seat, his eyes alight with anticipation. I wish to know where she is now. Wang Chen's words had yet to be fully articulated when Xiao Qingxiu, having held back for what felt like an eternity, eagerly interjected. Nonsense. Of course. The holy maiden of the moon sect resides within the moon sect. Wang Chen, after finishing his words, picked up a snack resembling peanuts from the table and began to chew it. Then how did you come to know she is the holy maiden of the moon sect? Where did you acquire such information? Xiao Qingxiu's expression grew increasingly serious as he fixed his gaze on Wang Chen, a hint of deliberate scrutiny lingering in his eyes. Ha ha ha. However, upon witnessing Xiao Qingxiu's unusually grave demeanor, Wang Chen could not help but burst into laughter. It felt akin to a scenario where one's closest friend suddenly adopts an exceedingly serious tone mid-conversation, abruptly declaring, I have the audacity to judge you. It seems you still harbor some skepticism towards me. Why not lean in a little closer, and I shall share the details with you. Wang Chen gradually retracted his smile, tossing a small delicacy into his mouth, and beckoned to Xiao Qingxiu across the table. Observing this, Xiao Qingxiu employed his cultivation to obscure the surrounding environment, leaning forward slightly with his hands propped on the table. Following the tale from the day before, 5 centuries ago in the Sun and Moon secret realm, a young man had emerged, claiming the most significant first drop of blood from the moon sect's holy maiden. After the event, the two reached a tacit understanding to don their garments and act as if they were strangers to one another. Yet, the young man could not shake the memories of that night, feeling a pang of guilt as he sought her for many years after ascending to the position of a sect leader. Regrettably, his search proved fruitless, as the woman seemed to have vanished without a trace. In truth, she had, just as Xiao Qingxiu was immersed in the ebb and flow of these emotions. Wang Chen's voice abruptly interrupted, halting the unfolding narrative. You little rascal. Xiao Qingxiu's heart raced at Wang Chen's final provocative remark, fearing for her well-being. From the clarity of Wang Chen's recounting, Xiao Qingxiu was utterly convinced that he had somehow acquired this information. However, he could never have anticipated that these revelations stemmed from his own drunken lamentations shared with Wang Chen in a previous life. Let me ask you something first. Wang Chen reminisced about the moon sect's presence in the desolate wilderness, where he had coincidentally joined the old fellow in their pursuit of the sacred 4-leaf flame herb. Speak. Xiao Qingxiu exclaimed, filled with impatience. Fortunately, the surroundings of the two had been shrouded in secrecy. Otherwise, they would undoubtedly attract numerous curious gazes. Do you wish to seek her out? I can personally guide you to her, but you must offer me some form of recompense. After Wang Chen finished speaking, he observed that Xiao Qingxiu resembled her previous incarnation, exhibiting a tendency to shy away while harboring an undeniable desire to engage. If she chose not to participate, it mattered little. She seemed to be in seclusion, having remained withdrawn for an extended period. Yet, for reasons unknown, the moon sect had, at some point, stripped her of her status as a saintess. As for the reasons behind this development, I am at a loss. That is all I can ascertain. Wang Chen, in a moment of resignation, spread his hands, yet after a brief glance at Xiao Qingxiu, he shook his head with a sense of helplessness. It was only after more than 200 years in this world that Xiao Qingxiu finally found the woman he sought in his past life. But alas, the moon sect's saintess had long since passed away. The circumstances surrounding her demise remained a mystery to Wang Chen. Logically, since the saintess and Xiao Qingxiu were contemporaneous powerhouses, both at the pinnacle of the spirit emperor realm, it seemed implausible that she would meet such an end. There must have been some hidden truths behind it all. However, given that this life unfolded 2 centuries earlier, there might still be a chance for salvation. After all, Xiao Qingxiu could be considered a brother with whom he had shared the trials of begging and had faced peril together when digging up ancestral graves. I must go. It is your reward, Wang Chen declared. Allow me to prepare and arrange the affairs concerning the Taisu and Hualong sections. Xiao Qingxiu hesitated for a moment, but ultimately acquiesced, retrieving a small storage pouch and placing it upon the table. Wang Chen said nothing as he took the storage bag and effortlessly cast it into the system's boundless storage space. The system's storage space is, in fact, capable of nesting. However, given its already infinite expanse, the notion of nesting becomes utterly superfluous. Items: 100 exquisite spirit stones. Wang Chen discreetly cast a glance, marveling at the sight before him. Although it appeared to be merely 100, it represented a substantial sum of 1 million source points. With the promise of remuneration for services rendered, there was no doubt that he was now committed to assisting Xiao Qingxiu in this endeavor, regardless of any opposition from the sect master of the moon sect. Very well, I shall take my leave now. Otherwise, my little weeper at home may start to wail once more. Wang Chen rose to his feet and seized a generous handful of delicacies from the table, promptly shoving them into his mouth in a manner that signaled the conclusion of the discussion. Does your little darling truly have such a penchant for tears? Does she weep at the slightest absence? Xiao Qingxiu inquired with a furrowed brow, recalling the exquisite little Huang Xianding that Wang Chen had shown him. Indeed. It took me quite a while to console her from last night until today. Otherwise, she would not even deign to acknowledge my presence. Wang Chen, munching on a delicacy, observed the perplexed expression on Xiao Qingxiu's face and responded with a muffled tone while savoring his food. But wait, shouldn't you carry it with you? He said. Gulp. I left her inside the house when I stepped out, so I didn't bring her along. No worries, I shall take my leave now. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen swallowed the spiritual food in one gulp, then kicked aside the chair behind him and waved his hand as he rushed towards the entrance of the Taishu dining pavilion. Xiao Qingxiu watched Wang Chen's hurried departure with a furrowed brow, feeling somewhat perplexed, yet after pondering for a moment, he dismissed the thought. Little did he expect that 500 years ago, she would become the saintess of the moon sect. As this notion crossed Xiao Qingxiu's mind while he rose, the scene shifted abruptly. Wang Chen abruptly halted, his feet firmly planted on the ground, causing his black flip-flops to carve a long trench in the soil of the peach blossom grove. Such a gluttonous little girl. You devoured all of this. Wang Chen gazed down at the diminutive figure before him, whose height barely reached his chest, nearly sent flying by his inadvertent oversight. Huh, what do you want? Mind your own business. The petite girl, Long Xiaodao, adorned with vibrant pink hair and clad in a delicate peach blossom ensemble, defiantly shoved a peach blossom into her mouth as she retorted. Wang Chen cast a glance at her, raised his palm to rest upon his chest, and moved it sideways in comparison to her head twice, subsequently. Ha ha ha. Wang Chen let out a few silent, hearty laughs before turning to leave, leaving Long Xiaodao frozen in place. In adulthood yet with the stature of a young girl and a somewhat delayed reaction, Long Xiaodao stood there, her mouth filled with peach blossoms, momentarily dazed. You, soul egg. I shall tell my brother. Long Xiaodao pouted, watching Wang Chen's figure as he mocked her height and walked away. With tears welling in her eyes, she stomped her feet in frustration. Just as she was about to turn away in anger, Wang Chen's voice floated back from afar. Oh dear. A child of 1.50 meters is off to tell their parents. I am not a child. I am already an adult. Woo-woo. Long Xiaodao was so incensed that tears streamed down her cheeks, her petite figure darting out of the peach blossom forest. Wherever her tears fell, beautiful peach blossoms bloomed on the ground. With each step came a tear, and with each tear, a blossom. Meanwhile, Wang Chen paid no further attention to the diminutive figure with pink hair. At that moment, his right hand had produced a large shovel, aimed at the base of a splendidly blooming peach tree. In another realm of the 8 desolate continent, within the imperial wasteland, clang. Jiang Lingxian extended her delicate right hand to seize the returning cold sword. As the sword trembled in her grasp, a chilling sound resonated. Jiang Lingxian's icy gaze fell upon the vast grassland, where 7 figures, previously the size of dragons, gradually transformed back into human form, belonging to the dragon transformation sect. Each of these transformed cultivators bore a thin line of sword light etched into their necks, filled with frost. Observers hidden in the grassland watched in horror at the sight, one sword sealing the throats of 7 colossal dragons. Jiang Lingxian flicked the blood dripping from the cold sword, shaking it until it was entirely clean. What a pity it is not a true dragon. Otherwise, my disciple would surely be thrilled to bring it back. Hovering in the sky, her pure white skirt concealed by spiritual energy, Jiang Lingxian gazed regretfully at the 7 corpses on the grassland. The true dragon egg should be hatching soon. After this prolonged concealment of power, it was time to reveal itself. Whoosh! With that thought, a rift in the void opened before her, and she slowly stepped into it, sword in hand. Half an hour later, within the hall of the Holy Maiden of the Void, Jiang Lingxian sat cross-legged upon her bed, exerting her full strength to break through to the second layer of the celestial sovereign realm, endless cold energy enveloping her. Still a bit short. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful, icy gaze opened, feeling the barrier that was close yet difficult to breach, sighing inwardly. Knock, knock, knock. A sound of knocking at the door snapped Jiang Lingxian back to reality, and she quickly released her spiritual sense to perceive. My disciple has returned. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes sparkled with excitement as she swiftly slipped her feet into her shoes and made her way to the door. With a gentle motion, she pulled the door open. However, the moment her gaze fell upon the scene before her, her pupils transformed into a delicate shade of peach pink, revealing a hint of astonishment. Before her stood an entire peach blossom tree, nearly 2.5 meters tall, resplendent in its exquisite bloom. Kiki. Wang Chen's handsome visage suddenly emerged from behind, evoking an inexplicable sense of surprise and delight, accompanied by a beaming smile. Isn't it beautiful? Wang Chen leaned forward, grinning as he gazed at Jiang Lingxian, then stepped closer and gently took her hand in his. Jiang Lingxian, momentarily taken aback, revealed a flicker of concealed delight and subtle happiness in her eyes, yet she felt a touch of awkwardness in their hand-holding. No struggle is permitted. We are master and disciple. Although I have not formally taken you as my mentor in this lifetime, holding hands is quite a common occurrence, is it not? Wang Chen felt the smooth and tender palm of Jiang Lingxian, slightly cool to the touch, which was quite comforting to hold. Jiang Lingxian gently pressed her lips together, still somewhat inclined to withdraw her hand, yet was firmly grasped by Wang Chen, who led her into the courtyard. With a casual wave of his free hand, Wang Chen summoned the towering peach blossom tree, standing at an impressive height of 2.5 meters, to glide gracefully towards him. Very well, he thought. If she does not wish to hold on, so be it. Sensing Jiang Lingxian's slight reluctance, he was about to release her hand. However, just as he was on the brink of letting go, Jiang Lingxian hesitated, yearning to grasp the tips of his retreating fingers. You refuse to hold on when it is offered, yet find it difficult to part when the moment comes, such a proud little thing. With a cheerful smile, Wang Chen raised his index finger and gently poked her delicate, fair, and supple face, causing it to slightly indent. At this, Jiang Lingxian felt a wave of embarrassment wash over her. Her gaze instinctively darted away, and she lowered her head, hesitant to speak. Suddenly, she heard the sound of digging, and with a hint of curiosity, she lifted her charming face, her beautiful eyes searching. All right, Xian, come here. Let us plant this peach blossom tree together. Within mere seconds, Wang Chen had excavated a considerable pit in the courtyard of the Taishu Sanus. He then brushed off his hands and gently pulled Jiang Lingxian closer. The two stood before the vibrant, blooming pink peach blossom tree, exchanging a glance filled with unspoken understanding. Wang Chen took the lead, channeling a surge of spiritual energy to levitate the peach blossom tree. Upon witnessing this, Jiang Lingxian gradually released a gentle chill, enveloping the tree. The intertwining oars resembled a husband diligently engaged in a task, while his wife stood behind, offering silent support. The chaotic energy of the 9 suns and the frigid essence of the 9 yin interwove gracefully, merging seamlessly without repulsion as they clung to the peach blossom tree. Subsequently, they gently maneuvered the suspended tree, placing its roots into a prepared pit. The harmonious interplay of the 9 suns and 9 yin energies flourished together, sustaining life in perpetuity. Jiang Lingxian was able to join Wang Chen in channeling their respective energies into the peach blossom tree, ensuring its vitality and preventing it from withering. At this moment, the system chimed in, causing Wang Chen to momentarily pause, but he quickly understood the situation. He then waved his hand, using his spiritual power to cover the freshly unearthed soil back into place. Thus, The planting of the peach blossom tree, undertaken together by Chun and Xian, was completed. Noticing that Jiang Lingxian was somewhat lost in thought while gazing at the newly planted tree, Wang Chen quietly approached her from behind. As he stood before the blooming peach blossom tree, he gently extended his hands around her waist, embracing her tenderly. Jiang Lingxian, feeling Wang Chen's presence against her back, snapped out of her reverie, her body slightly stiffening at the unexpected embrace. Yet, to his surprise, she did not resist or struggle. Instead, she shyly lowered her delicate face, remaining silent. Upon witnessing this, Wang Chen gently took her soft, slightly cool right hand and raised it, slowly pressing her palm against the trunk of the peach blossom tree. His hand, broader and warmer than Jiang Lingxian's, delicately enveloped the tender, fair back of her hand, releasing a gentle flow of spiritual energy. Wang Chen gently pressed his face against the exquisite profile of Jiang Lingxian, softly whispering into her ear. Jiang Lingxian, in silence, complied, while Wang Chen released a surge of spiritual energy through her palm towards the peach blossom tree. During this moment, an inexplicable sensation enveloped Wang Chen. He discerned that Jiang Lingxian's breath had become slightly hurried and warm, her delicate form seemingly suppressing something profound. Nevertheless, Jiang Lingxian's self-restraint was formidable, and the manifestations of her struggle were minimal, causing Wang Chen not to dwell excessively on it. As the intertwining spiritual energy coursed into the trunk of the peach blossom tree, the blossoms began to fall, one by one, in the gentle breeze. Petals rained down upon the heads of the two, swirling around them in a captivating dance. Their figures, clad in white garments, drifted gracefully amidst the floral shower, creating a scene of such exquisite beauty that it seemed to transcend the realms of this world. Wang Chen gently turned Jiang Lingxian's slightly soft body to face him. Her cheeks were flushed, radiating a subtle warmth, her delicate features blushing as if in a mild intoxication, utterly enchanting, leaving Wang Chen momentarily entranced. Unable to restrain himself any longer, what else could he do? He leaned in for a kiss. Jiang Lingxian let out a soft, muffled sound as she felt the sensation of their lips meeting, her beautiful eyes trembling slightly as they locked onto Wang Chen's. At that moment, as their lips slowly connected, every fallen peach blossom on the tree before them began to flourish anew, nourished by the ceaseless interplay of yin and yang energy within their beings, ultimately blooming in resplendent glory. Wang Chen stood upon the ground blanketed with fallen peach blossom petals, his arms tenderly encircling the slender and delicate waist of Jiang Lingxian. In turn, Jiang Lingxian wrapped her arms around Wang Chen's neck, her beautiful eyes fluttering softly with every breath, her lips gently pressed together. When their kiss finally parted, the blossoms of the peach trees flourished spectacularly, swaying gracefully in the gentle breeze. This time, Wang Chen's kiss was light, yet upon releasing her, Jiang Lingxian's delicate form still felt somewhat weak in his embrace. Disciple, please refrain from seeking out Chu Yao any longer, will you? Jiang Lingxian murmured, her breath warm and slightly labored, as she nestled her cheek against the side of Wang Chen's neck. Xian, I assure you, there is truly nothing between us. We merely crossed paths and I never sought her out. When next we encounter her, I shall take you along to confront her personally, if that pleases you. Upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback. He then softly and gently offered a somewhat resigned explanation. However, Jiang Lingxian merely buried her slightly flushed cheek into the nape of his neck beside his left ear, remaining silent. Very well, if you truly. All right. Before Wang Chen could finish his words, Jiang Lingxian's cool and subdued voice softly responded to his earlier statement. You need not burden yourself with excessive restraint. Encountering her along the way is of no consequence. I merely wish for you to refrain from seeking her out when no significant matters are at hand. Is that agreeable? Seemingly aware that her actions might envelop Wang Chen in an overwhelming sense of suffocation, Jiang Lingxian slowly lifted her exquisitely beautiful face to meet his gaze directly. With her enchanting eyes fixed upon him, a glimmer of earnestness flickered within her deep orbs, carrying a hint of imploration. Jiang Lingxian did not desire for Wang Chen to feel stifled or constrained in their interactions, a state she found quite displeasing. Even though she had previously misinterpreted his intentions as seeking out Chu Yao, her emotional turmoil had merely prompted her to keep Wang Chen close for a few days, yearning for his companionship. When she ultimately released him after realizing his desire to venture out, her heart felt a twinge of reluctance, yet she acquiesced. At that moment, upon hearing Jiang Lingxian's words, Wang Chen experienced a slight surprise within. He had been contemplating the possibility of inadvertently encountering Chu Yao again. And what might transpire should Jiang Lingxian witness such an encounter? Would she transform from merely confining him to binding him in this life, given her somewhat delicate disposition? Yet, Jiang Lingxian's demeanor suggested otherwise. She appeared remarkably understanding, striving earnestly for the sense of security she desired. Very well, I promise you. I shall not seek her out under any circumstances, nor will I harbor any affection for her. My heart shall forever remain devoted solely to you. Is that agreeable? Wang Chen gazed deeply into Jiang Lingxian's lovely eyes, gradually leaning closer to her ear as he softly whispered his second sentence. Wang Chen's 3 eternities and his declaration of unwavering affection for her alone caused a subtle tremor in Jiang Lingxian's heart. Having seldom heard words of love, Jiang Lingxian felt momentarily flustered, her fair face flushed with a charming hue as she lowered it shyly in Wang Chen's embrace. Wang Chen gazed at the bashful Jiang Lingxian in his embrace, a subtle smile gracing his lips as thoughts of Chu Yao flitted through his mind. However, it was not of the romantic sort. Rather, he contemplated finding a moment to bring her before Jiang Lingxian to elicit some answers. Since Jiang Lingxian earnestly sought this modicum of security, he would grant it to her. In the residence of the inner disciples of the Tai Sucian sect, Chu Yao engaged in conversation with her younger sister when, inexplicably, she was seized by a sudden sneeze. "Sister, are you all right?" Chu Han inquired with concern. Observing her sister, who had delicately covered the lower half of her face. "I'm fine, just feeling a bit strange," Chu Yao replied. Lowering her slender hand and furrowing her brow, a vague sense of unease swirling within her. By all accounts, cultivators should not sneeze lightly. Such an occurrence could only indicate that something might transpire soon or that trouble could be looming on the horizon. It appeared prudent for her to exercise caution in the days ahead. With a captivating yet troubled expression, Chu Yu silently admonished herself to remain vigilant. "Sister? Sister!" Chu Han, with a hint of playful mischief, gazed at her lost-in-thought sibling, calling out to her twice. Oh, sister. Here are the medicinal pills entrusted to me by your parents. Be sure to cultivate diligently." Chu Yao, startled back to reality by her sister's voice, hastily retrieved some cultivation resources. "Thank you, sister." Chu Han expressed her gratitude and began to gather the resources from the table. "Well then, I shall take my leave," Chu Yao said, gently patting her sister's head, her alluring features curving into a faint smile before she turned towards the door. Armed with these resources, she was certain that upon Brother Yi Qing's return, he would be able to enhance his cultivation with remarkable swiftness, thereby vanquishing that loathsome villain he often spoke of. Chu Han watched as Chu Yao exited, then glanced down at the resources in her hands, her heart brimming with joy. Little did she realize that the Brother Yi Qing she so ardently admired would, in the future, become the architect of her family's near ruin. Meanwhile, after leaving the residence of the inner disciples, Chu Yao passed by the Tai Su dining pavilion, where the aroma of delectable dishes wafted through the air, captivating her senses. Unable to resist the allure, she unwittingly stepped inside. "Whoa, brother, someone mocked my height again, claiming I'm just a child. I am not a child." The muffled, somewhat dazed sobs resonated from a short distance away, drawing numerous curious glances, including that of Chu Yao, who looked on in bewilderment. Wow, what an adorable little creature. Upon a glance, Chu Yao was captivated by the petite figure of Long Xiaodao, clad in a delicate pink dress and standing beside a man dressed in azure. At that moment, Long Ritian, with a white flute in hand, looked at Long Xiaodao with a sense of helplessness. He gently crouched down, raising his left hand to tenderly wipe away the tears from her fair little face, attempting to soothe her emotions. "Little Tao, though you truly resemble a child, who has dared to mock you? Let us seek out that person together, and I shall help you exact your vengeance, shall we?" Long Ritian, still crouching, cradled Long Xiaodao's face in his left hand, using his thumb to brush away her tears, his voice imbued with gentleness. Long Xiaodao had been excessively sheltered by him and the royal family. Consequently, not only was her stature diminutive, but despite having reached adulthood, her emotional maturity lagged behind. Much to Long Ritian's dismay. Well, whoa. It was perhaps better that Long Ritian did not utter that remark regarding her childlike demeanor. Once he did, Long Xiaodao burst into a more pronounced wail. The Taishu food pavilion was bustling with patrons, yet none dared to interrupt Long Ritian's comforting of his sister, most opting to block out the sound. After all, Long Ritian belonged to a certain esteemed celestial dynasty, having merely entered the Taishu immortal sect. His status as a prince remained intact. Meanwhile, Chu Yao, observing the scene, casually purchased some delectable spiritual cuisine. Ignoring the curious gazes of certain disciples, she settled into a corner, indulging in her food while watching the young man comfort his sister. The scene shifted. Meanwhile, within the Taishu Holy Maiden Palace, Xianstin. Would you like to have a meal? Wang Chen sat on the left side of the bed, awakening from his cultivation, while Jiang Lingxian sat cross-legged beside him. At the sound of his voice, she opened her enchanting eyes. Jiang Lingyin, with her naturally cool and beautiful gaze, cast a fleeting glance at Wang Chen. After a moment of contemplation, she absent-mindedly tapped her delicate face twice. Wang Chen's words evoked a sudden nostalgia in Jiang Lingxian for the meals he prepared. Shall we visit the Taishu dining pavilion to procure some ingredients? My dear husband, I shall buy some spiritual noodles to cook for you, personally serving you a delightful dish. Wang Chen leaned slightly as he spoke, intending to gently extend his hands to embrace Jiang Lingxian's delicate waist. What does husband mean? However, Jiang Lingxian furrowed her beautiful brows, slightly perplexed, and gently grasped Wang Chen's outstretched hands, inquiring with curiosity, since Wang Chen had never mentioned this term in either his past or present life before her. Jiang Lingxian truly did not comprehend its meaning. It is a unique title that only you may use to address me, one that belongs solely to you. What do you think? Upon observing Jiang Lingxian's contemplative expression after her words, Wang Chen mischievously freed himself from her grasp and embraced her delicate waist. Shouldn't I also possess a unique name that only you call me? Jiang Lingxian shifted slightly, feeling somewhat awkward in his hold, and inquisitively posed the question once more. Indeed. My dear Xianxian. Wang Chen embraced Jiang Lingxian, his entire being gradually leaning closer to her, as he playfully whispered a sultry word into her ear. Jiang Lingxian found herself perplexed, as she was somewhat unfamiliar with the term he used. Yet, inexplicably, Wang Chen's sticky tone caused her cheeks to flush slightly, and she instinctively pressed her delicate lips together in a somewhat awkward manner. However, if given the choice, I would prefer to call you my beloved wife. As Wang Chen whispered into her ear, a warm breath brushed against her slightly flushed skin. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian felt her mind become a whirlpool of confusion. Her lips, which had merely been pressed together, now unconsciously began to nibble. The mention of wife brought forth thoughts of the one Xu Yao had described. Despite Wang Chen's assurances that it was unfounded, yet Jiang Lingxian could not help but dwell on the notion. A flicker of fear igniting within her that the imagined wife might transition from mere fiction to reality. No, absolutely not. My disciple must belong solely to me. I shall not allow those wicked women to encroach upon him. As these thoughts coursed through her mind, surprisingly, she did not challenge Wang Chen's affectionate title. Instead, her face grew slightly warmer, and she instinctively attempted to wriggle free from his embrace. To her astonishment, Wang Chen actually loosened his hold, and in that instant, a profound sense of longing and emptiness surged within her. All right, I know what you're thinking. Let us procure some ingredients. I shall prepare a meal for my beloved Xianxian. Shall I? Wang Chen seemed to have pierced through Jiang Lingxian's thoughts, gently brushing his fingers against her fair nose as a silent gesture. The soft, cool sound that escaped Jiang Lingxian's lips carried a hint of displeasure as she sat on the bed, gazing at Wang Chen. Come, lower your feet. Allow me to adorn you with your shoes. Wang Chen leapt down from the warm bed that had been shared for quite some time, crouching at its edge while raising his gaze towards Jiang Lingxian, who appeared somewhat embarrassed upon hearing his words. In the Taishu dining hall, Long Xiaodao, having been coaxed by Long Ritian, sat beside him on a chair that only reached from her thighs to her knees. She held a pancake larger than her own face, swaying her legs as she ate with slightly reddened eyes. At that moment, Xu Yao had finished her meal as well, after wiping her mouth with a thin white cloth. She stood and made her way to the entrance. Suddenly, Xu Yao's eyes flickered as she spotted Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian approaching from a distance, her heart racing in alarm. Oh my goodness, it's them again. This time, Xu Yao dared not rush over to greet them. Instead, she quickly crouched down amidst the bustling crowd of disciples. Subsequently, under the bewildered gazes of several disciples, Xu Yao stealthily moved as if she were a thief. Meanwhile, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, having entered the Taishu dining hall, were momentarily oblivious to her presence due to the throng of patrons until they finally stepped inside. While Xu Yao, resembling a furtive burglar, had already crept to the entrance, Wang Chen observed the curious glances of the disciples around him, all directed behind him, which piqued his curiosity. Instinctively, he turned to look. Jiang Lingxian, noticing Wang Chen's gaze, followed suit. Her brow furrowed in confusion as she glanced toward the entrance of the Taishu dining pavilion. Among the throng of disciples, Xu Yao, who had been crouching like a thief at the threshold, seemed to sense the attention and cautiously turned her head. Meanwhile, Long Xiaodao, seated beside Long Ritian, was in the midst of biting into a remarkably tough flatbread, her head tilting back momentarily before she righted herself, only to suddenly catch sight of Wang Chen. In that fleeting moment, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, Chu Yao, and Long Xiaodao found themselves momentarily frozen within the confines of the Taishu dining pavilion. As Chu Yao noticed the two figures within the pavilion looking her way, the spark of eagerness to greet them that had shone in her eyes just days prior had vanished entirely. Convinced she had uncovered a secret involving Wang Chen and his master, all she desired was to flee, utterly unwilling to invite trouble upon herself. With a swift motion, Chu Yao, clad in a flowing black dress, sprang to her feet and dashed out of the Taishu dining pavilion like a large black rat. Quick, capture her. We must confront her directly. Upon witnessing the scene, Wang Chen felt a surge of urgency in his heart. He quickly called out to Jiang Lingxian and promptly pulled her along as they chased after. Brother, it's him. He is the one who bullied me. Long Xiaodao, in a state of panic, lowered the large pancake that had been obstructing her face and pointed at Wang Chen, shouting towards Long Ritian. When Long Ritian glanced up, he could only see two corners of garments darting out of the doorway and a fleeting silhouette, failing to discern their true identities. Nevertheless, it mattered little. Anyone who dared to bully Xiaodao was to be pursued without hesitation. Long Ritian swiftly stowed away his white flute and hoisted Long Xiaodao onto his shoulder, his form shooting out like an arrow. Thus, within the confines of the Taisu Xian sect, where every individual bore formidable backgrounds, these five, capable of drawing attention with ease, surged forth in unison from the Taisu dining hall amidst the bewildered and perplexed gazes of numerous disciples. On the path of the Taisu Xian sect, Jiang Lingxian flung forth a spirit-binding rope, whose origins were unknown, swiftly aiming it at Chu Yao. Healing elixir. The fleeing Chu Yao felt a sudden constriction, her entire body ensnared and suspended in midair, rendering her utterly immobile. At that moment, Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian swiftly caught up, standing resolutely beside her, their gazes fixed intently upon her. In this instant, Chu Yao felt an overwhelming sense of despair, as if her life had plunged into an abyss of hopelessness, and she believed that her demise was imminent. Suddenly, a streak of azure spiritual energy surged forth. Yet it was not lethal. Its purpose seemed merely to chastise the two. However, before the azure attack could reach Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen, it abruptly detonated midair, dissipating into nothingness. Jiang Lingxian and Wang Chen furrowed their brows and gradually turned, their cold eyes directed towards Long Ritian, who was pursuing them while carrying Long Xiaodao on his shoulder. At this moment, upon realizing that he had nearly struck the esteemed saintess of Taishu and her disciple, Long Ritian's eyes widened in horror. Sister, you are putting me in jeopardy. Meanwhile, Long Xiaodao, blissfully unaware of the unfolding events, was eager to descend as Long Ritian came to a halt. Brother, did you catch him? Since he mocked me with that smug grin, I shall leap and kick him right in the chest. With her hands resting on Long Ritian's shoulders, she playfully prepared to jump down, turning her back to Wang Chen and the others. Subsequently, she slowly pivoted to face Wang Chen, her eyes sparkling with an adorably fierce indignation. Her arms crossed defiantly as she glared at him. Wang Chen initially failed to recognize her until she turned around, her cheeks puffed in indignation as she glared at him. At which point he finally saw clearly. Ah, you are the child from the Peach Blossom Grove, aren't you? Upon witnessing the foolish demeanor of Long Xiaodao, Wang Chen could not help but chuckle softly, inquiring with a smile. Simultaneously, his gaze swept over Long Ritian, and he was somewhat taken aback to realize from Long Xiaodao's words that they were siblings. The last time in the Peach Blossom Forest, he had almost collided with the little girl indulging in peach blossoms. Wang Chen had mocked her due to her unpleasant attitude, never anticipating that she would turn out to be Long Ritian's sister. In his previous life, he had never heard of Long Ritian having a sister. Perhaps it was simply because his interactions with Long Ritian had been limited. You, Long Xiaodao, upon hearing the term little child, was momentarily speechless with indignation, stammering as her anger lodged in her throat. Ultimately, unable to hold her composure, she attempted to charge forward, only to be swiftly restrained by Long Ritian, who quickly produced a rope and bound her around his waist. Brother, what are you doing? Long Xiaodao was momentarily bewildered by her suddenly treacherous brother, struggling against the confines of the rope that bound her. Who are you? Jiang Lingshan, witnessing this scene, gradually furrowed her delicate brows in displeasure, her voice turning cold as she regarded Long Ritian and Long Xiaodao. Had it not been for her apprentice's apparent recognition of them, she would have retaliated against the spiritual attack that had just been launched. Please forgive me, Holy Maiden of Taishu. I am the second prince of the Qingxian dynasty and have mistaken you for someone else, inadvertently offending you. This young girl beside me is my little sister. She is merely a child, lacking understanding and speaking without restraint. I sincerely apologize. Long Ritian, seeing the situation, hastily placed the still restive Long Xiaodao on the ground and began to apologize earnestly. I am not a little. Long Xiaodao began to retort. But Long Ritian quickly lowered his head, silently using his spiritual power to seal her words. With his current cultivation at the first level of the spiritual king realm, if a confrontation ensued, he would surely be effortlessly subdued by the holy maiden of Taishu. At this moment, upon hearing Long Ritian's apologies, Jiang Lingshan's beautiful eyes narrowed slightly. She had heard of the Qinxian dynasty, which seemingly boasted a formidable ancestor at the peak of the 9th level of the celestial sovereign realm, indicating its substantial power. Jiang Lingshan chose to ignore him, instead gradually shifting her cold gaze towards Wang Chen beside her. Wang Chen exchanged a fleeting glance with her, recognizing that Jiang Lingxian was inquiring about his opinion. A prince? That would be quite lucrative, 100 exquisite spirit stones. Just now, you directed that attack towards us. Whoosh. Long Ritian, seizing the moment before Wang Chen could finish his words, swiftly cast a small storage pouch that soared gracefully towards Wang Chen. Naturally, he welcomed the prospect of using wealth to avert disaster, for he was never in want of riches. Alas, I have spoken too little. Wang Chen, witnessing his decisive apology, could not help but feel a pang of regret for having asked for too little. Ahem, very well, you may take your leave now. Wang Chen swiftly raised his hand to receive the flying small storage bag. He momentarily faltered in speech, cleared his throat a couple of times, and waved his hand towards them. Thank you both for putting aside past grievances. Long Ritian uttered in farewell, hastily lifting the still sitting, sobbing Long Xiaodao and turning to depart. TSK. Another 1,000,000 source points acquired, and that fellow actually expressed gratitude towards me. Wang Chen tucked the small storage bag into his spatial compartment, gazing with a smile at the retreating figure of Long Ritian, who was carrying the diminutive Long Xiaodao. Jiang Lingxian furrowed her delicate brows, her gaze towards Wang Chen tinged with a hint of peculiarity. She recalled that Wang Chen still possessed the over 1,000,000 high-grade spirit stones she had bestowed upon him. The little money-obsessed disciple. Jiang Lingxian's beautiful eyes cast a cool glance at Wang Chen, her heart secretly chuckling at the thought. Hey, is there no one concerned about my well-being? I've been tied up here for ages. What on earth do you intend to do? When I approach you, you seem displeased. Yet when I try to evade, you come after me. Chu Yao truly felt as though she was on the verge of losing her sanity. Had she known, she would never have initiated an acquaintance with Wang Chen in the first place. Wang Chen was momentarily taken aback, only then recalling that there was another individual bound by spirit ropes, suspended in midair behind them. Almost forgot about you, he. Why do you have to smile so wickedly? Chu Yao gazed at the transforming figures of Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian, startled by Wang Chen's laughter, and instinctively attempted to distance herself from them. At this moment, Chu Yao felt that Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian were akin to demons poised to subject her to a cruel interrogation. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian exchanged a knowing glance at Chu Yao, then shifted their gazes to meet each other's eyes. Whoosh! In an instant, the three of them, Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, and Chu Yao, vanished from the sight of disciples who were casually observing the unfolding scene. TSK. What a spectacle! It appears that the heiress of the Chu family has lost in the competition for affection. Based on my observations over the past few days, standing by the sect's path and watching the developments of this narrative, it certainly seems so. Kindred spirits. Here I am, stationed daily, awaiting the arrival of the holy maiden of Taishu and her disciple, all while enjoying the unfolding drama. As Wang Chen and the others departed, only a few disciples from Taishu remained, whispering among themselves after the spectacle. Inside the hall of the holy maiden of Taishu, Chu Yao, bound to the peach blossom tree in the courtyard, gazed in terror at Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian as they approached her. All right, fine. Even if I am aware that Wang Chen already has a wife and is seeking a master, navigating two relationships simultaneously, you cannot treat me this way. The holy maiden of Taishu is a nefarious man. Do not be deceived by him. Release me and awaken to the truth. Qiao struggled against the ropes binding her to the peach tree, desperately hoping to sway Jiang Lingxian to her side. Wang Chen, Jiang Lingyan. Where on earth did she hear about this incident? Wang Chen listened to Chu Yao's foolish words, his mind utterly bewildered. He anxiously glanced at Jiang Lingxian. I did not, I swear. I absolutely did not. Upon noticing the hint of discomfort in Jiang Lingxian's gaze, Wang Chen swiftly raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers in a solemn vow. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian slightly pursed her lips, and her turbulent emotions began to settle significantly. However, she could no longer endure the words spoken by Chu Yao. Although it was highly likely that her statements were insincere, the mere act of listening was distressing. Thus, Jiang Lingxian took a piece of white cloth and placed it into her mouth. Wang Chen, noticing that Jiang Lingxian had ceased to regard him, finally released a long-held breath. Feeling a slight sheen of perspiration cover his back, he then turned his attention to Chu Yao, bound to the peach blossom tree. His gaze sharpening as he instructed the system to procure a large bag of yellow beans, which he held in his hand. How many times have we crossed paths? Where have we ventured, and in what circumstances did we meet? Furthermore, my beloved is this very person beside me, not someone else, nor as you may have imagined. Lastly, will you speak or not? Will you tell me or remain silent? After Wang Chen's words, the atmosphere shifted dramatically. He began to pick up the small yellow beans from his left hand and tossed them towards Chu Yao's head. The sound of woo-woo, woo-woo, echoed as Chu Yao was nearly overwhelmed by the barrage of beans, her mouth tightly gagged with a white cloth, rendering her utterly speechless and unable to struggle. Wang Chen was immensely amused, fully aware that Chu Yao had a cloth stuffed in her mouth. Yet, he decided to indulge in a minor act of reprisal. It was precisely because of this foolish individual's indiscreet remarks that he had nearly been tethered by Jiang Lingxian, and it took quite some time to placate her. Slap. Slap. Speak or not. Speak or not. Woo-woo. Disciple, shall we remove the cloth from her mouth before allowing her to speak? Jiang Lingyan, upon observing Chu Yao's tearful countenance, gently nudged Wang Chen, signaling him to take action. What? Oh, right. How could I forget that she cannot articulate with that cloth in her mouth? Wang Chen's mind was clear, yet he feigned forgetfulness, subsequently nodding solemnly at Jiang Lingxian. Observing this, Jiang Lingxian stepped forward, extending her delicate, fair hand to tear away the white cloth from Chu Yao's mouth. You are bullying me. I have never felt this oppressed in my life. You scoundrels. Scoundrels. Great scoundrels. Chu Yao, feeling utterly wronged as the cloth was removed, vented her frustrations without regard for her status, unleashing a torrent of insults. Wang Chen remained silent, and Jiang Lingxian too was enveloped in quietude. This time, neither Wang Chen nor Jiang Lingxian felt discontent. After all, she had endured her share of frustration and surely deserved an outlet for her emotions, lest the situation become truly unbearable. Wang Chen's toss of the small yellow bean was not particularly forceful, it was not painful. In truth, Chu Yao's reaction stemmed from a sense of frustration and urgency. After a brief pause in this tense atmosphere, she exclaimed, "You are now subjecting me to cold indifference. I say, is that not sufficient?" Overwhelmed by the oppressive ambience, with tears glistening in her eyes, Chu Yao could hardly endure the situation any longer and yearned to escape from the two demons before her. As time flowed across the vast expanse of the 8 desolations, after an indeterminate duration of being bound and explaining herself, she sighed. Allow me to offer you a word of caution. Be wary of your cousin, Chu Han, especially when she appears alongside a man named Yi Qing. Remember to remain vigilant." Wang Chen gazed at the desolate figure of Chu Yao as she strode towards the entrance of the Taisu Sanus Hall, and could not help but call out a reminder. Should all else fail, do not hesitate to seek our assistance. We shall provide whatever help is within our means. Although Wang Chen is currently joining forces with Jiang Lingxian to bully Chu Yao, he has not forgotten the kindness she showed him in his previous life. Even though the current Chu Yao has not bestowed any favors upon him, Wang Chen seeks only to act in accordance with his conscience. Since the Chu Yao of his past has perished, and he was unable to repay the debt of gratitude for the life she nearly saved, he resolves to do so in this life. Surely, the Chu Yao of the past would not wish to see the entire Chu family fall into ruin. At this moment, Chu Yao, halted by Wang Chen's words, paused at the entrance of the courtyard, momentarily lost in thought. Then, with a huff, she indignantly exhaled, her lonely silhouette clad in a flowing black gown as she strode out of the courtyard with determination. Silent, her mind swirling with countless scenarios of betrayal and conflict, she felt an overwhelming urge to flee. If she lingered any longer, she genuinely feared for her safety. As Chu Yao stepped outside, she unexpectedly encountered Xiao Qingxiu, who had searched tirelessly throughout the Taisucian sect for Wang Chen, only to find himself here in vain. The two paused, their gazes reflecting a shared sense of confusion, yet neither uttered a word. They merely stepped aside to continue on their respective paths. In the courtyard of the Taisu Holy Maiden's palace, a voice echoed, "Xian Xian, do you believe it now?" Beneath the peach blossom tree, Wang Chen leaned closer to Jiang Lingxian, his face gradually approaching hers. Jiang Lingxian delicately pressed her crimson lips together, feeling an instinctive urge to retreat slightly. However, seeing her disciple earnestly attempting to explain himself, she decided to indulge him this once. Her ears began to flush with a gentle hue, her charming face slightly tilted, while her body felt a bit warm, and her gaze awkwardly wandered toward the doorway. Just as she sensed Wang Chen's face drawing nearer, her eyes suddenly flickered, and she swiftly grasped his left shoulder. "I have told you not to move. I shall unravel this spiritual cloth for you." Jiang Lingshan's demeanor returned to her naturally cool and exquisite self as she leaned in closely to Wang Chen, focusing intently on his left shoulder. It was ill-timed for him to arrive now. Had she known, she would have returned to her chamber with her disciple earlier. Lowering her gaze, she gently lifted the hem of Wang Chen's white garment, feigning an examination of the spiritual energy bandages beneath, feeling a tinge of discontent. Meanwhile, Wang Chen, caught in the close proximity, stiffened at the sound of footsteps approaching the courtyard, realizing why Jiang Lingxian had suddenly changed her demeanor. "Ah, please don't unravel it. It hurts a little." Wang Chen felt the gentle touch of Jiang Lingxian on his shoulder and pretended to react dramatically, grinning widely. However, as he feigned discomfort, he surreptitiously grasped the delicate back of Jiang Lingxian's hand, playfully teasing it with a light scratch from his fingertip. Jiang Lingxian, feeling a ticklish sensation on her hand, momentarily paused, her exquisite face reflecting a flicker of surprise as she lifted her cool, beautiful gaze. At that moment, Xiao Qingshu approached from behind Wang Chen. Yet due to his obstructed view, he remained unaware of the subtle exchange. "What injury have you sustained on your shoulder? Why is it that after the saint has treated you, it still hasn't healed?" Xiao Qingshu inquired, his countenance approachable, yet marked by a hint of handsome charm. It was evident that he genuinely believed Jiang Lingxian had been tending to Wang Chen's wounds, oblivious to the underlying nuances of the situation. "Ah, it was merely an incident from when I was comforting the little crybaby. She bit me quite fiercely out of frustration, leaving me with no choice," Wang Chen replied with a sigh. Upon hearing this, Wang Chen calmly covered his left shoulder and turned around. His handsome features, imbued with a hint of playful irreverence, were accompanied by a reluctant sigh. "Oh, it must have been that little spirit girl, right? That is quite normal, after all, given its high rank among Dao soldiers. A bite from it would likely bear the essence of the Dao, making the wound rather difficult to heal." Xiao Qingshu, understanding the implication, nodded at Wang Chen with a cheerful smile. Meanwhile, behind Wang Chen, Jiang Lingxian, with her naturally cool gaze, observed him, her beautiful eyes betraying a subtle hint of reproach. "You naughty disciple, always calling me a crybaby, yet you're the one defying your master." No, that is not right. Aren't I your master? Have you resolved your matters?" Wang Chen stood in the courtyard of the Hall of the Celestial Maiden, gazing quizzically at Xiao Qingshu, who was not far from the peach blossom tree, and inquired, "Not yet. Not yet, but soon I shall discuss a few matters with your master," Xiao Qingshu replied, her smile waning slightly. Her eyes shifted towards the silent Jiang Lingxian, who stood behind Wang Chen like a serene celestial being, and she gestured subtly. "Oh." Wang Chen nodded gently upon hearing this, casting a glance back at Jiang Lingxian, who was quietly observing him with her cold eyes. "Please, have a seat," he said. Wang Chen greeted the two individuals and subsequently led Jiang Lingxian to a small pavilion in the courtyard, where the three of them took a seat. Wang Chen and Jiang Lingxian sat in close proximity, while Xiao Qingshu occupied a position directly opposite them, gradually beginning to discuss matters at hand. Recently, the complexities surrounding the two sects had intensified, and the other two major sects seemed to be becoming entangled as well. Plans often falter in the face of change. Just as Han Zun had entered seclusion, he was now preparing to emerge. Thus, you must accompany him on this outing. Moreover, Xiao Qingshu maintained a serious demeanor, gazing at the breathtakingly beautiful yet icy Jiang Lingxian, as he continued to articulate the unfolding situation. Jiang Lingxian occasionally nodded or responded with a soft mm. Her naturally cool and melodious voice devoid of any discernible emotion. At that moment, the three individuals within the pavilion appeared entirely unperturbed. However, an unexpected shift occurred when Jiang Lingxian's left hand, resting on her lap, was gently grasped by a warm palm, hidden from view beneath the table. A slight tremor coursed through her heart, yet, glancing at Xiao Qingshu, who remained engrossed in serious discussion, she feigned composure. Jiang Lingxian attempted to withdraw her hand silently, but Wang Chen suddenly interlaced his fingers with hers, holding them tightly. Furthermore, she felt Wang Chen's right foot lightly hook her calf, drawing her closer. At that moment, Jiang Lingxian's heart fluttered once more, compelling her to maintain her upper body's stillness while calmly observing Xiao Qingshu. Suddenly, a sharp sound echoed as an object fell to the ground, startling Jiang Lingxian and causing her heart to skip a beat. She quickly glanced over. Xiao Qingshu also looked towards Wang Chen, but the upper bodies of the two, obscured by the table, appeared perfectly normal, devoid of any anomaly. No, it's nothing. I just dropped something. Please, continue your discussion. Xiao Qingshu nodded in understanding, scratching his head at Wang Chen's awkwardness before turning his gaze back to Jiang Lingxian. Yet, at that moment, Jiang Lingxian's mind went blank, her cool gaze betraying a barely perceptible tension as she observed Wang Chen. If her disciple were to bend down, what further actions might he undertake? Her heart raced with apprehension, yet, confronted with their interlocked fingers, she found herself unable to escape. Where were we? Xiao Qingshu's voice broke through, drawing Jiang Lingxian's attention back to the conversation. This trip may lead us to the Qing domain, right? As Jiang Lingxian responded, Xiao Qingshu, seemingly regaining his train of thought, resumed his narrative. Meanwhile, beneath the table, Wang Chen tightened his grip on Jiang Lingxian's hand, his left index finger gently tapping against her thigh. Little Xian, may I give your legs a massage? Wang Chen's left hand delicately inscribed characters upon Jiang Lingxian's long, slender leg, before gently prodding her to convey a message. Though the fabric of her skirt somewhat masked the sensation, Jiang Lingxian discerned the essence of his meaning. A hint of discomfort washed over her as she shifted her left foot, seeking to withdraw her exquisite leg from beneath the white garment, clearly indicating her refusal. Unexpectedly, in the next moment, Wang Chen enveloped her in an embrace, his left hand becoming increasingly audacious. It's all right. I'm listening. Please continue, he urged. As Xiao Qingshu glanced their way, Jiang Lingxian, acutely aware of the peculiar sensations coursing through her thigh, could only muster the will to respond. Oh, so about the other two sections. One must commend Jiang Lingxian's acting prowess. As Xiao Qingshu mistakenly interpreted her earlier sound of acknowledgement as a response to his inquiries. If you continue to pinch my leg, you shall not kiss me again. Jiang Lingxian found it increasingly unbearable, struggling against her own awkwardness while silently conveying her profound embarrassment to Wang Chen. Initially, she had intended to chastise him, but it ultimately transformed into a decree forbidding him from kissing her. Perhaps that authority felt more significant. Yet, it seemed Jiang Lingxian had forgotten that she was a formidable celestial sovereign. In truth, she possessed the capability to repel Wang Chen's advances with her spiritual power. Yet she chose not to. As anticipated, Wang Chen, with a hint of resignation, concluded his playful assault and finally released her, rising slowly from his seat. Jiang Lingxian sat poised in her chair, her expression a mask of icy aloofness as she responded to Xiao Qingshu's inquiries regarding the two sex circumstances. However, Xiao Qingshu couldn't help but notice an underlying heaviness in her demeanor, prompting him to wonder whether the weight of these matters was proving too burdensome for her. Alas, the complexities surrounding the four great sects of the 8 desolations were indeed formidable. After a moment of contemplation, Xiao Qingshu could only arrive at this singular conclusion. Sighing inwardly for Jiang Lingxian's predicament,